Huge thanks to our generous friend who supported the channel in the last video. Before we kick off, please subscribe to the channel. Ryu-min then asked Jeffrey Bishop what was going on. Hello, Ryu-min. Jeffrey Bishop had strict orders from Yamti to serve Ryu-min like a true master and report everything immediately. He treated Ryu-min with extreme respect. Ryu-min just said, "Go ahead." Jeffrey Bishop revealed Christine Craig is visiting Korea soon to meet you. Ryu-min asked why. And Jeffrey Bishop said she wants to locate Black Scythe. Christine Craig wants to meet and thank Ryu-min personally alongside her father. Plus, she is hunting clues about the necromancer. And wait until you see this, Christine Craig actually has a massive crush on him. She constantly followed Ryu-min around in the other world. Does she truly just want to say thanks? Ryu-min wondered. Or does she have another motive? Ryu-min could not understand why Seo Aaron and Christine Craig desperately wanted to meet Black Scythe. Meeting changes nothing. Ryu-min ordered Jeffrey Bishop to hang up the call now. Getting caught talking to me is dangerous, Ryu-min warned. Jeffrey Bishop quickly said goodbye. Once the line went dead, Ryu-min closed his eyes. Honestly, this was an easy issue to solve. Meeting Black Scythe in reality? No way. That is never going to happen. Not now, and not ever. To secure a powerful ally, leaving them in your debt is way better than actually meeting them. Making them feel guilty guarantees they will always help. Ryu-min decided to deny knowing anything about Black Scythe. The same goes for the necromancer. Ryu-min needed Christine Craig for round 12, but he could not leak any info yet. Besides, the massive organization Messiah is about to be officially established, and the necromancer will likely join them. To build a solid connection with Messiah, Ryu-min needed to keep the necromancer alive. Playing dumb about both Black Scythe and the necromancer would easily solve this entire problem. What could she even do if Ryu-min claimed he never saw it? After all, the prophet holds the leash here. Instead, Ryu-min would give her info about round 12. That would be enough to satisfy Christine Craig. As Ryu-min pondered this, his phone buzzed. It was Ma Gyong-rak. Ryu-min answered, "Hello, President." He agreed to meet up. It was a request to meet Christine Craig together, exactly as Ryu-min predicted. Hanging up, Ryu-min looked annoyed. It looks like sleep is completely out of the window tonight. Rest was totally eluding him. Meanwhile, 12 hours had passed since returning from the other world, but John Delgado still had not crawled out of bed. He was paralyzed by the horrific memories of his limbs getting chopped off in the other world. He wondered if his body was still intact, still lying down. He wiggled his fingers and toes to make sure. Everything moved perfectly. But John Delgado still could not summon the strength to stand up. It felt totally bizarre that his body was whole, but he could not lie there forever. Forcing himself up, John Delgado took slow, agonizing steps like a rehab patient. Pacing through his living room, John Delgado thought of the brutal monster who did this to him, Black Scythe. An intense urge to slaughter that bastard consumed him. But John Delgado was realistic. He knew he lacked the power to take him down alone. Vengeance was completely out of reach. John Delgado muttered that he should just be satisfied with what he had already accomplished. Even if he missed the Saintess, slaughtering her loyal followers still fulfilled his dark objective. With his rivals wiped out, his focus shifted to expanding the Church of Despair. If he grew strong enough, he might eventually rip Black Scythe apart. John Delgado laughed bitterly at himself. He had literally just decided revenge was impossible, yet his mind kept racing. Sighing heavily, he told himself to just let it go. And right here, things get wild as a sudden doorbell ring shatters his dread. But opening the door revealed a strange man standing there. John Delgado demanded to know who he was. "Are you the necromancer?" the stranger asked. John Delgado quickly equipped his gear, demanding to know who the man was and how he tracked him down. He pointed his staff menacingly. The visitor raised his hands peacefully, claiming he was not there to fight. John Delgado spat back. "Then why are you here?" The stranger calmly explained he was only there to hand over a card. Reaching into his pocket to retrieve a sleek business card, John Delgado grabbed it and read the organization's name. A member of Messiah? And was this guy a Spaniard? The recruiter replied that they were seeking candidates to serve as the 12 apostles of their newly formed global alliance, Messiah. The 12 apostles, John Delgado repeated. It is an elite executive rank reserved for the highest-ranked players of each nation, and they wanted John Delgado as the top representative in the United States. So joining means getting a high-ranking executive seat inside Messiah? The recruiter nodded, asking if John Delgado was interested. John Delgado pauses to think for a moment before speaking, asking if he can ask just one quick question. "Go ahead," the man replies. But when John Delgado asks if Black Scythe is joining the 12 apostles, The man sadly shakes his head. Why not? John Delgado asks. Since the Black Scythe of Korea should be their top recruitment priority. The man pauses, his voice dropping low. Messiah was actually created to fight against Black Scythe, leaving John Delgado completely stunned. Fight Black Scythe. Noticing his shock, the man explains that as everyone knows, Black Scythe is an unrivaled beast sitting up at level 90. Players like us barely reaching level 50 are just dragged around by him, which makes John Delgado ask a quick question. So you are building a weapon to counter him? John Delgado asks. And the man compares their union to workers fighting a corrupt corporation. They simply cannot let someone as unpredictable as Black Scythe keep growing completely unchecked. As John Delgado nods in agreement, the man senses victory, knowing he is pretty much convinced, and asks if he will join Messiah. And honestly, can you blame him? For John Delgado, grinding his teeth in frustration, this is an incredibly easy decision. He readily agrees, of course I will. Damn it. But the Church of Despair is far from an official religion. It is essentially a cult, totally unknown even in the United States. So John Delgado naturally has some doubts and asks how they tracked him down. His tone softens to be more polite, since learning this man is with Messiah makes John Delgado feel the need to mind his manners. He already views him as a comrade sharing the exact same goal of taking down Black Scythe. So the man explains how he found the top ranker. I met someone who actually knows you, a devout believer of the Church of Despair. Thanks to him, we tracked you down. The man explains, prompting John Delgado to curse that rat-like bastard for selling him out. He goes by the name Berber. John Delgado jaw drops in complete shock. Berber, he stammers, since that guy is one of his most trusted men. But the Spaniard tells him to take it easy. He did not betray you. He just gave up your location knowing you would actually love this offer. John Delgado grumbles that he will still have to teach that punk a lesson later, but the man suddenly announces their arrival. Still grumbling, John Delgado steps out of the car with the Spaniard, looking around at the dense, remote forest as the guide tells him to follow. It is quite a hike from here, and after walking through the deep woods for about 30 minutes, a small cabin finally comes into view. John Delgado asks if that is the meeting spot, and when the guide says yes, he questions why they chose this place over normal cafes. The man explains that since this is a gathering of top-ranked players, it is much better to stay far away from prying eyes. Things might get violent if opinions clash. The man warns, and John Delgado agrees that flying skills and clashing swords would definitely cause a scene. Since this is their very first meeting, they have to be extremely careful. There is no telling what might go down. So John Delgado asks if the top players from every single country are already waiting inside. Yes, 3 days ago. With you as the final member, the recruitment of the 12 apostles was officially completed, but not everyone could attend because of travel issues. And with that, the Spaniard swings the cabin door wide open. Look at this lineup. Inside, 6 elite players sit looking bored around a wooden table, representing top-tier rankers from all across the globe. One demands to know how much longer the Spaniard planned to keep them waiting. Do you want us to die of boredom? He grumbles. But the Spaniard just laughs, apologizes, and introduces the final apostle to the room. Yes, the Spaniard replies, asking everyone to introduce themselves. This is the necromancer John Delgado, the top ranker in the United States and leader of the Church of Despair, turning all eyes onto him. The first to stand up greets him warmly, saying he has heard a lot about him, and introduces himself as the first warrior. John Delgado frowns, slightly shaking hands, and though most follow suit to greet him, one man stubbornly remains in his seat, pointing toward an Asian man sitting with his arms crossed. John Delgado asks who that arrogant guy is. The Spaniard introduces him as Yang Chiwen, suggesting they should at least say hello since they are working together. But the Chinese man scoffs. Why should I? Yang Chiwen sneers, leaving the Spaniard looking troubled by his arrogant attitude as John Delgado demands to know his deal. The Spaniard whispers that he is Yang Chiwen, who ranked second in the 11th round. He is a Chinese ranker and the leader of the Black Society, prompting John Delgado to question what that even is. John Delgado is well aware of legendary global syndicates like the Mafia or Yakuza, but finds it completely ridiculous that a common criminal acts so cocky. What are you staring at? Damn Westerner. Yang Chiwen barks, making John Delgado instantly demand to know what he just said. If you have something to say it in English, John Delgado growls, hating how the guy mutters under his breath in Chinese. Despite knowing English, these past few days have been pretty rough on me. The doctor says I need surgery in about a week. Please keep me in your thoughts. Yang Chiwen snaps, what are you looking at? Damn Westerner? John fires back, what did you say? If you have something to say, speak English. John hates how this guy mutters in Chinese when he can speak English perfectly fine. Then the Spaniard steps in. John, please greet the rest of our apostles. They couldn't make it in person, but they are connected online. Suddenly, 4 faces pop up on the laptop screen. Once John nods his greeting, the Spaniard claps his hands. All right. Introductions are over. Let's sit and get to business. Swallowing his anger, John finally takes a seat. The Spaniard smiles. Since we have a new face, I will introduce myself. I'm the Spaniard, a level 50 gladiator from Spain. I founded Messiah, and I assume you all already know why we exist. John speaks up to stop the Black Scythe. The Spaniard nods in approval. Exactly. He says we are here to bring down the top ranker, the Black Scythe. We cannot let him dominate everything alone. Individually we are nothing, but together we can. Hearing this, John asks how. The Spaniard smiles. Isn't that exactly what we are here to figure out? John replies it can't just be some vague plan. Look at the numbers. 20 million points last time. Another apostle agrees. He must have boosted his level using experience packs and bought elite items from the special shop. Another adds he might even be at max level by now. The room bursts into debate, but the ultimate conclusion remains the same: they must destroy the Black Scythe. The Spaniard looks around the room if anyone has a solid strategy to take him down. Speak up now. Slow and steady, one hand rises. It is Yang Chiwen from China, scoffing. Why are we hesitating over something so simple? We just need to head to Korea and kill the Black Scythe. Someone gasps, kill him? Isn't that too hasty? Yang Chiwen snarls, hasty? We just watch him hog the rewards? No way. Yang Chiwen's eyes gleam with bloodlust. We have to end him. There's no alternative. If we freeze up now, we lose everything. Surprisingly, John quietly speaks up. I actually agree with him. John can't stand the guy, but he completely agrees with this ruthless execution plan. John continues, the Black Scythe is hoarding all rewards. To survive, we need to balance the scales of power. One player dominating everything breaks the entire system and hurts everyone else. Voices chimed in, I agree. I support killing him too. So the decision is made, but watch how the Spaniard insists on making this official. Let's put it to a vote. Does anyone here actually oppose putting down the Black Scythe? Raise your hand. Complete silence. Not a single hand goes up. The Spaniard smiles, then it's unanimous. Let's talk about tracking and ending him. Bring on the strategies. Right away, Dark Soul raises his hand. My class is a sniper. Give me his exact coordinates, and I can blow his head off from 2 kilometers away. That's how I took 3rd place in round 11. The Spaniard is impressed. Wow, that is the ultimate assassination build. Yang Chiwen scoffs quietly in Chinese before switching to English. I'm a professional hunter in both reality and the game. Nobody tracks and executes their target better than me. 2 days. That is all I need to track and gut him. Swingman mutters, why even join our group then? Why not just hunt the Black Scythe yourself? Yang Chiwen glares, snapping in furious Chinese, why the hell is this weakling even here? Go eat some curry. Swingman shrugs, does anyone speak Chinese? Pretty sure that guy is just swearing at me. Anyone care to translate? Before things get out of hand, a heavy voice cuts through the room. It's John. John drops a heavy question. Has anyone actually faced the Black Scythe? Silence. Then, John says, I have. Just 3 days ago, he severed my limbs. Do you know what I felt? Utter powerlessness. I couldn't even measure the gap. My 30 summoned undead got vaporized before even landing a single strike. Thinking back to that moment, John's eyes shake. It isn't raw fear he's feeling, but pure rage. He is a monster, John warns, but we can't just sit around. I'm mobilizing every single force within the Church of Despair to murder that bastard. Even a tiger uses its full power to hunt a tiny rabbit. Stop arguing over who gets to take the lead. We must strike together to maximize our odds. Someone objects, but it's a sneak attack. John shakes his head. Even a sneak attack won't guarantee victory. He didn't hit level 90 by luck. He might be 99 already. We can't screw this up. John's brutal honesty works. His grounded assessment is the most realistic plan they have heard yet, completely swaying the 12 apostles in the room. The Spaniard nods. John is completely right. We gathered here to unite our forces, not to brag about solo skills. The founder's words seal the deal. Cooperation is their only path forward. The others have to agree. John says they should head to Korea and start planning. First, they have to find the Black Scythe. But right then, Dark Soul speaks up saying he has a plan. Everyone looks at Dark Soul. Judging by their faces, his plan is pretty solid, and the Spaniard says it sounds good. Another agrees, saying they should put the plan into action immediately. The Spaniard says they need to smuggle themselves into Korea to avoid trouble. Hearing this, a dark smile spreads across the faces of the 12 apostles. Meanwhile, thanks to Makyung arranging things, Ryumin finally met with Christine. Their talk was pretty short, playing out exactly how Jeffrey said it would. When Christine asked about the location of the Black Scythe, Ryumin shook his head and dropped his prepared lie, claiming he had no idea. He admitted to seeing him in the future, but claimed he had no clue about his real identity or location. Ryumin pointed out that trying to find him might make things worse, and honestly, he had a pretty good point there. She agreed that was likely true, which actually surprised Ryumin because of how fast she backed down. He knew she was just playing along for her father, but her desperate hunger for info on the necromancer was totally real. Too many of her friends had died for her to just forget about getting revenge. Ryumin only shared the prophecy about the 12th round, quietly thinking to himself that revenge was a luxury Christine could not afford right now. He could not let her run into danger again. A week after his return, the necromancer she was hunting was already part of Messiah. Ryumin knows Messiah quite well from all his past experiences. This massive global group was built specifically to stop the Black Scythe, and their vicious elite force, the 12 Apostles, are already heading to Korea with a mission to assassinate him. Ryumin figures he has roughly a week left before they make their first move. He does not know the exact hour since the timing shifts every single round, but their method remains exactly the same. This time, they are going to target the police squad members again. They want to kidnap the squad to lure out the Black Scythe, which always leads to those hostages getting slaughtered. Ryumin is not letting that happen again, meaning he has to start preparing immediately. He has to prepare a warm welcome for these foreign guests. Sure enough, they target his squad. Go Namchal finds himself surrounded by 4 guys, instantly realizing they look like foreign players. Their gear and faces prove they are definitely high-level players from overseas. Gulping down his fear, Go Namchal demands to know who they are, but they just smirk silently, clearly amused by the terrified Korean cop in front of them. One laughs, mocking how Go Namchal is already shaking in his boots. Another snaps at him to shut up and capture him quickly because they need this bait. Instantly, all 4 draw their weapons. Recognizing the danger, Go Namchal curses under his breath as the situation gets incredibly tense. He knew today felt off. Fighting 4 of them seems impossible, but he is still a tough Busan brawler. He yells for them to bring it on, swearing he will take down at least 2 of them. But suddenly, the Brazilian ranker named Brix closes the distance in a flash. Get ready, because this hit is brutal. With a massive bang, Go Namchal is blasted 10 meters back, crashing violently against the concrete wall. Even through his armor, the impact feels like it shattered his organs. Brix just laughs at the pathetic display. Brix sneers that this kid was not even worth the effort, but another tells him to just watch him. Brix warns him not to kill the guy, so they agree to just leave it to him. The other 3 fold their arms and smirk, showing they have no intention of stepping in. Watching them, Go Namchal curses, knowing he stands pretty much 0 chance against that brutal steel fist. Still, being completely looked down on makes his blood boil. How did he get stuck with these creeps? Of course, Go Namchal has no idea these guys are actually national top rankers from the 12 Apostles. When Go Namchal threatens to kill them, Brix just mocks him right before Go Namchal suddenly vanishes. Brix flinches, but Go Namchal did not actually teleport. He just moved forward insanely fast. Despite the sudden speed, Brix smirked. He is totally confident his steel fist can deflect any incoming blade. He tracks the slash and positions his fist perfectly, but instead of a loud clang, something else happens. Brix's wrist is sliced clean off, and his comrade behind him just laughs, knowing he would screw up. Another guy agreed, wondering why he insisted on going alone. Brazil's second-ranked fighter is definitely crying by now. A cannon-like wind shot blasted Konam Chul backward, slamming him against the wall. One teammate offered help, but Brix yelled back to shut up and let him kill the bastard. The other reminded him they needed the guy as bait for Black Scythe. Brix argued other teams would find other bait, but his ally countered they could not be sure of that. Suggesting they talk to him first calmed Brix down a bit, and he finally agreed to try and negotiate. After patching up his bleeding wrists, Brix stepped closer to Ko Namchul with a grin. Brix asked if he was close with his leader, explaining that he meant his boss, Black Scythe. Despite his limited English, Ko Namchul recognized those terms and asked if they were indeed talking about his squad captain. Brix was confused by the reply, but his ally noted the captive understood, demanding the boss's phone number to call him right then. Ko Namchul realized Brix's game. His expression twisted as he spat out a curse. Brix scoffed at the insult, mockingly asking his teammates what they should do next with this stubborn prisoner. But watch this. Ko Namchul's blade suddenly flashes straight at Brix's throat. But Brix had left that gap on purpose. Dodging easily, he laughed at the foolish trick as his iron fist slammed with crushing force into Ko Namchul's side. With shattered ribs, Ko Namchul collapsed to the ground in agony. Brix smirked, pointing out that their captive clearly had no interest in sharing that number. The others agreed. Brix smirked, deciding he was going to have some real fun. His ally agreed, but warned him to make it quick since time was short. A cruel grin spread across Brix's face as he glared down at Ko Namchul, promising pure hell for having the audacity to slice his hand earlier. He vowed to shatter every single bone, ensuring an agonizingly slow death. But just as his fist began to fall, an unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed through the alley. The stranger noted there were 4 fresh corpses ready to be put to work, stepping casually into the dark alley. On Black Scythe's orders, a figure stepped into the dark alley. It was Ju Seong-tak, arriving on orders from the Black Scythe. Brix barked, "What the hell is this? Who is this guy?" Brix glared at him, but that was a fatal mistake. It gave Ju Seong-tak the perfect opening to trigger his fear curse, leaving Brix trembling like he saw a ghost. The comrades of Brix watched him in pure confusion. In that split second, Ju Seong-tak lunged forward and drove a dagger deep into the neck of Brix. Brix dropped dead instantly, and the necromancer hurled the body, triggering his corpse explosion. Caught completely off guard, the other 3 apostles were sent flying back like broken springs. Boosted by the soul storage skill, that corpse explosion packed a seriously devastating punch. The 3 targets groaned in agony, their lower bodies torn apart by the blast before they slumped over dead. Ju Seong-tak spat out, "Fools. Imagine thinking they could take down someone under the wing of my master." Ju Seong-tak sneered, collecting their fresh souls. He walked over to Ko Namchul and asked if he was okay. The organs of Ko Namchul felt ruptured, and his wrist and ribs were completely shattered. Still, Ko Namchul dragged himself to his feet and rasped, "Thanks for saving me. But how did you find me?" Ju Seong-tak shrugged, saying he just happened to hear the noise. Loyal to his master, Ju Seong-tak never mentioned the Black Scythe. In reality, he was actively tracking the squad members, which was the only reason he made it in time. He turned to leave, saying he was heading out, leaving Ko Namchul confused. Ignoring the cries of Ko Namchul, Ju Seong-tak slipped away to make a quick call. "Master, you were right. There are players hunting our squad members down," Ju Seong-tak reported. Ryumin immediately asked, "How many?" "4 are dead. But the necromancer you mentioned was not there," Ju Seong-tak reported. Ryumin realized they are split into 3 squads. "What did you do?" Ryumin asked. "I took care of them all," Ju Seong-tak replied. Ryumin praised his quick work and ordered him to track the others. Ju Seong-tak gave a quick yes, "Sir." Hanging up, Ryumin grabbed his heavy coat and muttered to himself that these guys were moving way quicker than expected. "Looks like I need to get moving." 2. Those 12 apostles are definitely going after all my squad members at once to draw me out. Thanks to Ju Seong-tak, 1 guy is safe, but I have no idea about the rest. Some could already be dead. Or worse. What if someone betrayed me? Right on cue, his phone started ringing with a call from one of his squad members. Ryumin picked up, and the voice on the other end begged to speak with him. "Can you meet me here?" the guy asked. Ryumin agreed, got the coordinates, hung up, and let out a cold chuckle. And yep, his prediction was spot on. Turns out, there is a dirty traitor in this round too. Over at the meeting spot, the first warrior patted the traitor on the head like a well-behaved dog, praising him and asking for his name again. "It is Kang Si-hyuk," the traitor stammered. The first warrior smirked, telling him that since he followed instructions, he would let him live. Kang Si-hyuk frantically thanked him. "Stay here until the Black Scythe arrives," the warrior commanded, shocking Kang Si-hyuk. The massive warrior smirked, telling him they had absolutely no way to verify his story, so he had to wait until the captain actually arrived. Kang Si-hyuk turned absolutely pale, terrified of having to face the terrifying captain he had just betrayed under extreme pressure. Stammering in desperate English, Kang Si-hyuk pleaded that they promised to let him go. "We are." The warrior smirked, but then demanded to know if the caller was really the Black Scythe because he could not understand Korean. "How do I know who you actually called?" The warrior shrugged, prompting a panicked Kang Si-hyuk to protest that this was not their deal. Suddenly, the first warrior heavy-handedly pinned Kang Si-hyuk down. The raw pressure felt like a hydraulic press. The grip was insanely powerful. When you are told to do something, you do it. He growled. "Why are you talking back?" the warrior threatened, warning him to shut up or lose his legs. Betray your captain, and you might actually survive. That is the survival instinct of a pathetic coward. He laughed, completely humiliating the guy. Terrified, Kang Sai-hyuk begged him to let go, saying he understood completely. But instead of releasing him, the first warrior brutally slapped the back of his head. He then turned to his fellow apostles and asked a question. He asked if the calls were made, and another confirmed that both backup teams were already en route, hoping they would arrive before the Black Scythe. Hearing the Indian swingman express his worry, the first warrior just scoffed, asking why he was so worried. If the Black Scythe actually shows up, we will just smash his skull in first, he laughed. The swingman sighed, calling his language rather crude for a gentleman. Are you really that confident against a level 90 monster? He asked him. There is not a single foe I cannot slice down with my sword energy, since even a massive minotaur went down in just one single strike. Another apostle asked why he had not even cracked the top 3 rankings yet. That is just because I have been lazy until now, the warrior snapped. Just wait and see, because I am taking that #1 spot. The Indian swingman could only shake his head at the extreme arrogance of the swordsmen as they waited. Angered by the delay, the first warrior snaps, why not just keep him talking until our backup apostles arrive, especially since we have a hostage to play with. Swingman shoots back, asking what the hell he is thinking, wanting to share this easy meal with everyone else. The first warrior scoffs, warning him that the prey might be poisoned, but with 4 of them and a hostage, taking down the Black Scythe should be a piece of cake. While those two argue, Kang Sai-hyuk flinches the second the first warrior glares right at him. Then the first warrior turns and asks, why not get his opinion, hey, you punk? Who wins a fight between me and the Black Scythe? Kang Si-hyuk stammers out a confused what, making the first warrior bark back at him in pure frustration. Do you not speak English? He snaps, who wins if we fight one-on-one? Since you are in his squad, you should know your captain's true strength. And of course, Kang Si-hyuk knew it from day one. The entire squad was fully aware of what a complete monster Ryumin was, but with this massive brute looming over him, Kang Si-hyuk was far too terrified to speak the truth, so he lies, stammering that the Black Scythe is actually quite weak and someone as strong as him could easily win. The first warrior bursts out laughing, gloating to his partner about how the kid just admitted the captain is weaker than expected. Swingman rolls his eyes, muttering that the kid is obviously just terrified. But Kang Si-hyuk frantically shakes his head, swearing he is telling the honest truth. Yes, exactly. The first warrior slaps a heavy hand on Kang Si-hyuk's shoulder, telling him that since their target will arrive soon, he needs to play bait and keep him distracted. Kang Si-hyuk gasps in total shock. Wait, me. But the brute's grip immediately tightens as he dangerously asks if he has a problem with that. He quickly shakes his head, stammering that he will do it, getting a cold nod in return. Good. You had better. If you try begging the Black Scythe for help or show even a hint of running, you know how this ends, right? Make one wrong move, and you die right alongside him. Trying to outrun the 4 of us would be a fatal mistake. You might not realize it, but we are the very top-ranked players from our home countries, so behave yourself. Play your part, and I will let you live. Kang Si-hyuk desperately asks if he promises to spare him, and the warrior replies, of course. Letting a little bug like you slip away is nothing to us. So as long as things go smoothly, you will live. And Kang Si-hyuk eagerly nods along, stating that he understands. Kang Si-hyuk gets a hard pat on the back from the brute, who mutters that they are counting on him before disappearing with his team. They scatter into the shadows, taking up their positions and waiting for the Black Scythe to finally appear. And right on cue, quiet footsteps echo through the dark alley as the Black Scythe finally makes his entrance. Seeing the familiar white mask of the Black Scythe emerge from the darkness, a trembling Kang Si-hyuk calls out to his captain, Ryumin. Behind that cold porcelain, Kang Si-hyuk cannot tell if his captain is smiling bitterly or plotting something. Right before Ryumin speaks, Ryumin asks why he wanted to meet in a sketchy place like this, and Kang Si-hyuk stammers that he has something crucial to discuss. But the kid is visibly shaking and sweating buckets, making his intense anxiety painfully obvious to literally everyone. Our masked captain just listens silently, which honestly makes the whole vibe way more tense than it already was. Watching from his hiding spot, the first warrior realizes that their target has already figured out the trap. Stepping out of the shadows, he calls out, demanding to know if he is indeed the Black Scythe, though that the weapon gives it away. He struts forward confidently, forcing the other annoyed apostles to step out too, before stopping 10 paces away to sneeringly ask if Ryumin understands English. Ryumin stays silent, But the brute shrugs and mutters that it does not even matter. Even if you cannot comprehend the words, you should get the basic message. So if you want a painless death, drop your weapon now. Otherwise, he threatens to make him scream like a dying dog before tearing him to pieces, swearing it on his own life. Despite the obvious bait, the black scythe does not move an inch, making the warrior wonder if this guy is actually serious. He should have gotten the message, leading the frustrated warrior to sigh and wonder if this guy literally does not speak English. Realizing their psychological mind games are useless, he turns to his comrades and tells them that talking is officially over. Even with 4 armed killers closing in, Ryumin calmly looks at Kang Scythe and casually asks if these guys are his friends. Trapped in a brutal dilemma, Kang Scythe wonders if he should beg Ryumin for mercy and protection or side with the foreign monsters standing behind him, asking himself if his captain could ever forgive him. No, that cold-blooded man will never spare me. It seems safer to side with these heavy hitters, but what if they actually fail to defeat the captain? He desperately weighs his options with 0 time to decide, and as Ryumin demands an explanation, Kang Scythe stammers out in pure terror. Ryumin calmly asks if he set him up, causing Kang Scythe's head to drop in shame as he stammers out an apology. He cries that he had no choice to survive, begging his captain for forgiveness. Kang Scythe weeps tears of regret, but Ryu's voice stays ice cold. No need to apologize. Ryu says, I'm actually the one who's sorry. Wait, what? Ryu's scythe flashes. Kang Scythe's head tilts and drops to the floor, and along with him, one of the 12 apostles behind him slides cleanly sliced to the ground. Ryumin's voice remains cold. No need to apologize, he says. I'm the one who's sorry. Kang Scythe could only stammer what? A flash erupts from Ryumin's side. Kang Scythe's head tilts, then rolls onto the ground. At the same time, one of the 12 apostles behind him slides down, cleanly sliced in half. Ryumin quietly promises there will be no pain. The remaining apostles freeze in pure horror. This was paralyzing fear. Ryumin's unique title actually inflicts a terrible debuff on anyone watching him. They snap out of it after 3 seconds. But the damage is done. One screams, he's insane. He just killed his own teammate. Ryumin calmly replies that he didn't kill a teammate. He executed a traitor. The moment Kang Scythe made that call to trap him, he became a traitor. No matter the excuse, a traitor is never allowed to walk away alive. Sticking to that brutal rule, Ryumin wiped out both the traitor and one of the 12 apostles instantly. Shocked, the first warrior of England yells, Wait, you can speak English? Ryumin casually replies, I never said I couldn't. The first warrior of England goes completely silent, utterly stunned. Trying to quiet his racing heart, he realizes this guy executes people without a single word. Ryumin's fluent English is one thing, but his terrifying speed completely catches them off guard. The other apostles whisper that he killed his teammate without any hesitation. Our entire plan to use a hostage is completely ruined now. But their sudden dread didn't just come from his cold attitude. It was actually something far more terrifying. Nobody could even track his lightning-fast blade. One apostle shivers, thinking, if I stood behind that guy, I'd be dead meat too. While the rest are frozen in panic, the first warrior of England steps forward. He already coated his giant blade with deadly aura, ready to strike at any second. He sneers. Wow, so you will kill someone over a tiny threat? So the #1 ranker is just a total psycho, huh? Behind his mask, Ryumin lets out a cold laugh. A minor threat? You really thought you could brush this off like a joke? 12 apostles? Their faces freeze like stone. Exposed. No one told Ryumin a single thing, yet he somehow knows everything about them. Ryumin scoffed. You formed a group called Messiah to murder me, and now you're treating it like a joke? Even a passing dog would laugh. One gasps, how did you know? Ryumin replies, that's not what is important right now. Before the words even finish, look at this. Ryumin's scythe lashes out like a whip, snapping back instantly. Another member of the 12 apostles collapses to the ground with a gaping hole in his stomach, before anyone can even register the strike. Seeing a fresh corpse instantly drop in front of them, the apostles flinch. Even the first warrior of England and the swingman of India swallow hard, whispering that this guy is a complete monster. Witnessing that speed, all their courage instantly evaporates. Now, only thoughts of survival fill their heads. Ryumin speaks up, first warrior of England, swingman of India. Only you two are left, Ryumin taunts. Honestly, what would you even do here? Fight? Or try to run? The first warrior of England is the first to bolt. Despite his massive size, he moves fast, scaling a wall to scramble onto the roof. But it is completely useless. Ryumin calmly whispers. Hand of death. Aiming right at the runner's back, he unleashes it. A black hand slithers out like a snake, wrapping around the first warrior of England's waist. The first warrior of England's head is instantly severed. Meanwhile, the remaining apostle, swingman of India, has already run pretty far, but Ryumin doesn't care. No cooldown on Hand of Death. None. Actually, the lured Dark Soul suggested to draw out Black Scythe was dead simple. Commit crimes on purpose to force a CPF dispatch, then kidnap his squad members as easy bait. Dangling those teammates as bait would summon their captain, Black Scythe. Back then, the Spaniards suggested splitting into 3 teams of 4. Brix's team, the first warrior of England's team, and ours. It's much faster than moving together. Just an hour into the mission, the Spaniard regretted those words. Contact with Brix's team is totally lost. An ally asks, Spaniard? Still no word? The Spaniard sighs, no. They aren't answering their phones. Something must have happened. Just 20 minutes ago, the first warrior of England's team had contacted them. They warned that Black Scythe was coming, telling everyone to group up. The Spaniard promised to call Brix's team himself, but he quickly found himself in a tough spot. He rings them over and over, but there's still no answer. John anxiously asks what's going on. Still no answer from Brix's team? The Spaniard sighs, no. Maybe they're too busy managing the hostages to pick up. The Spaniard points out, even so, it's pretty strange they aren't answering after dozens of rings. Yang Chiwan suggests calling the other squad members too. The Spaniard replies, I already did, but I'll try again just in case. Hearing Yang Chiwan's words, the Spaniard dials again and shakes his head. Still nothing. All 4 of them are completely unreachable. Something is definitely wrong with Brix's team. Yang Chiwan barks, damn it. We need to regroup before Black Scythe gets here. Why on earth aren't they answering? Spaniard muttered, I don't know. Let's find the first warrior team instead. So, the 4 of them dashed back into the winding alleys. Ditching Brix's squad was risky, but they had to rush to where Black Scythe was supposed to be cornered. Yet, when they finally got there, the entire alley was dead silent. John frowned, asking if this was really the spot, while Spaniard checked his screen and urged him to keep calling. Spaniard dialed the first warrior team leader again and again, but the line just kept ringing. Still nothing. Spaniard sighed, which pretty much set off Yang Chiwan, who yelled about why these idiots even carry phones. He's furious. But here's the crazy part. They have no idea their allies are already lying dead right around the corner. Brix's group had met the same fate elsewhere, but John was already piecing together the terrifying truth. Could he have already cleaned house here? John muttered, prompting a pretty confused look from a skeptical Yang Chiwan. He's talking about Black Scythe, believing the monster wiped them out. Yang Chiwan could only gasp, Black Scythe? That's ridiculous. Yang Chiwan scoffed, but John shot back, demanding to know what made it so impossible. If Black Scythe killed the entire team, Yang Chiwan pressed, then where the hell are the bodies? How is there zero evidence? John calmly pointed out that the killer probably just erased his tracks. But still, how is there nothing? No blood, no broken walls, zero signs of a struggle. John shook his head. It wasn't a fight. It was a brutal, one-sided massacre. John's expression was so intense and grim, there was no way he was joking about this. Is he really that strong? They asked. John nodded, saying they would need all 12 apostles just to stand a fighting chance. Yang Chiwan cursed quietly under his breath, completely unable to argue. After all, only the necromancer knew his terrifying power firsthand. Spaniard listened in silence, his face pale as the horrific reality sank in. If John was right about this, then every other squad was in serious danger too. Did Brix's team go silent because they got wiped out first? Spaniard asked, cold sweat running down his neck. Did he really butcher everyone so fast? John nodded. In the worst-case scenario, we have to assume we are the only ones left alive. Unbelievable. Someone muttered. While Spaniard blamed himself for splitting up, we should have stuck together instead of dividing our forces. As worry crept onto their faces, Dark Soul, who kept his search skill active, suddenly froze. He saw a flashing red dot on his radar and warned them someone was coming fast. Heavy, desperate footsteps echoed from the dark alley he pointed toward, and soon, a figure stumbled out. It was Swingman, the Indian martial artist, gasping in massive relief at the sight of them, completely out of breath, as if he had just run for his life. Spaniard ran over, asking what happened to the rest of the squad. Hearing this, Swingman's face went completely blank, his voice shaking as he confessed that he had no idea. How can you not know? Spaniard pressed. Swingman admitted he was too busy running for his own life to worry about anyone else. Who were you running from? They asked. Swingman muttered two words, Black Scythe. Instantly, a heavy dread settled over the entire group, and just like that, their worst fears are locked in. You can literally feel the panic rising as Spaniard demands answers. But first, Swingman stammered. Are we safe here? Spaniard asked who he was talking about. Swingman scanned the shadows, terrified. Spaniard assured him that their scanning skills showed the area was totally clear. If you saw him, why not just track his name? But Swingman shook his head. He was wearing a white mask. His face was hidden, and they all knew tracking someone in the real world is impossible without their actual name. Ah, right, Spaniard muttered, forgetting that rule. So he urged Swingman to start from the very beginning. They had set a trap with hostages to bait Black Scythe, but he arrived way earlier than expected. Just a single man in a mask, wielding a massive blade. They thought they could easily overwhelm him alone. They were dead wrong. Everyone, including the hostages, was slaughtered in seconds. Spaniard gasped, asking if the monster had really killed the captives too. He showed zero mercy. Swingman shuddered. He wielded a bizarre, extending scythe, launching lethal attacks that were pretty much invisible to the eye. Within minutes, only Swingman and the first warrior team leader were left standing. Shivering at the memory, Swingman explained they knew instantly they couldn't win. Without a single word, they ran in opposite directions. Fleeing was their only choice. Hey guys, quick heads up. Uploads might slow down for a bit because I have been pretty sick. The doctor is trying to treat me without surgery since it is a dangerous procedure. Please send some good vibes so I can recover without any operations. Swingman shudders, visibly rattled. His shoulders slump under a heavy weight, and his voice drops to a somber murmur as he begins to speak. His eyes stare blankly at the floor. He is completely trapped in a dark memory. We knew instantly we could not win, so without a single word, we just scattered. Running was our only choice. I do not know what happened to First Warrior because I never looked back. I just ran. He clenches his fists, trying to crush his own guilt. The heavy silence that follows is thick with pure tension. Talk about a depressing story. This is a grim tale of failure and absolute massacre. Yang Qiwan stands with his arms crossed, squinting with deep skepticism as he tilts his head and raises an eyebrow. His voice is laced with mockery. He drawls slowly, asking Swingman if he is absolutely sure it was really Black Scythe. Swingman blinks, his face tightening in shock. He demands to know what that means, his voice rising an octave. Is he calling him a liar? Yang Qiwan shrugs casually, playing innocent, but a sharp glint flashes in his eyes. He leans forward slightly, a smirk barely hidden on his face, as he speaks with cold indifference. Perhaps Swingman killed the other apostles himself, just playing the role of the tragic survivor. Swingman recoils as if slapped, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Why would he murder his own comrades? What could he possibly gain? His voice cracks, raw with disbelief and perhaps some hidden terror. The Spaniard, silent until now, steps forward with a furrowed brow. He looks Yang Chuan dead in the eye and speaks up. He insists Swingman has no reason to betray them. Sure, he is reckless, but no traitor. Yang Qiwan merely narrows his eyes. He points a finger at Swingman like a prosecutor, his voice rising as his anger starts to flare. He demands to know why Swingman attacked Black Scythe completely alone instead of waiting. Is that not incredibly suspicious? Was he out of his mind? Why not just stall until they arrived? Swingman answers almost instantly. His trembling voice struggles to defend his actions. He claims he wanted to, but First Warrior insisted it was not necessary. Yang Qiwan's eyes narrow further, his lips curling in pure contempt as he fires back with intense suspicion. He demands to know why Swingman even returned to the slaughter. Swingman hesitates for a split second. He looks down, then glares back up with a face full of forced conviction. He claims he hoped First Warrior was somehow still alive, and worried the others were in danger. Yang Qiwan scoffs, crossing his arms with a bitter sneer. So the coward who abandoned his team suddenly cares about their safety? It makes zero sense. You can practically feel the tension in the room thickening after that burn. Yet, despite the mockery, Swingman's panic feels real. John Delgado steps forward now, looking completely calm and calculating. He looks between both men before speaking in a carefully measured tone. He points out that the story fits. The Black Scythe he encountered also used a whip-like scythe. The details align perfectly. Yang Qiwan grumbles under his breath but stops arguing. Still, his suspicious glare never leaves Swingman for a single second. John asks for confirmation. Were First Warrior and his team wiped out without even putting up a fight? Swingman speaks quietly, his shoulders slumping. He admits that is likely true, though he knows nothing of the other team. Dark Soul steps forward, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. His voice is quiet, heavy with deep regret. He notes that with their real names, they could track their status. The Spaniard winces, looking highly apologetic. He confesses he did not think of that. He avoided asking to protect their privacy, admitting it was his mistake. Dark Soul nods slightly, but disappointment lingers on his face as he mutters that it does not matter now. If they are not responding, they are likely dead, especially given Swingman's story. John grimly agrees with a heavy sigh. It is incredibly hard to accept, but reality does not wait. Even young Chiwon has to face this brutal truth. He exhales sharply in pure frustration, muttering a bitter curse under his breath. They went from 12 apostles to 5 in an instant. The Spaniard solemnly notes they lost 7 members in a flash. They did not even catch a glimpse of the enemy's face. The Spaniard asks what their next move is, and John responds with sudden urgency. They must escape Korea immediately. Black Scythe could still be hunting them nearby, and Dark Soul fears they might be next. Young Chiwon scowls at the thought of leaving Korea empty-handed. But the Spaniard does not back down. John nods with a firm look, knowing Black Scythe's real strength is a start. So let's head back and plan. Dark Soul agrees, adding that survival is the priority for the 5 of them if they want a future. They have to leave Korea before Black Scythe arrives. Young Chiwon clicks his tongue in annoyance, though he knows they're right. His shoulders slump in defeat. John glances toward the exit time is ticking, so let's move. Young Chiwon turns without a word, walking slow and steady. The others follow him, some glancing back while others stare straight ahead. Bringing up the rear is Swingman, or at least, the person they all think is Swingman. Behind the mask, Ryu smirks to himself. They really think he is Swingman, but the real assassin is long dead, cold and forgotten. Ryu stole his identity using the dead man's mask, creating a disguise so perfect it easily tricks their sharpest instincts. Face, skin, voice, even his clothes, copied down to the very last detail. Nobody suspects a thing except young Chiwon, who is sharp as a blade. Ryu realizes that the man's suspicion is totally real. As the kingpin of the criminal underworld, his instincts are clearly sharper than expected, or maybe he just always hated Swingman. Either way, it doesn't matter. The plan worked, and Ryu has earned their trust. Well, enough of it anyway. Now, as one of the 12 apostles, he holds the power to shape their entire future. He needs to attend this strategy meeting and steer the entire situation exactly how he wants. Sneaking in was a necessary step, he thinks. They really think forming a little group to fight him will work? Hilarious. He will use every single one of them, and when he's finished, he will throw them away. None of the apostles notice his smirk as they walk. Talk about a group of lambs walking right next to a literal predator, but they will soon. Inside their log cabin, the heavy tension is a stark contrast to the warm glow of the fireplace. Outside, a gloomy gray sky hangs low, casting deep shadows against the wooden walls. Inside, 5 figures sit huddled around a rough wooden table, each lost in their own silent, miserable thoughts. For 30 minutes, they have been running in circles, and still, nobody has come up with a real solution. Spaniard finally breaks the silence. His furrowed brows and drumming fingers show his inner panic as he speaks in a low, tense voice. Black Scythe killed 7 of our apostles, so we must get revenge. But if 7 of us couldn't defeat him, brute force is obviously not an option. Young Chiwon scoffs, leaning in with narrowing eyes. So what? We just surrender? Spaniard shakes his head slowly, his voice calm, though tired exhaustion clings to every single word. No, we don't need to surrender. Black Scythe doesn't even know we exist, so we just stay out of his way. Dark Soul leans forward, disbelief written all over his pale face. Are you seriously suggesting we just give up? Spaniard nods silently in response. Dark Soul slams a fist against the wooden table, the sharp crack echoing through the room. How can we give up without even trying? We should attempt an assassination, Spaniard sighs. That is exactly how we ended up in this mess. Dark Soul shoots back, pointing a thumb at his chest. Just lure him to a sniping spot. I will blow his brains out. He leans back smugly, folding his arms, but young Chiwon is incredibly quick to deflate that boast. So, you want us to act as bait? Dark Soul shrugs, claiming it is the only way to eliminate Black Scythe. Young Chiwon snaps back, asking what happens if it fails and they die. Dark Soul replies that only the bait dies. You will be sitting safely 2 kilometers away, so don't worry. My sniping is flawless. Young Chiwon replies with an icy tone. Ouch. If your skills are so flawless, Why didn't you even crack the top 3? You can practically feel the awkward silence here. He mumbles that it was only because of the monsters, averting his gaze. Yang Chi-wan's voice softens briefly with sarcastic understanding. He notes that being great at assassination doesn't automatically mean you are good at hunting monsters. Dark Soul gives a faint nod of gratitude, but Yang Chi-wan's voice instantly snaps back to cold steel. That doesn't mean they'll entrust everything to him. He is not willing to be bait. Spaniard raises a hand to de-escalate. Enough. There is too much heat and not enough progress, as tension hangs in the air like smoke. Spaniard strokes his beard, thinking, what if they bring in outsiders? Like those two who always make the top 3, the Heavenly Demon and the Dumb Fools? Spaniard stroked his beard thoughtfully before speaking. What if we bring in those 2 powerhouse outsiders who always rank in the top 3, the Heavenly Demon and that Dumb Fool? John Delgado, who had been dead silent until now, raised an eyebrow. You mean ally with them? Spaniard nodded, and John Delgado agreed they needed more power, but asked how they would even find them. We do not know their faces or nationalities, only their nicknames. Spaniard felt his brief flash of hope wither away as he leaned back with a heavy sigh. Silence filled the room again until Yang Chi-wen tapped his finger rhythmically against the table. With distant eyes, he murmured that in a head-on clash, they stood not a single chance. We must rely on assassination, which perked up Dark Soul, who clearly believed his master plan was back in play. In that case, my method. Yang Chi-wen cut him off, glaring. Sniping is far too risky, but there is a much better way. He leaned in, eyes gleaming, and asked when a player is most vulnerable. Dead silence followed, before John Delgado hesitantly spoke up. When they enter the other world? Yang Chi-wen nodded. Exactly. They are unconscious and totally defenseless. That's why we wait in safe zones. But get this, what if we strike then? Break into Black Scythe's house and end him in his sleep? Dark Soul's eyes lit up immediately. That would make this whole thing so much easier. Yang Chi-wen agreed. It definitely would. And since I have underworld subordinates, they can handle the hit. The plan was sinister, but highly effective. The others murmured in agreement until Spaniard raised the one critical point, admitting the plan was indeed solid. But how do we find where Black Scythe lives? That question sucked all energy out of the room, leaving even Yang Chi-wen speechless. After a tense pause, he admitted it was a major problem. As they sank back into troubled silence, Ryu Min, disguised as Swingman, watched carefully. The perfect opportunity had finally arrived. Slowly, he raised his hand and spoke up in a calm, composed tone, saying he might be able to help. 4 pairs of eyes instantly turned toward him. Ryu Min continued, stating he had a trustworthy assassin as an acquaintance. If anyone can shadow Black Scythe without getting caught, it is him. Hearing this, Yang Chi-wen narrowed his eyes suspiciously. An assassin? What is his name? Shrugging, Ryu Min replied, Jeffrey, but his nickname is Jeffy. Yang Chi-wen asked if he was famous. Ryu Min answered plainly, no, he is unranked. But as long as the money is right, he will do anything. Truly perfect for tailing. Another apostle frowned and muttered that bringing in some random outsider seemed highly unreliable. Ryu Min casually waved off their concerns. Despite Ryu Min's assurances, most of the apostles exchanged highly skeptical glances. All of them except Yang Chi-wen, who smirked and noted that unexpectedly, the curry man was actually being useful. An assassin? Let us hire him. When someone protested about him being an outsider, Yang Chi-wen just replied coldly, exactly because he is an outsider. It is better if things go sideways. We can easily cut ties. We hire him, let him do the work, and then throw him away. The others murmured, considering it as Yang Chi-wen's expression hardened with determination. His mind was already made up. If this plan succeeded, all the glory and credit would be his alone. After a brief pause, Spaniard finally nodded, agreeing they should go ahead with Yang Chi-wen's underhanded plan. Before round 12 kicks off, we will use Swingman's hired assassin to locate exactly where Black Scythe is hiding. On December 1st, we will assassinate him using the underworld while he sleeps. If anyone has a better plan, speak up now. Dead silence. As everyone mulled it over, a hand unexpectedly went up. It was Ryu Min. Spaniard asked, yes? Swingman? Do you have another suggestion? Ryu Min said in a steady tone, I do not oppose Yang Chi-wen's plan, but we need a backup in case it fails. A backup? Ryu Min nodded. Yes, just in case things do not go as planned. Black Scythe might still be breathing in round 12. If so, we need an alternative ready, John Delgado inquired, sounding quite intrigued. What kind of alternative? Ryu Min folded his arms. Look, Everyone wants to kill Black Scythe. But what if we think completely outside the box? What if we turn him into an ally? Spaniard echoed the words in utter disbelief. An ally? Ryumin continued. Honestly, it is pointless to compete with Black Scythe. He already slaughtered 7 top rankers from powerful countries, and even John Delgado admits all 12 apostles together could not defeat him. Do you honestly think we stand a chance? I do not. John Delgado roared, slamming the table as his face turned crimson. Swingman. What total nonsense are you spouting? Are you suggesting we surrender to that complete bastard? Ryumin replied calmly. We are not surrendering. As Spaniard noted, Black Scythe has no clue we exist, John Delgado growled. Then what is the difference? Ryumin asked. Hear me out. I am not suggesting we fully ally with him, just a temporary truce. Spaniard raised an eyebrow, repeating, a truce? Ryumin explained. There is a saying to keep your enemies close. First, we get close to Black Scythe, then betray him later. That will boost our assassination success rate, Spaniard muttered, thoughtfully stroking his chin. Ryumin nods, confirming they want to build trust just to betray him, while the other apostles exchange looks as the mood shifts. The more they think it over, the more realistic it actually sounds, except for John Delgado, who is still absolutely seething with rage. His voice rises as he asks how they can ally with a target they should kill immediately. Ryumin clarifies that it is not a real alliance, just a temporary truce to gain an advantage later. The Spaniard nods thoughtfully, agreeing with the plan. Yang Chuan agrees that Swingman's plan is a solid fallback option if his own strategy fails, calling it a pretty reasonable backup. The room nods in agreement, except for John Delgado, knowing they cannot face the Black Scythe head-on. Since betrayal is their only option, the Spaniard asks if anyone besides John Delgado opposes Swingman's plan. Not a single hand goes up, so the Spaniard declares they will adopt Swingman's plan if Yang Qiwan's idea fails. Now they must discuss how to approach the Black Scythe. Ryumin raises his hand again, insisting they must switch to his backup plan the second Yang Qiwan's fails. Here is the major catch: some random stranger approaching the Black Scythe is going to instantly raise massive red flags. They need a familiar face, and luckily, one person in this room already has a history with the guy. Every single eye turns to one person as John Delgado points to himself in absolute disbelief, asking if they want him to do it. Ryumin calmly nods. Yes. That makes John Delgado scream in disbelief, asking if he has lost his mind. John Delgado stares in disbelief, asking if Ryumin forgot how badly he suffered in the 11th round. But Ryumin has a reason. Ryumin explains that John Delgado is the only one who knows the Black Scythe's face, making a fake apology the perfect cover. Naturally? No way. Not after getting mutilated and chased off. John Delgado warns it will look incredibly suspicious, but Ryumin calmly tells him he just has to sound sincere. He needs to act repentant and apologize, which Ryumin says is still better than sending a complete stranger. John Delgado desperately turns to the others, arguing that is just one opinion, but the reactions are not what he hoped. One apostle nods, agreeing it is a better option, while the Spaniard notes that even a bad connection is still a starting point. Remorse might actually work. It could turn him into an ally. Yang Qiwan also agrees, prompting the Spaniard to declare that, by unanimous decision, John Delgado will be the one to go. John Delgado screams internally, furious at this so-called unanimous decision when he never agreed. Suddenly, the truth hits him, and he realizes they are just too terrified to step up and need a scapegoat. If the plan to backstab the Black Scythe blows up, he will be the fall guy, filling his eyes with cold fury. Damn bastards. John Delgado glares at one specific person, knowing this is all because of him. The one who orchestrated this entire trap and backed him into a corner is none other than Ryumin. John Delgado vows to murder him the moment the 12th round starts, but Ryumin just smirks inwardly from across the room. Good luck trying to hunt down a dead man as their assassination plot swings directly into action. A man stands before the 5 apostles with a polite bow, looking calm and confident while speaking in a smooth, businesslike tone. Introducing himself as Jeffrey, he explains that he is a level 48 assassin. Hailing or killing? He can do both. He tells them to just leave the job to him. Leaning forward with narrowed eyes, the Spaniard asks if Swingman explained the job, and Jeffrey nods with a faint smile. Jeffrey shrugs, explaining his mission is to stalk the CPF leader in Korea and pinpoint his home, prompting the Spaniard to ask if he can really pull it off. That is actually easy, since he already located the station the target frequents, so he just has to wait. But then he pauses, letting the heavy weight of his next words linger in the room. He demands upfront payment to start tracking immediately, making the Spaniard chuckle and ask how much it is going to cost. Jeffrey demands 10,000 points up front and another 10,000 upon completion, totaling 20,000 points, making the apostles exchange glances. Trading points is allowed, so it is not a shock, but that massive amount still stirs up the room. One of them complains that 20,000 points is too steep, but another argues it is doable if they all pitch in. A third, apostle, nods, suggesting they have no choice but to chip in 2,000 points each for the down payment. While everyone agrees, John Delgado sits in complete silence, his brow heavily furrowed in deep suspicion. John Delgado slowly questions him, staring closely. Big thanks to our awesome supporter who helped fund the channel in the last video. Before we start, hit that subscribe button. Back in the room, John Delgado asked slowly, eyeing the mysterious assassin closely. So you go by Jeffrey? The assassin nodded calmly. John Delgado narrowed his eyes, asking where this white guy was originally from. I am from the United States, Jeffrey replied. John Delgado frowned, wondering how an American knew Swingman, who was Indian. Jeffrey stayed completely unbothered, replying that he never judges clients by their country. He only follows the money. Although the question was a surprise, Jeffrey did not stumble. Ryu Min had already prepared him for this exact interrogation. John Delgado kept pressing, noting that Jeffrey seemed pretty experienced. Jeffrey agreed, saying there are always clients looking for contract killers, whether they are normal humans or players. You are supposedly famous, yet I have never heard of you. As an American, Jeffrey smoothly pointed out that no one openly advertises this kind of illegal contract work. Realizing he was hitting a brick wall, John Delgado turned his sharp gaze toward Ryu Min, demanding to know why he hired this assassin. Ryu Min replied with a cold tone, stating he simply needed someone followed for personal reasons. That is how he met Jeffrey, sharply asking if that answer was finally enough to satisfy John Delgado. John Delgado clenched his jaw in frustration but stayed quiet. With no real reason to argue, he sat back in silence. Attempting to clear the heavy air, Spaniard clapped his hands with a grin, declaring that Jeffrey seemed experienced enough to trust. Spaniard said they needed a quick job, and Jeffrey smiled confidently, telling them there was no need to worry. In a split second, Jeffrey activated his high-level invisibility skill, vanishing into thin air without leaving a single trace behind. One of the apostles suggested they wait for the assassin to deliver, while another nodded in agreement. The group smiled with satisfaction, but John Delgado was the lone exception, his worried face showing clear doubt. 1 week before the next round, Jeffrey reached out. Swingman shouted to the group that the assassin had returned. Now, check this out. Jeffrey successfully tracked down the Black Scythe's hideout, making Spaniard's face light up with pure joy. This was massive news, and the apostles rejoiced, but John Delgado's face remained incredibly tense. Still highly suspicious, John Delgado asked if this information was truly reliable. Did he confirm the Black Scythe is actually inside? Swingman nodded, playing the footage Jeffrey sent as they gathered around. On screen, a figure in a white mask walked out of a villa, and Swingman identified him immediately. That unique mask proved it was definitely the same Black Scythe who had brutally attacked them before. Since Swingman was the only one who had seen the real Black Scythe, doubting it now was just too risky. John Delgado pressed him once more, but Swingman stood firm, declaring he would stake his own life on it. That bold claim silenced everyone. One apostle laughed, celebrating that they had finally located the Black Scythe's secret lair. Another chimed in, saying all that was left was to carry out the assassination. Dark Soul cracked his knuckles and bragged that he would put a bullet through the target with his elite sniping. But Yang Chuiwen glared at him, warning him to back off since they already agreed to follow his specific plan. He told him to wait until the 12th round, but Dark Soul scowled, questioning why they should wait at all. Dark Soul argued a quick snipe would do, but Yang Chuiwen snapped back, calling him an idiot if he failed. The Black Scythe would just find a new hideout and ruin everything. Spaniard agreed, telling Dark Soul to listen. They needed to stick to Yang Chuen's strategy since they only had to wait for one single week. Dark Soul sighed and backed away, while Yang Chuen spoke up with a voice full of chilling certainty. He declared he would prepare the Black Society members to slit the target's throat, prompting Spaniard to issue his orders. Spaniard instructed Yang Chuen to get his men into Korea by December 1st so they could strike right at midnight. Yang Chuen gave a confident nod, and the apostles smirked with immense satisfaction, completely clueless about the truth. But here is the twist: that house is a trap set by Ryu Min, meaning their plan is already dead. Every single angel knew that 7 archangels ruled over the entire heaven. Recently, though, word spread that their number dropped to 6, following the mysterious death of Remiel. Yet the truth behind who killed Remiel remained a closely guarded secret. One of the archangels spoke with a solemn face. Calling it a grave crisis, another archangel furrowed his brow as they gathered together for the first time in ages. Normally, Uriel, ranked 4th, spoke in a grave tone. This is unprecedented. The 7 archangels who kept order for hundreds of years are down to 6. This is incredibly serious, the second-ranked Gabriel said, his eyes burning with an intense, quiet fury. I agree, another added. Our once unshakable reputation is completely tanking right now. We have to act. Michael, the top-ranked archangel, sat there quietly, typically calm and completely detached. He finally broke his silence, asking what they should do. One archangel clenched his fists in pure rage, demanding they hunt down and slaughter the vile worm who killed Remiel. Another chimed in, his white wings bristling with anger. Yes, we should drag him up here and skin him alive before everyone. Nearly all the archangels agreed. The Black Scythe, this mysterious human player, had to face a brutal, highly public punishment. But Michael's expression tightened as he realized how incredibly troublesome this situation actually was. Dragging a key player like the Black Scythe to heaven would instantly disqualify him from the entire survival game. He would end up as an outsider, completely cut from the matches, unable to return to Earth or join future rounds. To the rest of the angels, that meant nothing at all. They only cared about revenge, but for Michael, it actually mattered. He quietly told himself that to become God, he critically needed Black Scythe to win this game. Now get this, Michael literally has to protect the guy at all costs, at least until round 20. The real issue was doing that while the others demanded blood, especially Ragwell, the 5th-ranked Archangel of Justice. Ragwell spoke up, his voice firm and totally unyielding, asking Michael for the chance to drag that vile Black Scythe back for judgment. Michael frowned internally. He knew Ragwell's temper well. If he confronted the Black Scythe, he wouldn't hold back at all. He would prosta de Blair apart and bring a corpse back to heaven. That simply could not happen. Michael knew he couldn't send Ragwell, thinking it might be better to go himself. But if he went and failed to catch him, the blame would fall entirely on his shoulders. He had to send someone, preferably someone the Black Scythe could actually manage to defeat. Michael swept his gaze across the council, his eyes eventually landing on the only archangel who had stayed silent the entire time. It was Sariel, the 6th-ranked Archangel of Death. Michael figured that as the one closest in rank to Remiel, he was the perfect choice. But then his thoughts darkened, realizing Sariel is a pretty direct counter to the Reaper class. A mortal Reaper's shadows can never hope to overcome the overwhelming darkness of the Archangel of Death. A simple human using dark energy cannot match that power. The Black Scythe will likely fail and get captured. Yet, Ragwell still cannot go. Seriously, if Ragwell fights at full strength, Black Scythe has zero chance of survival. Michael sighed inwardly, realizing his options were incredibly tight. Anyone ranked 5th or 6th was already way too dangerous for the boy to handle. The higher-ranked ones were out of the question. But if he suggested sending lower-rank angels, the others would immediately revolt. Since the Black Scythe had managed to take down the 7th-ranked Remiel, he was clearly far beyond any normal human player. He kept wondering who he could possibly send that the kid could actually beat. Meanwhile, the room buzzed with growing tension. We must capture that human right now, Gabriel yelled out. Even if we have to open a massive dimensional gate. But opening a portal before a round starts demands a massive price. There is really no need to rush. Ragwell snapped back. So, Gabriel asked calmly, are we just supposed to let that worm run around free? Just wait for round 12. Ragwell answered. I understand your anger, but we have to stay rational. Weigh the options carefully, Ragwell said, stepping forward. Let me be the one who goes down in round 12. I will bring him in and restore our sacred dignity, Ragwell declared. Before Michael's thunderous voice cut right through the heated room. No. The room went silent. Ragwell demanded to know why, but Michael coldly said he had completely lost his composure. Sariel is far better suited for this because he is calm. But Ragwell raised his sword, arguing that he could do it too. He could execute him with his sword of judgment, but Michael cut him off, pointing out how incredibly agitated Ragwell looked. Ragwell fell silent, narrowing his eyes. Standing tall, Michael declared that his decision was final. Sariel was the only proper choice for hunting down the Black Scythe. There is simply no reason for an archangel of your high rank to get involved with a mere mortal. Another angel muttered in agreement. That was true. Since Michael was the supreme leader, the other archangels had no choice but to obey his final decision. Michael told himself that if they had to send an archangel, Serial was their only real choice, at least that human might actually stand a chance against him. He then turned to the silent figure sitting at the edge of the grand hall. Michael asked Serial if he could handle this mission, and the Death Angel turned his cold, expressionless face, speaking in a soft, haunting voice. Of course, Michael. Catching a mere human is not a difficult task at all, the cold angel quietly declared. With that, the decision is made. Serial will cross over to the other dimension when the 12th round starts and drag the Black Scythe back. Keep him alive so he can face judgment in heaven, Michael commands. Serial asks if that is all, making the Archangel hesitate. Try to bring him back completely unharmed. It won't be easy. A strange light flashes in Serial's eyes as his long eyebrows twitch, and he replies with creepy confidence that he will definitely bring him back without a single scratch. Michael's stomach knots with worry as he realizes this is not at all what he wanted. He originally wanted to this, but his warning only makes Serial more obsessed with completing the mission flawlessly. Meanwhile, Ryu Min is setting his trap. He is completely sure his enemies will walk right into it. Heaven's conspiracy and the plot to kill the Black Scythe are now completely tangled. This is the moment Ryu Min's trap is about to set off a massive chain reaction that will shake Heaven to its core. Big shout out to the awesome friend who supported our channel in the last video. Before we get started, please hit like, subscribe, and support. See, at the end of every month, players get way more paranoid. Once they cross over to the other world, their physical bodies are left completely defenseless. Aside from a solid safe house, nothing guards their sleeping bodies. It is no different tonight. With just 30 minutes left until midnight on December 1st, Jiang Qin, a junior thug, scratches his head and looks up at his senior, asking why they cannot just hire normal bodyguards. Without hesitation, a brutal slap smacks him right on the back of his head. The senior glares, growling that even bodyguards are being paid to assassinate players now. You idiot. Do you really not know you can never trust anyone right now? Jiang Qin rubs his head, laughing awkwardly. The senior sighs, muttering that trusting people way too easily is always going to be his downfall. Jiang Qin nods, his eyes widening as it finally clicks, realizing why a monster like Black Scythe has no bodyguards. Exactly, because no matter how strong you are, if someone slits your throat while sleeping, it is over. Who would actually want someone lurking around in that situation? Jiang Qin asks, pointing at a building far away. But looking at it, is that villa not way too shabby? It looks ancient and super easy to breach. Every player hunts for high security, so he probably figured a shabby place would attract less attention. Jiang Qin says admiringly. The senior nods, admitting that makes sense, while Jiang Qin praises his senior's brilliant insight. A small smirk creeps onto the senior's face anyway, telling the kid to stop with the cheap flattery. Did he really think that would make him like him more? Still, he trusted his naive junior because of it. The kid's knife skills are top tier, and sometimes his whining is almost cute. Jiang Qin groans, stretching his legs, asking how much longer they have to wait. He complains they have already been sitting there for an hour. The senior rolls his eyes, telling him to shut up and wait quietly instead of whining like an idiot. With that, he immediately takes back any thought of his junior being even remotely cute. Whenever the kid acts up like this, his hand instinctively wants to smack him again. But right at that moment, the senior looks back at his squad from the Black Society crouching low all around them. They have 5 men in total, plenty of backup for a stealthy ambush. Though honestly, only one person is needed to slit a throat. Checking his watch, the senior tells them to wait. With 25 minutes left until midnight, another thug shifts, complaining his legs are numb but he will endure it. They remind him of the fat bonus waiting after the job, and the senior grins, telling them not to worry. Their boss always pays up. Smirking, the crew settles in, waiting quietly for the clock to strike midnight. But wait for it, the moment finally arrives. One of them points, whispering that the lights went out. The villa lights, shining bright all evening, suddenly go completely dark. It is exactly 5 minutes before midnight. The senior narrows his eyes, whispering that their target is preparing to cross over. They already know his exact room. They got this crucial intel directly from Yang Chiwen, and they had even confirmed it with their own eyes, watching the target open his window earlier that evening. One of the men starts to stand, asking if they should make their move. The senior snaps, asking if he wants to die, since the boss ordered them to move exactly at midnight. Exactly at midnight, the senior nods, because the time players fall into their deep sleep is highly precise. Moving then is perfect, and they do not even need to be quiet. Even a bomb next to him won't wake him. Checking his watch, Jiang Qin notes it is exactly midnight. Smiling, the senior orders the squad to move out. Now check this out before the senior can finish. His eyes widen in shock. Jiang Chen is already in motion, tearing through his comrades' throats one by one while muffling their desperate screams. The senior reaches for his weapon, cursing, but Jiang Chen strikes first, slicing his sharp blade right across his belly. The senior gasps, doubling over. He collapses, stabbed dozens of times as his blood completely pools on the cold dirt. He stares up at Jiang Chen in sheer disbelief, his fading eyes filled with a single question. Why? Jiang Chen looks down, his voice completely cold, telling him not to stare because he serves a different master. He looks down at the twitching body, then glances around calmly. 4 fresh corpses now lay soaking in blood at his feet. Sheathing his blade, Jiang Chen whispers that it is time to head back. The bloody night is far from over. Casting one last look at the villa, Jiang Chen turned and walked away in the opposite direction. The moment Ryu Min opened his eyes to that familiar monochrome space, he knew the 12th round had begun. He stood still for a few moments, checking his senses and waiting to see if anything went wrong. His body was entirely intact. This meant Jiang Chen had killed his comrades right on schedule. Ryu Min smirked to himself. The guy was pretty useful, or rather, Yamti's ability was. It wasn't hard to ruin Yang Ji-Wen's scheme. All Ryu Min had to do was hijack the mind of a Black Society member coming into Korea and force him to betray them. Ryu Min noted that showing himself at the villa as proof left them with no option but to buy his alibi. In reality, Ryu Min only stayed there long enough to make the illusion convincing, even telling his younger brother Ryu Won he would be away for a week. Ryu Min added that while this move made him look like he had a secret girlfriend, it really did not matter as long as he kept Ryu Won safe. He even fake moved his official address to that villa. That way, his brother remained safe. Even if enemies targeted the Black Scythe for payback, they would hit an empty house. That villa belonged to the late Yak, Ryu Min noted, and that was not his only order to Jiang Chen. By now, the traitor who butchered his own comrades should already be heading back to China to finish Yamti's final directive: wipe out the rest of the Black Society. Ryu Min smirked. Since they are allies, getting close to kill them will be easy. Most of their members will be dead before this round even concludes. Yang Ji-Wen will not realize a thing until it is far too late. When the round wraps up and he wakes up in reality, his entire syndicate will be slaughtered. Ryu Min can already picture his explosive fury. Imagine waking up to that. Your operation is ruined, your men are dead, and you are left holding nothing but failure. And all Ryu Min had to do was plant the seed and watch. He grinned. Why poke a sleeping lion? With a smirk on his face and his arms crossed, Ryu Min stood silently scanning the massive crowd of players. He did not need to speak his dark thoughts out loud. With Yang Ji-Wen's scheme completely ruined, everyone would be forced to submit to Ryu Min's strategy instead. Ryu Min's eyes narrowed. By now, John Delgado must have noticed that the Black Scythe was still alive. He was still breathing, obviously. Ryu Min could easily picture John Delgado grinding his teeth in frustration, completely dreading having to apologize to his bitterest rival. Would John Delgado actually swallow his pride now? The odds of that were pretty slim, but Ryu Min decided to wait. Sure enough, footsteps approached. He turned expecting John Delgado, but instead found a highly familiar face as a cheerful voice called out his alias, Black Scythe. It was Minjuri, walking up with a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled with the familiar, vibrant energy of a truly reliable ally. She said it was great to see him, but Ryu Min just raised a flat eyebrow. She put her hands on her hips in mock outrage, complaining that 2 months felt like way too long. Only 2 months? To her, it felt like years since they last teamed up in the 10th round before his prophecy split them up in the 11th. Minjuri grinned and asked if she could join his party this time. She promised her buffs would be useful, but Ryu Min kept his tone perfectly neutral and feigned ignorance about any party. Realizing she might have said too much, she laughed awkwardly and quickly claimed she was just speaking generally in case a party mission popped up. Her clumsy laugh made him smirk inside. We can all see she relies heavily on his game knowledge, right? He knew she was right. This next round definitely required forming tight, 5-player parties to survive. He already had a solid squad in mind, and Minjuri was an easy lock. He gave her a small nod. He promised to bring her along since buffers are highly useful, causing her eyes to light up with pure gratitude. She eagerly promised to buff him whenever he needed. But their conversation was cut short as another group approached. Ryu Min turned around, expecting John Delgado, but instead saw Seo Arin, Ma Gyung-rak, and An Sang-cheol walking over. Seo Arin waved cheerfully, greeting the Black Scythe, while Ma Gyung-rak and An Sang-cheol merely offered stiff, quiet nods. They weren't happy to see him. After all, they earned 0 points last round, partly because of him, though it wasn't entirely his fault. Ryumin greeted Minjuri with a nod. Then turning to face the rest of the group, he greeted Seo Arin, On Sang-cheol, and the Heavenly Demon. A few dry greetings were exchanged, but heavy tension remained. Ryumin noticed Ma Gyeongrok staring at her, likely recalling how powerful her supportive buffs truly are. Huge thanks to our generous supporter who helped fund the channel in our last video. Before we jump in, remember to like, subscribe, and support. Right then, Ryumin noticed Manhwa staring intently at Minjuri. He is totally sizing her up, Ryumin realizes, knowing the guy probably witnessed her incredible buffs firsthand in earlier rounds. Minjuri tilts her head, asking why the three of them always stay so close. Seo Aaron smiles and confirms they are in a party, prompting Minjuri to ask if they started together. Seo Aaron agrees, but despite keeping her tone warm and friendly, she quietly takes a step back from her teammates without them even noticing. Their minds are fixed on stealing Minjuri away from Black Scythe. Suddenly, Manhwa flashes a slick grin and asks where she lives. Caught completely off guard by the sudden personal question, Minjuri can only blink in pure confusion. Cautiously, she mentions she lives in Seoul. Manhwa immediately presses her for details, asking which neighborhood she is in. He casually replies that Yeonhui-dong is nearby, mentioning he lives in Gangnam and offering to introduce her to his agency. Minjuri blinks, repeating the word agency, while he smirks, fully expecting to blow her mind. He brags about being the CEO of Player Place, causing her eyes to widen, though not for the reason he thinks. She is not really shocked by the sight, but that he actually runs it. Falling silent, she realizes this guy must work with Ryumin, knowing her friend is one of the original co-founders of the site. Her gut tells her to stay guarded and say as little as possible. Frowning slightly, Manhwa speaks up. He asks if she really does not know about it, so she casually replies that she has only browsed the platform a few times. He raises an eyebrow, asking why she has only browsed it instead of actually using it. He explains she can earn real cash by trading items, bragging that they are even planning to launch point trading very soon. Shrugging, she replies that she does not really have anything to buy or sell, which is completely true. More importantly, Ryumin had specifically warned her never to join Player Place, and she trusted his judgment completely without asking questions. Clicking his tongue in disappointment, Manhwa grows incredibly frustrated, cursing his bad luck. If she had registered on his site, tracking down her exact home address in Yeonhui-dong would have been incredibly easy. Now he has hit a total dead end. But hold on, because right here, a brilliant light suddenly fills the air. A brilliant, otherworldly angel appears out of nowhere, floating gracefully above the stunned players. Waving its glowing fingers, the angel welcomes the humans to the 12th round, announcing it is time for a quick head count. The number of survivors is 3,942, down by 619. And this round requires teams of 5. Dividing by 5 leaves exactly 2 people left over, sending shocked gasps through the crowd. The angel taps its chin thoughtfully, declaring everyone must form 5-player teams, and the leftover 2 will be automatically eliminated, triggering angry shouts. As people protest in pure disbelief, the angel shrugs, pointing out that forming a team quickly is a crucial survival skill. There is nothing to be done, the guide says, but everyone can feel the brutal, icy threat behind those words. Ryumin realizes grimly that this was completely calculated from the start, and 2 people are guaranteed to die. Those are the rules, the angel chirps, warning them to find a squad immediately if they do not want to die. Next up is the 12th round quest. Within seconds, a glowing interface screen materializes right in front of every survivor. Round 12. The Cave of Trials. The goal is to clear 5 deadly tests within this unified zone. Thousands of teams are registered, but 0 have cleared. Someone mutters in confusion. They wonder if the 5 trials are the exact reason they were forced to form groups of 5 in the first place. Realizing that each individual teammate has to take on a single trial, whispers begin to sweep through the panicked crowd. Hovering high with silver wings unfurled like sharp blades, the smirking angel finally addresses them. You guys are getting pretty sharp. Correct. This stage requires you to clear 5 unique trials, and a full team must take them on. Naturally, the specifics of these tests remain a total secret. Even before the guide finishes speaking, players begin scrambling instinctively. Realizing this is a mandatory team event, everyone starts panicking as quiet whispers quickly fill the dark cavern. Desperate eyes scan the crowd, looking for familiar faces. Any hesitation means risking being one of the doomed leftovers. The angel chuckles, noting that their frantic movements show true survival instincts, and praises their sudden burst of enthusiasm. While everyone desperately searches for teammates, the guide raises a hand, ordering them to pay close attention. You must have 5 members to start. You already know the drill from the 6th round. Hold hands and shout the command. Ah, looks like the first party is already set, and they all look up as if reading some invisible screen. The angel notes that teams can cross nationalities, meaning yesterday's enemy might be today's ally, or maybe the other way around. Either way, put those old grudges aside because I am turning on the universal translation feature now. Right then, a new notification flashes. The round translation feature is active. Communication with alien beings is open, completely removing all language barriers. This new magic of understanding washes over them, making foreign words sound just as clear as their native tongue. But even with this perfect understanding, plenty of players still actively avoid teaming up with other countries. Previous rounds left pretty deep scars, and suspicion still clings to everyone like a shadow while prejudices quietly simmer. The angel encourages them now that you can speak freely, go form your teams, and do not worry, since party members cannot hurt each other. Despite those reassuring words, people still stubbornly cling to their own kind. Honestly, it is kind of sad only the overlooked players drift toward foreigners, forced to cooperate just to survive. The angel lets out a pretty sinister laugh while the panicked crowd buzzes, reminding them of the quest rules. Only the first 3,940 teams to clear these trials survive, with secret criteria deciding their individual rankings. That is all. Once the teams are set, we begin. So, who will end up as the unfortunate last two? Meanwhile, Seo Aaron turns toward a lone figure standing perfectly calm amidst the chaos. With hope in her eyes, she asks Black Scythe, "Did you find a team?" Ryu Min blankly replies, "Not yet." A subtle blush creeps onto Seo Aaron's cheeks as she takes a quiet step forward, asking him with gentle anticipation, "How about making a party with me?" But Ryu Min does not reply, keeping his cold, calculating look. Even though he claims he is solo, he has already planned everything out and knows the truth of the 5 trials. The prophecy literally handed him all the answers. So, while others panic, Ryu Min is plotting his master plan. He mutters to himself while watching the madness, noting they are blindly teaming up, but he knows far better. Every trial demands a distinct skill, meaning a random team is just a fast track to failure, he notes, glancing around. Out of everyone, only Minjuri has an essential role, while the rest are completely replaceable, Ryu Min notes. Besides, Ma Gyeongrok and An Angchal would never join him anyway since they still hold a major grudge over Christine. That emotional rift is just too wide to fix. But then Minjuri, bubbly as ever, smiles and looks around. "Since there are 5 of us, why not form a party?" Ryu Min turns to her with a rare nod. "Minjuri, let us party." Her eyes light up with pure joy, but man, you can practically hear Seo Aaron's heart shatter. Everything she hoped for is slipping away fast, so Song Cha gently nudges her. "Aaron, let us go find another group." She does not budge, her eyes silently locked on Ryu Min, searching for answers, right when Christine suddenly appears. Her golden hair catches the light as she cautiously walks over, softly saying, "Black Scythe, so you are here." But she quickly freezes upon noticing someone else, eyes widening in shock to see her own fiancé standing right there. "Heavenly Demon, is that actually you?" Ma Gyeongrok raises an eyebrow, greeting his fiancé with a pretty dry smile. Quite a first meeting, right? He carefully avoids saying her name with Ryu Min standing right next to them. Christine gets it instantly, masking her shock with a polite smile while admitting she never expected to run into the Heavenly Demon. He agrees, and thanks to the universal translation trait, their conversation is perfectly smooth as he asks if she wanted Black Scythe. Flustered, Christine nods quickly, "Yes, but do not get the wrong idea." She waves her hand to quickly brush off any drama. And Heavenly Demon responds with a thin smile, "I do not misunderstand. It is only natural to team up with the very person who saved your life. I feel the same way. The problem is," he sighs, looking toward Ryu Min, "Black Scythe does not seem to want us on his team." Christine turns to him, a spark of hope in her eyes. But Ryu Min flatly rejects her. "I already chose Minjuri. I am absolutely not accepting anyone else." Hearing this, the hope completely drains from her eyes as she stands frozen, speechless. She stands there looking completely crushed after a gentle yet unmistakable rejection, when suddenly a cheerful voice calls out to Black Scythe. Huge shout out to our generous supporter who backed the channel in the last video. And before we start, do not forget to like, subscribe, and support us. Christine turned to him with hope flickering in her eyes, asking if it was true. Ryumin said flatly, I have already decided to party with Min Jury, and I am not accepting anyone else. The light in her eyes completely faded. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. She looked like she had just been gently but unmistakably rejected. And just when you think the drama is over, a cheerful voice yells for Black Scythe. It is Yamti, and standing right beside her was a man, Victor Zafiel, the Nigerian alchemist. Ryumin glanced over and thought to himself that it was great she brought him. Finding Victor Zafiel was easy since his distinct look stood out in this massive world. Yamti turned to him and introduced Black Scythe. Victor Zafiel's eyes instantly widened as he asked in disbelief, is it really Black Scythe? He had seen him in reality, but never without his mask. Ryu Min offered a small grin and welcomed him. Victor Zafiel blinked, laughed in total disbelief, and asked if it was really him. Black Scythe, is it really you? Ryu Min chuckled, telling him he could easily tell by the nickname. Victor Zafiel's eyes grew incredibly wide. A strange mix of laughter and tears played across his emotional face. Struggling to hold back his tears, his voice trembled heavily as he managed to say, there you finally are. I have genuinely wanted to meet you. Standing right beside Victor Zafiel was a woman who looked exactly like him. Ryu Min made a quick guess based on her floating nickname and asked if she was related to Victor Zafiel. Victor Zafiel chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck while sheepishly apologizing for the late introduction. Introducing his sister, Sophia. She stepped forward with a warm smile, full of admiration, saying it was wonderful to finally meet Black Scythe. I heard you saved my brother from that terrifying nightmare. It is a bit late, but thank you so much. Ryumin casually waved his hand, dismissing her gratitude, saying it was really nothing special. Sophia shook her head firmly, insisting that he did. Out of all the strong players, he was the only one who actively stepped up. You saved him when everyone else turned away, and that means everything to me. Victor laughed sheepishly, calling her a massive fan. She actually collects every single news article about you all the way from back in Korea. Blushing furiously, Sophia nudged him sharply in the ribs, demanding why he had to say that. Victor just grinned, teasing her back. Watching them bicker so lightheartedly brought a rare, genuine smile to Ryumin's face. It instantly reminded him of his own deep bond with Ryu-1. Nearby players quietly watching began to piece everything together. This was no random encounter. The legendary Black Scythe had saved Victor Zafiel's life, and these siblings saw him as their true hero. Victor Zafiel, still beaming, turned back to Ryu Min and asked if he was searching for a party. They asked him to team up, and honestly, we all wanted him to say yes. But Ryu Min shook his head. He explained he was partnering with someone else. Victor Zafiel's face fell slightly, but he quickly nodded, saying he understood. Neither he nor Sophia argued. They simply nodded and began walking away, looking quite disappointed. But Ryu Min stopped them, suggesting that Victor Zafiel should team up with Yamti instead. Victor Zafiel blinked in utter confusion, while Yamti, standing quietly nearby, instantly perked up upon hearing her name. She had helped him during the prior round alongside Black Scythe, making it a very natural fit, but Victor Zafiel still looked shocked. Ryu Min kept his thoughts private, knowing Victor's survival rate would skyrocket with Yamti's help. Victor Zafiel looked at Yamti and said he would be truly honored. Asking how she felt, Yamti glanced quickly at her master before enthusiastically replying that she was completely fine with it. She did not need to say more. As his slave, disobeying was never an option, yet she looked genuinely happy. Just like that, Victor Zafiel, Sophia, and Yamti teamed up to find 2 more members. Meanwhile, Ma Gyeongrok watched them. Observing Black Scythe from a distance, Ma Gyeongrok turned to his group, noting that since he was soloing, they should form their own party. Hearing this, On Sang-cheol, Christine, and Seo Rin exchanged meaningful glances. They instantly remembered Ryu Min's warnings about the 12th round. They would face 5 brutal trials, requiring a 5-person team where everyone filled a highly distinct role: a tank, melee, ranged, supporter, and summoner. This was much more than simple advice. It was a straight-up prophecy. Ryu Min had already handed them the perfect team setup. On Sang-cheol would tank, while Ma Gyeongrok played melee dealer. Christine was the supporter, Seo Rin the summoner. They fit together so perfectly. Ma Gyeongrok confidently proposed forming their party, and everyone quickly nodded in agreement. But one problem remained. Christine Craig murmured that they just needed a range dealer now. That was when they finally spotted him. A booming voice welcomed his liege. It was aged man No Gay, the theatrical leader of the Reaper Church, still playing his cringe servant of darkness persona. He bowed low before Ryu-min and spoke. He begged for the honor of joining the group. Ryu-min raised an eyebrow, replying that he appreciated the passion, but his party was already completely full. Aged man No-Ge instantly deflated, looking exactly like a guy rejected by his crush. But Ma Gyeongrock's eyes lit up. He asked the Reaper Saint to join them since they were one player short. Aged man No-Ge immediately perked up, asking if he really should join. Since they knew each other well, there was no reason to refuse. And just like that, the second perfect team was ready. Ryu-min watched from a distance, nodding because this was exactly what he wanted. Honestly, he did not care if the others lived. Christine Craig was a different story. He truly wanted her to make it through. With this setup, her chances were solid. Ryu-min quietly suggested they find the rest of their squad. Min-Juri followed in total confusion, wondering why he had even picked her. She was thankful but knew she was not very strong. Yet, Ryu-min's reasoning was actually incredibly simple. Ryu-min simply did not want Ma Gyeongrock stealing her away. He had noticed Ma Gyeongrock eyeing her for his own squad. That was plenty of reason. A few steps later, he spotted Jeffrey, Bishop, and Ju Sung-taek waiting together. The two former slaves bowed slightly. Jeffrey Bishop welcomed Ryu-min back. Min-Juri looked puzzled and asked who they were. Ryu-min casually replied that they were part of their new party. He assured her they were quiet, loyal, and good people. With the introductions over, they set off once again. Only one slot remained for a summoner. Ryu-min decided he would recruit the necromancer next. That class was vital for the subquest, and their party was nearly complete. Meanwhile, things are going horribly wrong for John Delgado as his angry curse uselessly echoes in the cold silence. He froze, staring blankly at the glowing holographic system alert. Ryu-min's exact location had just been successfully identified. The target was 501 meters away. As the tracking arrow appeared, his stomach sank. His hopes shattered. Yang Shuwen's elite squad was supposed to handle this. They were supposed to infiltrate the villa and leave behind a clean corpse. That was the plan. But Ryu-min was alive, breathing. And worse, he was closing the distance fast. John Delgado exhaled slowly, his hands trembling as he desperately wondered why they had failed. Their intel was solid and the location was confirmed. They had sent hand-picked professional assassins, yet they still somehow failed. John Delgado clenched his jaw, left with zero answers, endless questions, and the bitter taste of total humiliation. Even worse, he now had to resort to Swingman's backup plan. He had to make peace with Ryu-min, earn his trust, and join his team. The thought made him incredibly sick. How could he bow to the monster who sliced his limbs off like tree branches? How could he possibly force a smile for the beast who had left him desperately begging for mercy? The timing was just terrible. The angel's warning still rang in his ears: form a 5-man party or die. Without a team, survival was impossible. And with everyone frantically grouping up, any hesitation meant certain death. John Delgado glanced back at his loyal followers from the Despair Church. They were loyal, but too weak for these unpredictable trials. He needed real power and a balanced squad, even if it meant teaming up with the devil. Crushed by the brutal reality of survival, he swore he would never bow to that bastard unless it was his only option. Still fuming, he reflexively activated his tracking skill out of pure habit. His eyes widen, and honestly, you can feel the panic as that distance starts shrinking incredibly fast. 363 meters, 222, then 113. Another ping, 31 meters. John Delgado's eyes snapped up, and there he stood. Ryu-min, looking calm, casual, and incredibly lethal. He walked over like he was strolling through a park, waving his hand in a mocking display of friendliness and asking how John Delgado had been. His voice was smooth and amused, casually asking if his limbs were doing fine and still attached. Ryu-min mocked that it was a relief, leaving John Delgado frozen in rage and terror. This monster had utterly humiliated him twice, yet here he was, smiling and talking like they were old buddies. John Delgado wondered what kind of sick game he was playing before forcing his trembling voice to ask what he wanted. Right here? Huge shout out to the amazing supporter who helped fund our previous video. Before we get moving, remember to like, subscribe, and support us. Suddenly, John Delgado's eyes snapped up from the message. There he was, Black Scythe. Calm, casual, and dangerous, strolling over like he was in a park, not a war zone. With a mock-friendly wave of his hand, he smoothly asked John Delgado how he had been, his voice dripping with amusement. Ryu-min smirked, asking if his limbs were still attached, calling it a relief. John Delgado stood frozen, caught between rage and fear, his throat tightening over the man who had humiliated him twice. Yet here he was, smiling and chatting like an old friend. John Delgado wondered what game he was playing. John Delgado forced his voice to stay steady, asking what brought him here. Ryumin got straight to the point. He suggested forming a party. The words hit John Delgado like a slap, making him repeat it in disbelief. Ryumin calmly explained they were one member short, and he was the perfect fit. John Delgado eyed the trio behind him. 2 guys, 1 girl. Suddenly, one of them looked incredibly familiar, and the name Jeffy slipped out before he could stop. That was the scout he had hired to track down Black Scythe's secret hideout. Jeffy tilted his head with a slight frown, asking if they knew each other. John Delgado hesitated, sensing a lie. Why? The avatar's appearance was customized, but while the nickname matched, something felt totally wrong. If Black Scythe did not spot their connection, it was safer to stay quiet. Then Ryumin asked if they met before. John Delgado laughed nervously and scratched his head, claiming he must have mistaken the guy for someone else entirely. He looked back at Black Scythe, who still wore that unreadable expression and a smile that gave away nothing. He was offering a partnership, but John Delgado knew better. Logically, Black Scythe would never team up with his own spy. It really felt like he was meeting John Delgado for the first time. Forget about Jeffy for now. This sudden proposal was his focus, and joining them would bring the team count to 5. Standing in the middle of that monochrome space, John Delgado crossed his arms, weighing the massive offer laid out before him. Just moments earlier, he had been wandering aimlessly, one of the leftover players still lacking any kind of squad. With time running out, failing to join a team meant landing in the bottom 2, and everyone knew their fate: elimination. You can feel the tension here, but then comes the ultimate surprise. The infamous Black Scythe actually reached out to him, of all people. John Delgado's eyes went wide with shock. It was hard to believe the guy was making a team, let alone inviting him. John Delgado wondered why he was chosen over stronger players. A heavy chill ran down his spine. This was incredibly suspicious, and he hesitated as he stared at Black Scythe's open hand. Every instinct screamed caution, but his ambition, the secret mission he had sworn to complete, whispered a different path. This could be his only golden opportunity to get close and finally kill Ryumin for good. Slowly, John Delgado's eyes flicked to Black Scythe's face, but the man remained completely expressionless. Cold, unreadable eyes locked onto him. John Delgado finally blurted out, asking why he would team up with someone like him. He could have picked anyone. But Black Scythe's blunt reply matched his cold attitude perfectly. He just had to decide, yes or no. The heavy words fell like lead, offering zero explanation. Ryumin coldly added that he had 10 seconds to choose, making John Delgado's heart violently skip a beat. Talk about a brutal ultimatum. Ryumin starts counting down, leaving John Delgado desperately begging him to wait. Ryumin's countdown ruthlessly continued. Panic surged in John Delgado's chest as the ticking numbers weighed down like a ton of bricks. Sweat dripped from his temple. With only 3 seconds remaining, John Delgado clenched his fists and agreed to join. A faint flicker of acknowledgement passed through Ryumin's sharp eyes as he spoke. He ordered them to hold hands and recite the initiation phrase, and the 5 players linked up in a silent circle. While they chanted the words, glowing golden letters spiraled around their wrists, binding them together before a notification flashed. Party 7389 had officially formed, while other players around them frantically scrambled to secure a spot. Desperate screams filled the air as that chilling angelic voice finally made its return. The laughing angel announced that 7,880 teams had formed, leaving only 2 unlucky souls begging for salvation. The angel shouted back that they should have begged other players, not him, before bidding them goodbye. Their screams were cut short. In a sudden flash of light, 2 lives vanished, leaving only a haunting silence. Then the angel says, now that the teams are set, let's start the quest. Suddenly, the ground quakes as color returns. The monochrome void twists and tears away, revealing a brand new setting. The 5 players find themselves in a dark, foreboding cave. Jagged rocks loom around them like the ribs of some buried beast. In the damp, heavy air is thick with tension. Minjuri's voice trembles slightly as she asks where they are. But Ryumin stands at the front, quiet, firm, and completely calm. He tells them they are in the Cave of Trials. The others exchange glances, clear doubt flickering in their eyes, except for Ryumin, who steps forward without sparing them a single glance, warning everyone that they have no time to dawdle. The first team to clear the trial survives. I will lead, so follow me. Minjuri chases after him with wide eyes, shouting for him to wait so she can cast a buff, muttering a quick spell. A soft light bathes the party as her spells take hold, and Jeffrey Bishop and Ju Sung-tak hurry to keep pace. John Delgado remains frozen, watching their backs slip into the dark shadows while muttering, "Damn it. Did he really just join their party like this?" He clenches his jaw in frustration because Ryu Min hasn't spoken a single word to him since accepting. No recognition, no instructions, just pure cold disregard. He thinks to himself, is this guy crazy? Why invite him only to completely ignore him like this? He sneers inwardly, wishing he could stab Ryu Min in the back right then and there. But he knows he can't. Not yet. The system rules completely block any friendly fire for now. So, grinding his teeth, he catches up. As he catches up, a gentle voice calls out, telling John Delgado to take some buffs, and he turns to see Min Juri's glowing hands. Before he can respond, a bright light engulfs him as a sudden rush of power surges through his body. John Delgado whispers in shock, 70% stat boosts, speed, and a barrier? Talk about a completely broken skill. His jaw drops at these ridiculous boosts, but Minjuri is already hurrying ahead to catch up with the group. The cave grows darker the deeper they venture, with dancing shadows on the walls and a heavy, oppressive silence filling the space. Ryu Min walks with clear purpose, never hesitating for a second, as if he has trodden this exact path before. Scanning the terrain, Ryu Min knows there are no surprises in these early trials. He has the strategies down. Soon, they hit a dead end. Smooth stone blocks the path. As the team gathers before the wall, Jeffrey Bishop mutters in total confusion, "The path is blocked." Just as John Delgado and Min Juri catch up, glowing text flickers in the air, welcoming them to the Cave of Trials. The system announces the first trial. They must endure monster attacks for 10 minutes. Success unlocks the next trial. Failure means voting to sacrifice one member. John Delgado's brow furrows, confused about what enduring attacks actually means. More system text flashes before them. The monsters will soon invade the cave. The monsters are completely invincible and cannot be harmed. If the team survives for 10 minutes without taking heavy damage, the trial ends. But if their shared damage exceeds the set limit, they fail the trial. And if they fail, one party member will be voted out and killed. John Delgado's face turns pale. He panics, yelling that they can't even hurt the monsters, and if they take too much damage, someone dies. Yet, the others remain calm. They already knew this thanks to Ryu Min's prophecy. This trial requires a reliable tank, but their party doesn't have one. Even so, Ryu Min steps forward without a single doubt, telling everyone to get behind him. One by one, they back against the wall. John Delgado looks at them, highly uneasy, but falls in line anyway. His eyes narrow at Ryu Min's back, wondering what he is planning to do. Is he taking them on alone? Remember, these monsters are literally invincible. How can one guy possibly hold them off? But Ryu Min doesn't flinch. He stands tall in the center of the cave, completely relaxed, eyes locked forward as the system countdown echoes through the dark chamber. The monsters will appear in 10 seconds. Ryu Min simply exhales as John Delgado watches him, his own heart pounding like crazy. For the first time, he wonders what kind of terrifying monster Ryu Min actually is. He exhales, trying to calm his nerves. The cave feels like it is holding its breath, waiting for the impact. Then, right on cue, a chilling system message echoes in their minds. Endure the onslaught for 10 minutes, keeping team damage under 50%. John Delgado mutters, running a hand through his thick hair. 10 minutes of survival is easy, but only if they have a tank. He looks toward the front of the group where Ryu Min stands. The guy doesn't look worried at all. Ryu Min knows that if you have a provocation skill to draw aggro, or a knight's defense like Unsangle, you can easily block it. But he doesn't bother with defense skills. Instead, he stares up at the jagged ceiling, his eyes gleaming with a sharp, dangerous light. Then, in a flash of motion, his scythe cracks through the air like a whip, the dark blade extending unnaturally as if it is alive. Dozens of massive stalactites break from the ceiling and rain down like meteors, slamming into the stone floor with a deafening crash. John stumbles back, eyes wide, stammering out, "What the hell?" Shout out to our amazing supporter who backed the channel in our last video. Before we jump in, make sure to like, subscribe, and support us. Then, with a faint whisper of motion, the giant scythe slices the air like a whip. Its dark steel unnaturally stretches outward, as if alive. Dozens of giant stalactites break from the ceiling, crashing down like meteorites and slamming into the hard floor with a deafening boom. John stumbles back with wide eyes, whispering, "What the hell?" Those heavy stalactites slam down in a perfect line, forming a thick stone wall across the cave entrance. Once the thick dust settles, They see the cave mouth is totally sealed inside a stone cage. Right behind that barrier, the terrifying snarls and hisses of approaching beasts echo through the dark. John creeps closer, peering through the tiny gaps between the stone pillars. He spots them feral werewolves with bristling fur and vicious lizardmen whose slitted eyes glow in the deep shadows. The monsters claw and bite at the stone barriers, desperately trying to squeeze through. But they are totally stuck. Furious and utterly helpless, the beasts can't do a thing. John slowly turns his head, staring at the terrifying black scythe. Ryu-min hasn't even broken a sweat. Talk about overpowered. John whispers in pure shock he actually blocked them with falling rocks. Who even thinks of that? The others finally realize it as Minjuri asks, "Are we safe?" Jeffrey replies, "I think so." It's basically a monster zoo. The entire party finally settles down, some sitting and others leaning back to relax. Just 10 meters away, the furious beasts continue howling in useless rage, yet they can't harm a single soul. Ryu-min turns to them, lowering his scythe, and says casually, "The first trial is basically done. Take a break. We have 10 minutes. John lets out a soft laugh and sits down, shaking his head in total disbelief. He mutters that it is incredible, so simple yet so brilliant, as 10 minutes pass in peace. Even though the monsters keep scratching at the barriers, they might as well be locked behind a solid prison wall. Then a system message pops up, announcing they cleared the first trial with 0% team damage, and the next door is now opening. The heavy stone wall at the back of the chamber shudders and slides open, revealing a dark path forward. Right then, the trapped monsters behind them vanish completely, leaving behind nothing but dead silence. Ryu-min stands up and tells them to move. No one hesitates. They step into a massive circular arena lit by eerie glowing moss. The walls are heavily scarred and cracked, showing that others fought here before and clearly lost. John looks around as a new message floats in midair. Trial 2 requires them to eliminate 100 golems within 1 hour. Worse, ranged attacks and magic are totally useless. Fail this trial, and the party must vote to eliminate one of their own. John blinks in disbelief. What? He looks at Ryu-min, who hasn't flinched once, realizing that being immune to ranged attacks and magic completely shuts down mages and archers. If Dark Soul were here, he'd be done for. Suddenly, the room starts rumbling again as a system alert warns that the monsters will spawn in 10 seconds. Telling them to prepare, Ryu-min steps forward, raising his scythe as he calmly instructs everyone to stand back. He says he'll handle this. Nobody argues with him, and John watches as the group retreats, leaving Ryu-min in the center alone. Even the ones he hasn't fully figured out, like Jeffrey and the other fools, stay dead silent. Then comes a massive earthquake. The ground cracks open as glowing rock fragments float upward, twisting and merging into giant humanoid shapes. 5 massive golems form, each standing over 3 meters tall. They've got shoulders like boulders and massive fists. Seriously, look at those things. John gasps, "Here we go." But before these stone monsters can even take a single step, a flash of black light slices through the room. All 5 golems crumble instantly like sandcastles hit by a wave. John can barely process it, stammering, "What? That only took 2 seconds?" Then a message pops up. "You have defeated a golem. You gained 1.53% experience, plus 600 gold and more experience." As system notifications spam his screen, Ryu-min moves like a complete phantom. His scythe cuts through the air in blinding arcs. John can't even follow the blade, only the devastating results. Every few seconds, a new golem spawns only to be obliterated the moment it stands. Ryu-min never slows down, never misses, and never stops. To the others, it probably looks like overkill, but to John, it is pure art. He mutters, "I have never seen anything like this." He is not just strong, he's overwhelming. Another alert pops up, confirming they cleared the second trial. Their clear time is just 1 minute 99 seconds. Once again, the wall shifts open, revealing the next path. John stands in stunned silence for a few seconds before snapping out of it. He quickly catches up with the group, following the legendary black scythe deeper into the unknown. Only one thought filled his mind. This man is no normal leader. He is a force of nature. The others trailed behind. Every footstep echoed heavily in the deep silence. The circular chamber they entered featured stone walls lined with bizarre runes, pulsing with a faint blue light. As the last person entered, a dark message began writing itself directly in the air in glowing words. "Defeat 100 golems within an hour. Clear it, and the next path opens. Fail, and someone gets voted out." The text dissolved, and new, Far more alarming rules took its place. The third trial golems are special monsters immune to close combat. You must defeat 100 of them within the 1-hour limit. Fail to take down 100 golems in that time, and it is an automatic failure. If you cannot pass, a teammate must be sacrificed by a group vote. This is a nightmare scenario. John's face paled, wondering how they could possibly fight monsters immune to melee. He reached for the summoning wand at his belt, but stopped. He knew it was no use since he was not a mage. He had 0 range skills. He was completely helpless. Swallowing hard, John turned to the only teammate he could actually rely on, the Black Scythe, the most powerful mage he had ever laid eyes on, Ryumin. Ryumin stepped forward with cool confidence. "I'll handle it." A wave of relief washed over John's face. Not everyone shared his confidence, though. Minjuri, the team's buffer, stared at the Black Scythe in total surprise. She asked if he could even cast magic. Awkward silence. This was clearly brand new information. Ryumin calmly explained he learned it recently. Minjuri just offered a soft "oh" in return, completely speechless. Showing no doubt or suspicion, she simply nodded and stepped back, silently leaving their survival in his hands. A warning flashed in the air, stating the monsters would spawn in 10 seconds and advising everyone to prepare. The countdown began. Tick, tock. Every second hit like a heavy heartbeat. John's breathing grew shallow. With a sudden flash of light and the grinding sound of crushing rock, 5 giant golems rose from the floor. These massive giants of stone and steel scanned the party with cold, glowing mechanical eyes. Suddenly, a blinding fork of lightning exploded from the Black Scythe's hand, making the air tremble with raw energy. Instantly, the 5 golems shattered like clay pots. One hit? John's mouth fell open in complete disbelief. I mean, seriously? Just one spell did all that, leaving John absolutely stunned by this terrifying display of raw power. Absolute power and control. It was completely inhuman. In mere moments, the room was covered in the shattered pieces of 100 golems. A system notification popped up, confirming their success. Their clear time was 22 seconds. With the trial cleared, the heavy doorway to the next stage ground open. The stone door creaked open. John stood frozen. He stared in absolute disbelief at the decimated battlefield. He realized that if Ryu Min was not here, a party of pure physical fighters would have been completely doomed. They would have spent the entire hour running for their lives, only to be forced to sacrifice a teammate just to advance. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Feeling deeply grateful, he followed the Black Scythe through the open portal. The next room was completely different. Narrow, tight, eerily quiet. Before anyone could speak, a bizarre new notification appeared, instructing them to help the angel win its fight to unlock the final trial. If they failed, a random teammate would die. John blinked. This was not a standard combat trial. More text quickly followed, explaining that an angel and a demon would soon materialize, ready to fight to the death. The demon was naturally much stronger, putting the angel at a disadvantage. They had to ensure the angel won to pass. Directly attacking the demon was strictly prohibited. Only support and buffing magic could be cast. The only way to help the angel survive was through support spells. They had to use buffs to turn this unfair fight around. If the demon killed the angel, it was an automatic failure, and a random teammate would be executed on the spot. John's mind raced. This was a clear test of their healing, buffing, and overall combat support capabilities. He instantly looked over at Minjuri, knowing she had an absolute arsenal of top-tier support abilities. With her skills, they were set. But before she could move, the Black Scythe stepped up, telling them he would handle this too. John spun around. What? Again? How could a mage tackle a support trial? It made no sense. The Black Scythe did not have a single known buffing skill. Did he? Huge thanks to our generous supporter from the last video. Before we begin, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel out. His eyes immediately shifted over to Democracy, thinking to himself that her golden skills are completely stacked with buffs. But before she can step forward, the Black Scythe speaks up, telling them he will handle it and to just watch. John snaps his head around in disbelief. What now? This trial is not built for a mage. Besides, the Black Scythe has no known support skills. Before John can process his confusion, the trial begins. A beam of light and a column of shadow erupt from the floor. In a flash, an angel and a demon appear, both warriors snarling with hatred. The angel screams out, "You filthy demon," while the demon roars back, "Die, wretched angel." The battle erupts immediately, their weapons clashing in a brutal, bloody dance. Within seconds, it is clear the demon holds the advantage. He is stronger, faster, and far more ruthless, forcing the angel back. But then, the black scythe moves, enveloping the angel in a warm golden light. John gasps. Is that emergency treatment? That basic field skill? He almost scoffs until he watches the angel's deep wounds mend completely in seconds. No way. John has used that skill himself and knows its limits. It is just a basic band-aid, not a miracle cure. Yet, here it is, working miracles. Reborn with sudden strength and vigor, the angel launches a fierce counterattack. The tide of battle quickly shifts, leaving the demon staggering back. With a divine glow on its blade, the angel screams in fury to die. Demon scum, driving the sword deep into its chest as the demon turns to smoke. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. You have succeeded in the 4th trial, and the door to the final trial is now opening. John stands there with his mouth wide open. Once again, they won solely because of one man. Around him, the other players whisper in total shock, but John remains completely silent, a heavy mix of awe and hollow emptiness bubbling inside his chest. He mutters to himself that there is nothing left for him to do. Wearing a bitter smile, he turns to follow the black scythe, but suddenly freezes. Why is he not moving? The black scythe stands dead still, staring at nothing. John squints, realizing the man is reading a system screen, and he is dead on. A faint chime echoes in Ryumin's ears as a hidden notification appears. Check this out. It is a secret subquest for completing more than 3 trials entirely by himself. The reward is a rare rune package. The screen confirms he has completed the secret task, delivering the item straight to his inventory. Staring at the floating text, a quiet, satisfied smile creeps onto Ryumin's face. Finally, it is here, his hard-earned subquest reward. The real reason Ryumin took on every single trial alone, bearing the brutal burden, casting the magic, and stepping up when the others shrank back, was never about kindness. No, this was a highly calculated move, a dangerous gamble designed to secure this exact prize. He tells himself that he absolutely had to secure this reward. And he did just that. Even though the first trial did not count because he did not handle it directly, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th trials were his alone to conquer. Now, the prize is finally his to claim. But this is not the end. There is actually one more hidden sub-quest left in this round. Ryumin glances sideways, his eyes locking onto John the Necromancer. He thinks to himself that this is exactly why he brought the guy along. The final trial is not just an obstacle. It is an opportunity that requires a skilled summoner, not for himself, but for his teammates. He notes that this next move is for the group, though he obviously does not count the Necromancer in that list. With practiced ease, Ryumin pulls up his system screen, opens his inventory, and selects the glowing rune package. A new alert pops up, announcing he has opened the rune package. He has obtained the highly coveted Rune of Reputation, which automatically engraves itself onto his body. A brilliant, glowing sigil flares over Ryumin's skin right above his heart before sinking deep into his chest. The Rune of Reputation instantly boosts his standing in the other world by 1 full level, eliminating any neutral stances so he receives favorable treatment everywhere. Ryumin raises an eyebrow, realizing what he just pulled. To be honest, he really had not expected anything this massive. These rune packages are completely randomized, offering a different surprise every single time. He took a huge gamble hoping for something useful, and it paid off incredibly well. Suddenly, a flood of new alerts fills his vision. Human reputation toward the last-time traveler has risen from mortal enemy to simply hostile. Demon reputation toward the black scythe has jumped from friendly to very friendly. Human reputation toward the black scythe has also climbed from friendly to very friendly. Meanwhile, the elves' opinion of him has surged from very friendly all the way to eternal ally. Dwarf reputation toward the trailblazer has likewise risen from friendly to very friendly. As the list scrolls on endlessly, Ryumin admits this is not bad at all. Every single title he holds, Black Scythe, Trailblazer, and Last Time Traveler, got boosted, turning all neutral reactions to friendly. Every friendly status climbed an extra step. Even the elves, typically the most reclusive and stubborn race to deal with, now view him as an eternal ally. Ryumin's smirk widens. Twitching his fingers in quiet anticipation, he whispers that this will save him a ridiculous amount of time. No more grinding tedious favor quests. The future benefits are endless. Originally, he only planned to visit the elves in the 13th round for crucial materials. But now, the dwarves are fully on the table too, and the demons are practically close allies. Smiling calmly, he He closes his system window with a quick flick of his wrist. "Time to move out," he commands. The rest of the party, waiting patiently for their leader's signal, immediately stirs into action. Guided by Ryumin, they arrive at the entrance of the final trial. Before them lies a shadowy corridor, incredibly long, silent, and pitch black. The air feels so heavy with unease that even the bravest players hesitate to step forward. Miri asks in a tense, quiet voice if this is really the place. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt materializes in midair. Within 1 hour, all party members must survive the traps and reach the exit. Success registers them as a survival team for experience points. Failure means total annihilation. John blinks, repeating those grim words. Before anyone can react, another screen warns that ahead lies a pitch-black passage that no light can possibly illuminate. Deadly traps are scattered throughout the shadows. Touching even one will instantly vaporize you. However, once a trap is triggered and annihilates someone, it is permanently removed. If every single party member safely reaches the end, within the time limit, the trial will be cleared. But if you fail to make it out in time, everyone dies. Crucially, all skills except for summoning are strictly prohibited here. With zero visibility, you must watch each other's backs and move forward carefully. A heavy, freezing silence immediately settles over the entire group. One wrong step, one bad move, or even a toe over the wrong tile, and it is over for everyone. You would expect the tension to be totally suffocating. But check out John. He is actually grinning, his eyes sparkling with a wild, mischievous glee. This specific trial is his moment to shine. He chuckles under his breath, muttering that a pitch-black hallway full of instant death traps where only summoning is allowed is literally made for him. Feeling the tide finally turn, John puffs out his chest with immense pride. Straightening his shoulders, he cracks his knuckles with a smug grin, boasting that this trial is impossible without a summoner. Democracy looks at him, totally confused, and agrees, asking what they should do. John tilts his head back arrogantly, telling them they should count themselves lucky. Miri frowns, asking what he even means by that. John turns around slowly, his robe fluttering around him like a magician preparing to reveal his grandest trick. He dramatically declares that they are lucky because he is a summoner, his tone dripping with supreme confidence. For the first time, John holds the master key. He is the vital piece of the puzzle, and he knows it. A sudden rush of purpose fills his chest, making him feel like he finally matters. Fueled by this fire, he turns to face the one man who outshined him at every turn. The Black Scythe, a figure he has both admired and feared in equal measure. But not today. Today, John has something indispensable to offer. Wearing a smug smirk, he speaks to the legendary player with a hint of arrogance for the first time, calling out to the Black Scythe. He spits the words out like venom. The rest of the party looks up, visibly startled by the sudden hostility, but John does not feel a shred of fear. Why would he? Teammates cannot harm each other in this world. A system rule that gives him the arrogance to speak up. A dark glint flashes in John's eyes as he mocks the leader, shouting that they finally have a trial requiring his full cooperation. He lets out a dry, bitter laugh, muttering that fate has finally decided to smile on him. Through it all, the Black Scythe's expression remains completely unreadable. "What are you getting at?" Ryumin asks flatly. John Delgado sneers, a nasty twist on his lips, demanding he hand over 10 million points right this second. He even wants him on his knees begging for mercy, claiming maybe then he will cut him some slack. Minjuri can barely believe her ears, her voice shaking as she asks John Delgado what on earth he thinks he is doing. He does not even look at her, snapping back to shut up since he is talking to the Black Scythe. Hostility practically drips off him as he points a finger. But John Delgado is not done, his voice rising like a complete lunatic slipping into pure madness. He demands 10 million points and a real apology. If they do not pay up, he will refuse to cooperate in this trial, meaning everyone dies. Drop a comment below with your thoughts on how Ryumin will handle this. Big thanks to our generous supporter who backed the channel in our last video. Before we begin, remember to hit subscribe and support the channel. Ryumin's cold gaze remained completely unreadable. He asked flatly what he was getting at, and John Delgado's lips twisted in a sneer, asking about his remaining points. "Just transfer 10 million right now, and while you are at it, get on your knees and beg. Maybe then I will show you mercy." Minjuri's voice trembled with disbelief as she asked John Delgado what he thought he was doing. John Delgado did not look at her, telling the buffer to shut up. "I am talking to him." He jabbed a finger at Ryumin, the air thick with hostility, but John Delgado was not finished. His voice rose like a maniac spiraling into obsession, demanding 10 million points alongside a sincere apology. Refuse, and I will not cooperate with this trial, meaning we all end up dead, every single one of us. The air turned heavy. Jeffy gulped while Zhuang Tak clenched his fists, but Ryu Min did not even flinch, asking calmly, "Won't you die as well?" John Delgado shrugged, a crazed smile spreading across his face as he agreed. He would love to go solo, but they would just tag along like pathetic chicks behind a mother hen. So, he would rather blow everything up, prompting Ryu Min to ask if he would die over a petty grudge. John Delgado's face twitched, darkening like storm clouds before a heavy downpour as he repeated those insulting words. Cutting off someone's limbs is petty? His voice cracked with rage, screaming if they really thought they understood. Did they know how that felt? His scream echoed across the silent chamber, heavy with raw bitterness. He demanded 10 million points and an apology, threatening to let the entire party burn if they refused. He did not care about dying if he could drag them down. But inside, this threat was just a desperate, hollow bluff. He was not suicidal, but he believed pressing hard enough would make Ryu Min break, thinking his target had no choice. Look at this guy's ego, already grinning as he imagines receiving those precious points. With 10 million, he could buy a max-level experience pack, achieving true and undeniable power. He would finally stand equal to the man who humiliated him, wondering who would be kneeling once he maxed out. Tasting victory already, John Delgado blinked in shock when Ryu Min coldly told him to get lost. His smirk faded, asking what he meant, but Ryu Min repeated the demand with eyes colder than the dark void. Saying they would manage alone, John Delgado could only stutter in total disbelief, claiming that he had to be bluffing. He needed those summons because one wrong step on this path meant instant annihilation. Claiming they could not succeed alone, John Delgado froze as Ryu Min silently stepped right into the dark abyss. The entire chamber held its breath as Ryu Min stood calmly on the void, leaving John Delgado completely stunned. John Delgado's eyes widened in utter disbelief as Ryu Min turned to his team, firmly commanding them to follow him. Minjuri stammered her agreement while Jeffy and Wang Tak snapped directly to attention. Ryu Min ordered them to line up, warning that straying more than 3 steps meant instant death. Without a single glance backward, he marched into the pitch black as the others followed. Left standing frozen in the dark, John Delgado kept asking himself what was going on, since he was entirely convinced this trial was impossible without his help. The road ahead was nothing but a massive death trap designed to vaporize anyone stepping out of bounds. Summoners were supposed to be essential, sacrificing their creatures to safely test the path ahead. Yet Ryu Min was already halfway across the deep abyss, and not a single creature had been summoned. John Delgado's hands trembled at his sides while far ahead. Ryu Min smirked, knowing how baffled the guy must be. Honestly, who wouldn't be? This abyssal path was a notorious death trap that killed instantly. The only known strategy was using summoned beasts to trigger the traps, but Ryu Min was different. He did not need any bait because he had walked this path before, remembering every single layout, trap, and safe foothold as a veteran regressor. Having died here in a past life, he now knew the exact way forward. Anticipating a trap 5 steps ahead, he sidestepped precisely 2 paces, dodging the hidden danger like a practiced dancer. The party behind him mimicked his movements with wide eyes, trusting his mysterious guidance completely. Knowing there was zero risk for any of them, Ryu Min kept quiet about the fact that he could easily clear this alone. The others were only brought along to satisfy the trial's minimum party requirement. And as for John Delgado, Ryu Min had a special plan, the second hidden subquest, which required clearing the trial entirely without a summoner's help. To clear it, the entire party, except the summoner, had to cross the finish line first. If the summoner arrives dead last, he gets slapped with a permanent debuff while everyone else gets rewarded. Dragging John Delgado along was never about teamwork. This was pure punishment. Ryu Min thought you tried to kill me once, John Delgado. Now, it's time to pay the price. Stepping across the final line with quiet satisfaction, Ryu Min watched as the rest of the team followed. Minjuri, Jeffrey Bishop, and Jusung Taek emerged safely from the abyss. Suddenly, a glowing system prompt appeared right in front of them. A hidden subquest had been discovered: clear the trial without the summoner. The reward was an immunity elixir. Since they had already met the conditions, the potion was immediately added to their inventories. For a moment, nobody spoke. The teammates just exchanged stunned, disbelieving glances. They had actually cleared a hidden quest. Minjuri turned to him, whispering hesitantly, "Did you get the reward too, Black Scythe?" Ryu Min gave a calm nod, confirming he did. Minjuri immediately looked down at the glowing bottle resting in her inventory. It was a small flask filled with a swirling, iridescent liquid that practically hummed with magical energy. But Ryumin did not share their shock. Unlike the rest, he was not confused at all. He knew exactly what this legendary grade consumable was. An immunity elixir that grants complete protection against all attributes for 1 minute. It requires master grade or higher. A bitter potion that perfectly negates all elemental damage, standing strong even against the most powerful magic. His eyes narrowed as he realized this isn't just a rare drop. It's a literal trump card, a once-in-a-lifetime item. He remembered seeing another powerful buff potion back inside the dangerous Tower of Trials. The old one offered 95% resistance to fire, ice, and lightning. But this was way better. This was complete immunity. For 60 crucial seconds, nothing could scratch you. Curses, poisons, darkness, and even time-based magic became completely useless. The duration might be short, but against an incredibly powerful enemy, 1 single minute is more than enough to decide survival. Ryumin's expression hardened. An elixir like this is something not even Victor Zaphiel could brew without reaching the peak of alchemy. Scoring this now is incredibly lucky, and honestly, you can see the rest of the party is starting to have some serious questions. Frowning, Minjuri crossed her arms. Wait. The quest said we did this without a summoner. Jeffrey Bishop spoke up, stunned. We got this just because we followed Black Scythe. Everyone turned to look at him again, their eyes filled with growing curiosity and a hint of suspicion. Minjuri stepped closer. Black Scythe. Did you actually know this hidden quest would appear? Ryumin tilted his head, a tiny smirk playing on his lips. I am not some prophet. How could I have known? Minjuri was clearly not buying it. You really didn't know? Ryumin remained perfectly unbothered. I told you. I didn't. She stared into his eyes, trying to spot a lie, but his calm face gave away nothing. Her voice dropped to a disbelieving whisper. Then how did you dodge all those hidden traps in the hallway? We couldn't see a thing. All they could do was follow his exact footsteps. Ryumin glanced back, throwing out a single, simple word. Instinct. Minjuri blinked in confusion. What? Ryumin shrugged calmly, repeating that he just dodged them by pure gut feeling. She wondered if maybe he possessed a secret danger-detecting rune, or maybe his reflexes really were just that crazy. Still puzzled, she let the matter go. Jeffrey asks what we are all thinking. Is this finally the end of the 5 trials? Ryumin scanned the group before looking back into the pitch-black darkness. Not quite yet. One person still hasn't arrived. Minjuri hesitantly mentioned John Delgado, stealing a nervous glance at Ryumin. There was an incident, but it's not important, she said, waving her hands nervously. I am not trying to pry, but you should be careful. He's been acting weird. Ryumin chuckled softly. A level 50 warning, a level 90? Minjuri flushed, stammering an apology, but Ryumin just smiled softly. No, thank you. I do appreciate the concern. Flustered, Minjuri mumbled that he was very welcome. She rubbed her neck during the brief, awkward silence, before finally asking, do you think John Delgado will actually show up? Ryumin replied firmly, if he doesn't want to die, he will come. But what if he is stalling on purpose to plot some kind of revenge? Yet, Reyes's expression did not even flicker. His voice was calm and confident. Don't worry, he'll. Shout out to the awesome supporter who backed our channel in the previous video. And before we kick off, please hit like, subscribe, and consider supporting our channel. Inside the pitch-black corridor, John Delgado stared into the endless void, clenching his fists in anger while muttering, did they actually leave me behind? Those fools ignored my warning and followed Ryumin, John Delgado thought, unable to believe his eyes. Ryumin had marched straight into the corridor without a second thought, and everyone else blindly followed him. John Delgado tried all of his tracking skills, but his summoner's senses were blocked. Every method failed. A grim smile spread across his face as John Delgado muttered, they must be dead. No way they made it. Even an elite fighter like Ryumin cannot survive this corridor without a guide. Traps are waiting everywhere. Silent, invisible death waited at every turn. John Delgado scoffed, calling them fools for following the wrong leader. John Delgado summoned his creatures one by one to act as test subjects, calling another whenever the previous one vanished. One burnt to ashes. Another choked on deadly poison. A third got shredded to pieces by invisible blades. John Delgado kept repeating that he would survive, pushing forward through 10 minutes of painful sacrifices and tedious crawling. Blood was spilled, but finally, a faint light appeared. A massive grin broke on John Delgado's face as he whispered the exit. He stepped forward in triumph, until Ryumin's cold voice echoed from the shadows, you finally arrived. Took you long enough. John Delgado froze. His smile shattered. Standing there in the light with crossed arms was Ryumin. John Delgado stammered, "How are you alive?" Ryumin did not even blink, calmly repeating how. "I just walked, avoided the traps, and crossed over," Ryumin said. John Delgado's mouth went dry as he stared. The entire party stood there, unharmed, alive, staring directly at him with completely changed expressions. Gone was the respect. Now they looked at him with pure, cold disgust. John Delgado's heart sank as he realized his carefully built image was ruined. He gambled and lost. Because Ryumin survived, he led them. He earned their loyalty. Even though John Delgado tried telling himself their opinions did not matter, their hateful glares burned his pride like acid. He barely kept his head high, his clenched jaw betraying the hot rage beneath. "How dare they look at me like that?" he thought. "They are not better than me," he told himself. But deep down, John Delgado knew that was not the issue. The real threat was standing right before him. Ryumin, the exact man he had insulted hours ago, now stood calm and completely victorious. Total humiliation. The contrast between them was devastating. Ryumin's voice sounded smooth yet incredibly menacing as he asked, "What was it you said earlier? Pay up 10 million points and get on your knees to beg for mercy." John Delgado choked, trying to laugh it off. But Ryumin cut him off, saying they would discuss it once they left. They would need a very physical conversation. John Delgado's face twisted in dread. That chilling tone did not promise a talk, it promised a brutal beating. You can literally feel his confidence crumble. He knows he is screwed, and his own arrogance crashes down like a wall. He never expected this outcome. He never dreamed Ryumin could actually clear the fifth trial entirely alone. Never. John Delgado bit his lip. He called him a lucky bastard, desperately making excuses. He clung to his denials, right until a sudden system notification popped up to deliver his real punishment. The screen read, "You were the last summoner to arrive. For showing zero care for your teammates, you will now be penalized." And get this, every single stat for him, and his summons is permanently cut by 50%. John Delgado froze. His lips moved soundlessly. What the hell is this? The system message floated like a curse. His pupils shrank as he croaked, "Permanent 50% reduction, even on my summons." He staggered backward a step, swaying like a man hit by a heavy physical blow. This was no minor warning. It was a complete death sentence for his growth. His stats, his power, and his entire identity were cut in half, ruined forever. His body shook. Cold sweat rolled down his temple. Crushing blows kept raining down on his mind until he could barely think. From the side, Ryumin watched him, asking in an amused, quiet voice, "What is wrong? Is there a problem?" Ryumin teased. John Delgado could not answer, completely drowning in his own dark storm of despair. Ryumin smirked, noting to himself that the summoner was broken, looking like nothing more than a hollow shell. According to the party stat screen, John Delgado's overall power had crashed below level 30 standards. Ryumin stares. He could end this guy right now and stop the trouble before it even starts. But he narrows his eyes, deciding there is no need to rush. He will check with the Messiah first, letting John Delgado live for now. A broken enemy is sometimes more useful than a dead body. Suddenly, a new screen flashes. You succeeded in the fifth trial with a time of 1549. Congratulations, all trials are complete. The system begins calculating your performance. Massive rewards are loading. A soothing, warm light wraps around the surviving party members, drawing surprised gasps from everyone. Minjuri yells in pure delight, thanking Ryumin because she just jumped 12 levels, while Jeffy grins from ear to ear. Wongtok screams that he hit level 60, while Minjuri excitedly checks her screen, realizing she finally reached master grade. She even unlocked a brand new skill as wild excitement spreads through the entire party. For just a second, the horrific nightmare of the trial fades away under the thrill of leveling up. Even a pale, shivering John Delgado gets a reward, but Ryumin notices he only gained a single level. Ryumin chuckles, turning his attention back to Minjuri to ask about her powerful new skill. She calls it Buff Zone and offers a demonstration, so Ryumin nods, prompting her to cast her 3 standard buffs first. The system alerts flash. Bless increases all stats by 80%, while Swift boosts attack and move speed by 80%. Safety Barrier blocks 2 physical hits. Then, she activates Buff Zone. A brilliant yellow circle erupts under their feet, stretching out 30 meters wide as the very air begins to shimmer like hot glass. Jeffy asks with wide eyes what it does, and she happily explains. Inside the zone, her buffs grow even stronger and their timers constantly reset. Instantly, Ryumin feels the massive surge in power. Bless and Swift are at 100%, and the barrier now blocks 3 hits. Ryumin raises an eyebrow, realizing it is as if she is casting her spells at maximum level. He wonders what would happen if she reached max level herself. Would the buffs go past 100%, maybe even to 120%? This is incredibly exciting. He looks at her warmly, realizing he never managed to keep her alive this long in past regressions. This time, he will protect her until the very end. But suddenly, his smile completely vanishes. His face instantly hardens as he senses a powerful presence closing in fast. Look at this, a hostile force is within 60 meters, which makes zero sense at this stage. Minjurai nervously asks what is wrong, but Ryumin simply nods toward the shadows, telling her to look. Everyone turns to look, watching a radiant, imposing, otherworldly figure emerge from the darkness. An angel, but clearly no ordinary one. This being is massive and terrifying, with over 10 glowing wings, fanned out behind him like a golden sunburst. The entire party freezes in silence, and even a trembling John Delgado looks up in speechless awe. Ryumin narrows his eyes, immediately recognizing an archangel, and quickly activates his rune of inner thoughts to read him. The name Serial flashes in his mind. Then, a booming voice echoes, identifying him as Black Scythe. Serial steps forward, drawing a gleaming sword from his wings, warning Ryumin not to resist if he wants to live. He claims he is taking him. Ryumin locks eyes with the beast, wondering who ordered this. Get ready for this. He forces his mind deeper to read Serial's thoughts, discovering the order came from Archangel Michael himself. Michael is the supreme leader of heaven, and Ryumin realizes he is dealing with the highest authority. This is the same supreme commander Ryumin faced back in his 68th regression, meaning this ambush is completely calculated. A divine bounty is on his head. He is the prime target. He needs more intel, and Serial's mind is practically overflowing with a mix of blinding fury and self-righteous pride. He is not here to arrest Ryumin. He wants to make a public example, but Serial does not know everything, and Ryumin is not about to go quietly as a heavy, suffocating silence settles over the incredibly tense chamber. Though his voice sounds divine, his mocking tone cuts way deeper than any physical blade ever could. He sneers. No answer? Are you mute? Serial's lips curl with deep disgust as he raises his curved blade, mocking the supposedly legendary Black Scythe as a quiet little dog. Dripping with arrogance, he mutters that Ryumin is barely worth the breath, before reminding him that even if he is mute, he is not deaf. He starts to warn them that resistance is useless, but before he can finish, a calm, commanding voice shatters the tense silence like thunder. Jeffrey Serial blinks. A human just spoke. Ryu does not even spare the angel a glance. Keeping his calm yet intense eyes locked ahead, he tells the man behind him to take the party and run. Get as far back as possible. This place is about to become a total war zone. His tone is quiet, dead serious. Huge shout out to the awesome member who donated in our last video. Before we get rolling, make sure to drop a like, subscribe, and support our work. Serial sneers in disgust as he slowly raises his curved blade and mockingly asks if the infamous Black Scythe is just a silent dog. The angel mutters with pure arrogance, acting as if Ryumin is not even worth his breath. He barks that even if Ryumin is mute, he is not deaf, and resistance is completely useless, but a chilling, powerful voice suddenly cuts him off like thunder. Jeffrey. Serial blinks, completely shocked that the human spoke. Ryumin does not even look at the angel, keeping his burning eyes locked forward as he tells Jeffrey to take the rest of the party and run. He orders him to get back as far as possible before things get absolutely chaotic. His voice is deadly serious, and Jeffrey nods immediately, scurrying away after saying he understands. As his team backs away, Ryumin turns back to the angel and man. The look on Serial's face is totally priceless. The divine messenger's face twists into something incredibly ugly. His once flawless face warps with disbelief and pure rage, his sacred aura trembling as his majestic composure completely shatters. Serial spits, asking if the human finally found his tongue, but Ryumin just smirks and replies that he also has a finger to mock him with. Without a second thought, the hunter raises his hand and flips the angel off with complete disrespect. It is a massive insult, making Serial's jaw clench as his eyes twitch, and the intense fury radiating from him makes the very air shudder. The angel screams. He yells that a mere human has gotten way too cocky over a tiny sliver of power, but then Serial freezes as his eyes lock onto Ryumin's necklace. His booming voice instantly cracks, filled with sudden panic and disbelief. He demands to know where Ryumin got that pendant, But our main character lazily tilts his head, asking if the angel is suddenly curious. Serial asks if he knows what that is, but Ryu Min just chuckles. He mocks the angel for suddenly getting so chatty, right before thick, pitch-black darkness begins to spill out like ink. Massive shadows erupt from Ryu Min as his entire body is wrapped in swirling black energy, making the atmosphere shake as he triggers his skill. His Reaper transformation activates, coiling dark tendrils of death around his limbs while his eyes burn a demonic red in the darkness. Next, the demon blessing triggers as an eerie voice echoes through the empty space. System alert. Stats hit 109,967. Angel rewards calculated. Gold reward. Up 1,000-fold to 109,967,000. Stats gain 10,996. Reputation increases slightly. With these buffs locked until the round ends, Ryu Min checks his notifications and opens up his status window with a dark smirk. Strength 25,274. Intelligence 27,325. Agility 27,532. Luck 29,836. And those figures do not even include Minjuri's massive buffs or his strategic battlefield power zones. Plus, he still holds his Rune of Balance, the Rune of Slaughter, his first Angel Slayer title, and that Dark Reaper transformation. He flexes his fingers, muttering that he also got a massive stat boost from taking down Remiel. Ryu Min is easily 10 times stronger now than when he beat Remiel, but raw strength alone does not guarantee a win against Serial. Narrowing his eyes, he warns himself that he cannot afford to underestimate this opponent. Even if he is only ranked 6th, he must test Serial's speed and abilities first. But once he is sure, Ryu Min will end him without mercy. And you can literally feel the tension spike here. Their intense killing intent floods the field like two massive colliding storms. Across the field, Sariel glares back with exploding rage. That demonic pendant burns in the angel's eyes like a cursed brand, making his hand shake with fury as he sneers that his plans for mercy are officially gone. His holy nature absolutely rejects the sight of that disgusting necklace. It is a symbol of major disgrace from the ancient angel-demon war he once bled in, prompting him to ask how Ryu Min dares to wear it proudly. The angel shouts that he will make this arrogant human suffer until he begs for death, completely abandoning his plan to take him alive. He is fine bringing Ryu Min back in pieces, but Serial narrows his eyes, uneasy about his dark transformation. The black scythe no longer looks human, cloaked in swirling shadows while gripping a weapon that literally drips with dark spiritual energy. Ryu Min looks like the god of death, but Serial sneers, saying that a bug mimicking a god is still just a bug. He can feel that Ryu Min's shadows, while strong, are absolutely nothing compared to his own radiant, divine essence. Not even close. Serial, the archangel of death, tilted his chin with serene arrogance and sneered for Ryu Min to bring it on. He offered to generously grant Ryu Min the first strike, his voice dripping with pure contempt like a divine decree. But Ryu Min gave no reply. No words. No emotion. Just a sudden, explosive blur lunging forward. His scythe sliced the air in a deadly horizontal sweep aimed straight at Serial's waist, surprising the angel for just a heartbeat. Serial's expression barely shifted as he noted to himself that a waist-level strike was completely predictable. That curved weapon had a clear flaw. Dodging backward was suicide. Most would jump or block, but Serial was different. His eyes narrowed as he resolved to dodge forward. With flawless timing, he stepped in close, narrowly evading the blade in one elegant motion. The tip of Serial's curved sword gleamed as he drew it back. He was poised for a fatal thrust into Ryu Min's chest, but then decided that would be far too easy and merciful. His blade snapped upward, arcing like lightning, and cleanly severed Ryu Min's arm. A horrific scream tore through the cavern. Minjuri cried out in horror. Serial glanced toward the spectators, those trembling humans watching like it was a gladiator match. His lip curled in disdain at their pitiful skills. And this is where things get completely wild. That smug smirk instantly fades as a primal chill runs down his spine. He spun, his instincts screaming, but it was too late. 5 of his 6 wings were severed as golden blood sprayed everywhere. Serial staggered, gritting his teeth. Agonizing pain. Behind him stood the unharmed Ryu Min, completely intact and smiling. Ryu Min praised his instincts, noting he wanted all 6. Sariel's mind reeled as he looked back. The version of Ryu Min whose arm he had cut was gone. It was just a clone. The realization hit like thunder, and before he could even react, Their blades collided again as Sariel parried desperately. He wondered why he was being pushed back when his strikes were sharper than any mortal could ever track. He was the Archangel of Death, drawing on primordial darkness. Yet this mere human was somehow completely overwhelming him in combat. Each heavy clash sent intense shockwaves through his arms. He repeatedly told himself this was simply impossible. Divine darkness could not lose to an inferior rank. Yet with every single blow, Sariel felt his footing slip further. Ryu Min was only getting faster and stronger. Cold sweat dripped down Sariel's brow as his final wing trembled under strain. Then came the agonizing pain. He gasped. All of his remaining wings were gone, sliced off without him even realizing. He panicked, wondering when it had even happened. This situation had suddenly become incredibly dangerous for him. With his divine pride bleeding alongside his golden blood, Sariel made his choice and tightly gripped his trembling sword. A low, haunting wail echoed through the cavern. This was no metallic sound, it was a soul screaming a forbidden technique. The cry of the soul made the cavern tremble, spreading a mental curse that clawed into the minds of everyone nearby. The human spectators instantly dropped to their knees, faces twisted in terror. Their limbs refused to move. Sariel smirked, confident that no creature on earth could ever hope to resist this mental attack. He stepped forward slowly, his confidence fully returning with each stride as he declared the game was finally over. He approached his seemingly paralyzed opponent with cruel grace, resolved to take his arms and seal his final victory. But get this, Ryu Min just looks up completely unaffected, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, godlike power. Ryu Min smirked and asked if the angel genuinely thought they were playing, causing Sariel to freeze in shock. The regressor smiled, explaining that he had merely been holding back to gauge the Archangel's true strength. Sariel's mind screamed as he wondered why his attack failed. With no wings left, he desperately tried to leap away but fell completely powerless. A massive silver flash erupted from the scythe, shining with a brilliance unlike any earthly or heavenly light. Moonlight flashed. One strike. The cavern collapsed under massive falling boulders. Thicker dust swallowed the battlefield, leaving nothing where Sariel once stood but rubble and ruin. Hey guys, there is an epic new manhwa recommendation waiting at the end of this video, so go watch and hit that like button. Massive thanks to everyone supporting the channel, especially our amazing members who stepped up financially in our last video. Deep behind the collapsed ruins, hidden safely among the rocks, a small group of survivors watched in silence. John crouched in the darkness, whispering, "Wait, what just happened?" His voice shook, barely louder than a breath. John stood quite a few paces behind the rest of the group, the cavern's faint light casting eerie, uneasy shadows over his pale face. His breath was shallow, his eyes stretched wide with pure shock, struggling to make sense of the sudden eruption of chaos. Just a moment ago, the battlefield had been completely quiet, spooky, but quiet. Then the angel arrived, wings glowing brilliantly and eyes burning with raw power. This celestial being looked far too holy, too beautiful to exist in such a cursed place. Yet the very second its feet touched the cracked stone, it drew a weapon not to save, but to slaughter. Black Scythe was the target. John completely froze. He whispered with dry lips, utterly stunned. A literal angel just appeared. But why on earth would it attack Black Scythe? The rest of the survivors were not coping any better. Jeffrey kept pacing back and forth with quick, anxious steps, nervously chewing on his glove. "Will Black Scythe be okay?" Jeffrey asked, nervously eyeing the clash. Jury stood with her arms crossed, her expression pretty dark, yet her voice lacked its normal, confident bite. "He will be fine," Jury muttered. "No matter how powerful that angel is, we are talking about Black Scythe here." Jeffrey hesitated, arguing that angels can snap heads off in the blink of an eye. Jury just narrowed her eyes. Maybe things really were bad. But John? He was not worried about Black Scythe's safety. Honestly, he was praying for his downfall. Standing safely in the distance, a dark thought crossed his mind. Yes, do it. Come on, angel. Kill him. Just end him. John clenched his fists, his heart racing with a sick sort of hope. It was that toxic envy that only festers when you are forced to live in a god's shadow. And then, the impossible happened. The angel severed Black Scythe's arm clean off. John's face split wide with malicious joy. Yes, go, angel. But that celebration died instantly, because Black Scythe did not even react to the loss of his arm. Suddenly, dark smoke burst from the severed body, revealing the harsh truth: it was just a clone. The real Black Scythe stood nearby, completely untouched, unharmed. John gasped, "Wait. How? Wait, there are two of him?" Just like that, this fight completely flips. The angel is fast, But Black Scythe is faster. A brutal, lightning-fast dance of death began. Weapons collided, but bit by bit, the angel's magnificent wings began to rip apart. Feathers and flesh were torn from its back like petals off a dying rose. Within minutes, the holy warrior stood broken, wingless, and drenched in its own blood. Then came a terrible scream. It echoed through the cavern high, unnatural, and completely wrong. The surrounding air literally vibrated. John collapsed to his knees, clapping his hands over his ears, his eyes wide with raw terror. Beside him, Jury and Jeffrey gasped for air, their entire bodies freezing up under the intense pressure. The very ground started shaking beneath their feet. John cautiously raised his gaze as the thick dust settled, revealing total ruin. The cavern wall was shattered, glowing with leftover magic. Sprawled across the rubble-covered ground lay the tattered remains of the mighty Celestial. Its body was ripped in half, the upper torso barely recognizable, and the wings completely gone. John whispered, "It's over." He stared at the carnage, crushing disappointment washing over him. His hope shattered instantly. Black Scythe was simply untouchable, just like always. But hold on. Look at John's eyes. As a necromancer, he spent his life dealing with corpses, humans, monsters, and far worse. But this corpse was different. A dead angel. The potential here was absolutely insane. He muttered to himself, could this actually work? His pulse raced, his hand shaking not with terror, but with pure excitement. If I can pull this off, if I can resurrect this heavenly beast to serve me, he could already feel the dark magic brewing. Forbidden spell threads began weaving together in the dark corners of his mind. This was not just a weapon. It was his ultimate shot at redemption. A puppet powerful enough to finally turn the tide and destroy the one man nobody on this earth could touch. Ryu Min. A faint, twisted grin spread across John's face, his eyes gleaming with dark ambition. This really changes everything. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Ryu Min stood completely still, his expression totally unreadable. The silver edge of his weapon gleamed in the faint light, still vibrating with the devastating energy of his final attack. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes, staring down at Serial's twitching, mangled body. He looks like a goner, but he is not quite dead yet. The mark of death was still active, casting a dim, flickering aura around the angel's body as a tiny spark of life clung on. A draft of cold air ruffled Ryu Min's cloak as he stepped forward, his boots crushing the debris beneath him. He tilted his head slightly, murmuring, I really did not expect a single moonlight slash to put him down like this. Either I have grown way too strong, or this angel was far weaker than I thought. After all, Ryu Min had already measured his power earlier. He was stronger than Ramil, sure, but not by much. His speed was slightly higher, his aura a bit darker, but he still only ranked 6th among the 7 archangels. That title seemed pretty laughable now. Ryu Min muttered that giant wail of his at the end was quite unexpected. A fear-based ability. A cold smirk played on Ryu Min's lips as he added, too bad for him. It didn't work. Frozen solid. That is how normal people would react. But I am different. His resistance to status effects sat at an incredible 90.2%, boosted even higher by 2 new rings, adding 40% each. With both active, he was basically immune to Serial's mind games. Ryu Min smiled. I built up my resistances exactly for moments like this. Best investment ever. Walking slowly, Ryu Min stepped closer to the defeated archangel. Serial lay there gasping for air, his ears twitching at the sound of incoming footsteps. He looked up, his pale, bloody face twisting into a bitter sneer. Ryu Min looked down coolly for the archangel of death. You look pretty close to dying yourself. Serial coughed, dark blood bubbling past his lips. Crouching down, Ryu Min leaned the heavy handle of his scythe against the dirt. With pure disdain in his eyes, Ryu Min spoke, ranked 6th, and that little scream was your only trick? No wonder you got this far. Just cheap tricks and empty terror. Quite disappointing. Serial glared back with pure rage, his pride still unbroken even while dying. His voice came out in a painful, ragged whisper. Just kill me, the angel hissed. Ryu Min leaned in closer with a faint smile first. I have a few questions. You think I'll talk? Serial spat. Ryu Min just smirked. You don't have to. Now watch this. Ryu Min could read the angel's mind like an open book. He asked, are you archangels, the ones running this survival game, or is the system just running itself? Silence. Ryu Min pushed further. Who actually built it? Still, no answer. Ryu Min demanded, what is the point of all this? Why the abductions and these deadly trials? Serial stayed quiet, but his unguarded, bitter thoughts practically screamed the answers. He was thinking, what a stupid human. How would I know that? I did not build the system. Maybe Lord Ragwell, rank 5, knows the truth about how this all started. Ryu Min's eyes flashed with interest. Ragwell? He thought so. That is the guy holding the secrets I need. He searched deeper into Siriel's mind, looking for any other clues, but found nothing else except confirmation of his own theories. Suddenly, his radar picked up a small flicker 60 meters away. In a regular breath, someone hiding in the dark, waiting anxiously. Ryu Min turned his head slowly. He smirked the moment he recognized who was hiding there. It was John Delgado, their necromancer, standing half-hidden in the shadows, staring intensely at Siriel's broken body. His eyes were filled with a dark hunger that only a man obsessed with death could ever have. Why is he staring like that? Ryu Min wondered. Curious, he walked over, closing the gap until he could read John Delgado's mind. He was thinking, if the Black Scythe finishes off that angel, maybe I can actually reanimate it. I could turn him into my own undead puppet, though I do not know if it works on angels. Ryu Min's eyebrows raised. Oh, right. We had a necromancer. He wants to harvest Siriel's soul or raise the corpse. Huh? Ryu Min laughed internally. Can you even turn a holy angel into a zombie? I would love to see that. Stepping back, Ryu Min returned to the broken archangel. Siriel's mind was still spitting venom. Just kill me already, you arrogant piece of trash, he screamed. Ryu Min raised his massive scythe. I was planning on it. Siriel's eyes went wide with sudden shock. What? Then, with a sound like a hammer smashing concrete, the blade slammed down, splitting Siriel's skull cleanly in two. A brief pause, silence, and then a system alert flashed. You have defeated Archangel Siriel. Reward 3,000 stat points and over 32 million gold. You have obtained condensed ether for defeating the Archangel Siriel. You acquired the Rune of Darkness, now etched onto your flesh. Your standing with the demon faction has slightly increased. Total archangels defeated 2 out of 7. Reward issued. Ryu Min stood up straight, dark mist swirling around him as the magic rune burned itself into his skin, cold and intense. He smiled. So this is the legendary Rune of Darkness. Huh? Opening up the item details, it allowed free control of shadows with 3 unique skills, only usable in pure shadow. Flight, construct wings of darkness, shield a barrier to deflect attacks. Scatter fire shadow blades doing mixed physical and magic damage. Ryu Min smirked. Pretty versatile. Flight, defense, and attack. And you just know that light restriction won't stop him. He had the Knight of Death skill to create instant shadows anytime. Smiling, he began assigning his massive stat points. Massive boosts, across all main stats. Luck 16,960. Unbelievable. Minjuri's lingering buff pushes his stats even higher. No wonder Siriel felt so much weaker than Remiel. Thanks to a title that doubled his stats against holy beings, these angels stood 0 chance. But then, watch this. John Delgado approaches him, moving carefully, like a devoted priest stepping up to a sacred altar. Kneeling beside Siriel's cold corpse, he quietly whispers, "Rise, guys. While you watch this man arise, do not forget to like, subscribe, and leave a comment." Then a sudden movement caught his eye. John Delgado crept forward, extremely cautious, like a priest approaching a sacred altar. He knelt right beside Siriel's corpse, chanting a low incantation. Rise. The word echoed like sudden thunder in the silence. An eerie swirl of purple light wrapped around the corpse, making the air vibrate with strange, heavy energy. A second later, something stirred. From the very center of that glowing light, a translucent soul emerged. Siriel. The once divine entity hovered there in silence, its vacant eyes completely stripped of their former light. Chains of heavy celestial power snapped like tiny twigs as Siriel's soul bowed and knelt before John Delgado. The message was unmistakable. He had succeeded. John Delgado's eyes widened in disbelief as a crazy joy exploded across his face. He laughed like a madman, shouting that he actually did it, that it was a success. But his celebration was incredibly short-lived. But check this out. A freezing voice suddenly cuts in behind him, asking what exactly he succeeded at, making John Delgado flinch. He whipped around instantly, total dread rising in his chest. Black Scythe stood there, silent like a shadow stalking its prey. John Delgado's confidence instantly shattered. Stumbling backward, he pointed a shaking finger at Ryu Min and screamed for Siriel to kill him. He barked the order to kill him like a desperate madman trying to survive. The newly bound Siriel should have attacked, but nothing happened. Siriel just stood there, completely cold and motionless. The angel did not even look at Ryu Min, recognizing him as a trusted ally. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms, stepping closer with a wicked smirk that was dripping with pure contempt, reminding him that the party is not disbanded yet. Ryu Min's voice drips with pure venom as John Delgado's lips begin to tremble. Do you really want to kill me so badly that you would turn an archangel into your personal puppet? Ryu Min lets out a low, dangerous chuckle, asking if he actually thinks this works when the real Serial could not even touch him. He died like a dog, so how could his ghost save him now? John Delgado had no reply because he knew Ryu Min was right. Yet, with heavy penalties crushing him, this summon was all he had left. A final, desperate gamble to claw his way back up. Ryu Min slowly shakes his head in mock sympathy, telling him to raise the angel, worship him, or do whatever he wants, leaning closer with a suffocating, terrifying presence. He warns him to never crawl near him again unless he wants to be crushed, promising zero mercy next time. John Delgado stands frozen, weak-kneed, barely realizing his life was saved by the angel's team status. Ryu Min turns his back and walks away, a faint glimmer of intrigue shining in his eyes. He quietly wonders to himself if destroying this newly summoned undead angel would actually count as killing a real, living celestial being. If so, he could easily stack those demon blessing effects all over again. He nearly tests it right away, but since Serial is currently marked as an ally, Ryu Min decides to wait for the party to disband. Smiling faintly, he decides to let the guy live for just a little while longer. Later, inside the colorless waiting space, the familiar voice of an angel echoes out, asking if everyone has gathered. The blank, colorless expanse marking the end of the round slowly fills with returning players. Ryu Min's team stands among them, completely silent. The angel lets out a loud, exaggerated sigh before asking to see how many teams actually managed to survive. Starting with 7,880 teams, only 2,389 survived, shocking the crowd. So many had fallen, mostly during that brutal fifth trial where surviving without a reliable summoner was practically impossible. The angel explains that normally, they would rank the surviving teams and instantly eliminate the bottom half. With fluttering wings, she adds that only 2,389 made it, far below the required 3,940. The players exchange highly uneasy glances. This is completely unprecedented. So, all 2,389 teams survive, leaving the total headcount at 9,994. Next, the angel announces they will finally tally up the individual rankings. The criteria is about to be revealed as a glowing window of light displays the 12th round results. Area C, first place goes to Black Scythe, level 91, with 200 kills. Second, Dark Knight, level 60, with 100 kills. Third, Aged Man, level 60, 100 kills. The criteria is based entirely on monster kills. Someone gasps in utter disbelief at the monster kill requirement, while another groans, realizing those golems from the early trials decided everything. Oh man, that means supporters never stood a chance. And as regrets spread, players lament they only needed 10 more kills. The angel's loud voice quickly cuts through all their complaints, announcing that in the event of any ties, priority was decided by speed. Now, moving to rewards, a golden notification floats directly in front of Ryu Min. It congratulates him as the region's top player, offering a first-place rune bundle and a special reward selection box. Ryu Min sighs as a slight smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth, whispering under his breath about winning first place again. It is getting pretty boring, but deep down he knows this reward is rightfully his. Opening the rune bundle, a notification reveals the Gale rune. Both speed stats increased by 100%. The rune automatically engraves itself, forcing Ryu Min to admit it is pretty nice. Doubling his blinding speed is a monstrous power-up. Even as he absorbs the reward, Ryu Min's mind drifts to another being, whispering the name, Michael. The name of the top-ranked archangel echoes in his mind, recalling the brief glimpse of godlike power that entity possessed. He is not quite sure how they stack up now, adding that he must keep pushing forward in case Michael descends to the real world. That thought immediately sobers him, because if Michael appears in reality, even Ryu Min might fail to protect his world. His eyes narrow as he mutters that he will never let anything happen to his brother. And check this out. He immediately triggers his reward box, forcing a pretty wild choice to pop up. Double experience, a mercenary guild rank up, or information about the 13th round. Ryu Min says the choice is obvious, as he is intentionally holding back his level, making experience points utterly useless. And information is something he can easily survive without, but that guild rank upgrade unlocks his ultimate dream of hunting dragons. Selecting the second option, A notification pops up confirming his mercenary guild rank has jumped from expert to veteran. He is now just one step closer to unlocking dragon hunts, bringing a sharp, fierce gleam to his eyes. He is almost there, just one milestone away as the final message announces that round 12 is complete. Unified area, CA000001, has 9,994 survivors returning home. Round 13 begins at midnight on January 1st, 2023. Congrats on surviving. As blinding light engulfs Ryu Min, he closes his eyes. Meanwhile, Ma Kyung-rok sits upright, rustling the crisp white sheets below. A smug, self-satisfied smile slowly creeps across his face, subtle but completely unmistakable. Letting out a deep breath, he murmurs that he is finally glad to have earned a ranking reward this time. The wall clock blinks 5 a.m. in red, ominous digits. But there is simply no way he can go back to sleep. His mind is far too active, pulsing with leftover adrenaline and tension from those crazy trials. Moving deliberately, he walks into his hotel suite kitchenette, pulls out a whiskey bottle, and pours himself a neat glass. Pouring a double over ice, he mutters bitterly about how he nearly died last round. His reflection revealing messy, disheveled hair. With dark shadows under his eyes and glinting amber liquid in his hand, he looks like a total stranger. In the 11th round, even the majestic Han River view felt suffocating. He sat by this very window, staring out helplessly as if the waters held the answers. But things are different now. Whispering that he held on despite earning 0 points, the cryptic warnings of the prophet echo clearly in his mind. The rank depends on slaying monsters solo, and he did exactly that, hunting down every single golem he could find. Completely alone and without any backup, he carved his way through the trial, slaying all 100 monsters. Clenching his fist, he recalls the flurry of spells and his sweat-soaked sword grip, knowing his desperation finally paid off. Second place, almost first but not quite. He grits his teeth, muttering that he still could not beat him. Honestly, you can't blame him. How on earth did that bastard, Black Scythe, a close-range fighter, slaughter 200 monsters all alone? Was it magic, a hidden weapon, or a bow? Ma Kyung-rok shakes his head, whispering that it would not matter if he used a simple stick. That man is a monster in human form. In the hands of Black Scythe, even the weakest trash gear becomes deadly. That bitter truth stings far worse than the burning alcohol down his throat. He sighs again, his deep frustration sinking in. Earlier memories resurface like bile as he mutters a question to himself. He could have easily partied with us, with me, Seo Aren, and An Sang-cheol. But he refused, taking only Min Juri. That decision never sat right with him. He did not speak up, but the rejection felt like a slap. Why Min Juri and not him? Narrowing his eyes, he swirls the whiskey in his glass, clinking the ice before speaking in a dangerously low, dark tone. He is always with that buffer. Are they dating? Huge thanks to our awesome friend who financially supported the channel in our last video. Before we start, please like, subscribe, and support our channel. Meanwhile, Ma Kyung-rok sighed as his bitterness sank even deeper. Memories from earlier rounds resurfaced like bile. Ma Kyung-rok muttered that Black Scythe could have joined us with him, Seo Aren, and An Sang-cheol. But Black Scythe refused, taking only Min Juri. That selfish decision had never sat right with Ma Kyung-rok. He kept quiet, but the rejection felt like a harsh slap. Why choose Min Juri and not someone like him? Ma Kyung-rok narrowed his eyes, swirling whiskey in his glass as the ice clinked. He muttered darkly, he is always hanging around with that buffer. Are they dating? The mere thought twisted like a painful thorn in his chest, but he scoffed and shook it off. No way. Who would actually like a guy like him? He is rude, cold, and acts superior. Pausing, Ma Kyung-rok tightened his jaw and muttered, unless you are Christine Craig. That name lingered in the air, hanging heavier than smoke, as Ma Kyung-rok took another deep swig of whiskey. Christine Craig was elegant and reserved, a brilliant healer whose sharp eyes saw through almost anyone. But she could not see through Black Scythe. Ma Kyung-rok muttered bitterly, she tries to hide it, but I know she likes him. He had noticed her stolen glances and how her voice softened whenever she mentioned Black Scythe. He utterly hated how quickly she changed at that name. Ma Kyung-rok muttered, so what if Black Scythe saved her life? That does not mean she has to fall for him. He slammed his glass on the table with a heavy thud, rattling the ice, and shouted, she has a fiancé, and it is me. Sure, their engagement was more political than romantic, but it still meant something. Or at least, it should have. Frustrated, Ma Kyung-rok ran a hand through his hair, muttering that a month ago, he did not care who she liked. But seeing her look at Black Scythe now made his fist clench. He did not even understand his own emotions anymore. It was rage, jealousy, and despair, all tangled together. Ma Kyung-rok added, "He is already #1 and the regional representative. Now he wants to steal another man's woman too. Look, Ma Kyung-rok is no saint, and he knows it, but something about Black Scythe just drives him completely insane. The guy was just too perfect, too calm, and completely untouchable." Ma Kyung-rok spat. "If I knew this would happen, I should have saved her myself. Damn it all." Even the prophet came to mind, bringing a surge of irritation, as Ma Kyung-rok realized that Seer must have known Black Scythe would save her. Damn that prophet. Standing up abruptly, Ma Kyung-rok paced the room with flashing eyes. "No, there is one way to stop this. If I prove Minjuri is his girlfriend, Christine Craig will give up. I mean, talk about a desperate, incredibly petty plan. But Ma Kyung-rok is clinging to it like a drowning man. But there was a major catch. He knew literally nothing about her. No real name, no face, and no guild. The same went for Black Scythe. Both operated strictly in the shadows with no leaks or public appearances. Ma Kyung-rok wondered, what if she is not actually his girlfriend? That thought made him pause, followed by another heavy wave of resentment. He muttered, even if she is not, anyone would stick to her. With buffs that strong, your physical stats are almost doubled. His mouth twisted into a greedy sneer, whispering, I would love to have her by my side. Imagine the massive advantage. He had actually tried tracking down her real identity and address once, but hit a dead end and eventually gave up. With an annoyed grunt, Ma Kyung-rok downed the rest of his whiskey, letting the bitter taste coat his tongue. Ice rattled in the glass like the remnants of a cold plan. Staring at the ceiling, Ma Kyung-rok smirked and muttered, this is a perfect night for a job. When the stress got too high, Ma Kyung-rok knew exactly what would help. Killing. Walking to his laptop, he booted it up and logged into his secret server. Endless rows of targets and criminal files flashed across the screen, pure scum. He muttered, let us see who dies tonight. Ma Kyung-rok was so deep into analyzing their records, crimes, and habits that he completely lost track of time. Soon, dawn broke fully, spilling warm golden light across his luxurious suite. His stomach growled. Surprised, Ma Kyung-rok muttered, is it really this late already? Breakfast time was long gone, but he did not care. Standing up with his typical arrogance, Ma Kyung-rok stretched and yawned, saying, the chef will whip something up if I ask. He smirked, already picturing a fresh breakfast served to him with utter, trembling respect. He still had his pride and vengeance. Right then, the sharp buzz of his phone shattered the silence. He frowned, wondering who on earth could be calling at this hour. Glancing at the screen, Ma Kyung-rok blinked and muttered, it cannot be. Swiping to answer with genuine curiosity, Ma Kyung-rok confirmed his identity. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he blurted out, what? Really? Then, silence. Next, a burst of laughter exploded from his throat, a moment of pure, honest joy that surprised even him. Chuckling, Ma Kyung-rok said, thank you. Got it. Yes. Goodbye. As he hung up, his entire face lit up instantly. Every single dark shadow that hung over Ma Kyung-rok was gone, replaced by pure disbelief and massive excitement. Ma Kyung-rok whispered the words like a sacred spell Cosby listing approved. He clutched his phone tightly, terrified the message might vanish if he let go. Laughing breathlessly, he muttered that the prophet was right, Cosby listing achieved in just 6 months. His triumphant voice echoed through the empty room. Memories suddenly flooded his mind, bringing back the image of his father, Ma Dae-cheol, a towering figure of massive success and freezing expectations. This was the man who always looked at him with chilling disappointment instead of pride. He constantly compared him to a younger version of himself, making Ma Kyung-rok mutter that his father would be absolutely stunned. He never believed in me, Ma Kyung-rok thought, unable to hold it back as his trembling fingers dialed his father's number. He delivered his triumphant news over the line like a child desperate for praise. Unbelievably, he actually got it. A few surprised words, a rare nod of approval, and a forgotten hunger instantly woke up, not for food, but for validation. You can probably guess why his whiskey sat forgotten, because getting listed on KOSPI was way more than just regular business. It was power, legacy, and revenge. A firm needed 3 years of operations, sales over 100 billion won, and massive net profits. Ma Kyung-rok murmured those extreme figures to himself, shaking his head. He had shattered every single requirement. Player Place, the company reborn from the ashes of Chunma Consulting, achieved what seemed utterly impossible. We are no longer a startup. Now we are a titan, and I finally earned my father's recognition. Despite being the eldest son, Ma Gyeongrok never once felt like the real heir. He possessed the brains, the ruthlessness, and the ambition, yet his father's cold gaze always slid right past him as if he were completely invisible. He could still hear Ma Daecheol's freezing voice tearing him down at every family gathering. At your age, I built a massive corporate giant from nothing, growing it to dominate 65% of our market. What have you done? Those harsh words scarred his mind. No achievements ever felt like enough, but now, he did the unthinkable. Start a company, his father had commanded. Hit top 30 on KOS stack within 5 years, and become the heir. It was a cold-blooded contract. He bled for 4 years, pushing Chunma Consulting to its outer limits, only to scratch 85th. With 1 year left, he almost broke. Then, the entire world changed. Society crumbled in chaos, but Ma Gyeongrok quickly adapted. See, opportunities only come to those who never give up, and that is when he met his ultimate savior, Ryu Min. With the Prophet's immense help, they built Player Place, hitting the Kospi listing in 6 quick months. He owed everything to Ryu Min, yet felt a sharp pang of guilt for cursing him that morning. He had been quite resentful of Black Scythe's rapidly growing presence. His anger had spilled over, silently blaming Ryu Min until deep regret finally settled in, making him quickly straighten his posture. He decided to welcome him properly, having already called Ryu Min to invite him to hear the incredible news in person. Right then, the door creaked open, and a very familiar voice entered. An Sang-cheol bowed with sincere respect, offering congratulations. He had been there from the start, handling every single shady backdoor deal. From murder cleanups to moments of pure rage, Ma Gyeongrok just smiled. He smiled warmly, thanking Chief An for working harder than anyone, while An Sang-cheol humbly bowed and downplayed his efforts. Ma Gyeongrok chuckled. No, you did plenty. Without you, I wouldn't be here. You helped relieve my stress more than anyone, he said, both knowing what that truly meant. An Sang-cheol was the shadow behind every single murder, cleaning up bloodstains and manipulating CCTV footage to ensure his dark masters stayed completely safe and hidden. An Sang-cheol then asked if he told the chairman. Ma Gyeongrok replied that the chairman did not believe it at first. Laughing, he added that even he could barely believe this victory was real. Asked why he had not told Ryu Min, he smiled and said the prophet already knew. He said the prophet promised to congratulate him in person, and the mood instantly turned celebratory. Ma Gyeongrok even threw a party for the employees, a rare warm gesture before An Sang-cheol asked if he had eaten breakfast. No, I forgot. After waiting 5 long years, you do not really feel hunger. His eyes shone with intense light as the massive weight of those painful years completely evaporated from his shoulders. You can find my second channel linked in the first comment. I will be uploading the new manhwa there, along with some brand new episodes of Black Scythe, so go ahead and subscribe. Also, a huge shout out to our friend who financially supported the channel in the last video. Before we kick things off, do not forget to like, subscribe, and show some financial support. The bodyguard asked why he did not tell the prophet, but Ma Gyeongrok replied that he already knows. He said he would come to congratulate me. If that is not a sign, then I do not know what is. To celebrate, Ma Gyeongrok even personally arranged a party for the employees, a rare gesture for someone so cold. The bodyguard then asked if he had eaten breakfast yet. Ma Gyeongrok admitted he forgot when you wait 5 years for something, you do not really feel hunger. His eyes were shining. Years of heavy pressure lifted instantly from his shoulders. But then a knock at the door. The bodyguard announced that the chairman had arrived and Ma Gyeongrok's expression instantly shifted from joy to pure tension. He turned. There stood Chairman Ma Dae-yul, towering and stern as ever, stepping into the room with a massive presence. His tailored suit was completely flawless, face unreadable. But he did not come alone. Following close behind were Ma Gyeongrok's younger brothers, the second and third sons. Just like that, the smile on his face completely froze. Lowering his voice, he welcomed his father. His eyes then quickly flicked to his 2 brothers. Not a single smile. They were family in name, only complete strangers bound together by blood. Now watch this. At his moment of glory, the real battle begins against his 2 younger brothers. The second son, Ma Gyeongsang, was a sharp, calculating rival. The third, Ma Gyeongsu, was 2 years younger than Ma Gyeongrok. Even though Ma Gyeongsu smiled more than the others, his eyes remained totally cold. As kids, they fought constantly. They fought like crazy back then. Broken toys, scraped knees, bloody noses. But it was never truly serious. It was nothing they could not forget over a shared dinner or a scolding from their father. But adulthood changed everything. They did not fight over toys anymore. Now, it was about money. Large, incredible wealth. This was the kind of wealth that turned siblings into sworn enemies. They were not just born with silver spoons. No, they had diamond-encrusted spoons waiting to be passed down the moment their powerful father, Chairman Ma Dayul, the patriarch of the Osang group, finally passed away. Back then, everyone expected the eldest son, Ma Gyeongrok, to inherit it all. That reality gnawed at Ma Gyeongsang and Ma Gyeongsu like rats in a wall. Pure jealousy. They claimed Ma Gyeongrok was nothing special, just a stiff, arrogant guy of average skill propped up by tradition. They had the brains, the drive, and the vision. Why should he take everything? They confronted their father with furious eyes and sharp words. Ma Gyeongsang snapped. It is totally unfair. Gyeongrok is completely unfit to inherit. Ma Gyeongsu added that he already doubled his division's returns, while Gyeongrok just rode their father's coattails. Chairman Ma Dayul, a man who clawed his way up from nothing, was not blind. Leaning back like a king in court, he spoke up. Fine. Then let ability decide instead of age. Whoever proves their worth shall inherit the group. It was that single moment, that exact turning point, where the bond between the brothers shattered completely. Look at them now, standing face to face for the first time in months inside this lavish banquet hall. Under the glittering chandeliers and the quiet hum of elites sipping champagne, Ma Gyeongrok stood tall in his tailored navy suit. His expression was cold as ice as his younger brothers approached, sporting smiles faker than the plastic flowers around them. Ma Gyeongrok's voice cut like a blade through the tension. What are you doing here? Ma Gyeongsang's lip curled as he replied they were simply there to offer their congratulations. Ma Gyeongsu mocked him, asking if they could not offer a few kind words, causing Ma Gyeongrok's eyes to narrow. Ma Gyeongrok told them to leave, but Ma Gyeongsang just shrugged, asking if he thought they even wanted to come. He explained that Chairman Ma Dayul ordered them to attend. As if summoned, the patriarch's booming voice thundered right behind them, demanding they stop fighting. The old chairman walked forward, his heavy presence commanding the room in silence. His incredibly sharp eyes pierced through all three sons, as he declared he brought them here to celebrate their brother's success, not draw swords. Dead silence. Their quiet defiance spoke louder than any words. Suddenly, another smooth, charismatic voice chimed in from behind the crowd, instantly demanding everyone's attention. Agreeing with the chairman, the speaker asked if it was time they acknowledged their brother, as a built man strolled in. With bodyguards flanking him like shadows, it was Ma Dongwon, the mayor of Seoul, and their powerful uncle. Ma Gyeongrok blinked in surprise, asking, "Uncle, you are here too?" Ma Dongwon gave a hearty laugh and told him, "No need to be formal with me, Ma Gyeongrok. I am still your uncle, remember?" He walked over and patted Ma Gyeongrok on the back, saying, "Congratulations. Did you plan all of this yourself?" Ma Gyeongrok calmly replied, "I just kept it modest." Modest? For a company that returned to Kospi after 5 years? That is nonsense. Ma Gyeongrok's lips curved into a confident smile as he said, "This is only the beginning. My goal is not just listing the company, it is to lead Osung. I am not stopping here." He turned to meet his brother's eyes with a gaze dripping with superiority. His smile made one thing crystal clear: you have already lost. Ma Gyeongsu's jaw tightened as his fists clenched, whispering to himself that he is a smug bastard. If it were not for him, everything would be completely different. Mayor Ma Dongwon burst into laughter again. "Haha, that is the spirit," he said. "The future heir of Osung needs that kind of confidence." He looked over at the chairman and asked, "Brother, surely you are no longer worried about your successor?" Chairman Ma Dae-cheol smiled faintly and said, "No. With these results, there is nothing left to say." Ma Dongwon added, "He even exceeded your expectations. Wasn't the requirement just to reach the top 30 of Kosdak?" Ma Dae-cheol replied, "Yes, and he made it into Kospi. He has done far better than I imagined." Hearing the praise, Ma Gyeongrok bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you, Chairman." It was extremely rare for his strict father to offer any compliments. This praise felt like a crown on his head, but his brothers' faces twisted with bitter rage and resentment. If this was meant to reconcile them, it failed miserably. If anything, it made matters worse. But maybe that is exactly what their father had planned all along. Ma Dae-cheol said to himself, "Good. Envy him. Resent him. Let your hatred fuel your growth." He had zero intention of reconciling his sons. He simply wanted to spark a competitive fire, but he had no idea he was pouring gasoline straight onto dry wood. And this is where the real drama starts. Ma Gyeongsu suddenly speaks up in a very casual tone. "By the way, brother, isn't it time you told us?" Ma Kyung-rok tilted his head slightly and asked, "Told you what? Your in-game nickname," his brother replied. The room instantly fell dead silent as Ma Kyung-rok's expression hardened. In that brutal virtual world they all inhabited as players, your nickname was everything. It was your identity, your legend, and your ultimate vulnerability. There was only one reason they would ask. They wanted to track his location and kill him. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why?" Ma Kyung-soo feigned innocence, saying he was just curious. "What's your nickname then?" Ma Kyung-soo smirked and said, "Respect your elders. You go first." Ma Kyung-rok's voice lowered like an unsheathed blade. "Fine. Black Scythe." Ma Kyung-soo snorted, telling him to stop joking. But Ma Kyung-rok replied, "I am serious." Ma Kyung-soo's eyes gleamed with challenge as he said, "Then prove it. Use the duel feature. No weapons, no skills, just your bare hands. Fight both of us." Ma Kyung-rok asked, "What?" His brother answered, 2 versus 1. "If you are really Black Scythe, you can handle that, right?" A heavy silence fell over the hall. They weren't just provoking him. They were challenging him right in front of their father, their uncle, and everyone in power. Ma Kyung-rok clenched his fists slowly. If he had a weapon, it would be easy. If he could use his skills, he would easily crush them. But barehanded, even for Black Scythe, that was a tall order. He looked at his brothers, rivals, and enemies, realizing this was not just a duel. This was war. It was a ridiculous and childish provocation. But Ma Kyung-rok did not respond. He couldn't. Not without a weapon. Think about it, raw guts will not protect him from trained brothers smelling blood. Fighting them barehanded right here? Total suicide. Instead, he drew in a deep breath, clenched his fists behind his back, and forced a crooked smile, speaking coolly. "Fine. I lied a bit. I am not Black Scythe. Are you satisfied?" His younger brother sneered, his lips curling in arrogant triumph. "I knew it. What nonsense, pretending to be Black Scythe." His second brother, Ma Kyung-sang, scoffed. "Why lie about something so easily exposed, you bastard?" That insult echoed like a sharp slap across the room. Ma Kyung-rok's face darkened, his jaw clenching as his facial muscles ticked in frustration. His brother's gazes turned colder, sharpening like knives drawn under the table, until a sudden shout tore through the thick tension. "What are you doing?" It was Ma Dae-cheol, their father and the chairman. He had watched silently until now, but even he could not stomach this open hostility anymore. He added, "You talking about duels and whatnot? Are you seriously here to fight your own brother?" One of the brothers sighed dramatically, saying, "See, we told you we did not want to come." The other, with folded arms and eyes burning with contempt, said, "But you insisted on dragging us here." The chairman's face turned red with fury, veins pulsing in his temples as he barked, "What?" He barks at them as rascals, but his sons do not flinch. Once, they would have bowed their heads. Back then, the heir had not been chosen yet. But not anymore. Ma Kyung-rok has already proven his worth, surviving 13 rounds in the other world and building a Kospi-listed behemoth. With the heir decided, one brother shrugs honestly, "We do not understand why you even brought us here." His sibling waves dismissively, "If this is to make us learn from Ma Kyung-rok, we are leaving." The chairman roars, half rising from his seat, "You ungrateful bastards." Their uncle, Ma Dong-won, gasps in disbelief, asking how they could ever speak to their father that way. But the brothers are already leaving. One stops to look back at Ma Kyung-rok, his voice dripping with venom. "Ma Kyung-rok, watch out on dark roads." Huge thanks to all my friends who supported the channel in our last video. If you want to help keep these recaps going, consider sending a donation through the PayPal link. I put the link in the description, since YouTube takes a massive cut of standard super thanks. Also, do not forget to like and subscribe. Ma Kyung-rok's older brother shrugs his shoulders, grumbling that he has no clue why they were even summoned, while the other scoffs, warning they are leaving if this is about praising their perfect brother. The chairman roars in anger, half rising from his chair, calling them ungrateful bastards. Ma Dong-won steps in with wide eyes, asking how they could dare speak to their father in such a disrespectful way. But his brothers are already walking away. Before stepping out, one brother glares back at Ma Kyung-rok with pure venom, telling him to watch his back on dark streets, while the other just smirks. He warns Ma Kyung-rok not to get arrogant just for surviving the 13th round, leaving Ma Kyung-rok muttering in absolute disbelief. His brother adds, "Remember, those who hold their heads high always trip on the smallest stones." With that, they vanish, leaving only cold threats behind, and the chairman suddenly stumbles backward while clutching his neck, groaning about how ungrateful his sons turned out to be. Ma Dong-won immediately rushes to his side, his voice rising with intense concern for his brother. He turns to the frozen Ma Kyung-rok, asking what on earth he is doing just standing there. He yells to help his father, snapping Ma Gyeongrok back to reality as he rushes over to hold him up. Yet his eyes remain completely cold and vacant, unable to block out the vicious threats his own siblings just threw at him. Watch out on dark streets. Stumble over a pebble. Those were not just simple warnings, they were straight-up death threats. Gripping his father's shoulder, Ma Gyeongrok curses them for threatening his life. Instead of showing any pride for his survival, they chose to make an enemy of him, bringing a quiet, bitter anger to his chest. His eyes grow dark as he realizes they are worse than total strangers now, and he knows they are definitely not bluffing. In their eyes, the only path left to secure their future is to put him 6 feet under. They fully expected him to perish during those brutal trials in the other world. But here he is, still standing tall. He survived, and now his brothers are desperate enough to do anything. Suddenly, a dark, lethal thought crosses his mind. If they want to take his life, maybe he should just end theirs first. A decision that brings zero guilt. Instead, he finds pure clarity, knowing that if they want him dead, he is going to make sure he goes down swinging. A cynical grin slowly creeps onto his face. His eyes gleam with malice as he decides he is not about to sit around and wait for his death, completely unaware that another player is quietly watching from the shadows. Ryumin stands only a few feet away, entirely invisible to everyone in the room thanks to his stealth skill. Eavesdropping on their conversation, he wonders why the tension is so high, having only come to meet Ma Gyeongrok for a simple business update. Honestly, this family drama is way more entertaining. Moving invisibly between them, Ryumin reads their faces and listens to their inner thoughts, realizing that blood is definitely not thicker than water here. For a rich family, loyalty is completely dead. It is a classic inheritance war, predictable but still incredibly fascinating to watch play out. 3 siblings fighting over one crown, ready to destroy themselves. As Ryumin notes, the old man is not changing his mind. He clearly chose Ma Gyeongrok as the heir, yet still invited the brothers to motivate them. But that was a massive miscalculation. Now they want Ma Gyeongrok dead. And even worse, Ma Gyeongrok is ready to return the favor. Ryumin cannot help but smirk, realizing this chaos works perfectly in his favor, and if he plays this right, he can separate Christine Craig from Ma Gyeongrok entirely. Once she has nobody left, she will be entirely his. Ryumin knows exactly how Ma Gyeongrok feels about the Black Scythe, acknowledging that the man has always hated him. They only teamed up for business, but that partnership is done, just like the future of their company. Ryumin knows that even though the business launched, player numbers are dropping after round 15, and revenue is about to plummet. He needs to cash out quietly right now, though selling his entire share at once would look far too suspicious. Selling 3% yields 100 billion won, so Ryumin decides to call Russell Daniel first. Next is Christine Craig, whom he will convince that he just needs quick cash for a private project. And finally, CO Aaron. He will need her assistance to organize everything, and his clean, quiet exit plan is already falling perfectly into place. Ryumin finally steps away, fading back into view once he is far from the office. Then he approaches Ma Gyeongrok with a casual smile, acting like nothing happened, and says, "Sorry, I am late, Gyeongrok. What did I miss?" Ma Gyeongrok turns to him with a tight, forced smile, a silent war still raging behind his eyes, and replies, "Nothing much, just family business." Ryumin leans back in his chair, staring intently at the phone in his hand. Before calling Christine directly, he decides to dial Jeffrey first. The line clicks, and though Ryumin sounds calm, his mind is racing as he asks, "Really? Is she actually on her way?" Jeffrey confirms, his tone clipped and respectful, that yes, Christine is heading straight for Korea. Ryumin asks, his eyes narrowing, what the reason is. Jeffrey replies that she wants to hear the next round's prophecy directly from the prophet. Ryumin frowns, muttering to himself that she could have just asked over the phone instead of traveling all this way. Then again, it makes sense. For someone like Christine, a single prophecy could completely reshape the entire course of her life. Asking for something that major over a simple phone call would just feel too casual, maybe even disrespectful. He lets out a soft chuckle and tells Jeffrey to let Christine know he will make contact when the time is right, then lure her in. Jeffrey agrees, and as Ryumin lowers the phone, his eyes turn thoughtful. He originally planned to use the prophecy to summon her anyway, but since she is coming on her own, there is no need to make the first move anymore. The less she knows about his involvement, the better. If Ma Gyeongrok ever finds out he brought Christine here, things will spiral out of control fast. Once the arrows start flying, he won't be the only one in danger. His younger brother, Ryu 1, would become a prime target too, and he can never let that happen. So, he plays it carefully. Even with stocks, he deliberately holds back and pretends he cannot always see the future, avoiding any suspicion. He needs to look like a victim in this game, not some brilliant mastermind. His mind jumps to the next phase of his plan. He has to call Seo Rin too, but using his own number is out of the question. Using the Black Scythe identity will work perfectly. Two birds with one stone. He'll lure both Christine and Seo Rin to the exact same spot to expose Ma Gyeongrok's dark side. But he needs surveillance first. Ma Gyeongrok's every move needs constant monitoring, and since Ryu-min doesn't have the time, that heavy job falls to Ju Seong-tak. Ryu-min needs to focus on the Messiah faction and John Delgado. He also has to test if he can truly control Seriel, his newly summoned beast. Luckily, he already knows exactly where they are hiding. Those Messiah apostles always gather in that same secluded wooden cabin. He can picture them now, faces lit by lamplight, arrogantly whispering about him and the terrifying Reaper. Of course, showing up as the Reaper would be foolish, so he will sneak in completely invisible to listen. Right then, Ryu-Wan looks up with curious eyes and asks if his big brother is heading out somewhere again. Ryu-Min smoothly lies that he is heading abroad, making Ryu-Wan instantly tease him about visiting his supposed Japanese girlfriend. Ryu-Min blinks, suddenly remembering that hilarious rumor. Oh, right. It all started when he mentioned a hot spring trip to Japan. Smiling slightly, he just rolls with it and says yeah, something like that. Ryu-Wan chuckles, giving his seal of approval before wishing him a good trip, and Ryu-Min promises to return soon. He thinks it is a pretty solid excuse as he leaves. Having a girlfriend makes his sudden disappearance way less suspicious. Meanwhile, in a dark wooden cabin far away, the heavy oak table splits in half under the crushing force of a single punch. Splinters of wood scatter across the floor as a furious voice roars out, "How on earth can this be happening?" It is Yang Chui-Wen. Veins bulge at his temples, his chest heaving with bloodshot eyes as his face twists in absolute rage, staring at the glowing screen. The 12th round has ended, and the assassination mission against the Black Scythe failed. And check this out, right at the very top of the leaderboard sits that cursed name, the Black Scythe. Yang Chui-Wen's hands shake with fury as his teeth grind, realizing his mission failed while that bastard took first place. But it isn't just the failed mission pushing him over the edge. Returning to reality brings a total nightmare. All 28 members of his loyal syndicate, his subordinates, his family, are dead. Only a single survivor remains by his side. His right hand, Zhang Shu, watches the splintered wood roll across the floor and urges him to calm down. Warning that he might break the whole cabin, Zhang Shu is cut off as Yang Chui-Wen whirls around, eyes blazing with pain and roaring, "You think the table is the issue? My people are gone. Every last one." Huge thanks to the awesome supporter who backed the channel in our last video. Before we jump in, make sure to like and subscribe to help the channel. Right now, Yang Chui-Wen's hands are shaking with pure rage. His mission is a failure, letting that bastard take first place. But his rage runs far deeper than that. Returning to reality, he walks straight into a nightmare. All 28 loyal members of his Black Society family are dead. Only his right-hand man, Zhang Sui, remains by his side. Zhang Sui tries to calm him down as wood fragments scatter across the floor, warning that he will break the entire cabin. But Yang Chui-Wen whips around with fiery eyes, his voice cracking with intense agony and rage as he demands if the table even matters. All his people are gone, wiped out completely, while the Spaniard, founder of Messiah, simply raises a hand and speaks calmly. "You can always recruit more because people flock to strength. And since you, Yang Chui-Wen, are China's #1, finding replacements is easy." Yang Chui-Wen spits out replacements, slamming his fist onto the broken wood again. He yells, "Do you think I am some heartless beast? They were my brothers. They shared their food, fought beside me, and bled." That made the Spaniard go silent. Even his cold, calculating nature cannot withstand the fiery, raw intensity burning in Yang Chui-Wen's eyes. A heavy silence fills the room, disturbed only by Yang Chui-Wen's ragged breathing, before he speaks in a low, murderous tone. He vows to track down the killer, rip open his gut, drag his intestines out, and strangle him with his own flesh. A cold chill sweeps the room as Dark Soul finally leans forward with a smirk. He mockingly asks why waste rage when the culprit is already revealed. Yang Chui-Wen snaps his head over to demand what he is talking about, but Dark Soul only responds with a freezing look. He tells them to think about it when the slaughter happened. Everyone was trapped in the other world, unable to move. That means the killer is an ordinary person close to your operation. Tilting his head with a widening grin, he declares it a clear inside job, making Yang Chu-win scream out in pure fury. Are you suggesting my own brothers betrayed me? Dark Soul's eyes glitter maliciously as he asks who else could it be. It certainly wasn't anyone from Messiah, making Yang Chu-win bark at him to shut his filthy mouth. But Dark Soul does not even flinch at the murderous intent pouring off of Yang Chu-win. Leaning back to enjoy the rage, he casually asks if they did not find dead bodies at the villa before the mission even started. Yang Chu-win hesitates before admitting only one was unaccounted for. Jiang Chen. Dark Soul smiles cruelly and speaks softly. There is your traitor. He probably slaughtered his comrades before the mission, slipped back home, and wiped out the rest. Yang Chuan argues that it is impossible. Jiang Chen's body was found alongside the rest. Dark Soul's eyes gleam as he suggests someone must have silenced him afterward. Or maybe he ended his own life after the job. Yang Chuan roars to stop, clenching his fists until his knuckles crack. He yells not to talk about him like that, insisting Jiang Chen would never betray him. Do traitors usually announce their plans beforehand, or walk around carrying a sign that says they are going to betray you soon? Yang Chu-win's jaw clenches with frustration, but no words come out. Dark Soul smirks and presses on. The best killers are always the most talented actors. They wear masks daily, faking their loyalty until the perfect moment arrives to show their true colors. Yang Chu-win slams his fist onto the ruined table yet again, shouting in fury, "What the hell does a lowlife like you know?" But Dark Soul only smiles wider, scanning his cold eyes across the room. Looking at each of the apostles in turn, he asks if they truly believe he was wrong. Dead silence follows. Not a single person speaks up to defend Yang Chu-win, confirming the painful truth. Dark Soul leans back in his chair, a wicked smile spreading on his lips. His eyes lit up with the thrill of casting doubt as his voice drips with pure malice. I bet that Jiang Chen was just a mole planted by a rival organization. He was probably biding his time, waiting for the ideal moment to strike. The apostles stir uneasily, their faces cast in deep shadows under the dim light. Someone mutters hesitantly, questioning if it was even a rival group. What if the Black Scythe is actually behind this? At the mention of that deadly name, a suffocating silence chokes the room with dread. Someone asks about the Black Scythe, prompting Yang Chu-win to speak in a calmer tone. Though his sharp eyes show his deep unease, he straightens his back and begins steadily sharing exactly what he has uncovered. Yang Chu-win explains he went to Korea to check on his men, even visiting the Black Scythe's villa, prompting an eager Dark Soul to lean forward. But Yang Chu-win just gives a flat reply. It was completely empty, totally abandoned, like nobody had touched the place in days. There was no warmth or trace of life left, as if the target knew what was coming and vanished. Gasps instantly echo around the table. Narrowing his eyes, Dark Soul questions if the Black Scythe somehow managed to figure out their entire plan beforehand. Yang Chu-win admits it is pretty likely, especially since he was totally assured the guy was inside before they launched. Realizing someone must have warned him, Dark Soul snaps his fingers like a whip crack. Of course, the bastard figured it out in advance. He bribed Jiang Chen, and the moment the man's usefulness ran dry, another assassin was sent to silence him forever. The theory matches up almost too perfectly, but one massive problem remains. Yang Chu-win speaks up, his voice dropping low. Now ask yourself, how did the enemy even discover their secret plan? Is there a traitor hiding among them? Traitor. That single word sends a cold chill through the room, instantly poisoning the air. Suspicious eyes dart across the table as fists clench. These apostles, normally bound by ironclad loyalty, are suddenly eyeing each other with pure doubt. Yet John Delgado just sits there, quiet, composed, shaking his head to dismiss their rising panic. He speaks coolly, despite the hidden bitterness in his voice, claiming he knows exactly who the traitor is. Every single gaze locks onto him, demanding to know who. As he leans forward to state it is obviously the one person not in this cabin. Reality hits them hard. The only apostle missing from this secret meeting. Someone barks out Swingman's name, demanding why he would ever betray them, while John Delgado's face twitches with a flash of heavy anger. It was his own hand that brought every member into this circle. If a traitor grew here, it was his heavy burden to carry. John Delgado admits he is not entirely sure, but the chance is pretty high. He explains that back in the 12th round, he teamed up with the Black Scythe and spotted a player named Jeffy. Yang Chu-win narrows his eyes, recalling Jeffy as the informant who gave up the hideout. John Delgado's gaze hardens as he confirms it. A name like that shocked him, but since the face did not match the Jeffy they knew, he just brushed it off. At first, he figured it was just a fake alias, But now he wonders if both are the same man. If so, he was working with the Black Scythe all along, feeding them lies. Angry, fearful murmurs erupt, but someone suddenly objects, arguing they never gave him their entire plan. John Delgado snaps back that this is exactly why the leak must be internal. And who brought Jeffy in? Swingman. It always comes back to him. Now think about it, if the Black Scythe predicted their moves, it is because Swingman leaked everything. The pieces fit perfectly. Swingman, Jeffy, the Black Scythe, and Jiang Chen, all the threads of betrayal are tying together. Yang Chu-Wen explodes, slamming his fist down in pure fury, cursing that useless bastard and swearing he never trusted him from the start. The others stay quiet, but their tight jaws, grinding teeth, and burning eyes show they are feeling the exact same rage. Dark Soul demands to know where Swingman is. The grim reply? Gone. He is not even showing up in searches. Then, after a heavy silence, they realize he must be dead. Someone lets out a bitter laugh about the 12th round, calling him an idiot for dying before they could get revenge. Their chance for revenge has slipped right through their fingers, but they are not about to let this go. John Delgado says coldly that only Jeffy is left. So, if they cannot reach the Black Scythe, they will break Jeffy instead. Dark Soul growls to track him down and drag him back. John Delgado nods. He knows his face. He cannot hide in the other world, and during the 13th round, he will find him. Their dark pact is sealed. 4 powerful apostles are now united with one brutal goal: hunt down Jeffy, the Black Scythe's ally, and torture him for answers. Later that night, John Delgado returns to his lonely home, where the heavy shadows and pressing silence feel like a suffocating blanket. Letting out a long, shaky breath, he chuckles bitterly, but the sound is completely hollow. Survival was a gift from the Black Scythe this round, but how much longer can he keep cheating death in the next? Gripping his temples, he shakes his head as the dread of the upcoming rounds whispers that his survival is only temporary. Then, a faint smile creeps across his face as he reassures himself that he still holds a secret ace. An angel, once a proud warrior of light, is now a spiritual undead serving entirely under John Delgado's command. Even the Black Scythe spared John Delgado after seeing it a warning maybe. He decides to forget about revenge for now. Staying alive comes first. But when he opens his status screen, the words burn into his mind like a curse. The system penalty activates. All his stats are permanently halved. Every single summon he controls loses 50% power. His hands shake. Rage taking over, he screams, "Damn it. Why him? Why the Black Scythe?" The words echo through the empty house, leaving him utterly alone. But his angel summon remains massive, the strongest beast he ever bound. Clutching his head, he whispers that this angel is his only hope. It is his ticket to the 20th round. Madness flares in his eyes as he mutters his insane plan. He will wish the Black Scythe dead, or better yet, wish for 1,000 times his power and rule the world. A manic laugh rips from his throat, bouncing off the walls. He screams to the empty room, "Who cares? Nobody is here anyway." But suddenly, a freezing voice cuts through the quiet, saying, "Except for me." Talk about a terrifying twist. John Delgado spins around, pale and breathless. Right there, staring back at him, is a man wearing a bone-white mask. Imagine starting out with the weakest ability in your entire school. The bullying was constant, but his real nightmare actually waited at home. When his father discovers that useless power, the beatings never stop. His mother tries to protect him and pays the price, losing her voice forever. Yet, despite the agony, he rises to become a top-tier hero. But betrayal strikes from his own team. A literal blade right to his back. His so-called friends finish the job. Bleeding out, a devil appears to offer a dark bargain, a second chance at life. He is thrown back into the past, armed with 5 godlike powers. You can find the entire manhwa in the first comment, or right at the video's end. Shout out to our awesome supporter who backed the channel in our last video. Before we jump in, make sure to like, subscribe, and support our work. His eyes gleamed with pure madness as he declared his wish he'd destroy the Black Scythe, or even better, take 1,000 times his power and rule the entire world. John Delgado burst into a manic laugh that echoed off the empty walls alone, delirious and triumphant, muttering that nobody was around to see him anyway. But then, out of nowhere, a voice answered, "Except for me." That chilling response completely froze John Delgado's blood. John Delgado whipped around, his face turning pale and breath catching in his throat, only to see a man in a white mask standing there as his heart dropped. Terrifying memories of the villa and that nightmare footage rushed into John Delgado's mind. He had definitely seen that mask before. His voice cracked as he stuttered out a question, But the masked figure calmly stepped forward, confirming he was exactly who John Delgado thought. From under the cloak, a wicked, curved black scythe slid cleanly into view, the weapon that had once carved right through his limbs. John Delgado's lips trembled as he muttered the name haunting his worst nightmares, Black Scythe. His voice went hollow, dazed. He simply could not believe what his own eyes were showing him. The terrifying figure standing before him was not just some bad dream, or a shadow of vengeance lurking in the other world. Get ready, the legendary Black Scythe is actually standing right here in the flesh. John Delgado's heart pounded like a war drum. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but his mind snarled with desperation. He forced his breathing to slow down, telling himself to focus, because now was not the time to lose his head in the past. He would have attacked in a blind rage. But John Delgado was smarter now. He had witnessed enough. He understood one undeniable truth. Trying to challenge the Black Scythe was pure suicide. Swallowing hard, his throat dry, John Delgado asked if it was really him. The masked figure before him tilted his head, a cold smile on his lips. With a sudden, fluid motion, Ryu Min swung the massive, terrifying scythe, its dark blade gleaming under the dim light. Ryu Min spoke with a quiet threat. Would you really still be asking that? Hearing the blade slice the air, John Delgado flinched violently. Instinctively, John Delgado checked his arms and legs, fully expecting them to be missing. Only after confirming his limbs were still attached did John Delgado finally let out his breath. Alive. For now, his face turned pale as he stammered out, "You really are the Black Scythe? How on earth did you find my house?" Ryu Min lowered the weapon, but his predator-like gaze remained sharp and merciless as he asked, "Is that really what is important right now?" John Delgado's lips quivered. John Delgado quickly shook his head. Why Ryu Min came was all that mattered, and deep down, he already knew. His voice cracking as he asked. When John Delgado asked what brought him here, Ryu Min countered with a chillingly calm question, "What do you think?" It sounded like a playful word game, but John Delgado knew this was no game. The Black Scythe never asked questions without already knowing the answer. John Delgado asked, "You are here for revenge, right?" Ryu Min's eyes narrowed as he told him to keep talking. John Delgado swallowed hard, his whole body tensing up under the pressure. John Delgado confessed, "Our group did something wrong, and now you have come to collect the ultimate price." Ryu Min smirked, mocking him by saying he thought his head was just for decoration, but clearly he can think the insult made John Delgado's stomach twist. Then, like a sharp blade plunging straight into his chest, Ryu Min spoke the cold, hard truth aloud. Ryu Min knew John Delgado's group, the Messiah, attempted a very well-timed assassination. Instead of taking hostages like last time, they planned the hit while Ryu Min was locked in a deep sleep, his voice sharpening. Ryu Min demanded to know whose idea it was: Dark Souls, Yang Chuwen, or the Spaniards? John Delgado's mind completely froze because Ryu Min already knew. He knew everything, down to their organization name and the apostles' nicknames. Cold sweat trickled down John Delgado's spine. John Delgado's mind scrambled. Traitor? Could Swingman have actually betrayed them? That thought chilled him to the bone. But nothing was more terrifying than the monster standing before him after what they did. His head could roll any second. John Delgado desperately thought to himself that he simply could not die like this today. The mere thought of fighting back against the Black Scythe never even crossed his mind. It would be instant suicide. How could his summoned angel, fragile as a candle flame, ever stand against a monster who wiped out 30 enemies with one lightning bolt? And with John Delgado still suffering a penalty where fighting meant death, survival required only one thing: submit. He dropped heavily to his knees. His pride shattered, John Delgado pressed his forehead against the floor, his trembling voice cracking. "I have made a terrible mistake, Black Scythe. I am truly, incredibly sorry." Ryu Min's unblinking gaze hardened as he demanded that John Delgado explain exactly what he did wrong for him to understand. John Delgado's lips trembled as he forced the words out, each one tasting like pure ash. He admitted he made a massive mistake joining Messiah, that pathetic group foolish enough to oppose someone as powerful as Ryu Min. He foolishly tried to pull off an impossible assassination, causing Ryu Min nothing but unnecessary trouble. John Delgado swore he would quit the organization immediately, begging Ryu Min to spare his pathetic life. Ryu Min tilted his head, watching him like a hawk studying helpless prey. Then, with a quiet laugh, he noted that John Delgado really took his sweet time when begging for his life. Yet, behind that mocking tone was something else entirely: pure satisfaction. Ryu Min felt the total desperation and pure sincerity dripping from John Delgado's voice, fully realizing this man was not pulling a fast one. He was genuinely terrified, desperate to survive. All of John Delgado's anger and thirst for revenge had completely vanished. He was no longer thinking about payback, he only wanted to live, which Ryu Min silently noted. Ryu Min noted his honesty. John Delgado's eyes widened with hope as he stuttered a question, and Ryu Min agreed to spare him. Relief washed over John Delgado like a massive wave. Trembling, he stammered out his heartfelt thanks. But Ryu Min was not finished. Not yet. He added a single condition, instantly turning John Delgado's relief to cold, dark dread. When John Delgado nervously asked for the details, Ryu Min let out a cold smile, demanding a simple duel that hit John Delgado like a sudden thunderbolt. A duel? Ryu Min's voice remained calm. Yes, a duel. I'll set the conditions, so take a look and decide. It's not a bad deal. Ryu Min waved his hand, making a glowing system window appear. Seriously, watch this. Look at how completely stacked these custom conditions actually are. The notification showed a duel request sent to John Delgado. It was a basic sparring match where death was completely disabled. The goal? Land just one hit. But the loser becomes a slave, forced to serve for life, obeying every command. Meanwhile, Ryu Min could not use any equipment or special skills. Ryu Min could not move a single step and had to forfeit the very first blow. As for John Delgado, he suffered absolutely zero penalties. John Delgado's jaw dropped. A lifetime slave contract? This was absolutely, completely beyond insane. Losing meant becoming a mindless puppet. But if he won, if he managed to land even a single tiny scratch on Ryu Min, the tables would completely turn. He would hold the leash. The thought of making the legendary Ryu Min his personal slave was incredibly intoxicating. It was a far sweeter revenge than killing him. But reality bit hard. Could he win? His instincts yelled no. Common sense screamed stop. Yet the terms stood no skills, no gear, no movement. He even gave up the first strike. John Delgado's eyes trembled as real hope began to spark. It was a poisoned apple. Even knowing it was a trap, he could not decline because refusing meant Ryu Min would slaughter him on the spot. Only one path forward. John Delgado clenched his shaking fists, his lips trembling with fear. This was his only chance to escape. With a shaky finger, he tapped the screen, accepting the duel. The virtual system announced the duel would start in exactly 10 seconds, making John Delgado's heart thunder far louder than the ticking clock itself. Ryu Min's lips curled into a silent, plotting smirk as he closed the message, already laughing on the inside because he knew the fool would accept. John Delgado never actually had a choice. He had been completely cornered from the very beginning, and Ryu Min knew it. Let's be honest, the trap was way too sweet to pass up. The fantasy of turning the legendary Ryu Min into a personal puppet was irresistible. After all, Ryu Min had banned his own skills. No movement. Giving away the first strike. To anyone else, this was pure suicide. But for Ryu Min, he was not worried in the slightest. Not with the rune of insight glowing nearby, and the rune of future sight burning in his veins. Leaning forward with razor-sharp eyes, he spoke in a calm, highly provoking tone. He told John Delgado to go ahead and take the first shot, and not to hold anything back. The second those words left Ryu Min's mouth, a violent storm of dark energy flared from John Delgado's staff. His face twisted with pure hatred. He roared a filthy curse as a horrifying, ghostly monster ripped its way into reality. Bones rattled, massive wings unfurled, and the freezing, oppressive aura of death filled the room. A towering skeletal angel named Scythe stood before them. It was a phantom only vulnerable to magic, its hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie light. John Delgado does not need to be told twice. The moment those words leave Ryu Min's lips, a storm of crackling energy erupts from John Delgado's staff. His face twists with pure hatred as he roars, "You damn bastard." From the staff, a ghostly figure tears its way into the world, with bones clattering, wings stretching, and a chilling aura of the undead filling the room. A skeletal angel, Serial, the kind only vulnerable to magic, stands tall. Its empty eye sockets glow with a cold, lifeless light as John Delgado commands with bitter venom, "Kill him," and Serial does not hesitate. The summon shoots forward so incredibly fast that to the naked eye, it looks like pure teleportation. The weapon in its bony hands flashes through the air, slicing down at Ryu Min, but Ryu Min barely even moves. With nothing more than a simple tilt of his shoulders, his body sways, looking completely bored as the angel's attack slices through empty air. Then his lips move, uttering a single word: "Discharge." Blinding light erupts as lightning tears through Sariel's body, ripping upward and blasting straight through the ceiling of the house, while John Delgado's face turns pale. "Can you believe this? Serial, His prized high-ranking angel summon instantly crumbles into ash. But that is not even the most shocking part. His eyes widen with furious rage as he spits you said, "Skills are prohibited." But Ryu Min just chuckles darkly, smirking. "It is just a rune effect." Ryu Min calmly replies, as John Delgado grinds his teeth, screaming, "You cheating bastard." But rage does not cloud his judgment, so forcing his breathing steady, John Delgado tightens his grip and begins his next chant. One after another, more ghostly figures claw their way into existence. 5 ethereal undead, each with glowing skeletal wings, surround Ryu Min, circling like vicious predators as they close in. They do not wait for orders and lunge at once, but Ryu Min's expression never changes as he simply raises his hand, whispering discharge. A blinding wave of electricity explodes outward, completely vaporizing every single undead in an instant. Shattered bones and ash scatter into the air, clearing the battlefield as if nothing had ever existed there. John Delgado does not falter, and with a grim smile, he summons again, strategically spreading out even more skeletal angels. There must be a cooldown on that blasted ability. John Delgado mutters to himself, his grin widening. There is a limit. This is his strategy, relying on endless summons to force Ryu Min to burn through his powers until an opening finally appears. Talk about getting your hopes crushed. That tiny bit of hope in John Delgado's eyes is obliterated in the very next second. From the shadows at Ryu Min's side, dark orbs begin to form, floating silently before splitting apart into dozens of spinning blades of raw darkness. Scatter. His command is soft but deadly. Those dark blades shoot outward, slicing through the angels, tearing them apart piece by piece. Unhuman screams echo through the air as every last summon falls, including John Delgado himself, his eyes widening in pure horror as one of the dark blades embeds itself directly into his forehead. His staff clatters to the ground as a system message rings in Ryu Min's ears. The duel is over. Black Scythe is victorious, and the defeated opponent is now your lifelong slave, bound to obey your every single command. The dark blades fade away, leaving silence. Ryu Min stands over John Delgado's kneeling figure, his smirk returning as he mutters to himself, "Everything goes according to plan." His forehead wound already healed by the system, John Delgado lowers his head with shattered pride to greet his master, making Ryu Min's eyes gleam with satisfaction. "Good. Then listen carefully, John Delgado. I have something I want to test," and John Delgado obediently bows low. "Just give the order," John Delgado says. Ryu Min gestures, "Summon the angel again. The cooldown is 5 minutes. Please wait, master." And 5 minutes later, the skeletal angel reappears, summoned once more. This time, Ryu Min's gaze sharpens as he wonders if killing a summon still counts toward the demon rune stacks. He raises his hand, lightning already sparking between his fingers, and commands discharge. Sariel's body disintegrates once more, vanishing into nothingness. But there is no system message and no change. Ryu Min clicks his tongue. "As I thought, summoned angels do not count, just like monsters, never giving any experience or dropping gold. If they did, this world would already be flooded with high-ranking players abusing summoners." Still, Ryu Min tests again with no result, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. "It does not matter how many times I kill Sariel. Only the first time counts." So folding his arms deep in thought, he sighs, "No other choice. Then, I must test this differently, because if John Delgado can summon physical undead, not ethereal ones, then maybe those kills will actually count." A cold smile tugs at his lips, knowing that if this is true, John Delgado, once his enemy, becomes his greatest asset. Ryu Min adds, "If I can farm angels through him, I will keep him alive forever." For now, John remained kneeling, awaiting orders. Ryu Min's smirk widened, shadows dancing across his face. Everything was finally coming together. Ryu Min decided to meet Russell, since he was already overseas. He wanted to discuss a few things in person, and he was quite curious about Russell's financial situation. The bustling crowds at New York's JFK airport moved in massive waves, but one man stood out. It was Russell, his face lighting up the moment he spotted Ryu Min. Waving with childlike enthusiasm, he shouted, "Mr. Ryu Min, long time no see." Ryu Min, calm and composed as ever, greeted him with a warm smile and extended his hand, asking if the trip had taken long. Russell laughed, shaking his head. He said he just watched a movie, took a nap, and boom, here he was. You've got to respect the dedication here. Flying 7 long hours across the ocean is no joke. Originally, Ryu Min considered visiting Russell himself, but the blacksmith insisted on flying out, showing just how eager he really was. Ryu Min suggested grabbing lunch to talk. Russell's eyes widened, and he asked how Ryu Min knew he was totally starving. They agreed, and minutes later, they were seated comfortably inside a steakhouse right at the airport. Plates of sizzling steak, mashed potatoes, and roasted veggies covered the table. Russell's eyes sparkled like a kid in a candy shop. Ryumin teased him, asking if he could really finish all that food. Russell grinned proudly, saying he needed to eat this much to keep up his strength. Ryumin casually told him not to worry about the bill. He promised to take care of everything, but Russell immediately shook his head. Almost offended, he asked what Ryumin was talking about. He couldn't just freeload after getting a free prophecy from him. Besides, he was quite wealthy now. At the mention of money, Ryumin leaned back, remembering his past advice. His gaze sharpened as he asked if Russell had finally sold those stocks. Russell nearly choked on his steak, excitement flashing in his eyes as he confirmed he sold them right after hearing his advice. Thanks to Ryumin, he made more money than ever. When Ryumin calmly asked how much, Russell proudly declared, 40,000 pounds. Ryumin's lips curled into a faint smile. He originally invested just 14,000 pounds into Machung Rocks, and now had 40,000, almost tripling it. It was enough to fund his blacksmithing for years. Ryumin noted he made quite a bit, which Russell admitted with awe. For someone who barely scraped by before, handling this sum feels totally unreal. It is all thanks to you, Prophet. He started to bring up the bank account, but Ryumin raised a hand and shook his head. With gentle yet firm eyes, he said that money belonged entirely to Russell. Russell blinked in pure disbelief, asking, huh? He insisted that since Ryumin provided the capital, he should repay the loan. But Ryumin simply asked if he remembered their first meeting. Russell hesitated, then slowly nodded, recalling how Ryumin said he was investing based entirely on his potential. Ryumin agreed, stating he already made his investment and had no intention of withdrawing it until Russell reached the very peak of blacksmithing. Money should stay with those who need it, leaving Russell staring back completely speechless. His eyes trembled with intense gratitude, caught between a smile and tears, as Ryumin reassured him with a warm tone. If he felt uncomfortable, he should just keep the principal and use the rest, since he earned it himself. The blacksmith clenched his fists tightly, his expression filled with newfound determination. Though he felt a bit shameless, he promised to use it to craft, expressing his deepest gratitude. Ryumin simply smiled, stating there was something far more important to discuss. Russell straightened up immediately, realizing that was the real reason behind his trip. Ready to listen, he watched as Ryumin leaned forward with a very serious look, asking if he knew the name, Black Scythe. Russell nearly dropped his fork, repeating the legendary name, Black Scythe. Of course he did. Everyone in the player world knew the rank 1 player who stood at the very top. And here's the drop. Ryumin reveals that in the next 13th round, Black Scythe will find him. Russell's eyes widened in total shock, demanding to know why someone of that caliber would look for him when they did not even know each other. Imagine reliving the same nightmare 99 times. A desperate father turns back time again and again, trying to save his daughter from a zombie apocalypse. But every single attempt ends in failure, until his final try, when he discovers a secure military shelter. He finally believes he can protect her, but fate plays an incredibly cruel twist. The father himself begins to turn into a zombie. You can find the full manhwa in the pinned comment or at the end of the video. Make sure to like and subscribe. Huge shout out to the awesome friend who supported this channel financially in our last video. Before we start, do not forget to subscribe and support us. Meanwhile, Ryumin paused, letting his words sink in. He warned that in the 13th round, Black Scythe would seek him out. Russell Daniels' eyes widened. What? Black Scythe? Why on earth would someone like him want me, when he doesn't even know me? Ryumin quietly admitted it. He doesn't yet, but he will soon because I am sending him to you. The threat was terrifyingly clear, and Russell Daniel trembled. Wait, you actually know Black Scythe? Ryumin calmly nodded, admitting they somehow ended up getting to know each other. Russell Daniel leaned back, totally awestruck, as his disbelief slowly turned into sudden realization. If Ryumin really was a legendary prophet, then knowing the real Black Scythe made complete sense. Russell Daniel let out a nervous laugh to think you associate with such a monster. You must have actual steel nerves, Prophet. Ryumin asked him with genuine curiosity. Is Black Scythe really that terrifying? Russell Daniel raised his voice, of course. While normal people run 1 lap, that guy runs 10 without even sweating. He takes first place like it is nothing at all. Honestly, the man is a total monster. A faint smirk touched Ryumin's lips. He obviously knew his own power, but hearing others describe him was pretty hilarious. Anxiously, Russell Daniel asked what he was even supposed to do upon meeting him. Ryu-min calmly laid it out. To survive the 13th round, you will crucially need his help. Now, pay attention as Ryu-min carefully broke down his brilliant strategy. Russell Daniel hung on every single word, nodding eagerly. I see. So that is why this meeting is so crucial. I get it. Ryu-min reassured him, promising to speak with Black Scythe. He will help you, but you still need to prove your own worth. He asked my worth? Ryu-min explained your blacksmith buffs. Show him exactly what you can do. He will realize your value. Russell Daniel squeezed his fists tight, determination blazing in his eyes as he agreed. As Russell Daniel nodded, Ryu-min let out a tiny smirk, thinking that he had successfully connected him to Black Scythe. A blacksmith is the ultimate buffer. If we survive together all the way to the 20th round, he will be priceless. Right then, Ryu-min's phone buzzed. Glancing at the screen, he saw Ju Sung-taek calling. It was finally starting. Politely, he excused himself to step away. Russell Daniel nodded instantly. Of course. Prophet. Take all the time you need. Stepping away, Ryu-min answered. What is the status? Ma Gyung-rok just arrived at a warehouse. He is pacing outside smoking, clearly waiting for someone. Ryu-min figured it was the offering. What is their location? The voice replied, Gwangju, in Gyeonggi Province. Ryu-min's eyes narrowed. As expected, it was Ma Gyung-rok's main hideout. Ryu-min ordered him to text the exact address. Keep watching, and when it is time, meet up with Jeffrey Bishop. Understood, came the reply. Hanging up, Ryu-min immediately called Jeffrey Bishop, demanding updates on Christine Craig. Jeffrey Bishop confirmed she had just landed in Korea. Ryu-min smiled. Perfect, guide her directly to the warehouse. You remember your lines, right? Jeffrey Bishop agreed, and Ryu-min told him to move out. The assassin promised to execute. After texting the location to Jeffrey Bishop, Ryu-min cleared his throat. Calling CO Aaron, he spoke in the cold voice of Black Scythe. Meanwhile, get ready for some serious family drama, because his targets have completely zero brotherly love. Their childhood was spent under the terrifying glare of a strict father who raised them to be cutthroat rivals rather than sons. From day one, their family's massive fortune, the Asen Group, was the ultimate prize. They were just pawns on a bloody chessboard, viewing each other with constant suspicion. Every conversation was sharp as a razor. Sure, they bickered like normal brothers, but the hatred ran deep. If my brother wins, I lose. To them, wealth was not just power. It was survival, and the other brother was merely a roadblock to clear. But fate has a funny way of completely changing the game. Years of scheming and backstabbing fell apart in one crushing moment last year. That is because neither of them had claimed the lead. Instead, their eldest brother, Ma Gyung-rok, was winning. Ma Gyung-rok's business began rising slowly, but soon, his progress was too massive for anyone to deny. He was rapidly closing in on inheriting the entire family empire. For Ma Gyung-sang and Ma Gyung-soo, this was unacceptable. So, these bitter rivals teamed up in a fragile, desperate alliance to bring their older brother down. Sitting across from each other, in a dimly lit, silent apartment, they plotted. Ma Gyung-soo leaned forward with greedy eyes, asking smoothly if his brother had a plan. Ma Gyung-sang frowned, rubbing his chin. His expression remained calm, but his eyes showed clear hesitation as he admitted he had a few ideas. But Ma Gyung-sang admits that Ma Gyung-soo's plan is definitely the best one. The younger brother grinned slyly, calling it completely realistic. With a high success rate, too. Ma Gyung-sang gives a reluctant nod. The plan itself is simple, brutally simple. They would kidnap Ma Gyung-rok on his way home from work, wearing masks with weapons fully ready. Then they would force him into a duel one, where the rules are bent entirely in their favor, making it unwinnable. Sure, Ma Gyung-rok would refuse at first, but with a blade at his throat or a gun pointed right at his chest, what choice does he have? None. He would accept while shivering and crying. And once he does, the game is already over. Ma Gyung-soo's smile widens as he explains with absolute confidence, brother, the very moment he accepts, it is all over. The duel's outcome will decide the succession, and will stack the odds completely in our favor so Ma Gyung-rok loses everything. His pride, his rank, his entire future at Osung. But Ma Gyung-sang hesitates, noting that afterward, it'll just be the two of them. Ma Gyung-soo's gaze hardens instantly as he warns him that is right. But until then, no backstabbing. Got it, brother? Ma Gyung-sang scoffs and raises an eyebrow. Backstab you? You are the one I should be worried about. They both share an uneasy chuckle, but deep down, Ma Gyung-soo's thoughts are pitch black. Once Ma Gyung-rok is out of the way, you are next, brother. But watch this right here. Their perfect little alliance starts cracking. Ma Gyeong-sang suddenly asks with hesitation what if he resists. Do we really have to fight him to the death? Ma Gyeong-soo's eyes flash with irritation. Pathetic, he thinks, seeing his older brother trembling like a scared little kid. Still, he forces a calm tone. We will try not to. But if he pushes too far, his lips curl as a chilling gleam fills his eyes, then we will have to kill him. Ma Gyeong-sang's face twists in horror. Wait, isn't murder too much? Ma Gyeong-soo snaps. Then what about kidnapping? Is that fine, brother? That is still better than murder. Do you seriously expect to inherit Osung without getting your hands dirty? Or are you planning to chicken out after we've already crossed the line? The older brother swallows hard, stammering no. I was just thinking, maybe there is another way. Ma Gyeong-soo replies coldly that is why we are giving him a choice. A duel or death. Either way, he's done. Ma Gyeong-sang looks away, muttering still, don't you ever get a really creepy vibe from him? Ma Gyeong-rak. Sometimes his eyes give me the chills, like he is some kind of psychopath or serial killer. Ma Gyeong-soo bursts out laughing. What? You think Ma Gyeong-rak is scary? Don't tell me you are getting cold feet, brother. He protests. No, I am not scared. I'm just saying. Ma Gyeong-soo tells him relax. He's not Black Scythe. Together, we will crush him. Ma Gyeong-sang mutters a weak agreement, but his eyes reveal pure dread. Later that night, down in the underground parking lot of the apartment complex, the brothers finally part ways. Ma Gyeong-soo smirks as he slides into his Porsche. Let's meet up and finalize everything tomorrow. Ma Gyeong-sang waves and heads for the elevator. Fine, text me the details. But as soon as the engine starts, a warning light flashes on the dash. He gets back out and crouches by the front tire. Damn it. It is totally flat. Ma Gyeong-sang frowns as he points out a sudden puncture. Someone must have slashed this. The older brother crosses his arms, scolding. Didn't I tell you? Stop sneaking out at dawn to go drag racing with your car club. Ma Gyeong-soo snaps back. I quit that ages ago. Besides, this wasn't an accident. Someone did this on purpose. Guess I'll have to borrow your ride. Reluctantly, Ma Gyeong-sang groans. Fine. Wait right here while I grab the keys. Left completely alone in the dimly lit parking garage, Ma Gyeong-soo sparks up a cigarette. But the lighter won't catch, making him curse. Come on, light up. And right here, he suddenly feels a strange presence closing in. Brother, are you back already? Suddenly, a massive shield slams directly into his face, instantly knocking him out cold. Minutes later, Ma Gyeong-sang returns with keys dangling from his hand. He calls out, Gyeong-soo, where are you? Suddenly, he freezes. On the cold pavement lie his brother's dropped cigarette and lighter. He mutters, what is this? Confusion clouds his face. He bends down to pick them up, only to sense a sudden movement. Turning around in relief, he says, oh, there you are. The massive shield strikes hard again, smashing right into his face. His vision explodes with bright stars before everything goes black. Emerging from the deep shadows, the towering figure of An Song-cheol stands tall, casually adjusting his tight grip on the shield. Without showing a single flicker of emotion, he drags the unconscious brothers toward a waiting van. He casually pulls out his phone. It is done, sir. Yes, I will bring them in now. The van engine roars to life and vanishes into the dark, carrying away two greedy brothers whose big plans collapsed before they even started. Find the entire manhwa pinned in the top comment or right at the end of this video. Make sure to like and subscribe. Shout out to our amazing friend who backed the channel financially in our last video. Before we jump in, do not forget to hit like, subscribe, and support the channel. Now, Ma Gyeong-soo slowly opens his eyes, head pounding and vision hazy. For a split second, he thinks he might still be in that dark, cramped parking lot. But no, this is somewhere else entirely. The air feels completely different. It is damp, musty, and a putrid smell of rotting garbage hits his nose, making him wince. What is that smell? He mutters, his face twisting in disgust. Then clank. His eyes fly wide open. Both his wrists and ankles are bound tight in heavy iron chains. They clatter loudly, digging deep into his skin as he struggles. The cold truth hits him like a splash of ice water. He was kidnapped. He remembers it all now, the parking lot ambush, the shield smashing his face. He snarls, that bastard. Whoever did this dragged him to this dump and chained him like a criminal. And honestly, this is where the real panic sets in as he strains to see through the dark. Are you awake now, Ma Gyeong-soo? The familiar voice comes from right beside him. Brother? With his blurry vision slowly adjusting, he barely makes out the dark silhouette of another person tied up beside him. His elder brother, Ma Gyeong-sang, sits slumped in the chair right next to him, tied in chains. Ma Gyeong-soo asks, brother, You too? Ma Gyong-sang gives a bitter, frustrated nod, whispering, yeah. Ma Gyong-soo grinds his teeth and roars, damn it. Who is the crazy bastard that dragged us here? Do they think some cheap chains can hold us? His eyes burn with defiance, his voice loaded with false confidence. They definitely picked the wrong guys. I will break these in a second. He tenses up, his face turning red as he lets out a massive roar. He pulls, but the chains do not even budge. Sweat slowly drips down his shaking temples. The harder he pulls, the more hopeless it gets. Ma Gyeongsang mutters in a weak, tired voice, stop wasting your strength. I already tried. It is no use. That broken, defeated tone makes Ma Gyeongsu snap his head around, shouting, brother, do not talk like that. We cannot just sit here and give up. We have to at least try. Quiet. What if the kidnapper hears you? Ma Gyeongsang hisses, eyes darting to the door. But Ma Gyeongsu just barks back like an angry wild animal. Good. Let them hear us. I want to look that bastard right in the face. And right on cue, the heavy warehouse door slowly groans open. You can bet their hearts are hammering like crazy. Bright light spills inside, revealing a dark silhouette. At first, the brothers expect to see the attacker who used that heavy shield. But no, this figure is way too familiar. It is Ma Gyeongrok. The brothers freeze, their blood running completely cold. Their eldest brother slowly steps inside, a cold, mocking sneer curling across his lips. He does not look like a savior. His calm, cruel smile says it all. Ma Gyeongsu spits on the floor, eyes blazing with fury. You. It was you. Ma Gyeongrok tilts his head in a mocking way. How strange, disrespecting your elder brother the second you lay eyes on him. Have you gone mad? Or do I need to pull out your guts until you come to your senses? Ma Gyeongsu growls, straining hard against the heavy chains. You psycho bastard. You still want to act like a big brother now? But Ma Gyeongsang's voice trembles. Unlike his defiant brother, his eyes are wide with pure terror. Lips trembling, he begs Ma Gyeongrok, do not do this. Please, let us go. Amusement glimmers in Ma Gyeongrok's eyes as he mutters, I was actually thinking of letting one of you go if you behaved. Ma Gyeongsu's face twists with complete rage as he demands, and what about me? Huh? The eldest brother, Ma Gyeongrok, calmly replies, our youngest still needs to learn some respect. Then, he slowly raises his sword. A dark, writhing aura seeps from the blade like a living shadow, slithering toward Ma Gyeongsu. His fake confidence instantly crumbles as the darkness coils around his arm. His eyes bulge in horror as he screams, what is this? Get it off. Suddenly, the shadows gnaw at his flesh like fangs, tearing chunks away. An agonizing scream pierces the dark warehouse. It hurts. It hurts. Stop. Ma Gyeongsang flinches violently, trembling so hard his metal chair rattles. He squeezes his eyes shut, but the sickening sounds of tearing flesh and agonizing screams still fill his ears. Now a bloody mess. Ma Gyeongsu's arm hangs lifelessly. The overwhelming pain is too much, and his head drops forward as he passes out cold. The elder brother, Ma Gyeongrok, steps closer, casually slapping his cheek until his eyes flutter open. He asks, when did I say you could sleep? Ma Gyeongsu's lips tremble as he whispers, sorry, brother. His voice is weak and broken, making Ma Gyeongrok sneer. Pathetic. If you were going to break so easily, why even fight back? Now you have lost an entire arm for nothing at all. Not that it really matters. You are both going to die anyway. Hearing that word, both brothers instantly freeze up with pure dread. Ma Gyeongsang begs, tears welling up in his eyes, please spare us, brother. We will give up everything we own. Ma Gyeongrok chuckles darkly, we will not fight for that air position anymore. His low, venomous laughter echoes through the warehouse, asking how they ever thought they could steal what belongs to him. Did they really think sharing a table meant his food was theirs? Calling them greedy rats, Gyeongsang stammers, nearly sobbing. He begs Ma Gyeongrok, crying out that they were wrong and pleading for forgiveness just this once. But Ma Gyeongrok's face turns chillingly calm, his anger hidden behind a quiet mask. His eyes pierce right through them like a predator playing with its prey, demanding they be completely honest. He asks if they were planning to kill him. Gyeongsang's eyes tremble, his face twisting with instant desperation. Pointing a shaking finger at his younger brother, he cries out that it was all Gyeongsu's fault. He claims his brother planned everything. Gyeongsu glares in absolute shock, but Gyeongsang just keeps throwing him under the bus. He frantically explains that Gyeongsu wanted to duel, and if refused, suggested murder. He claims he tried to stop him, but his brother wouldn't listen. Gyeongsu's chest heaves with boiling rage, screaming at his brother for being a lying bastard. He yells that Gyeongsang agreed and even asked about the strategy meeting. Kyung Sang screams back in total panic. He screams at him to shut up before they both die. Mak Young Rok just leans back, letting out a cruel, delighted laugh. He calls it wonderful, watching his brothers fight like starving dogs over scraps. He eggs them on to show him who the real snake is. But both brothers go quiet, their faces completely pale. Mak Young Rok mocks them, raising his sword. Let's see what kind of sick game he's about to play. The sudden swing makes them flinch, expecting to die. But instead, their heavy chains clatter to the ground, cleanly sliced apart. Both Kyung Sang and Kyung Soo freeze, staring at their freed limbs in utter shock, wondering what he is doing. Ma Kyung Rok tilts his head with a sly smile, whispering about doing things from the shadows. His sword still glows with a faint, sinister black aura as he playfully asks if it's much easier to move now. Kyung Sang's face twists in deep confusion, demanding to know why he would ever set them free. Ma Kyung Rok chuckles, his eyes gleaming with malice, admitting he just wants to enjoy a good show and watch them fight. Raising a finger, he offers a deal. The winner gets to walk out alive. Their eyes immediately dart to one another. Shocked, Kyung Soo's lips tremble as he asks if they are really supposed to fight. Ma Kyung Rok's smile widens into something truly demonic as he corrects him. Not just fight. They must fight for their lives. Only one leaves. The other dies. His sword hums with that dark aura once again. The brothers exchange looks of pure dread, a suffocating silence falling over them. Kyung Sang shakes his head, refusing. He whispers coldly that it is either one of them lives, or one of them dies. Otherwise, both of them die right here by his hand. He raises his sword, letting the blade catch the dim light. Kyung Sang's face goes pale. Trembling, he clenches his jaw and says he will do it. He promises to fight, but never gets to finish. Suddenly, fresh blood sprays into the air. His eyes bulge in shock as pain rips through his neck. Kyung Soo stands there, face twisted, clutching a dagger dripping with his brother's blood. Talk about a brutal betrayal. That desperate strike was lightning fast. Kyung Sang's body slams onto the cold ground, his eyes wide and lifeless. Without even looking back, Kyung Soo pants heavily while frantically wiping his bloody blade. His voice trembles with pure desperation as he tells Ma Kyung Rok that he won. He reminds him of his promise to let the winner walk. For a second, heavy silence fills the room. Then, Ma Kyung Rok chuckles softly and nods, saying a promise is a promise, and their youngest has passed the test. Kyung Soo's face lights up with a sliver of hope, asking if he can leave. Ma Kyung Rok's lips curl into a sinister grin as he agrees. But the eerie sound of a heavy metal door creaking open suddenly shatters the quiet. Kyung Soo spins around, only to see someone blocking his path. It is Sang Cheo, standing firm with a shield strapped to his arm and a cold expression. Ma Kyung Rok's voice rings out from behind, sharp and merciless, saying he only promised to let him go. He never promised to let him live. Find the full story in the comments or at the end of this video. Make sure to like and subscribe. Big shout out to the awesome supporter who backed the channel in our last video. Before we kick off, please drop a like, hit subscribe, and support our work. Meanwhile, the face of Ma Hyung Soo lit up with a fragile glimmer of hope as he asked if he could finally leave. The lips of Ma Kyung Rok curled into a pretty sinister grin as he replied, of course. But right then, the creak of a heavy door opening shattered the silence. Ma Hyung Soo whipped around toward the noise, only to find the towering and Sang Cheol completely blocking his path. The warrior stood firm with a massive shield strapped to his arm, looking incredibly cold. The merciless voice of Ma Kyung Rok cut from behind. I said I would let you leave, but never promised you life. Hearing that, Ma Hyung Soo gasped. Ma Kyung Rok gave his command in a casual voice, almost like ordering tea, and in Sang Cheol nodded calmly. Do not let him escape, Ma Kyung Rok commanded. I will kill him myself. And Sang Cheol calmly replied, understood. The heart of Ma Hyung Soo hammered. Gritting his teeth in pure panic and fury, he screamed out, you total bastards. He immediately plunged into the darkness, triggering his high-level stealth skill. The midnight air cloaked his escape, making him think he was safe. Watch this. That massive shield suddenly slams into him with brutal, crushing force. The desperate rogue was instantly ripped from the shadows. His stealth shattered as he tumbled across the dirty floor. Dust swirled as he crashed hard, coughing and clutching his bleeding, broken arm with a heavy groan. Even so, he slowly dragged his shaking body back up. His teeth clenched, his limbs trembling, but his eyes burned with one goal: he had to survive. Even if he ended up rotting behind bars or hunted for life, he wanted to survive. He had to expose the crimes of Ma Kyung Rok to the world. Stumbling forward, he desperately tried to run, but a bone-chilling voice echoed through the dark. Just where do you think you are going? Suddenly, dark energy from Ma Kyung-rok whipped out like a living shadow. It wrapped around the ankle of Ma Hyung-soo, slamming him face first into the dirt. As he scrambled to stand, a sharp blade suddenly sliced right across his knee. Intense pain flared through his entire body as he collapsed, clutching his leg. Ma Kyung-rok loomed over him with a blood-stained sword. You cannot run anymore, can you? Tears streamed down the boy's face as he clawed at the mud, sobbing. Please spare me, brother. I will give up literally everything. I swear I will leave the country right away. I will completely disappear. The airship, the company, it is all yours. We are family. Please, I am begging you. Ma Kyung-rok merely tilted his head, looking down with cold amusement. You really do talk way too much. It is always highly entertaining to hear what people scream when death is staring them down. Ma Hyung-soo froze. Looking up, he saw a terrifying emptiness in the eyes of Ma Kyung-rok. It was that chilling, twisted gaze of a psychopath who genuinely enjoys watching others suffer. You can genuinely feel the terrifying realization here. He is going to die no matter what he says. Terrified, Ma Hyung-soo shrieked, his voice echoing into the empty night. Please, someone help me. Save me. Ma Kyung-rok chuckled, shaking his head. Nobody is coming. Which is exactly why I love this desolate place. It is the perfect spot to execute criminals. Ma Hyung-soo weakly stammered out, criminal? Ma Kyung-rok's grin widened as shadow tendrils swirled around his sword like hungry snakes, and right now, I am looking at one. Wait. No. Please. He screamed as the dark energy surged forward, wrapping around Ma Hyung-soo to swallow him whole. His cries grew incredibly ragged and desperate as Ma Kyung-rok whispered to his writhing shadow or devour him. Ma Hyung-soo screamed, thrashing as the darkness started eating him alive, when suddenly a clear voice sliced through the cold night. Stop right there. Ma Kyung-rok looked up, his face twitching with sudden irritation. Slowly, he turned around, only to see his pale but incredibly determined fiancée, Christine Craig, standing there. Standing right beside her was Seo Arin, eyes burning with rage. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes narrowed in genuine surprise. 3 hours earlier, Christine Craig had arrived in South Korea with only 2 clear goals. First, she wanted to hear the prediction of the prophet for the upcoming round. And second, she needed to locate the legendary Black Scythe. That was her plan. But fate clearly had something else in store. The moment she stepped off the plane and rolled her suitcase into the bustling airport terminal, she spotted a highly unexpected face. Her footsteps slowed as her brow furrowed in deep suspicion, and she muttered in total disbelief, Jeffrey Bishop? The butler stood there with a calm expression, his eyes locked onto hers as if he had been waiting for hours. Christine Craig thinned her lips as she felt a rush of old, unresolved emotions. How on earth did you get here? Do not tell me you are tracking me on orders from my father. Jeffrey Bishop, completely unfazed by her glare, calmly shook his head. His voice remained steady. No, I am actually here on the direct orders of the Black Scythe. Her eyes widened slightly at that name, her sudden anger completely swallowed up by total surprise. She gasps, the Black Scythe? Hearing him say those words feels completely surreal. Out of everyone, Christine never expected Jeffrey to mention him. Suspicion clouds her face as she crosses her arms, demandingly asking, how do you even know the Black Scythe? What kind of connection could you have? Jeffrey looks right back at her, completely unfazed, and explains they teamed up during the 12th round. When he realized I knew you, he asked for my number. Christine freezes. Her voice cracks. Pure shock. What? She mutters to herself. He got his number without me ever knowing. For a split second, a hot flare of jealousy hits her chest, totally crazy, but real. She quickly forces it down, pulling herself together. Stop lying, Jeffrey, she snaps. From what I know, the Black Scythe avoids meeting anyone in the real world. Jeffrey just smirks, pulling out his phone and sliding it across to her. See for yourself, he says. I just video called him. Talk about a shock. Christine just blinks. She cautiously takes the device from his hand. Suddenly, a figure appears on the screen. A man in a stark white mask, holding a scythe radiating that same eerie aura. Christine freezes. Her heart stops. The masked figure speaks first. Is that Christine? Her lips part as she whispers, Black Scythe? He slowly nods. That voice is unmistakable. Yes, he says. You look exactly the same in reality as you did over there. Her chest tightens. She thinks to herself, he recognized me so easily, even though I changed up my face and skin tone. A small wave of disappointment washes over her, but she instantly shakes it off. No time to stress over looks. This is the savior she has been dying to meet. Her voice trembles slightly. I never imagined talking to you in reality, she says. Black Scythe admits. I did not expect this either. But I wanted your number after Jeffrey mentioned you. Leaning closer, eyes full of hope, she asks you wanted my number after hearing about me? Do you have business with me? But the answer is not what she wanted. The Black Scythe calmly says there is something I must show you. I will tell you the place, and Jeffrey will guide you. Christine's shoulders slump. Oh, I see. The line goes dead, leaving her staring at a dark screen. She hands it back with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, I doubted you. You actually managed to make contact with the Black Scythe. Jeffrey nods calmly. Yes, it really is a pretty wild connection, is not it? Christine watches him with deep suspicion and wonder, asking how did you even end up partying with the Black Scythe? Jeffrey's eyes flash with a strange light. He just points toward the door. I will explain on the road. Let us move. She slips into the passenger seat of his expensive car. Outside, city lights blur as her thoughts spin out of control. She wonders what on earth he wants to show her. Let's see if the Black Scythe is actually waiting out there. Her heart races as they leave the bright city behind, heading deep onto a dark, isolated mountain trail. The road narrows. Pitch black shadows loom everywhere. Jeffrey pulls over. We are here, he says. Christine steps out, her heels scraping the gravel as she looks around the wilderness. Yes, please come, Jeffrey says, already walking ahead. She follows him without a single second thought. Under normal circumstances, walking into the dark with a stranger would have filled her with pure dread. But this is Jeffrey. They grew up together, and she trusts him completely. Plus, she literally just spoke to the Black Scythe. Jeffrey would never hurt me. She reassures herself. She is totally sure. They hike up the trail until Christine spots faint shapes ahead. Her eyes narrow. Wait, there are people up there. Jeffrey nods. Two figures stand quietly behind a tree. Christine squints. Instantly, recognition hits, and she gasps in shock. SEO Aaron, she cries out. And the other woman yells back, Chrissy. They both yell their usernames together. Their initial shock immediately turns into pure joy. Christine rushes over with a huge smile. I never thought I would bump into you out here, SEO Aaron. SEO Aaron smiles warmly back. Same here, Christine. I knew another player was arriving, but I never expected you. Christine tilts her head, stunned by her fluent English. You speak English? SEO Aaron replies modestly. I picked it up during my acting lessons. It is pretty awkward if your pronunciation is off during English lines. Christine nods knowingly. She already knew SEO Aaron was an actress from what she shared during their short time as party members. That was the exact moment Christine realized SEO Aaron was signed under Ma Kyung-rak's agency. Christine smiled warmly, noting how SEO Aaron looked just like her real-world self, which earned a genuine grin and a sweet compliment right back. Brushing a stray hair aside, Christine softly laughed and admitted she had actually tweaked her avatar slightly, making SEO Aaron tilt her head in playful surprise. Really? She teased, you are absolutely gorgeous in both worlds. The two traded warm compliments like old friends, their bond silently growing stronger under the heavy, mysterious shadow of the Black Scythe. A polite cough suddenly broke the air, and Christine turned to find an unfamiliar man standing right next to SEO Aaron. Curious, she asked who he was, prompting the stranger to quickly step up and introduce himself. Introducing himself as Wong Tak, he explained he had previously partied with the Black Scythe back in the 12th round. SEO Aaron deftly translated his words as Jeffrey stepped up next, giving a polite nod. As introductions continued, Jeffrey and Wong Tak locked eyes, sharing a quiet nod that spoke volumes without a single word. They instantly understood each other, both bound by absolute loyalty to the very same master. Wong Tak explained they were summoned because the Black Scythe wanted to show them something. Christine's heart skipped as she asked what he wanted to show them. Now check this out. Wong Tak simply pointed past the trees toward a rundown warehouse. Outside the warehouse stood a familiar figure, making Christine's breath catch as she gasped, is that Ma Kyung-rak? Her voice filled with disbelief as she demanded why Ma Kyung-rak was there. You can find the name of this incredible manhwa pinned in the comments below. Shout out to our amazing supporter who helped fund our last video. Before we kick off, hit like and subscribe to support the channel. Meanwhile, Christine Craig feels her heart flutter as she wonders what he is trying to show them. Ju Seong-tak simply points through the thick trees, gesturing toward a run-down warehouse sitting in a small clearing below. A familiar figure is lingering right outside. Christine Craig gasps, asking if that is really Ma Kyung-rak. She demands answers in total disbelief, wondering why Ma Kyung-rak is here. Nearby, SEO Aaron faces them with a hardened look. The Black Scythe told us he wanted to show us Ma Kyung-rak's true nature, Christine Craig whispers. Her eyes stay glued to the man below. True nature? From their hidden spot, They watch Ma Gyeongrok pacing like he is waiting for someone. Suddenly, his phone rings. He answers it in a rush before slipping inside the dark warehouse. Christine Craig's pulse races as she wonders what the Black Scythe is actually trying to prove here. Seo Ah-rin just shakes her head. He said we will find out if we wait, so we have no choice but to watch. Christine Craig crouches next to her, her entire body tense with anticipation. Just then, headlights pierce the darkness. A large van rolls down the path and stops near the entrance. The driver steps out, and Christine Craig instantly recognizes his face. Her stomach churns. It is An Sang-cheol, Ma Gyeongrok's trusted right-hand man. He walks quickly to the back of the van and yanks the doors open. To their utter horror, he drags out two limp bodies completely unconscious, or maybe already dead. Christine Craig's eyes widen, her breath catching in her throat. What is that? Is this a kidnapping? Seo Ah-rin's face completely drains of color. No, this cannot be right. The night air grows heavier as the warehouse doors shut behind An Sang-cheol, leaving the women trembling in terrified silence. Whatever truth the Black Scythe wants them to see, get ready, because it is only just beginning. A short while later, An Sang-cheol walks back outside. Fully armed, grim-faced, and highly alert, he stands at the warehouse entrance like a cold, unyielding guard. Then comes a series of muffled thuds, followed by blood-curdling screams from inside the warehouse. The desperate cries are so incredibly loud they reach Christine Craig and Seo Ah-rin from dozens of meters away. Christine Craig's eyes widen in terror. Those screams, she whispers, her voice trembling in the dark. Those screams must be from the people who were just dragged inside. Seo Ah-rin's face turns completely pale. Her lips quiver as she softly asks what is happening inside. But An Sang-cheol does not flinch. His face remains unreadable, as if he already knows the horror unfolding inside. He stands firm with a stone-like expression, having buried his humanity long ago. Too terrified to peek inside, Christine, Craig, and Seo Ah-rin crouch anxiously behind the trees, exchanging panicked glances. Christine Craig whispers, asking if Seo Ah-rin can use a fairy to sneak a peek inside. Seo Ah-rin shakes her head, frustration twisting her face as she replies it is no use. She is not in contact with any fairies right now. The screams rise to a blood-curdling peak before suddenly stopping. This heavy silence is somehow even more terrifying. And here he comes, the heavy doors creak open, and Ma Gyeongrok steps out looking completely sinister. Stumbling beside him is one of the kidnapped men, badly beaten and terrified. Ma Gyeongrok's cold voice cuts through the night air. An Sang-cheol replies immediately, stiff and fully obedient. After a brief acknowledgement, Ma Gyeongrok orders him not to let the bastard escape, promising to kill him with his own hands. Christine Craig's heart stops at those words. An Sang-cheol raises his massive shield, completely blocking the victim's escape route. Ma Gyeongrok draws closer, a cruel smirk spreading across his lips. Without hesitation, he savagely slashes his brother's knee. A painful scream rips through the night as blood sprays across the dirt. Ma Gyeongrok sneers with sadistic satisfaction, mocking that he cannot run anymore. The man begs in return, his voice trembling with pure terror. The man begs his brother for mercy. Hearing that, Seo Ah-rin gasps, her eyes widening in shock. Grabbing Christine Craig's sleeve with trembling hands, she whispers that the victim is actually Ma Gyeongrok's younger brother. Christine's jaw drops in disbelief. He is family? Seo Ah-rin nods, her face pale as moonlight, explaining that there was a massive dispute over the family succession. Christine Craig's stomach turns completely cold. How could he do this to his own family? Her heart pounds as she stares at the man she thought she knew. The fiancé, who once seemed so polished and noble, now stands there like a deranged butcher, a psychopath enjoying his own brother's agony. Then Ma Gyeongrok speaks in a dark, chilling tone, commanding the shadows to devour him. His dark aura rises like a monstrous beast, writhing hungrily toward his wounded brother. The younger brother screams in agony as the pitch-black energy completely engulfs him. No, Christine Coyne cannot watch this horror anymore. She steps forward, voice shaking but firm, demanding they stop this. Ma Gyeongrok's eyes snap toward her, startled. He freezes. Then his gaze shifts in pure disbelief. It is Christine Coyne too. But though surprise flickers across his face, he never takes back the command. His brother's body convulses, silenced forever as the darkness swallows him alive. Christine Coyne gasps, her pale face frozen as she whispers, "What? What have you done?" Even Chow seems pretty unsettled, muttering, "Sir." Ma Gyeongrok inhales deeply, regaining his composure as that smug confidence slides right back on. He raises his chin to justify his actions, telling Christine Coin she is mistaken. Her eyes flare with rage, snapping back. Mistaken? He says yes, he did kill someone, but it was hardly an innocent person. Christine Coin's voice shakes with fury, reminding him that he killed his own brother. Ma Kyung-rok admits it instantly. His voice carries pure arrogance rather than remorse, claiming his brother was scum who tried to kill him first. He even murdered their older brother inside that warehouse. Christine Coin just stares at him, her face twisted in utter disbelief, asking if he even hears himself. He killed his own brother and now claims it is not his fault. Ma Kyung-rok replies flatly, his expression chillingly cold, because that is the truth. He did nothing wrong. Christine Coin's voice rises, heavy with outrage, demanding to know why he did not try to resolve it another way. How could he murder his own family? Ma Kyung-rok snaps, his eyes narrowing as he repeats that his brother tried to kill him first. Christine Coin fires back, hands clenched, stating she saw him abduct and drag his brother here. Ma Kyung-rok replies quite smoothly. He claims he brought him here after an assassination attempt to ask why. But the brother drew a knife, forcing him to kill the man in self-defense. Christine Coin's voice drips with scorn. Self-defense? Is he seriously trying to call that a tragic accident instead of cold-blooded murder? Ma Kyung-rok just nods, totally shameless, repeating that he had no other option. Christine Coin's eyes flare, shouting that he had no choice even though she saw him laughing like a complete psychopath while doing it. Ma Kyung-rok coolly dismisses her claims like some child's fantasy, telling her she must have misunderstood. Christine Coin staggers back, disgusted. She witnessed every single dirty detail herself. Yet he twists the truth right in front of her, as if reality itself bends to his will, firmly repeating that his brother was the one who attacked first. He begs her to understand since he was almost killed, but Christine Coin snaps that it still does not justify murder. She insists there were surely other ways to resolve this, but he flatly denies it all while Christine Coin glares with eyes sharp as a razor. She challenges him to publicly admit to the world that he killed his brother in self-defense. At those words, Ma Kyung-rok's face hardens. Rage and cold calculation flicker in his eyes. He cannot admit to this. See, if this gets out, his succession is dead. Everything he worked for completely crumbles. Worse, if a real investigation begins, all of his other hidden murders might finally come to light. A dark decision settles in his mind. A murderous gleam flashes in his eyes as he quietly decides the cleanest solution is to leave 0 witnesses behind. Letting out a weary sigh, his voice drips with malice as he claims he did not want it to come to this. Slowly and quite deliberately, Ma Kyung-rok draws his sword. The blade gleams in the dim light as he points it at Christine Coin, declaring he will gladly play the villain, right as a shadow looms behind them. Unsang Chill subtly slides into position, blocking their escape. Christine Coin and Seo Aaron freeze, their faces tight with pure dread. They are not fools. They clearly see the dark killing intent surrounding them. Ma Kyung-rok's voice drops low and menacing, demanding to know how they found this place and if they had been secretly following him. Christine Coin presses her lips shut, refusing to speak. Ma Kyung-rok sneers, saying she does not have to answer just yet. He promises to make her talk soon enough, grabbing his hilt to strike. To him, Christine Coin is merely a business tool, easily disposable the moment his dark secrets are put at risk. But fate has some other plans, as a flying dagger suddenly whistles through the air, clashing hard against Ma Kyung-rok's blade to force a parry. Sparks scatter into the night. His eyes widen in surprise as he realizes there are even more of them hiding. Out of the shadows, Jeffrey and Yoon Tak step forward, weapons drawn and faces set as the real clash begins. A bitter curse slips through Jeffrey's clenched teeth as his face twists with sudden regret. His plan was supposed to be completely flawless. He stayed hidden, waiting for the perfect split second to unleash a deadly surprise attack. Yet that strike is deflected easily, as if his presence was already known from the very start. Ma Kyung-rok sneered mockingly, noting how more of them had been hiding as his cold eyes scanned both Jeffrey and Ju Young with dark amusement. His mouth curled into a cruel grin as he chuckled darkly, shaking his head. You do not seriously think a butler and a cripple make you safe just because it is 4 against 2, Christine? Christine glared back defiantly, but before she could answer, a calm voice cut the tension. Who said it is 4 against 2? Shout out to our amazing friend who financially supported the channel in our last video. Before we jump back in, make sure to like and subscribe. Meanwhile, a cruel, mocking smirk creeps onto his face. He chuckles darkly and shakes his head, asking Christine Craig if a butler and a cripple really make her feel safe. Cold. Sharp. Christine Craig glares right back, But get this, a calm voice suddenly cuts in, asking who said it's 4 against 2, making Ma Kyung-rok spin around. Step out of the dark like a literal ghost. Seo-arin makes her grand entrance. With pure determination burning in her eyes, she summons her glowing army, starting with 4 graceful fairies radiating golden light. 3 massive, rock-solid golems step up to act as immovable giant shields. Finally, 2 spirit knights slowly draw their glowing spectral blades with deadly precision. Looking quite disappointed, Seo-arin calmly asks her director if it's finally time to stop and if this actually solves anything. At the sound of her name, and Sang-cheol mutters, actress Seo. Ma Kyung-rok scowls. His face twists in heavy irritation. He spits out venomously that he raised a talentless woman only for her to turn around and betray him now. Seo-arin fires back that he only invested because she had potential, which only makes Ma Kyung-rok's eyes narrow even more as he barks at her for talking back. He sneers that surviving until the 12th round has made her way too cocky. With an unwavering glare, she tells him she has learned plenty of things, starting with never trusting a snake like him. His face twitches in annoyance as he realizes that's exactly why she's been keeping her distance from him lately. Betrayal. He accuses her of plotting it all along. Seo-arin coldly tells him to stop playing the victim, before Ma Kyung-rok suddenly bursts into a mad laugh. His eyes burn with pure bloodlust as a creepy, psychotic grin spreads across his face, muttering that it's actually simple. All he has to do is kill everyone, and his heavy, murderous energy completely suffocates the room. Her hand tightens as she mentally commands her monsters, muttering that she has absolutely no other choice. She prepares to subdue him, but Ma Kyung-rok just barks out a laugh, mocking her weak and pathetic skills. But before he can even finish his sentence, a blinding golden beam of light blasts right through the spot he was standing. A split-second twist. He barely avoids the intense, burning heat. Grinding his teeth in intense fury, Ma Kyung-rok draws his sword, screaming at her for sneakily attacking him right in the middle of a conversation. Playful smirk? Completely wiped out. Instead, he charges forward with pure homicidal rage, roaring that he will cut her down without even bothering to devour her. Before he can reach Seo-arin, the 3 massive golems step up to block him like giant brick walls. Pure fury. He screams at the stupid golems, swinging his sword which drips with dark, sinister energy. He mercilessly shatters the giant golems, cracking their bodies like fragile glass with his strikes. His dark aura easily tears through them like wet paper, a power that can literally slice through thick iron chains. But look closely right as he swings for the final kill. Ma Kyung-rok completely freezes. Lasers fire. 4 fairies unleash blinding beams of searing light. He barely dodges, the heat singeing his clothes while the ground beneath him literally sizzles and smokes from the impacts. Grimacing at the annoying pests, he realizes his dark armor skill is completely useless against magic. Suddenly, the wind howls as a spirit knight swings its massive sword right where he was standing. The knight roars with pure authority, demanding where this ugly beast thinks he is going. But Ma Kyung-rok counters instantly, slicing right through the knight with a single, aura-infused swing. Smiling coldly, he mutters that only one remains, but the survivor suddenly swells up, growing to 1.5 times its original size. Total shock. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes widen in disbelief. The giant knight vanishes instantly and reappears right in front of him, forcing him to raise his sword just in time. The brutal impact rattles his entire arm, the beast's attack speed and power becoming completely terrifying. Furious blows rain down, forcing Ma Kyung-rok completely onto the defensive. Gritting his teeth in pure frustration, he suddenly realizes that Seo-arin must have unlocked a massive summoning enhancement skill after hitting level 60. To think Ma Kyung-rok would have to put down such a useful asset himself. He unleashed his devastating slash. His blade pulsed with condensed dark aura, ready to obliterate the spirit knight entirely. But suddenly, his body jerked sideways, misdirecting his blow. What, he wondered, was this a provocation skill? A remaining golem had taunted him, drawing his focus away. His devastating slash crashed down on the wrong target. The golem shattered to rubble under the overwhelming strike. Seo-arin's eyes widened at the power, but she did not hesitate. Ordering her summons to subdue Ma Kyung-rok, her fairies and the remaining spirit knight charged forward in perfect unison. But Ma Kyung-rok only smirked, dark aura swirling menacingly around his entire body. Activating his dark dimension, the world warped around him as his body phased out of space. The beams and slash struck at once, but instead of harming him, their attacks were twisted, reflected, and hurled right back at them. The fairies vanished in screaming flashes of light. The spirit knight, cut apart by its own strike, dissolved into nothing. Seo-arin gasped, her face draining of color. In the blink of an eye, all her summons were wiped out as she tried frantically to recall them. Summon more, she thought. But the system's warning appeared. A 10-minute cooldown. Her eyes widened in horror as Ma Gyeongrok appeared right before her, his sword already raised high. Declaring it was time to die, his blade fell. But the killing strike was stopped by a sharp dagger thrown from the side. Ma Gyeongrok's gaze snapped to the side, his face twisting as he snarled that this assassin was getting really annoying. More daggers whistled through the air, forcing him back. Jeffrey leapt forward, his face set with grim, unyielding determination. Seo Arin used the chance to retreat, her breathing ragged. Ma Gyeongrok clicked his tongue, muttering that Seo Arin was useless without her summons and could not fight right now. He would deal with this pest first, then kill her. Dodging Jeffrey's rapid throws, he closed the gap like a hunting predator. Jeffrey moved fast, his expression sharp and unyielding. But he knew better than to try blocking that sword with a mere dagger. He would die instantly if he tried. With a smirk, Ma Gyeongrok sent his dark aura snaking across the ground. The shadow-like energy coiled around Jeffrey's ankle, flinging him aside like a broken ragdoll. Jeffrey coughed, pain flashing across his face as he hit the ground. Ma Gyeongrok raised his sword, eyes glowing with bloodlust, declaring it was over. The blade plunged mercilessly into Jeffrey's chest as he screamed. His desperate scream echoed through the battlefield, piercing and filled with agony, before his lifeless body collapsed directly to the ground. Ma Gyeongrok's lips twisted into a cruel grin, savoring the victory until his eyes suddenly narrowed. What was this? He wondered. The corpse shimmered, dissolving into smoke. It was not a real body at all. A clone. He gasped in shock. Impossible. A cold chill ran down his spine as the realization dawned. Could this be an assassin's level 60 skill? He questioned. But get this, before he can even process the thought, Jeffrey is already behind him. The assassin's eyes gleamed like sharpened steel, his blade raised for the kill. Jeffrey hissed, his voice heavy with murderous intent. The blade fell as Jeffrey roared for him to die, but a heavy shield cut the attack short. Jeffrey's strike was deflected, his killing blow shattered as Sang Cheol stepped forward. Shield still raised, and Sang Cheol asked if the director was okay. Ma Gyeongrok exhaled heavily, sweat on his temple as he thanked his manager. He had almost ended up dead. Jeffrey's face twisted in pure frustration. His golden opportunity had slipped away, but across from him, Ma Gyeongrok's grimace turned into something far more dangerous. The director was smiling now. Jeffrey had used both his clone and invisibility, meaning his trump cards were completely gone. Ma Gyeongrok thought coldly that the assassin was as good as dead. Glancing past Jeffrey towards Seo Arin and Christine, he promised to kill them both next. And you know something is wrong when a sudden, strange unease starts prickling at his skin. Wait, wasn't there one more fighter? The man with the prosthetic arm and leg was nowhere to be seen. There was no trace of his presence. Ma Gyeongrok tried to sense him, but it was as if the man had fled, swallowed by fear. Snorting that this was all the better, he resolved to just kill the three before him as confidence swelled in his chest. His heavy dark aura pulsed outward, filling the air like suffocating smoke. None of them could withstand this oppressive pressure. Even Christine, the so-called saint, could only heal. Her spells could not stop his blade, nor shield them from his deadly, cutting aura. A cruel smirk curved his lips, telling them it was over. And so, with calm certainty, Ma Gyeongrok relaxed his guard. That arrogance would soon become his undoing. But suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a faint movement. Wong Tak just stands there. He doesn't run. Instead, he gives this pretty calm, almost mocking smile. A sudden knot of unease tightens in Ma Gyeongrok's chest. What is that guy smiling at? His eyes follow Wong Tak's gaze down to the ground. There lies the lifeless body of his brother, Ma Kyung-soo. Wong Tak whispers, corpse explosion. Those words are whispered so softly, but get ready, the dead body suddenly twitches, then completely erupts. A blinding wave of fire and blood blasts outward. Ma Gyeongrok's eyes widen as the shock wave hurls him through the air, slamming him hard against the warehouse wall. Pure chaos. Gah! His skin is burning. Every muscle screams in agony, but he somehow forces himself back up. His breathing is ragged, but he cannot lower his guard now. Wong Tak's lips move again. Corpse explosion. This time, it is Ma Kyung-sang's body. This second blast tears the whole warehouse apart. Wood splinters, flames roar, and Ma Gyeongrok is tossed through the air like a rag doll again. That impact knocks the wind right out of him, leaving him coughing, wheezing, and struggling to stand. He staggers, dropping to one knee as his body trembles. A steady hand grabs his arm, and Song Chal asks with deep concern if he is all right. Ma Kyung-rok spits blood onto the ground. My ribs, I think they are broken. Song Chal warns that they must go, they need to retreat and regroup. Ma Kyung-rok grinds his teeth. Frustration burns in his chest. Running is humiliating, but honestly, what other choice does he have right now? Leaning on Sang Chal, he slowly turns to leave. Jeffrey's voice rings out in pure fury as he tries to chase them, demanding to know where they are going. But Ma Kyung-rok's cold, venomous glare freezes him solid. Spoken in fluent English, his words drip with pure contempt. If you are confident, come at me. Killing a bug like you? Nothing. Huge shout out to the awesome supporter who backed the channel in our last video. Make sure to hit like, subscribe, and help fund the channel. Meanwhile, Ma Kyung-rok grit his teeth, intense fury boiling hot in his chest. Backing down felt incredibly humiliating, but with zero options left, he agreed that they had to pull back. With Sang Cheol supporting his weight, Ma Kyung-rok turned to escape as a furious Jeffrey Bishop yelled out to stop them. Asking where they thought they were going, Jeffrey Bishop froze under Ma Kyung-rok's venomous, icy stare. Drip-feeding, pure contempt in flawless English, Ma Kyung-rok dared them to step up, saying killing a pest was nothing to him. Jeffrey Bishop swallowed hard and remained silent, watching Ma Kyung-rok vanish straight into the darkness alongside Sang Cheol. Nobody dared to follow, neither Jeffrey Bishop, Co Aaron, nor Christine Craig, knowing his raw power completely outclassed them. Frowning with heavy anxiety, Co Aaron worriedly wondered what they should do now that the targets had successfully escaped. A sudden voice behind them muttered that nothing could be done, causing a shocked Co Aaron to spin around and recognize Yamti. Relief washed over her face before turning into utter confusion as she asked Yamti how she even got here. Yamti explained she got the news from Black Scythe, making Co Aaron nod in realization since they were close associates. That explained her appearance, but Co Aaron sighed that she was a bit too late to help. Yamti merely smirked, showing zero disappointment on her face, completely unbothered by the fact that the fight had ended. If anything, she looked pleased, like her objective was already met, leaving Co Aaron feeling quite uneasy at the sight. Shaking the feeling off, she assumed it was nothing. But guys, she had no idea how wrong she truly was. Deep in the forest, Ma Kyung-rok slumped against a tree trunk, trembling, shuddering in raw agony. He gasped to take a break, and Sang Cheol obediently agreed as his boss struggled with his severe wounds. Every single breath felt like pure fire in his lungs while his charred skin burned, his eyes flashing with terrified respect. He admitted that his opponent was insane, detonating corpses like bombs, and easily sitting among the world's top 5 rankers. Crouching right beside his boss, Sang Cheol quietly asked about his status, prompting Ma Kyung-rok to grin bitterly. Pretending he was fine, Ma Kyung-rok laughed off his injuries. But deep down, he knew the truth. Without Christine Craig's top-tier healing magic, he wouldn't recover anytime soon, laughing at the irony of trying to kill her earlier. He actually missed her now, but Sang Cheol only responded with a heavy silence. The air grew thick as the bodyguard quietly suggested he go back, making Ma Kyung-rok demand what he just said. Sang Cheol calmly explained that if he returned, Christine Craig could heal him after he confessed to his crimes. The smug smile instantly vanished from Ma Kyung-rok's face as his cold eyes locked onto Sang Cheol, asking if he was suggesting prison. Sang Cheol calmly stated that living in prison was better than dying right here. Irritated, Ma Kyung-rok scoffed that he was talking like he was already dead. But Sang Cheol's unflinching gaze held steady as he promised to kill him. Ma Kyung-rok's eyes went wide. Shocked. Get ready for a massive twist. A blade suddenly pierces his chest, hot blood spilling as Sang Cheol drives the cold steel home. Choking on blood, Ma Kyung-rok gasped, met only by Sang Cheol's freezing silence. That cold look was even deadlier than the blade in Ma Kyung-rok's chest, sparking real, raw terror in his dying eyes. Back on a quiet phone call, Sang Cheol reported that his assignment was finished, having successfully taken care of the dirty work. Ryu Min's reply came low and calculated, praising him and ordering him to shadow the targets until this was over. Sang Cheol quickly promised loyal obedience, leaving Ryu Min to sit alone in the dark, enveloped by heavy silence. Yet Ryu Min's thoughts were racing, his eyes sharpening with dark determination as he muttered that this endless bad blood was finally over. Leaning back and folding his arms, he prepared to put this entire messy history behind him for good. Honestly, executing Ma Kyung-rok had never been his initial plan when all of this first started. Smirking faintly, he remembered how he once considered keeping Ma Kyung-rok alive until round 20, recognizing his immense raw potential. Ma Kyung-rok was undoubtedly a heavy-hitting beast on the battlefield, capable of dealing massive, game-changing damage to enemies. But strength wasn't everything, and Ryumin shook his head, needing a loyal supporter way more than a fragile egomaniac. Compared to the useful Christine Craig, making the decision was incredibly easy. His eyes softened with passing warmth, knowing Christine Craig was worth far more to his plans. Sure, Ma Kyung-rok could have been suppressed, and controlling him with Yamti's skills would have been a breeze. Ryumin's expression turns dark again as he points out the hard truth. Ma Kyung-rok literally tried to murder his own brother, Ma Kyung-soo. That was more than enough proof. A monster who would slaughter his own blood could never be trusted. Both brothers were cut from the exact same cloth. Just rotten, highly dangerous, and completely unworthy of salvation. There was zero reason to save Ma Kyung-rok. Instead, Ryumin saw a perfect chance to exploit this dark nature, mapping out his move with cold precision. He wanted Christine and Seo Arin to witness Ma Kyung-rok's monstrous side with their own eyes. Pure disgust and revulsion would naturally take root in their hearts. They would distance themselves from him, leaving Christine wide open for Ryumin. The plan went almost flawlessly. Ryumin presses his lips into a tight line, noting that the only real issue was Christine stepping in. She dove straight into the action to save Ma Kyung-soo. Her compassion dragged her into extreme danger, a wild card Ryumin never expected. With that one move, the whole board shifted, suddenly dragging Christine and Seo Arin right into mortal danger. A criminal would obviously try to silence witnesses, something Ryumin had already planned for. That is why he stationed Jeffrey and Ju Seong-tak close by, with Yamti acting as his ultimate safeguard and final ace in the hole. He figured that with Yamti on standby, nothing could go catastrophically wrong. But surprisingly, Yamti was not the one who saved the day. Ju Seong-tak steps up with a grim face, channeling dark power to detonate a corpse right in Ma Kyung-rok's face. Talk about unexpected. The blast hits so hard that Ma Kyung-rok crumples, gravely injured, prompting a dark chuckle from Ryumin, who notes that he survived. So Ryumin made the call himself, his eyes gleaming as he recalls the cold order he handed down. He whispered into Yamti's mind with a voice like steel, ordering her to secretly approach the two. Dominate on Song-cheol. Force him to pretend he's helping Ma Kyung-rok escape, and then slit his throat when the moment's right. Yamti executed that command flawlessly. Not only was Ma Kyung-rok eliminated, but On Sang-cheol was ordered to disintegrate the body, erase all evidence, and end his own life. It was fast, clean, and completely ruthless. Ryumin quietly tells himself that he never originally planned to murder Ma Kyung-rok, but Christine's involvement forced his hand. He tried to kill Christine, the sole witness, making them entirely irreconcilable. Ryumin couldn't keep both alive. With his decision made, the system coldly confirmed the reality, reporting that target Ma Kyung-rok could no longer be found because he simply does not exist. It is the same for target On Sang-cheol. No such person exists. He is entirely gone, erased exactly as planned. A tiny smirk plays on Ryumin's lips as he reflects on Sang-cheol cleaning the mess and ending his own life on command. Everything is wrapped up with zero loose ends. Now, it is time for the massive rewards. He had delayed selling his company shares to avoid raising Ma Kyung-rok's suspicions, but now, there is practically no reason to hold back. He tells himself that dumping every single share will easily net him nearly 1 trillion won, and the massive sell-off will completely ruin the company. He enjoys a brief moment of satisfaction, noting that without Ma Kyung-rok, the collapsing company has no future anyway. While savoring the cold thought, his phone suddenly buzzes with an incoming video call request from Jeffrey. Amusement glimmers in Ryumin's eyes as he slips on his white mask, answering with a calm voice to greet Jeffrey. Jeffrey bows on the screen, looking incredibly grim as he addresses Black Scythe. But Ryumin just tilts his head, acting clueless. Jeffrey flips the camera to reveal the ruined battleground, explaining the chaotic clash in a heavy, serious tone. Ryumin nods slowly like it is all brand new information, though of course, Yamti had already reported every single detail to him. Acting surprised, Ryumin mutters that there really was a clash, asking if anyone ended up getting hurt. Jeffrey hesitates before assuring him that everyone is safe, but adds that the survivors would love to hear his side of things. Just then, Christine and Seo Arin step directly in front of the camera, expressions tight and eyes burning with urgent questions. Christine speaks first, greeting Black Scythe and apologizing for the sudden call before bringing up their pressing question. Ryumin's masked head tilts slightly, his voice completely calm as he tells them, Let me guess. You want to know how I predicted Ma Gyeongrok's betrayal? Seo Arin steps up to firmly agree, asking why he summoned them there. Ryu Min lowers his eyes, as if picking his words, slowly saying, "Some of you might already know this. I have been in contact with a highly mysterious prophet named Ryu Min, though our connection has only been brief." The girls swap curious looks as he explains further. The prophet warned him that Ma Gyeongrok, also known as Cheonma, was destined to slaughter his family at a specific location. He also revealed that this monster was closely tied to both of you. One of you was his fiancé, and the other was his employee. Christine and Seo Arin gasp. The pieces finally coming together. Christine asks in a hushed whisper when he received that prophecy, and Ryu Min calmly replies, "Well, before the 12th round even started." Realizing it was almost a month ago, she lets out a breath while he sighs, shoulders dropping, admitting he could never look at Chioma the same way again. "That is exactly why I rejected his party invitation in the 12th round." Seo Arin blinked, her lips parting in surprise as she realized the stinging rejection she once felt finally made sense. Ryu Min's voice softened, carrying a heavy weight as he admitted he constantly debated with himself as the rounds progressed. Should he tell them that one of their allies was tied to a murderer, or should he just remain silent? Christine's eyes widened slightly as she pictured the legendary Black Scythe agonizing over their safety. It was completely unexpected. Ryu Min added that if he had never heard the prophecy, he might have left things alone. But after hearing it, he could not just sit by. So when he learned Jeffy knew Christine, he asked him for a favor. Christine leaned forward. Was it to bring them here? Ryu Min nodded solemnly. Since he could not move directly, he had Jeffy and Ju Zhang Tak gather everyone in one place so they could see Ma Gyeongrok's true nature with their own eyes. Talk about a masterclass in blending truth with highly calculated lies. He could have told them over the phone, but would they have believed him? Probably not. Which is why he arranged this meeting. Seo Arin's shoulders slumped, a look of sudden understanding finally washing over her. Ryu Min finished in a calm but heavy voice. Cutting ties with him was their choice, and he never expected things to escalate like this. Christine looked down, sadly admitting they did not expect it either. They never imagined Ma Gyeongrok was a murderer. Seo Arin's face tightened with sudden fear, wondering if he would seek revenge after escaping. But here's the kicker: they had no idea those two were already completely erased. Their very existence had been snuffed out by Ryu Min. Behind his mask, his eyes gleamed with cold certainty. They would find out soon enough. Ryu Min did not say another word, choosing to end the tense conversation with calm authority. His voice carried a heavy, undeniable weight as he asked if all of their questions had been answered. He asked smoothly, eyes half closed as they replied that they finally understood everything, addressing him as Black Scythe. After a brief pause, one of them hesitantly asked why he thought the prophet had shared that specific prophecy with him. Ryu Min's expression did not flicker at all. His gaze remained sharp, but his lips curved into a faint, unreadable smile. He played it off, saying he could not tell since the prophet's intentions were always hard to grasp. His words were deliberately vague, knowing that defending the prophet too strongly would only make them highly suspicious. It was much better to leave them guessing, letting them piece together their own theories instead. Then came his next question, delivered more like a quiet command than a casual inquiry. "What will you do now?" They suggested reporting everything to the police since 2 people were dead, but Ryu Min cut them off gently but firmly. His dark eyes gleamed with quiet confidence as he told them to leave it to him since he could handle it. He had already anticipated this, knowing that if the prophet got mentioned in an official investigation, things would get incredibly messy. This was his way of blocking that possibility entirely before it could even surface. His voice softened slightly, acting like a comforting hand on their shoulders as he apologized for the tough experience they went through. He told them to go home and rest, and they thanked him, wishing the Black Scythe well before saying goodbye until the next round. After hanging up, Ryu Min lowered the phone slowly, his face instantly returning to a mask of calm calculation. Without missing a beat, he typed a quick message to Yami, ordering him to contact the police chief and clean up the mess. He ordered him to announce Ma Gyeongrok's death while ensuring the prophet's name was never mentioned. Almost instantly, Yami replied, promising to execute the order immediately. Ryu Min slipped the phone into his pocket and started walking. The entire situation with Ma Gyeongrok was resolved cleanly, like a severed thread. His business in the United States was officially complete, meaning it was finally time to return home to South Korea. A week later, the world had already shifted, and despite the short time since Ma Gyeongrok's death, everything was different. First and most shocking of all, Ryu Min's wealth now surpassed even the biggest conglomerates. By selling off his massive shares, He amassed over 1 trillion won, a truly mind-blowing fortune. Simply letting that money sit quietly in the bank would generate over 100 billion won in annual interest alone. He could have hired top fund managers to multiply his fortune, but Ryu Min was never driven by greed. Wealth was just a tool to him, so he left it untouched. Meanwhile, the second major change was the dramatic, overnight collapse of Manhwa Rock's entire business empire. With 31% of the shares suddenly pulled, the company's foundation crumbled instantly, prompting a cold thought from Ryu Min. That company was destined to collapse anyway, even if I had kept my shares. With Manhwa Rock gone, nobody had a single reason to hold on to them. Honestly, they had zero future. The player count was halving with every single round. By round 15, only a measly quarter of them would still be breathing. Under these brutal conditions, any business relying on players was completely doomed. Surviving this long was a complete miracle, Ryu Min thinks. And now, even their CEO is dead. Just one day after Ryu Min quietly gave the order to the police chief, the news explodes. Headlines spread like wildfire about Osung Group's eldest son. Manhwa Rock supposedly slaughtered his own siblings in a bloody family battle for the company, only to be betrayed and killed by his very own subordinate. The bombshell news explodes online. Public opinion turns savagely against him. Osung Group's stock plummets in a total freefall from all the outrage. But wait, the real death blow lands when investigators uncover Manhwa Rock's secret warehouse. Inside, the gruesome evidence of his savage crimes finally spills into the light. All his hidden past murders are paraded in front of the world. Now, the name Manhwa Rock is synonymous with pure cruelty. Their stock prices plunge like a roller coaster screaming down the tracks. Osung Group itself is reeling, its powerful reputation completely ruined. Even the mighty chairman, Mael, does not escape the heat. His name gets dragged through the dirt alongside his dead heir. Ryu Min watches with cold detachment. They will not recover anytime soon. The internet explodes with rumors. With every heir dead, who inherits Osung Group now? But Ryu Min does not care. He shrugs, that has nothing to do with me anymore. Having cashed out at the very peak, he walked away with massive profits and erased Manhwa Rock completely. Every tie he had to Osung Group is severed forever. He tells himself this chapter is closed. Manhwa Rock was a ticking time bomb, waiting to explode. Sparing him after he dared to target Christine and CO Aaron would only lead to major regrets. Left alive, Manhwa Rock would have hunted them down along with Ryu Min. He has no regrets about ending him, none. A small smile plays on his lips, and nobody even knows I did it. The world thinks Anang Chal killed his master and then himself. His body turned up in the mountains, while Manhwa Rock's corpse conveniently vanished without a trace. To outsiders, it looks like Anang Chal hid the body before committing suicide. And honestly, that is exactly what happened. Why betray his master? It is a total mystery. Ryu Min laughs, let them guess. Some believe Anang Chal finally snapped after years of abuse. Others whisper he was a double agent planted by the siblings. Crazy conspiracy theories are flying everywhere. Ryu Min adds whatever they believe. It is not my problem anymore. Just like that, he detaches completely from Osung Group. Sure, the player marketplace he built crashed in the process, but it does not matter one bit. The items he needs can only be bought from one single source, the dwarfs. And the 13th round's task is to meet them. His eyes narrow with anticipation. Before the next round, he has one last piece of business. He must meet Elder Noge. The old man has already reached level 60, which means he can help Ryu Min grab a legendary rune. A cold smirk plays on Ryu Min's lips. Get ready, because it is finally time. Time to visit the Death Church. Way out in the quiet countryside of Yangpyeong, Gyeonggi-do, sits a house that looks completely normal at first glance. With its faded roof tiles and creaky doors, it blends seamlessly into the quiet scenery. But one strange detail stands out. Above the door hangs a wooden plaque carved with one ominous character, Sashinkyo, the death god sect. To outsiders, it looks like a sketchy cult temple that villagers would report to the cops. But only true believers of the sect recognize its real purpose. Inside, the heavy air smells of old paper and burning incense. Behind a messy desk sits Elder Noge, the sect leader, tapping his pen on a ledger with furrowed brows. Standing across from him is Cardinal Yam Junsik, looking sharp but highly curious. Breaking the silence, the cardinal calls to the weary sect leader. Elder Nogi mutters back as Yam Junsik asks him, though his eyes show he already knows what has you so deep in thought. Sighing heavily, Elder Nogi slumps back like he is carrying the weight of the world. It is the finances, What else? Running this so-called temple in a shabby little shack costs far more than he ever expected. It is draining their funds completely dry. Every week, they travel across the country, desperately recruiting new followers. On weekends, they held gatherings to keep followers from leaving. Hayote Sok thought bitterly about the massive costs of taking groups out for drinks and paying for entertainment. 500,000 won each outing. And that is just for one night. The numbers stacked endlessly in his head. Every week, the same drain. Hayote Sok rubbed his temples, pure frustration bleeding into his voice. No wonder the cash is completely running out. To make matters worse, I have no job, just lounging around like some useless bum. He clenched his fist, whispering with deep regret. It was his fault he had been too naive, too eager to grow Sashinkyo without seeing reality clearly. Cardinal Liam tilted his head, concern flashing across his face as he asked if the situation was really that dire. Another crack in Hayote Sok's composure. He confessed that even selling items was not an option anymore. He had already sold off everything of value to cover living and operating expenses, and now the player place market site was shutting down. That final door was closing on them. His voice trailed off, leaving only silence and the creak of wooden beams above. Cardinal Iam's gaze sharpened as he cautiously suggested collecting offerings from their followers. Hayote Sok let out a dry, humorless laugh, admitting it was not like he had not thought of that. He would love to gather offerings, but asking for money might drive away the few followers they had left. His voice trembled with the weight of the dilemma, noting they already gave up so much of their time. If they demanded cash too, who would stay? Cardinal Liam pressed on, suggesting that if they explained honestly, people might understand. Maybe they would step up. But Hayote Sok's response carried a very bitter edge of skepticism. He doubted it deeply. He knew people were extremely generous when they were spending someone else's money. But the moment they had to part with their own, their hearts closed up like solid steel doors. Both men shared a heavy, tired sigh of weary resignation. But right then, the sound of the front door opening echoed in the quiet hall. They both froze, their heads snapping toward the entrance as Hayote Sok muttered, wondering who could possibly be there. Since their regular meeting was not until tomorrow, he stood up, figuring it was probably just a curious villager or a lost passerby. But his eyes widen like crazy as he steps into the entryway, nearly popping from their sockets as he stammers the name Black Scythe. Shout out to our awesome sponsor who backed the channel in the last video. Before we kick off, make sure to like, subscribe, and support us. Suddenly, both men froze, their heads whipping toward the door. No Pain No Gain muttered under his breath, wondering who it could be since their scheduled meeting was only tomorrow. He stood up from his chair, thinking it was just a nosy villager or some lost passerby. But stepping into the entrance, his jaw dropped, eyes bulging in shock as he stammered out, "Black Scythe." Right at the doorway stood a dark cloaked figure, radiating an intense aura of dominance that literally crushed the air. His face was completely hidden. This was Min, the Black Scythe, Sashinkyo's legendary spiritual pillar. A subtle smirk played on his lips as he remarked that No Pain No Gain recognized him as the Black Scythe instantly. Since this was their very first real-life meeting, No Pain No Gain could only tremble in a mix of terror and reverence, stammering, "How could I ever fail to recognize you? You are a god." His knees buckled as he bowed down low, words spilling out in a panicked rush. "To actually meet the legendary Black Scythe in real life? I am truly honored. But what brings you to this humble place?" Ryumin's cold, calm voice cut him off. "Do you really think the sect you built in my name is just some humble place?" No Pain No Gain flushed with deep embarrassment. He waved his hands in a frantic panic, stammering that he didn't mean it like that, only that the place was pretty rundown. Min scanned the cramped room, noticing the broken furniture and cracked walls before speaking in a cool, piercing tone. Noting that their finances seemed totally ruined, No Pain No Gain could only nod as his shoulders sank in shame. "That's correct," he sighed. Min then asked how many members Sashinkyo has. Gulping, he explained that excluding Cardinal Iom and himself, they went from 30 down to just 10 members. Min quietly nodded. "Many must have died in the 12th round." No Pain No Gain nodded, noting only 175 Korean players survived out of 690. Min then asked, "Are all 10 of your followers players?" He quickly answered yes, his eyes shifting nervously to the masked commander before him. Every single question felt like a brutal inspection, as if Min was sizing up his future vanguard troops. "Is he here to execute us?" The terrifying thought gnawed deep at No Pain No Gain's chest. Before his thoughts could spiral further, Min's commanding voice shattered the silence, stating he was there with a specific request. "Wait for it." No Pain No Gain's eyes went wide, his heart hammering in his chest as he stammered, "A request?" No Pain No Gain had always viewed Ryu Min as a supreme being, so hearing him make a polite request instead of ordering them around felt completely unreal. Rather than a harsh command, his words were incredibly gentle and considerate, which only made No Pain No Gain feel even more unworthy. His heart pounded as he bowed so low his forehead practically touched the floor, his voice shaking with intense devotion, overflowing with incredible awe. He told Ryu Min that he never needed to ask, just command him. But Ryu Min's eyes remained calm, his lips curving into a faint smile as he refused. "You already went through the trouble of building a whole sect in my name, humble as it is." No Pain No Gain's throat tightened as he choked out a soft, emotional confirmation. "Wait, get this without warning." Ryu Min dropped a proposal so heavy it left the poor old man's mind completely spinning. Ryu Min stated firmly that he wanted them to relocate. No Pain No Gain blinked in total confusion, his brows furrowing as he questioned the idea. Did he mean abandoning their home to move somewhere else? His chest tightened, knowing they were already struggling just to survive. Starting completely over? How could they ever pull that off? Wringing his hands nervously, he stammered that they lacked the funds, but Ryu Min cut him off, promising to secure them a brand new building. "Building from scratch takes way too long, so we will just buy a pre-existing church that is up for sale in Seoul." His sharp gaze locked onto him, asking what he thought. For a long moment, silence fell as No Pain No Gain just stared back. His lips parted, completely unable to process those words. His jaw worked silently before he finally managed to whisper in disbelief, "Did you seriously just say you will get us a building?" Ryu Min tilted his head, clarifying that he would buy it under his own name rather than gifting it. He spoke casually, as if buying simple groceries instead of high-end real estate. "But Seoul should be perfect, right?" No Pain No Gain's voice cracked in pure disbelief. "Seoul would be incredible, but it is way too expensive." Ryu Min mused, casually tapping his arm as if doing some math. "Even so, it should only cost around 20 billion won, right?" No Pain No Gain's jaw hit the floor. His eyes practically popped out. Ryu Min talked about 20 billion won as if it were just loose pocket change. With an unshakable gaze, he calmly asked if they were willing to relocate if he provided that venue in Seoul. As Ryu Min spoke, aged man No Gain felt his thoughts tangle in a massive wave of doubt and fear. Could this actually be real? Could such insane generosity truly exist? Before he could even process it, Ryu Min leaned in, speaking in a low, sharp voice. "Do not worry, I will handle all the operating costs too." With that, Ryu Min pulled out his phone. "I am sending you 100 million won right now as your annual budget." The color drained from aged man No Gain's face, his lips trembling. "What? 100 million? Ryu Min glared with clear irritation. "Quit gaping like that, and hand over your bank account details." "I mean, look at his face." Aged man No Gain stared back, completely dazed, realizing this guy was being deadly serious. Fumbling in a panic, he stammered out, "Yes, it is non-yup bank account 291. Instantly, Ryu Min's fingers flew across his screen. A soft chime rang out. "Transfer complete." Ryu Min said, "Simply check your phone." With shaking hands, aged man No Gain checked his screen, his eyes widening so wide they almost popped. The balance was different. The cash was really there. Looking up slowly with trembling lips, his voice cracked with raw disbelief. "It's actually here. Is it really all right for you to just hand me this much money?" Ryu Min waved his hand dismissively. "Do not sweat it. A small amount like that is nothing to me. Just use it for the sect's daily expenses." To Ryu Min, 100 million won was mere pocket change, a drop in his massive ocean of wealth. Tears welled in aged man No Gain's eyes as he fell to his knees. "Thank you." Ryu Min's eyes suddenly went cold. "There is no need for any thanks. Like I told you, this is definitely not some kind of charity. I have a favor to ask." Aged man No Gain's head snapped up with pure devotion. "Name it, boss. Anything." Without even realizing it, he was already groveling like a slave. The massive weight of that money completely broke his pride. Ryu Min's face stayed unreadable as he mentioned his level 40 skill. "It lets you summon a demon by planting it in the dirt." Aged man No Gain nodded eagerly. "Yes, that is right." Ryu Min continued, "Now that you are level 60, that skill should be much stronger. The creature you summon will be incredibly powerful." Aged man No Gain confirmed it was true. "I want you to plant that seed where I tell you, and summon the demon on my signal. Can you do that?" He did not hesitate for even a single second. Aged man No Gain bowed his head deeply. "Yes, of course, that is an easy task." But a tiny spark of doubt flashed in his mind, prompting him to ask, "Wait, how did you know about that skill?" I have never shown it to you. Ryumin did not even blink. I simply saw another warlock use it before. Obviously, that was a complete lie. The real answer lay in his past regressions. He remembered a grim future where aged man Noge had planted that exact seed inside Minjuri's body. But here is the catch. That timeline was just an illusion. And the version kneeling here now is a completely different person. Nervously, aged man Noge asked, "Is that truly it?" Ryumin nodded coldly. "Yes, that is it. In return, I will buy you a building in Seoul, fund your sect, and help you gather massive followers." Aged man Noge's jaw hit the floor yet again. "Wait. You will help us recruit followers too?" Ryumin smiled faintly. 10 members is pathetic. Let us aim for at least 100. The warlock gasped, his lips trembling. 100? Is that even possible? Ryumin's response was incredibly calm. "It is guaranteed. All thanks to the power of cash, or more accurately, the power of points." Surprised? He stammered. "Points? What do you mean?" Ryumin's eyes flashed. "Have you heard of the Players Haven Forum?" Aged man Noge nodded quickly. "Of course. I am registered there too." Ryumin smirked. "Perfect. Post a notice there saying you have started a new cult in Seoul." Aged man Noge slumped his shoulders. "I tried that before, but literally nobody wanted to join." Ryumin sighed sharply. "Of course they won't join just because you made a simple post. That is not how people work." The warlock blinked. "Then how?" Ryumin replied, "Offer them reward points." Aged man Noge froze instantly, whispering, "Wait, did you say reward points?" Ryumin stated, "Promise 10,000 points to anyone who signs up." The warlock nearly fell off his chair, his face turning ghostly pale. "Wait, 10,000 points?" Points were worth far more than gold. In these dark times, they meant survival. Ryumin continued with ultimate confidence after the 11th round's results. "Everyone knows I hold over 20 million points. If the legendary Black Scythe himself guarantees a payout, they will come sprinting." Aged man Noge shivered, his voice barely a quiet whisper. "Yes, they surely would. If points are on the table, desperate crowds will swarm." Ryumin nodded with immense satisfaction. "Exactly. That solves your recruiting issue. 100 new followers, guaranteed." For Ryumin, giving away 1,000,000 points was practically nothing. The more devotees surrounding him, the stronger he would become to seize the hero's rune. Ryumin clenched his fist behind his back, eyes burning with quiet determination. Meanwhile, aged man Noge, still shaking and lost in utter disbelief, had no idea just how many would actually flock straight to the banner of Black Scythe. Huge thanks to our generous friend who supported the channel in the previous video. Before we get moving, remember to like, subscribe, and support us if you can. Now, just a week before Christmas, an unbelievable post dropped on the Player Haven forum. The headline alone was pretty much guaranteed to catch your eye. "Join the Reaper Church and get 10,000 points instantly." The message started off by saying, "Hello, I am Aged Man Noge, leader of the Reaper Church. First, I want to show my sincere respect to all our Player Haven family members who managed to survive all the way to the 12th round. That is truly remarkable. Right now, we are recruiting brave warriors like you to join our Reaper Church." Our Reaper Church is an organization completely dedicated to serving the Black Scythe, who currently ranks #1 across all regions. Anyone who admires the Black Scythe can join, regardless of your nationality. The requirement is incredibly simple. Just make sure you are a player, bring your ID, and fill out a little basic info when you sign up. Unlike other groups, we never ask for membership fees or donations. This is pretty important. To celebrate our move to Seoul, we are hosting a special event on December 25th at 10 a.m., where anyone joining our church gets 10,000 points, handed out directly by the legendary Black Scythe himself. This is your ultimate chance to get points and meet the man himself, so definitely do not pass this up. Current members get their points right then and there too, so make sure you show up. He even left a neat 3-line summary at the end. Date, December 25th, 2022 at 10 a.m. The event content is simple. Join the church, bring your ID, and get 10,000 points directly from the Black Scythe at 625 Sinsadong, Gangnam, Seoul. See, in Player Haven, points were not just random numbers on a screen. They were a rare currency used exclusively in the special shop, making them way more valuable than actual gold, since the angel declared they could not be earned in any other way. So, when players on the forum saw this church offering 10,000 points for free, total disbelief swept through the community. One guy asked if they really gave out 10,000 points just for signing up. The reply came back instantly, cheerful and totally confident. He said, "Of course. But another user asked suspiciously if the legendary Black Scythe would really show up. The answer was simple. Yes, this is your shot to meet him face to face. Someone even complained, asking why they scheduled this right on Christmas Day. Are you trying to ruin relationships? Hiotaziak quickly replied, saying that was definitely not his intention. He said they just thought it would be meaningful, like an Easter event. But naturally, plenty of players were still pretty skeptical. One comment asked, "What if it is a scam?" The reply came back cocky and playful, telling them to go ahead and try to see what happens, laughing out loud. How can anyone scam people when they have to show their real name and face, laughing out loud? That response made several readers smirk. Someone joked that if they tried to scam everyone, the Black Scythe would probably come hunt them down himself. Suddenly, the thread exploded. There were over 50 comments in a flash, and Hiotaziak, the leader, hyped up every single reply with pure excitement. This was a totally new feeling for him. He had shared promo posts before, but they never got this much attention. In just 2 days, the post racked up over 120 views. Out of 130 members, nearly everyone had read it. Since his past posts barely hit 20 views, this felt like a total miracle. With his heart pounding, he wondered if they would actually show up. Finally, the long-awaited Christmas day arrived. Right outside the newly prepared church, Ryumin and aged man No-Gay stood waiting for their followers. The location was fantastic, sitting right in prime Gangnam real estate. Passersby would occasionally stop to stare, pretty curious about the strange gathering. Ryumin asked how much time was left. Aged man No-Gay replied, his voice shaking with pure excitement, that it was 9 a.m., so they still had 1 hour left. Ryumin suggested they wait patiently, but to their surprise, players started showing up early, with one asking if this was the Reaper Church. Aged man No-Gay beamed and welcomed them, saying they had come to the right place and introducing himself as the church leader. The newcomer's eyes shifted nervously to the figure standing beside him, a man completely loaded with incredible equipment, with a white mask hiding his face and a massive scythe gleaming in his hand. The stunned player nervously asked if this person was who he thought. Ryumin's voice was calm and steady, yet carried a heavy weight that made hearts tremble. "I am the Black Scythe," he said. The player gasped in complete shock, saying it was a huge honor to meet him. They shook hands, but behind his mask, Ryumin was silently probing the man's heart to test for deceit. He found zero ill intent. This guy was totally genuine, a true admirer who only came out of respect. Just then, another church member stepped up with a welcoming smile. He welcomed the guest as Cardinal Aomjun Sok, handing over a queue number and registration form to read while they waited. The process will start shortly. They didn't start registrations right away, mostly to keep the crowd from wandering off before the official kickoff. Standing nearby, Hyo Tae-sok waited silently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. They needed players. Lots of them. Soon enough, the church began to fill up fast. People gasped in awe. The Reaper Church was massive. Nobody expected it to be this huge. By 9:40 a.m., the hall was packed. Their initial goal of 100? Easily passed. Hyo Tae-seok smiled at the count. 130. The sign-up process was strict. Every single recruit sat down. They got their photo taken. Then, they filled out details, names, dates, and contact info. All of it. They signed a strict agreement to attend once every month. No way the church would let people grab points and run. Then came the big moment everyone was waiting for. Members finally stepped up to meet the legendary Black Scythe in person, hands shaking with excitement as they approached. They couldn't believe they got 10,000 points. Ryumin just nodded, welcoming them to the Reaper Church. He told them to spend it wisely, but one guy sheepishly asked if he could leave. Ryumin told him he was free to go, but highly recommended staying to hear his speech, unless he wanted to miss out on some massive secrets. As the massive line kept moving, Ryumin calmly called out for the next person. His hawk-like eyes scanned the crowd for member number 38, but then he suddenly froze as a very familiar face stepped up. She whispered his title, Black Scythe? Ryumin instantly recognized Minjuri. Even behind the mask, his voice was unmistakable. Minjuri blinked in surprise, whispering that she couldn't believe he recognized her on their very first real-life meeting. He told her she looked familiar, and he knew she had joined anyway. Minjuri blushed, giggling softly as she leaned in to tease him about having all her personal details now. He was responsible for her now. Her words were playful, but Ryumin's serious agreement cut right through. Check her reaction, she literally forgot how to breathe for a second. With her face completely red, she fumbled for words, while Ryu-min remained as steady and calm as ever. He asked if she needed anything else, calmly reminding her that the line was waiting. Minjuri stammered a quick goodbye and practically scrambled away, desperately trying to escape his intense and serious vibe. Ryu-min let out the faintest smile as he watched her run off. Without wasting a second, he faced the next person in line, only to get another surprise. He asked Corin what she was doing there, and she just beamed at him like sunshine. She confidently asked how she could possibly miss this, especially since she was the official ambassador for the association. She accepted her 10,000 points with a polite bow, thanking him with a warm smile. She promised to use them well, but then she carefully scanned the area, leaned in close, and whispered a quiet thank you for his help last time. Ryu-min tilted his head. Confused, she clarified it was about President Ma's death, thanking him for keeping them out of trouble as her eyes filled with gratitude. He calmly replied that he only did what was right since she was innocent, making her smile with genuine warmth. She thanked him again, knowing she would have faced endless police interrogation without his help. But thanks to him, she walked away clean. Ryu-min gently reminded her that the next person was waiting. Corin hesitated for a second, letting out a soft sigh of disappointment before finally stepping aside as the line moved on. Ryu-min kept working without a single break, keeping his focus sharp as he scanned the massive crowd. It was nearly 10:30, and they already had over 130 players, shattering his original goal. Even his highest estimate was crushed. But check this out, people just kept pouring in like a river. He realized that even non-members must have caught wind of the event and rushed over. The news had blown past their online forums and reached mainstream media, filling him with a sharp sense of anticipation. This crowd was more than enough, setting up the perfect conditions to claim the legendary hero rune. Suddenly, some high-profile players caught his eye, and he immediately recognized Jo Young-ho leading the group. The elite mercenary king had arrived alongside his crew of battle-hardened fighters. Ryu-min almost laughed, thinking the entire country's player base might end up here, but it was time to start the real plan. He glanced over at Hyo Tae-sok, who instantly stiffened, and then Ryu-min gave a silent signal by adjusting his mask. Hyo Tae-sok swallowed hard, nodding in understanding as he faced the courtyard where the black seed was buried. Hundreds of players packed the courtyard shoulder to shoulder, their laughter echoing off the church walls. His lips trembled as he muttered, "If I activate this seed, a high-tier demon will appear right before everyone." Sure, everyone would panic and scatter, but he reminded himself this was Black Scythe's supreme, unquestionable order. Pushing all hesitation aside, he softly whispered the command sprout. Big thanks to our awesome supporter who backed the channel financially in the last video. Before we begin, remember to hit like and subscribe. Ryu-min pulls up his mask as a quiet signal, and aged man No-Gay nods in silent understanding. He turns right toward the newly seated courtyard. Hundreds of players pack the courtyard shoulder to shoulder, laughing and chatting loudly. His trembling lips whisper that activating this seed right now will summon a high-tier demon right in front of them. Pure panic would erupt among the crowd, but he obeys Black Scythe's supreme order without hesitation. Without hesitating, he whispers the command to Sprout, making the ground shake. Look at that horrifying thing. A massive dark stalk erupts from the ground, its terrifying giant leaves unfurling like jagged, monstrous claws. Terrified players cry out in sudden alarm as thick, foul liquid begins dripping down on them from the opening leaves. A shadow emerges, slowly unfolding. A hideous laugh cuts through the noise as a red-skinned, 2-meter-tall monster steps out with a face full of pure malice. Grunting Adeline in broken syllables, it completely grates on the ears of the clueless crowd. It sneers that it has finally reached the human world, sending terrified players stumbling backward with incredibly pale faces. The beast mocks them, sneering at how many targets gathered. But the threat is cut short. A sudden flash of light severs its neck, sending blood spraying as the corpse hits the dirt. As the severed head rolls away in shock, a gleaming weapon catches the light, revealing Black Scythe standing tall behind the beast. His icy voice echoes across the plaza, demanding to know who dared summon a demon inside a sacred temple. Asking if they lost their minds, he leaves them whispering in disbelief. One strike. That was all it took to turn terror into total awe. Ryu-min sweeps his storm-like gaze over everyone, warning them not to use active skills here, and dead silence immediately grips the crowd. Meanwhile, aged man No-Gay feels his heart pounding in panic since this terrifying twist was never part of the original plan. He asks what just happened, but Ryu-min cuts in, saying he did great. He had summoned a monster only for his leader to slay it instantly, yet Black Scythe offered praise without any hesitation. Exhaling slowly, He convinces himself that there must be some hidden strategy behind this move. And indeed there is. Right then, a golden notification pops up before Ryu Min, stating he saved 100 players by defeating a high-tier demon. Ryu Min lets out a tiny grin, safely hidden behind his mask as satisfaction burns bright in his calm eyes. It worked. The coveted hero's rune now glows softly in Ryu Min's palms, its mysterious golden patterns pulsing with strange life. He just stares in pure awe at his legendary prize. Chuckling quietly with excitement, he whispers to himself that he has finally secured the legendary item. The hero's rune is one of the 18 core pieces sought by every top ranker. But for Ryu Min, this is far more than just a regular item. It is a vital lifeline, and his eyes widen as he reads through its incredible combat stats. Saving a life grants one stack up to 100, boosting all stats, and consuming max stacks activates the ultimate hero's protection skill. Smiling under his mask, he mutters the name of his new skill like a sweet taste of victory. He envisions his younger brother surrounded by deadly enemies, only for a magnificent golden barrier to suddenly erupt and shield him. A flawless defensive shield lasting 10 full seconds, which is a literal eternity in a deadly fight. While active, Ryu Min would feel a strong magical pull connecting them. He can instantly pull his brother to safety or teleport directly to him, a wild realization that sends chills down his spine. Ultimate protection. No matter how bad things get, his brother will never be left helpless. His eyes sparkle further down the list. 100 stacks means a massive 100-point boost to every single base attribute. This is incredibly broken, but there is a major catch. To stack the buff, he must rescue 100 different people. But Ryu Min just grins, get this, because he is about to completely exploit the game system to farm his new stacks. Summon. Slay. Easy. The game will register every single kill as a rescue. The catch is that each person can only be saved once. Having already exhausted his first 100 targets, he needs fresh new faces. Luckily for him, tonight offers plenty of volunteers after a long campaign of recruiting and persuading players. His loyal army has grown to over 170 members, combining guild players and outside recruits ready to follow him. Ryu Min noted that with 175 Korean players, almost everyone joined. Even Ryu Min, usually keeping his expectations low, couldn't help but marvel, despite spending 1.7 million points to gather them. But looking at the massive crowd of players before him, Ryu Min knew it was a total steal and a new ambition began to spark inside him. 200 players would have been nice, but hey, more chances are coming. Ryu Min glanced subtly at Hyo-tae-suk. Their plan was already in motion, and Hyo-tae-suk understood instantly, nodding back in silent agreement. The moment had arrived to summon the second demon. Hyo-tae-suk drifted casually through the crowd, his hand quietly slipping deep into his robe. He pulled out a black, ominous seed that was pulsing faintly with dark, eerie energy. Without hesitating, Hyo-tae-suk pressed it down, making the ground shudder, as the seed melted into the soil like thick, black tar. The nearby players stirred uneasily, sensing something went completely wrong, right before the earth violently split open with a massive tremor. A trunk as massive as an ancient tree blasted skyward, violently tearing apart stone and soil. A guttural roar shook the air, freezing everyone's blood as Ryu Min calmly narrowed his eyes. Ryu Min hadn't even expected this, muttering that a Requiem was a top-tier demon, as the crowd instantly erupted into panicked screams. Players stumbled backward, some drawing their weapons while others froze in place. But this chaotic moment lasted only a few seconds. Ryu Min moved like pure lightning, his massive scythe gleaming in the dark as one ruthless swing sliced the demon's head clean in half. The Requiem's roar cut off mid-scream, its body collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Total silence fell as Ryu Min lifted his blood-dripping scythe, speaking coldly to the terrified, trembling crowd. Even after his strict warning, someone dared to summon a demon, proving his words had fallen on deaf ears. He made his voice sound heavy with cold anger, but behind the mask, Ryu Min smiled warmly as a glowing notification popped up. His hero's rune was now stacked 70 out of 100, boosting all of his stats by 70. While his mask hid the smirk, his heart swelled with triumph. Thinking to himself that he only had 30 more stacks left, he tightened his grip on the scythe, already visualizing the incredible moment he would finally reach max stacks. The day his brother Ryu Won would become completely untouchable under the hero's protection was close, but there was no rush. Ryu Min would gather the remaining stacks at his own pace, knowing everything was going exactly as he had planned. With everything handled, Ryu Min exhaled softly, slightly relaxing his firm grip on the massive Scythe. He spoke those words in a calm. He still had one final task to complete, something far more crucial than hunting down monsters. Looking over at the crowd of players, a massive army, pledged to his banner. No pressure, right? Expectant eyes weighed heavily on his shoulders. He held incredibly vital information, not just for his inner circle or a few allies this time, but for every single person. With the 16th round rapidly closing in, survival was not something they could leave to pure luck, and more survivors meant more power for him. Ryu Min's eyes hardened beneath his mask as he quietly thought to himself. He couldn't just look out for his brother Ryu Wan or Minjuri anymore, because to make his envisioned future a reality, he needed to save as many people as possible. Naturally, he had zero plans to rescue any actual villains, but he had already peered into the hearts of these players. None of them were genuinely evil or carried such heavy stains of blood that they deserved to be abandoned to die. Sharing the game strategy wouldn't bring him any regrets, yet one ultimate truth would remain completely buried. Nobody could ever learn about the Prophet's existence, making that secret his alone. So he prepared a flawless cover story instead. Ryu Min would claim he got the hidden information from a legendary reward box that only a top player could unlock. Suddenly, a loud voice announced that the cult leader and Black Scythe would soon give their speeches. He instructed registered players to head inside the building, and the loud, commanding voice belonged to Eom Junsok. Those words rippled over the waiting crowd, getting everyone moving as the players filed into a truly massive hall. Built to hold 700 seats, only a small fraction of them was actually filled right now. Then, the very first figure stepped onto the stage, Hyote Sak. His dark robes swept the floor as he stood proudly before them, his expression solemn as his powerful voice filled the room. Welcoming his followers as the leader of the death cult, he introduced himself by his real name, Hyote Sok. Thanking everyone for coming, his words were brief and plain, knowing he wasn't the main star of the show tonight. His job was just to set the stage, not steal the spotlight. He wraps up, thanking them before introducing the legend they have all been waiting for, Black Scythe. The second that name drops, a massive wave of excitement surges straight through the entire room. Ryu steps forward. The masked figure walks up to the platform with pretty calm, slow strides. His presence is heavy, dark, and commanding. 170 pairs of eyes lock onto him as a deep silence falls over the crowd. A deep, steady voice echoes through the room. Hello. As you all know, I am Black Scythe. Because of certain reasons, he cannot show his face or reveal his real name, and he hopes they understand. The crowd starts whispering, shifting around, but nobody protests. Sure, they want answers, but more than anything, they want the precious information he promised. Ryu tilts his head slightly, scanning the crowd, before speaking. He tells them he gathered everyone to share top secret, highly classified information that should not and must not be leaked to anyone. Ryu Min tilted his chin slightly, scanning the crowd to announce he gathered them all to share some highly critical information. This was classified intel secret information that simply could not and must not be shared with anyone. Someone whispered aloud, classified? A ripple of murmurs ran through the room as questions buzzed in low tones, unease mixing with anticipation. Then Ryu Min dropped a massive bombshell, revealing he had information about the upcoming round, and he intended to share it with all of them. The entire hall froze instantly, the whispers dying out like they were cut down by an invisible blade. A heavy silence stretched, broken only by the faint rustling of clothes and the sound of someone swallowing nervously. Knowing what lay ahead in the next round was something no one had ever dared to imagine. Yet here was Black Scythe declaring it openly. He continued in a calm, steady tone that was almost too casual for such grave news. I know you are curious about my source, Ryu Min said. But it is simple. Ranking first in any region rewards you with a special selection box. One of those rewards is intel on the next round. He admitted he sometimes chose that option to make his journey easier. Gasps echoed through the hall, and Minuri pressed a hand to her lips. Her eyes went wide, shimmering with sudden realization as she whispered in complete awe. So that was how Black Scythe was always so insightful about the rounds. She had admired his uncanny foresight for the longest time, wondering how he was always one step ahead. Now, the mystery was finally solved. Ryu Min let the silence linger before speaking again with deep conviction. He was revealing this now because he could not stand by and watch players die. That is why I plan to share the strategy for round 13 with everyone here, so we can all survive together. And honestly, this is huge, giving up his own advantage, sacrificing the very edge that kept him alive just so others could live. Murmurs of Black Scythe's name spread, filled this time with reverence, not suspicion. Some players even clasped their hands, utterly moved beyond words. Behind his mask, Ryu-min smirked to himself, wishing them luck to survive until the 16th round before starting to outline his strategy. Meanwhile, in a sacred realm far beyond mortal reach, the angels gathered. Their radiant bodies shimmered, wings spread, and faces grave, as they announced Serial was likely dead. The news struck like thunder, filling the hall with gasps of horror and total disbelief. While some angels wept in grief, clutching their chests, others sneered and one scoffed that he saw this coming. That sharp, scornful voice belonged to Ragwell, the fifth-ranked Archangel of Justice who looked down on them all. With eyes glinting in pure disdain, he reasoned that if the seventh rank could fall, then the sixth would surely go down too. His words sliced through the room like a blade, making the other angels flinch at his arrogance. Ragwell scoffed bitterly, questioning what Michael was thinking by sending only a single angel down to fight. The insult was way too bold, and a stern voice suddenly rang out like a heavy bell of authority. Gabriel, his face cold as steel, glared with burning eyes and asked if he was criticizing the chief archangel in his absence. The warning struck hard, forcing Ragwell into silence, his tense jaw tightening. His wings twitched with suppressed rage, but his face twisted with bitter resentment as he hissed under his breath. Am I wrong? We went from 7 archangels to 5 because of his poor decision. This was clearly a massive misjudgment. Those poisonous words hung heavily in the air, so undeniable that even his fiercest critics stayed completely silent. Can you believe it is already January 1st, 2023? A brand new year where, in the real world, people write resolutions, quitting smoking, promising to hit the gym, or swearing to study harder as the midnight bell rang in the new year. But here, none of that mattered. Such dreams were luxuries of another life. In this place, there was only one resolution worth keeping: survival. Ryu-min stood in the endless, colorless void. His sharp eyes scanned the empty horizon, a lifeless gray stretching out endlessly in a suffocating, dull sameness. After 12 long rounds, this empty space had grown incredibly tedious. He exhaled, a sound closer to a weary sigh than a breath. As expected, round 13 was starting with the new year. Ryu-min swept his eyes over the massive sea of faces. Nearly 10,000 people surrounded him, some whispering nervously while others fidgeted in tense silence. Yet, compared to the countless masses that once packed this space, this was just a sad shadow of the past. Ryu-min's expression turned grim as he stared, quietly noting how drastically their numbers had dwindled because round 12 had been so incredibly merciless. The Cave of Trials had demanded a highly capable summoner, and in doing so, it successfully reduced their mighty army to mere scraps. 3 out of every 4 died in those dark depths, he thought, jaw clenched. So many dead. And there was simply nothing he could have done. He knew that truth. Explaining a strategy to thousands of players was impossible. He could not hold their hands through every deadly trap. They were doomed the second this trial started. But this time, things are about to get wild. Now that their numbers had thinned, it was time to protect the others, not just his close friends. At the very least, he would watch over the followers of the Death God cult. For their survival, he had already leaked the strategy for round 13. His mind ran the math again. If half survive this round and half survive the next, about 2,500 remain. But his gaze darkened quickly. He knew the real nightmare was round 15, a cursed stage that would only let 1/4 of the survivors pass. A complete meat grinder. If 2,500 entered, barely 600 would crawl out alive. In reality, less than 50 usually survived. That made round 15 the most critical step before the final battle. Clenching his fists, he resolved to save as many as possible in round 15, refusing to allow a shortage like in round 12. He decided right then to save all 600. The more players left to face the final boss, the better his own odds. Ryu knew they had zero info on the final boss. Numbers meant everything. That is why he was backing the Death God cult and prepping for round 16 already. The Korean players especially needed to survive in massive numbers for the 16th round. Because of that, Ryu had shared the round 13 guide with everyone. If they followed it, every Korean player would breeze through this stage easily. With any luck, all of them would live. But his preparation did not stop there. He had also sent the strategy to foreign players: Christine, Jeffrey, Russell, Victor, and even John Delgado. Then, a sudden voice called out. Calling his name, Black Scythe, a familiar woman approached him. Ryu looked up and recognized Minjuri. You are here, follower of the Death God cult. She scratched her cheek, offering an awkward little laugh. Please just call me Democracy like usual, or use my name. He shook his head. Min-Juri felt less comfortable to say than democracy. She blinked in surprise, wondering if that was really true. Smiling softly, her eyes drifted over to where the other players gathered. Shared trauma bonds, people. That is exactly what was happening here. After 12 brutal rounds, surviving together forged a deep sense of camaraderie. Min-Juri noted softly, "It is New Year's Day, but instead of watching the sunrise, everyone is trapped in this deadly game. It is pretty sad." Ryu glanced her way and remarked that she was being quite sentimental. Pouting in annoyance, she asked if he thought she lacked emotion. He flatly denied ever saying that. Not wanting to argue, Ryu looked over and saw CO Aaron and the old man Hiotaziak walking up. Aaron called out happily, "Hey, Black Scythe, did you want to see the sunrise too?" Ryu blinked, asking her what she meant. He explained calmly that because of the time limit, none of them could see it anyway. By the time they return, it will already be 10 a.m. Aaron realized the truth and teased if democracy wanted to see it. Min-Juri blushed furiously, stammering that she never said that. But Aaron teased her by leaning closer, asking who she wanted to see it with. Maybe a boyfriend. Min-Juri flusteredly blurted she did not have one. Aaron gasped, surprised a beauty like her was single, but Min-Juri told her to stop joking around. Aaron grinned, claiming she was totally serious. Everyone laughed, but Ryu stayed silent, completely lost in his own thoughts. He wondered how his slave, the necromancer John Delgado, was doing. Ryu had given him one crucial order: avoid meeting any other apostles during this round. He had to the Messiah's guild was targeting Jeffrey. They wanted him desperately, and if they captured him, Ryu's entire plan would collapse fast. They likely planned to kidnap Jeffrey this round for interrogation, but Ryu knew it would never happen. He knew their scheme. Only John Delgado, who was in Jeffrey's party, could track his location. By ordering John Delgado to actively avoid them, Ryu shattered their plans completely, even if it meant John Delgado would face their wrath. Suddenly, more voices yelled for the Black Scythe. Yamjunio, Yongtak, and Yami walked over, followed closely by Christine, Jeffrey, and Zhou Yongho's massive group. Zhou Yongho did not show up alone. Over 30 mercenaries flanked him. Each of them was Korean and a loyal follower of the Death God cult. Ryu stands with his arms crossed, watching them gather and thinking to himself that winning over Zhou Yongho was the right play. Now the mercenary king's entire crew is on his side. Not bad at all. The crowd gets pretty loud as the mood brightens up. But all chatter dies the second the angel appears with a cold, mocking greeting to the humans. Its tone is pure mockery as it points out that they actually managed to show up again today. Everyone just glares. They have zero choice here, and look at that smug creature. It clearly knows it. It laughs, spreading its wings wide while mocking them about how there are fewer than 10,000 survivors left. The last round was quite tough, wasn't it? But it tells them not to worry. In just a few more rounds, that number will plunge to double digits. Shout out to the amazing supporter from our last video. If you want to help us out, make sure to like, subscribe, and support the channel. Dead silence fell the second the angel showed up, saying, "Greetings, humans." Its voice carried nothing but pure mockery. It sneered, "You returned today, huh?" Everyone glared, completely powerless to refuse. The angel knew it, laughing as its wings spread wide to mock them. Apparently, fewer than 10,000 survivors remained. The previous round was pretty brutal, but it promised that in a few more games, survivors would drop to double digits. Someone cried out, "Double digits? Are they insane?" The angel just chuckled, absolutely loving the panic in the air. It teased them to check out the next quest. Pretty easy, so relax. With a flap of its wings, blinding light flared. Letters glowed in the air. Round 13. Raise reputation with a race to very friendly within 10 hours. Zone CA01. 9,994 remaining. 0 out of 4997 done. Shocked gasps echoed. Compared to the brutal cave of trials, this task looked almost simple. While others panicked, Ryu's lips curled into a confident smile. The 13th round sounded pretty simple to everyone. For him, though, it was already done before it even started. Up against the previous brutal nightmares he had barely survived, this was by far his easiest challenge yet. He smirked, totally relaxed. This quest was already in the bag. Then, the angel's voice rang out like a bell, echoing directly inside the head of every single player. Your task is to raise reputation to very friendly. Compared to previous rounds, this one is quite easy, is it not? A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Players furrowed their brows, murmuring, "Very friendly? Hold on? Reputation?" Most of these poor guys had no clue that kind of system even existed in this hell. To them, other races were simply allies or enemies. Standing was never a priority. Ryu just smiled, thinking to himself that if they had never raised it, they obviously would not know about it. Long before now, he had already bonded with the elves, pushing their reputation to very friendly back in round 8. Not just them. He had already done the same with 3 other races. With the elves, he had gone even further, reaching the absolute highest bond possible, the level of eternal ally. This was all thanks to a pretty rare artifact, the Rune of Reputation, which boosted his standings by 1 whole rank. Because of this cheat item, he had 0 fears. His quest was basically finished before the clock even started. Meanwhile, the 170 members of his death god cult were in an entirely different boat. Ryu thought, I have already shown them the fastest ways to grind. They will survive if they just follow my advice. The angel, totally clueless about the secret plans unfolding, kept explaining the rules. Its voice grew urgent as it asked, you have completed fantasy side quests in prior zones before, right? It is the exact same concept here. Helping out certain races with their requests will boost your standing with them. Plus, you will get extra experience, gold, and rare items. One player scratched his head in confusion. So we just have to grind side quests to make them like us? Another player slowly put it together. Basically, pick a race and spam their missions, the angel explained. Naturally, tougher quests will give you much more reputation and better rewards. With that in mind, choose quite carefully. To wrap things up, you have 10 hours to reach very friendly, or you die. The crowd of players froze in fear. 10 hours? Unbelievable. That means it is incredibly tough. Another player groaned, lost in total despair. Terror spread like wildfire. Almost everyone felt as if they had been thrown into a stormy ocean without any boat. But the fanatical death god cult did not share that panic. Unlike the rest, they already had a clear compass, Ryu's cheat sheet. Now we're about to see if his fast-track survival guide actually works for them. The angel urged them to hurry, stating they had no time to waste since early completion secured their names on the survivor list. Obviously, if anyone somehow finished early, they would get 10 hours of complete, relaxing free time. No way. It was completely impossible. Yet, the angel's smug voice faltered. Its smug expression stiffened as its eyes shot over to the glowing survival board. Hold on. Someone already did it? They had already hit very friendly standing. Shock swept the crowd, and even without a name, they all knew who it was. Ryu chuckled softly, his confident gaze remaining totally unshaken. Yep, that would be him. Just like that, he scored 10 hours of total freedom. Flustered, the angel quickly changed the subject and told everyone to move on to choosing their starting location just as a glowing window popped up right before their eyes. Select the specific region where you would like to begin. Option 1 is Albit's Kingdom, Option 2 is Bram Kingdom, Option 3 is the Holy Empire, and Option 4 is Elsorium. Fail to choose in time, and your starting zone will be completely randomized. With only 59 seconds remaining on the clock, panic spread instantly as players began agonizing over their choices. Talk about pressure. They looked like gamblers staring at a roulette wheel, entirely unsure where to place their bets. But for the death cult, there was zero hesitation. Aged man No Gay spoke up firmly, and Alex Pearson quickly agreed to head on in. Me too. But right before they selected, Minjuri frantically waved her hand. Wait, stop. Do not forget your buffs before you head out. Her hands flared with light as she cast her spells, wrapping her teammates in powerful layers of protection. One of them cheered happily while another thanked democracy gratefully. They called her a lifesaver, and she smiled warmly. Good luck, everyone. They smiled back, sharing final words of encouragement before fading away into their selected starting zones. Once only Ryumin remained, Minjuri turned to him. Black Scythe, you need yours too. Here is your buff. He nodded. Thanks. A tiny smile played on his lips as the magic took hold. He did not really need it. But in a game of survival, any advantage counts. He knew you could never be too careful, especially with the lingering threat of that vengeful archangel, Sariel, popping back up. What happened once could easily happen again, he mused, as Jo Young-ho's mercenary group and Minjuri finally vanished. Ryumin now stood completely alone before the glowing selection screen, his mind already set on option 4, Elsorium. The instant his finger touched the screen, his surroundings dissolved, and the peaceful sound of chirping birds greeted him as he materialized in a dense, lush forest. Sunlight drifted through the leaves, scattering golden rays across the forest floor. Taking a deep breath, he knew this was the spot. His motive for picking Elsorium was remarkably simple. He needed to get his hands on the rare rune fragments locked deep within the elven treasure vaults, a task impossible for any ordinary human. But as their designated eternal ally, the elves would welcome him with open arms, giving him full access to their legendary vault. Even the elven princess would not dare to object. After all, in this realm, the Council of Elders held the real authority, leaving her powerless. Pushing through the dense, tangled brush, Ryu Min pressed onward until his steps brought him to the boundary of an invisible barrier. And get this, he feels it before even seeing it, sensing a hidden boundary waiting to be crossed. The instant he stepped over that threshold, the forest melted away, replaced by a breathtaking metropolis of gleaming marble spires and radiant bridges. Elsorium, the legendary sanctuary of the elves, lay completely open before him. Ryu Min let out a low whistle of admiration as he crossed a shimmering rainbow bridge toward the massive city gates. But before he could advance, two elven sentries stepped forward, aggressively blocking his path. Crossing their spears menacingly, one demanded what business a mere human had there, while the other glared with sharp, warning eyes. Turn back now. But Ryu Min stayed totally calm, staring them down as he waited. Suddenly, a system message popped up, confirming that the universal translation skill had finally activated. He could now speak and understand any foreign tongue perfectly, even as the elven guards began barking orders at him once more. Demanding to know if he was deaf, they told him to clear out, but as they locked eyes with him, their voices suddenly faltered. Their eyes widened in pure shock as one stammered, asking if he was actually the legendary Black Scythe. Ryu Min gave a dry, short nod, prompting the guards to instantly straighten up and bow down in deep respect. Their voices shook with extreme respect, apologizing profusely for not recognizing his legendary presence right away. They pleaded for him to overlook their earlier rudeness, all of their previous elven arrogance vanishing in a single breath. To these elves, this human was no mere visitor, he was the savior who protected their entire race, and their eternal ally deserved royal treatment. Ryu Min cut them off with calm authority, demanding they bring out the council elders immediately for an urgent meeting. Stunned, they repeated his request, but Ryu Min confirmed he had vital business to discuss, prompting them to quickly tell him to wait. Promising to summon the elders right away, the guards dashed off in a panic, leaving Ryu Min waiting calmly at the massive entrance. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction, the subtle smile of a true mastermind who had already mapped out every single move on the board. Ryu Min glanced over at the distant portal, checking the time and whispering to himself that about 3 minutes had already passed. But before he could even finish that thought, a blinding burst of magic shimmered from the portal. Out scrambled 5 robed figures, gasping for breath as they ran the high elders themselves, the secret masters pulling the strings of Elsorium. One of the elders clutches his chest, completely gasping for breath. It is really him, the legendary Black Scythe. Another elder's eyes widen in complete shock. To think the legendary Black Scythe himself would actually visit their quiet elf village. Ryu Min finds the whole thing pretty amusing. It is their very first time meeting, yet they react like they have known him forever. He reads their minds, confirming it is not just some vague recognition. They truly believe he is a savior. Ryu Min smiles faintly, thinking to himself that it must be because he saved their princess back in the 8th round. It makes sense his face would get around, but he definitely did not expect such a warm welcome. Shout out to the awesome friend who supported the channel last time. Remember to like, subscribe, and keep supporting our channel financially. Ryu Min could not help but find the situation pretty amusing, especially since they acted like they had known him forever. Reading their minds easily, he confirmed their reaction went much deeper than simple recognition. They genuinely saw him as a hero, and Ryu Min smiled faintly, realizing it was because he saved their princess in the 8th round. It made sense his name had spread, but he honestly did not expect a welcome this warm. They treated him like the savior of their people, so Ryu Min decided to just play along without questioning it. After all, explaining the logic of reputation in a world where people can literally resurrect was completely pointless. The eldest elf straightened his back and bowed low, apologizing for the wait and asking Ryu Min to follow them to the palace. Ryu Min clasped his hands behind his back and nodded calmly, agreeing to go with them. If these elves wanted a hero, he would happily play the part. They guided him to the warp gate, politely asking him to step up. The moment Ryu Min touched the stone platform, light completely engulfed him. Just a heartbeat later, he was standing inside the grand palace of Elsorium, walking through glittering halls straight to the guest suite. Inside, several servants were lounging around, but the moment they saw him enter, their eyes went wide with pure shock. One elder immediately barked at them, demanding why they had not served tea yet to such a distinguished guest. The maids nearly tripped over their own feet, while bowing and apologizing profusely to the angry elder. They quickly scurried out, leaving the elder to turn back to Ryu Min with a warm smile, telling him to make himself at home. "We will bring you some warm tea and food shortly." Ryu Min sat down on a cushioned chair with total royal composure, acting as though this treatment was completely natural after all. Why refuse? He had time to burn, especially since his quest was already complete. Leaning back, his eyes swept the grand room in admiration, thinking to himself that despite visiting Elsorium before, the city never ceased to amaze him. Their lives were almost indistinguishable from humans, their highly structured kingdom making it easy to forget they were actually elves. Yet, strangely enough, all the furniture, utensils, and ornaments here were clearly human-made. Imported goods, no doubt. Ryumin found it funny since officially, elves supposedly hated humans. And yet, here they were, living surrounded by human luxuries, a hilarious contradiction that highly amused him. Still, he knew exactly how tough these proud elves were to win over, since they were easily the hardest race of all. Without massive deeds like saving royalty, earning this respect was impossible. Finally, the maids returned with silver trays of tea and refreshments. Ryu Min accepted the cup, slowly raising it to his nose. A fresh scent of pine needles drifted up, prompting Ryu Min to think that taking a relaxing break like this was not half bad. He took a slow sip, enjoying the crisp, refreshing flavor as it washed over his tongue without even suspecting poison. They had zero reason to hurt him when he was practically a hero here, and besides, he trusted the reputation system. Just as he takes his third sip, the door swings open, and look who is finally joining them. Walking gracefully right alongside the elders was none other than the elven princess. Beside her strode the knight captain, Yugto, making Ryu Min realize exactly where they had gone. They had clearly debated how to properly honor him, deciding that bringing the princess was the ultimate answer, which their thoughts quickly confirmed. Presenting the princess was their way of securing ties, as the elder bowed politely and asked how Black Scythe liked the tea. Ryu Min set down his cup with calm authority, replying that the aroma was actually quite pleasant. The elder smiled warmly and explained that the brew was crafted from expensive Tiberi leaves, imported directly from the far-off kingdom of Brahm. Supposedly it clears the mind, and Ryu Min quickly nodded, agreeing it definitely did. He noted that the elves seemed to interact with humans quite often despite their love for nature. The elder sighed, explaining that they could not stay isolated forever and should embrace any good things humans had to offer. However, he warned Ryu Min not to misunderstand, as they remained mostly neutral and not particularly friendly with humans. The elder watched Ryu Min cautiously, gauging his reaction before continuing to speak. Unlike with other humans, they wanted to keep a strong, positive bond with the Black Scythe, and Ryu Min smoothly agreed to the same. The elder froze momentarily, visibly startled by the heavy weight of those words. Then he laughed heartily in relief, realizing he had forgotten to introduce the princess whom Ryu Min had already met. The young elven princess stepped forward, her gown swishing elegantly, greeting the Black Scythe after their long time apart. "It is an honor to meet you again," she says, curtsying with practiced grace. Ryu Min studies her closely, noticing she looks much more mature now. She has grown into a striking beauty, possessing a grace that catches even his attention for a heartbeat, and in that exact moment, he senses the elder's thoughts brushing against his mind. So even the Black Scythe is human after all, they think. He cannot resist the princess, proving humans are powerless against elven beauty. Ryu Min holds back a smirk. One look already sparked a pretty wild misunderstanding. Feeling the mood, the elders slip away, saying they will leave the two of them alone. Claiming they have urgent business, they tell them to enjoy themselves. But Ryu Min's voice cuts through the air. "Wait, aren't you going to ask why I'm here?" The room suddenly drops into a dead silence. An elder blinks in utter confusion, his wrinkled face tightening as he asks why he is there. Ryu Min just tilts his head with a teasing smile. "Did you think I came just for the princess?" The baffled elders exchange silent looks. Their pointed ears twitch with clear anxiety, sensing that his question is a dangerous trap. Even the princess in her glowing white gown stares at him with curious eyes. They are all waiting, expecting his next move. Ryu Min can basically hear their anxious thoughts, and his cold smirk softens into a charming smile. No reason to disappoint the princess. He speaks smoothly, his voice gentle but firm, stating that of course he was quite worried about the princess's safety. What knight wouldn't worry after hearing that a fragile lady like her had been attacked? His smooth words linger in the air like sweet perfume. The princess's eyes widen, her cheeks flushing a light shade of pink. She exhales shyly, quickly casting her eyes downward. She is clearly not used to such flattery, especially from the legendary Black Scythe. Ryu-min laughs to himself, thinking that she totally fell for it. Classic princess behavior. He pauses, his charming smile fading into a serious expression as he explains that this is only part of the reason. Now, here's where he completely changes the vibe, mentioning there is also something else he wanted to confirm. One elder frowns quite hard, asking what else. Ryu-min's eyes gleam with intent as he asks if Elsorium truly keeps a treasure vault passed down through generations. Their response is immediate. All 5 elders immediately freeze, their shoulders tensing up as their eyes dart around, looking like criminals whose most guarded secret has just been exposed. They clearly know. One elder stammers, his voice shaking. When they nervously ask where he heard that, Ryu-min replies coolly that it does not matter. He demands to know why they hid this vault from him. The elders break out in a cold sweat, stammering that they did not mean to hide anything. Another elder desperately blurts out, claiming they never even considered doing that. Ryu-min crosses his arms, his face blank as he demands they show him the vault and lead him to the treasures. A heavy silence fills the room. The elders exchange terrified looks, completely torn between obedience and outright fear. Finally, one of them sighs, agreeing to show him the way. But as they turn, their anxious thoughts hang heavy in the air. How does he know about the vault? Is the princess herself not enough for this guy? He really is completely different from those other greedy humans. Their reluctant faces say it all. They clearly do not want him near their sacred vault. Ryu-min just smirks, knowing exactly why they are hesitant. That vault holds centuries of elven history. Even the most generous hero would find it pretty hard to give up. To them, he will always be an outsider. But as his patience wears thin, his silent pressure forces them to move. If not for his incredibly high reputation, they would have never allowed him inside. They would have called him a liar and kicked him out. Besides, it is not like he can just break the door down. The system designed it that way. The vault is protected by a powerful magic barrier that no weapon or spell can breach. Even Ryu-min, with all his strength, cannot force his way in. He knows this because he already tried in a previous round. Soon, they reach the palace's underground chamber, a massive room carved into the earth. One elder whispers that they have arrived, and Ryu-min's eyes narrow as he looks at the giant stone door ahead. The elder explains that inside lies the history of Elsorium, accumulated over hundreds of years. Ryu-min tells them he wants to see it, but an elder asks him to wait as the 5 gather before the door. Together, they begin to chant low, melodic words in ancient Elven. Suddenly, a brilliant ring of light appears. It swirls across the stone surface, bringing to life detailed runes that glow brighter with every single syllable. The massive door groans as it rumbles open, spilling a blinding, brilliant radiance from within. Shout out to the legend who backed us in the last video. And please remember to like, subscribe, and support us financially. The heavy stone door rumbled as it parted, revealing a blinding golden glow. Right then, a new notification screen popped up in front of Ryu. Mission complete. Opening the hidden vault with the 5 elders has officially finished the secret subquest. He can now choose 3 items as a reward. The old man stepped back with a slight bow, telling him to enter. Ryu slipped right past them. A quiet breath caught in his throat as he stepped inside and saw the room glittering like a dream. Mountains of glowing jewels, golden armor, reflecting the dim torchlight, and legendary magic weapons pulsed with pure, raw power throughout the cavern. Forgotten spellbooks and artifacts hovered quietly in midair, humming with a heavy aura. Ryu stood dead silent. He scanned the hoard with calm precision. Magic swords, golden armor, spellbooks, and relics lay everywhere in piles. A nervous elder stepped up to explain these were the greatest treasures Elsorium gathered over 500 years. Take whatever pleases you, the elder offered, prompting Ryu to raise an eyebrow. Ryu asked if that meant he could take everything, which made the old man stammer out a nervous yes. But considering how rare these items are, the elder suggested 3 should be enough while they all held their breath in fear. When Ryu did not object, a wave of relief washed over them as he realized 3 was more than enough anyway. Even if he greedily wanted more, the game system would block it, so he finally announced he would settle for 3. The lead elder gasped and thanked him while wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Ryu immediately began walking through the vault with purpose. His steps were slow and deliberate, his gaze piercing. He looked like he knew exactly what he came here for. A second later, the system alerts flickered again, confirming his choices of the rune of one versus many and the rune of resistance. Along with the rune of endurance, his reward selection was complete. The 5 elders watched him with intense curiosity. One pointed out he chose the simple magic stones, while another smiled, calling it an incredibly wise choice. These old guys have no clue what he actually grabbed. To an expert player, those runes are worth more than any pile of gold. Clutching the shining fragments in his palms, he felt a warm power surge through his veins as he began engraving them directly into his skin. The marks faded into his flesh. The rune of one versus many went active, displaying its effect. His core stats would now scale up based on how many enemies were within a 100-meter radius, capping at a massive 100% boost. The rune of resistance boosted status defense by 50%, followed quickly by the final rune of endurance. This boosted his elemental defense by 50%. Ryu smiled. He could feel an immense, intoxicating wave of power flowing inside. He quietly muttered to himself that he had just become even stronger. Power was just like cash. The more you had, the better off you were. Pleased, he faced the elders, stating he was done here. He was leaving. The old men bowed, saying they understood. Ryu made his way back up from the basement, his steps echoing loudly against the marble. Once outside, he pulled up his tracking screen, keying in a specific name he memorized. A match was found. Tracking the target now. Look at that target. Russell Daniel is over 4,000 meters away, and a glowing arrow is showing the path. Smirking, Ryu muttered that they should head to the dwarf village next. He needed god-tier crafting materials, and this trip would help Russell get stronger too. He turned back to the princess, who was staring at him with a sad, disappointed look. Telling her he had to leave for urgent business, she softly asked if he was really departing so quickly. Bowing slightly, Ryu thanked her for the tea. The princess cast her gaze downward, her lips shaking just a tiny bit in disappointment. Whispering that she understood, she watched him walk away. He cleared the palace gates, muttering one command: ascend. Dark magic exploded from his shoulders as massive black wings unfurled, spanning more than 10 meters from tip to tip. A sudden gale blew dry leaves everywhere, leaving the princess and the elders staring up in pure disbelief. Glancing back, he wished her good health until next time, leaving the blushing royal to stammer out a quiet goodbye to the black scythe. But by the time she even finished her sentence, Ryu had already vanished into the clouds above. A dark silhouette soared straight through the heavens, casting a reaper's shadow over the glittering elven capital far below. While ordinary players were still panicking over where they should spawn next, one man made his move without hesitation. Russell immediately locked in the kingdom of Albits, his fingers perfectly steady as he made the selection on his system panel. Clenching his fist, he remembered Ryu's clear instructions to never hesitate and simply wait for the black scythe in that exact country. That was his only task, and he trusted those instructions without question. Even knowing the layout of this 13th round, his instructions were entirely different from the rest. No quests, no grinding, just wait patiently. Since he is a blacksmith, his automatic bond with dwarves makes everything far easier for him than anyone else. Russell speaks with awe. The prophet gave the black scythe exact instructions, making his help completely vital for me. He waits. The sun slowly drifts across the sky as almost an hour ticks by, and Russell starts fidgeting nervously. Sweat drips down his neck. Biting his lip, he worries, could it be that he is not coming? Right before anxiety completely takes him over, a massive shadow glides overhead. Something pitch black is slicing through the sky like a giant blade. Russell gasps, shielding his eyes. What on earth? The figure dives down, giant dark wings spreading out like a fallen angel. Dust sweeps up as he lands in perfect, silent grace. It is him, the legendary Black Scythe. His heavy aura feels suffocating, freezing cold, and completely dominant. Russell's knees nearly buckle as the man speaks in a deep, calm tone. Are you Russell Daniel? He stammers, yes, that is me. Are you the Black Scythe? Even without visible names in this place, Russell knows instantly. There is no mistaking this overwhelming pressure. Ryumin answers him simply, yes, I am the Black Scythe. Russell's eyes fill with deep respect. It is an honor to meet you, sir. Ryumin replies flatly, skip the formal stuff. The prophet mentioned you and asked me to look out for you since you two are close friends. Russell asks, voice shaking, the prophet really said that? As the Black Scythe nods, emotion rushes over the boy. Teary-eyed, Russell thinks to himself, to think Ryumin holds me in such high regard. He is genuinely like a saint. Eager to make a great impression, he stands up straight, suddenly remembering what the prophet told him earlier. He was supposed to prove his worth upon meeting the Black Scythe, right? Russell gulps, forcing out a nervous but determined voice. I heard that you could help me get stronger, sir. Ryumin studies him before replying, that is correct. Russell bows slightly. I know this is bold, but will you guide me? I need to grow faster. Ryumin crosses his arms, letting out a thoughtful hum. Russell quickly adds in exchange, I can give you a hunting buff. Just give me 1 second. Ryumin frowns, asking, you expect me to just hand over my weapon? Russell panics, waving his hands frantically. No, definitely not. You do not have to give it up. I just need to touch it. After a brief pause, Ryu-min holds out his massive dark scythe. The blade glows faintly, throbbing with ominous energy. Russell gently touches it, closes his eyes, and starts chanting under his breath. A soft golden light radiates from his fingertips. Suddenly, a system notification flashes right in front of Ryu-min. The weapon polishing skill has increased your attack power by 150%, lasting until the end of this round. Ryu-min's eyes widen slightly. My damage output shot up by that much? He has heard of blacksmith buffs, but this is his first time actually feeling one. Russell smiles proudly. Your attack stats went up, right? Ryu-min admits yes. I am honestly surprised by how massive the jump is. Russell laughs with a wide grin. You are not done being shocked yet. Can I touch your armor now? When Ryu-min nods, Russell places his hand on it. Another warm light shimmers, triggering a second system pop-up. The equipment polishing skill increases his armor stats by 10% for the round. And honestly, even our main character is left completely stunned here. The stats increased? Checking his armor window, it shows 2200 plus 1.1 to all attributes, and a 73.7% evasion rate. Every single stat has climbed by exactly 10%. Russell asks eagerly, did your numbers go up? I can boost all of your gear this way. Well, besides the accessories. Ryu-min asks, are you serious? Russell speaks confidently, let's get to work then. One by one, he touches Ryu-min's helmet, gloves, and boots, whispering a spell. Every gear piece shines softly as its stats spike by 10%. Individually, it seems small, but the combined boost is wild. Ryu-min crosses his arms, genuinely impressed, noting how this works on his dark armor. Since his armor relies heavily on probability, he can theoretically push his evasion rate near 100%. He honestly had no idea blacksmiths had such insane utility skills. Watching him marvel, Russell beams with immense pride and smiles. Quite impressive, isn't it? Even I did not know how efficient this polishing skill was when I unlocked it at level 60. Ryu-min ponders. Repairing, weapon polishing, gear polishing. What other abilities do you have? Russell begins explaining. Well, there is material crafting, but it is not a buff, so it is pretty useless. It just lets me turn junk into high-tier resources. Ryu-min nods. Materials can easily be bought, so he does not need that skill, though it might be useful for Russell later. Still, his weapon and armor polishing alone make him pretty invaluable, Ryu-min realized. Russell eagerly asked if it helped, and Ryu-min replied with a rare smile, very much. Hearing that, Russell felt a massive surge of pride. He did it. He had finally proven his worth to the Black Scythe. Turning around, Ryu-min suddenly spoke. Let's go. I'll help you grow even more. Huge thanks to our friend who supported the channel in the last video. Don't forget to like and subscribe and support our channel financially. Hey guys. Sorry for the recent upload delays. My health has been pretty rough lately. With surgery coming up next week, keeping up with videos is tough. But back to the story, Russell eagerly asks if his help actually worked. Ryu-min flashes a rare smile and says it helped a lot. Hearing those words, Russell feels incredibly proud. He finally proved his worth to the Black Scythe. Ryu-min suddenly turns and says, let's go, promising to help him level up. Russell bows deeply. Russell thanks him, then wonders where they are going. Ryu-min mentions the prophet told him to head for the Karago Mountains. They need to find a dwarf city there. Russell's eyes light up, asking if Ryu-min knows the way. Ryu-min smirks with total confidence. Of course he does. He's already got connections with the dwarves. He taps his screen and changes his title to head of the pack. Instantly, glowing letters faintly appear right above him. Russell's jaw completely drops as he asks what that glowing text is. Ryu-min explains it is a title that gives various passive boosts. If Russell builds up his reputation with the dwarves, he can get one too, according to the prophet. Russell nods, his eyes filled with curiosity. Ryu-min turns toward the horizon and says they shouldn't waste any time. As they start, Russell suddenly hesitates. Ryu-min stops and looks back sharply, asking what now. Russell nervously speaks up, his face looking pretty pale. He asks if they have to fly again because he is terrified of heights. A faint smirk plays on Ryu-min's lips. He tells him not to worry since they are walking. The dwarf city is underground anyway. With that, they set off together. One of them is cloaked in deep darkness, while the other radiates forge light as they march into the Karago Mountains. Right near the kingdom of Albit sit the towering Karago Mountains. Hidden deep beneath those rocky peaks lies the famous dwarven city of Iron Gray, where the heavy ring of hammers echoes constantly. You can practically feel his awe. Russell's voice shakes as he stares at the magnificent dwarven city, while Ryumin can only sigh and warn him. Ryumin tells him to shut his mouth. Sure enough, several nearby dwarves are already staring back with heavy frowns. Even though they trade with humans quite often, these dwarves still have a lot of pride and some serious mistrust in their eyes. Outsiders are tolerated, not welcomed. But Russell really does not seem to care. Ryumin watches his eyes gleam like a kid in a candy shop. Realizing it is not just shock, it is pure admiration for their craft. Russell cannot control himself, pointing excitedly at every single workstation and urging Ryumin to look. He says their hammering is like art, without a single wobble in their strikes, calling attention to their expert hands. The way they shape the metal is incredible as they forge armor plates. How do they work so well with such small, powerful hands? He points out the handcrafted pieces behind them, practically begging to touch their creations. Ryumin snaps at Russell to get a grip and keep moving. Russell quickly apologizes and hurries after him like a cat trying to ignore a busy fish market. His eyes keep darting back longingly as Ryumin leads him toward Hammerfall, the largest and most famous workshop in the entire city. Ryumin stops right in front of the massive steel doors and tells him to go inside. But suddenly, Russell completely freezes. And right here, Russell freezes, staring at some invisible screen floating in front of him. What did he just find? He says something just popped up in front of his face. Ryumin raises an eyebrow and asks if it is a quest. He confirms a sub-quest just appeared, instructing him to work as an assistant in Hammerfall for 3 hours. Ryumin crosses his arms and asks about the reward. Russell replies that it will make him highly friendly with the dwarves and upgrade his blacksmith skill by 1 level, but it is only available to blacksmiths. A faint smile plays on Ryumin's lips as he realizes a skill upgrade and reputation boost is pretty perfect for him. This is easily the absolute best subquest Russell could have asked for. Spending 3 hours here is pretty much nothing compared to the grueling grind other players face. Ryumin knows normal players would grind boring tasks for at least 6 hours, but Russell has a major shortcut. Ryumin looks at him with some quiet amusement, noting he still needs to actually secure the job first. But that is exactly where Ryumin steps in. He pushes open the heavy door as an intense wave of heat washes over them. The air is thick with smoke, sweat, and hot metal. Russell can only whisper another soft wow. His eyes gleam as dozens of glowing forges instantly fill his vision. Before they can even take a step, a young dwarf approaches with a pretty suspicious look, demanding to know what business humans have in their forge. But suddenly, the dwarf's eyes widen. Recognition flashes across his face as he asks if Ryumin is the head of the pack. Ryumin nods calmly. Honestly, he is not even surprised anymore that complete strangers recognize him on sight. His reputation precedes him everywhere. The young dwarf repeats Ryumin's words. He is here to see the blacksmith of Hammerfall. Wait here. He hurries off, disappearing behind the clanging forges. Moments later, he returns with Blacksmith Heimer, the exact dwarf Ryumin met during the 8th round. Blacksmith Heimer's booming laugh fills the room as he welcomes Ryumin, the top-ranked player, to Iron Gray. Greeting him like an old friend, he happily admits he was hoping they would meet again. Too loud. Ryumin suggests finding a quieter spot, and Blacksmith Heimer quickly agrees to move. They move to a small break room, a quieter spot that still carries the faint scent of burning iron. Ryumin gestures toward his companion, introducing Russell Daniel as his valued acquaintance. Russell Daniel blinks in surprise at being called valued but quickly bows, offering a polite greeting, though their height difference prevents a handshake. Instead, they exchange respectful nods as Blacksmith Heimer welcomes him warmly. He asks the top-ranked player what brings him to the city, prompting Ryumin to smile and ask for a favor. Ryumin asks if he can employ Russell Daniel. Blacksmith Heimer frowns in confusion, but Ryumin explains it is just for today. So eager. He wants to learn from the best dwarven blacksmiths. He is particularly skilled in metallurgy and truly wants to learn from top-tier craftsmen. Blacksmith Heimer eyes Russell Daniel critically, scanning him like the veteran smith he is, and asks if he has any prior experience, which Russell Daniel answers quickly. He has 6 years of experience and can handle the basics, prompting Blacksmith Heimer to ask what exactly he has crafted before. Russell Daniel lists everything from longswords and daggers to armor and protective gear. He has made pretty much anything imaginable, which makes Blacksmith Heimer chuckle warmly, noting he sounds like far more than a simple beginner. Perfect timing. Ryumin notices the dwarf's smile and realizes things are going quite well. Sure enough, Blacksmith Heimer finally nods in agreement. Since the top ranker introduced him personally, Blacksmith Heimer agrees to make an exception. Russell Daniels' eyes shine with pure excitement as he thanks him, but the old dwarf adds a condition. However, because it is getting late, he will only be allowed to work for 3 hours. When asked if that works, Russell Daniel replies that it is more than enough, barely able to contain his excitement. Blacksmith Heimer chuckles, clearly pleased by the enthusiasm, and asks if they should start right away, which Russell Daniel eagerly accepts. After Russell Daniel begs to begin, Blacksmith Heimer turns to Ryu Min, asking what the top ranker will do now. He is done. Ryu Min prepares to leave, prompting Russell Daniel to rush over and bow deeply in gratitude. Offering a full, respectful bow, he thanks Ryu Min and admits he never would have gotten this opportunity on his own. Honestly, this quest would be completely impossible without Ryu Min's incredible reputation and personal introduction. Russell Daniel sincerely vows to repay the favor, earning a faint smirk from Ryu Min, who promises to hold him to it. A deep bond of gratitude is formed today, one that Russell Daniel will never forget. Before leaving, Ryu Min turns to Blacksmith Heimer, mentioning there is still something they need to discuss, which makes the dwarf tilt his head in confusion. What is it? Ryu Min responds calmly. He mentions rumors of special crafting materials sold right here in Iron Gray, raising Blacksmith Heimer's bushy eyebrows as he asks for specifics. As Ryu Min lists the rare and powerful crafting ingredients one by one, Blacksmith Heimer's expression slowly begins to change. The old dwarf cautiously asks where he heard such rumors, but Ryu Min merely offers a faint smirk. He has his ways. Ryu Min demands an answer, forcing a hesitant Blacksmith Heimer to admit they have them. Ryu Min asks to buy them, causing the old dwarf to frown with genuine worry for the very first time, explaining that these materials are incredibly rare and cannot just be handed out. Blacksmith Heimer hesitates, but Ryu Min calmly interrupts, saying he is not looking for a handout. He plans to buy everything, but Blacksmith Heimer strokes his beard and warns him that they are quite expensive. Ryu Min's confident grin returns as he tells him not to worry, he has more than enough gold. Heimer blinks in surprise as Ryu Min lists his items, asking the top ranker if that is correct. Mandrora's magic stem, adamantium plate, leather, wind spirit's feather, magic core, and 2 pieces of black iron powder. Ryu Min's smile deepens as he confirms he wants everything, his calm yet confident voice cutting through the warm air of the forge. When asked for the total price, the master blacksmith nervously scratches his beard and asks for a moment. His fingers fumble across an old abacus, beads clicking rapidly as sweat rolls down the nervous dwarf's forehead. When that final number clicked in his head, his face stiffened. He let out a nervous laugh and said, "Don't be too shocked. Those 7 materials? They cost a staggering 5,932,900 gold. Honestly, who wouldn't react?" Standing right there, Russell nearly jumped straight out of his boots. Eyes wide, he asked what materials could cost this much. Heimer sighed heavily, shaking his head like the weight of the world was on him. "They are incredibly rare. We barely got them." Russell still couldn't believe his ears, pointing out that means over 800,000 gold for each single item. You could practically feel the heavy disbelief in his voice. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously, glaring at him more like a shady street merchant than some legendary, world-class blacksmith. Big thanks to our awesome supporter from the last video. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and support the channel financially. Russell still looks like he cannot believe his ears. Over 800,000 gold for just a single item. The total disbelief dripping from his voice is thick enough to cut with a blade. He narrows his eyes suspiciously at Heimer, treating the legendary blacksmith like some shady, back-alley street merchant. Heimer's proud face twitches as he defends himself. "Hey, do not look at me like that. I am not cheating anyone." The master artisan looks genuinely hurt by the scammer accusation, but Ryu Min does not even flinch. Looking at the rare materials, Ryu Min offers a knowing smile and quickly calculates their value. This price is fair. These are ingredients for god-tier gear, and paying under 1,000,000 gold apiece is actually a total bargain for what he is crafting. Besides, Ryu Min is certainly not short on cash. His pockets are overflowing with exactly 65 million gold, a fortune that multiplied after he took down the angel. Standing there like a man who could easily buy kingdoms, Ryu Min narrows his eyes, already planning his next move. He knows this gold is useless right now, but it will be extremely vital later, especially during the 17th round. Gold is the key. Russell, still in shock, tries to talk sense into him. Is this not way too much? He suggests thinking it over, but Ryu Min does not hesitate. "I will buy it." Heimer blinks, completely stunned by the fast response. When Heimer stammers in confusion, Ryu-min repeats his order with mountain-steady resolve. I said, I will buy the materials. Heimer's jaw drops as he points out that even the mighty Hormos Merchant Guild would hesitate to pay such a massive sum. Ryu-min replies smoothly, I have plenty of gold, so let us deal. Instantly, a glowing trade window flashes into existence. Select your trade items or gold. No items selected. Gold, 5,932,900. Materials, Mandraura's magic stem, adamantium plates, leather, wind spirit's feathers, a magic core, and 2 pieces of black iron powder are ready. Both parties must confirm the deal. Ryu-min hits the trade button. A faint, metallic chime rings out with finality. His gold vanishes instantly, and 7 rare materials shimmer straight into his inventory. A small, satisfied smirk curls his lips as he whispers to himself that he now has almost everything to craft those god-tier boots and weapon. The single missing piece, a core material called condensed ether, is something Heimer cannot provide. Ryu-min must hunt it down himself. He already possesses 1 ether from defeating Sariel, meaning he can at least craft the boots, though he would prefer starting with the weapon. But the weapon requires 2 pieces of condensed ether, a legendary treasure obtained only by slaying mighty archangels. No surprise here, he is already planning to hunt down 2 more archangels just to get those drops. But whether archangels will actually spawn again this round is still a massive gamble. Suddenly, Heimer bursts out laughing, shaking his head. The blacksmith laughs, I cannot believe you are actually buying these rare materials. Wondering how someone could possess such massive wealth, Heimer watches as Ryu-min's lips curve into a faint smirk. I got lucky. With that, he turns away, his dark cloak swaying lightly as he waves a casual hand behind him. Since my business here is done, I will take my leave. Heimer nods respectfully, saying it was a pleasure seeing the pioneer. Ryu-min smiles slightly, replying that he enjoyed the meeting too. Before turning to the young man Russell, keep up the good work. I will return in 3 hours. See you then. Russell blinks, confused. You are coming back. Why? Ryu-min's eyes gleam with confidence as he replies that he wants to see his growth. Russell straightens up, his voice firm and resolute. Understood. I will work hard and wait for your return. With a final nod, Ryu-min steps outside. Good. See you later. The ground cracks slightly under his feet as he leaps, 2 massive wings of darkness bursting from his back like a shadow storm. With one powerful motion, he soars upward, slicing through the sky like a streak of night. While Russell focuses on his training quest, Ryu-min glides high above the clouds, deep in thought. He has cleared the round and hit every objective, but let us be real, he is never going to just sit around. There is always more power to gain, and after a brief moment of reflection, he decides it might be best to take on a mercenary quest. Ryu-min remembers his current mercenary rank is veteran. Only 1 step remains before he reaches master, and that master rank unlocks a highly crucial privilege, the exclusive right to hunt dragons, making his eyes narrow with determination. He needs to slay a dragon, since the high-tier items, titles, and runes they drop are simply invaluable. Dragon hunts are not just for show. They yield legendary god-tier accessories, one of the 18 essential runes, and a unique title. For someone like Ryu-min, there is basically no reason to pass that up. But reality has limits, and he admits he can't do it just yet. An impenetrable barrier is blocking access. Even knowing where a dragon's nest is doesn't help him. It is exactly like standing before a sealed treasure vault that absolutely no one can break into by force. The only way in is by raising my mercenary rank to master. Ryu-min adds with a sigh, then smiles. No need to worry, there is only 1 more rank to go. Just a few more mercenary quests will easily do the trick. Since veteran rank rewards are far greater than basic side missions, there is every reason for him to dive right in. After a few minutes of silent flight, his wings fold as he drifts gracefully downward, landing softly on the cobblestones of the Albit's kingdom. Ryu-min mutters to himself that he is finally here. Before him stands the towering Golden Eagle Mercenary Guild, its proud emblem gleaming in the sun. Luckily, they have branches in every major city. He never has to travel far to find a branch. Ryu-min pauses, his eyes shining with sharp ambition. Murmuring with quiet excitement before starting his next quest, Ryu-min opens his crafting window. Instantly, a shimmering blue interface illuminates his face. The recipe needs high-quality leather boots, condensed ether, and some black iron powder. Along with Mandra's magic stem, wind spirit feathers, and raw leather, he tightens his grip. His heart thumps with heavy excitement. This isn't just basic crafting. This is true evolution, he declares with a spark in his eyes. It is time to craft a genuine god-tier item. Since a legendary weapon is out of reach, he He starts with armor to shift the battlefield. Boots. The crafting notifications begin ringing one after another like a triumphant fanfare. You are crafting a god-tier item. The equipment will automatically transform to match your current class. Crafting success. You have created the boots of Thanos. Dark, sleek boots materialize in his hands. Their aura feels freezing cold, like a dark whisper from the underworld. Then, he opens the info window. God rank boots. Defense is 1200. All stats up 50, movement speed plus 100%, and you can walk on air in darkness. Durability is 20,000. Usage restriction is master rank or above. Boots crafted from the divine essence of Thanos, the god of death. Wearing the set grants additional powerful effects. Thanos set effect, 4 out of 5 pieces. The set bonuses grant 20% resistance, 10% more skill damage, and a 30% reduction in incoming damage. Ryumin lets out an odd exhale. Power coursing through these boots is undeniable. His fingers brush their surface, a slow grin spreading across his face as he whispers, "These are insane. And get this, as long as it is dark, he can walk freely in midair." He pictures himself sprinting across invisible platforms high above his enemies, then dropping like a raven from the night sky. Dodging, chasing, escaping, and striking from completely unpredictable angles becomes possible now. This is way more than just gear. He admires the set bonuses again, a 30% reduction in incoming damage. That could easily mean the difference between life and death. His eyes sharpen, and he notes that this is the 4th piece. Now he just needs the weapon to complete the set. Only dragons and towering boss monsters guard the remaining accessories. Ryumin isn't intimidated. He is eager, knowing he needs to rank up in the mercenary guild as soon as possible. He secures his new boots and strides forward with urgency, heading straight toward the Golden Eagle Mercenary Guild. Meanwhile, in a blinding realm of celestial light, a device clicks on. And let me tell you, Ragwell is not happy. Uriel, calm and composed, watches his companion with patient eyes. Ragwell, the 5th-ranked angel, twists his expression into deep irritation, his twitching wings betraying his boiling pride. He finally snaps, telling Uriel this is absurd. Why do 2 of them need to go for 1 human? What is so terrifying about a mere bug of a human? He asks, every word dripping with insult to his pride. Ragwell clearly believes this mission is beneath him. Uriel holds back a sigh, admitting that he finds it pretty strange too. How powerful can a human be? Ragwell says, throwing his hands up. Exactly. There is no need for your caliber here. Uriel's response is gentle but firm as he asks what they can really do about it. Both Gabriel and Raphael agreed to this, so they cannot just refuse. Still, Ragwell demands to know what they were thinking. Ragwell's wings flutter aggressively, feeling completely mocked and belittled. Uriel suggests they must have thought it was safer for both of them to handle it. Suddenly, Ragwell freezes, narrowing his eyes with deep suspicion. Ragwell asks if they simply do not trust him to do the job alone. Uriel hesitates just long enough to hurt his pride, admitting he cannot deny that possibility. Ragwell's jaw clenched as he barked out, "Do they not know how well I performed in the Celestial Demon War?" The memory of past glory flared in his eyes. He had stood victorious atop mountains of slaughtered demons. He was no disposable pawn. Uriel nodded in respect, admitting that he and the higher-ups knew his worth. "That is why you were promoted to Archangel after that war?" Ragwell asked. Then why, sounding far more hurt than angry? Uriel replied, "They just want to make sure it is dealt with thoroughly. You know what happens when we underestimate someone." Ragwell scoffed loudly. "Are they seriously doubting my skills while knowing what I can do? I can easily handle a human bug." Uriel shot him a sharp glare, asking how those who shared that exact same confidence ended up. "They are all missing, right?" Ragwell fell silent, eyes darkening. Uriel noted there is a 99% success rate alone, but with both of them, it is 100%, which is exactly why they ordered both of us to go. A huge shout out to our awesome supporter from the last video. And remember to like, subscribe, and help keep the channel going. Ragwell scoffs loudly, demanding if they really doubt him despite knowing his skills, confident he can crush a mere human bug. Uriel shoots him a sharp look, asking how those other confident fighters ended up, reminding him they are all missing in action now. Ragwell falls silent, his eyes darkening, while Uriel notes a 99% solo success rate is good, but together it is 100%. That is why they ordered both of them to go. But Ragwell remains silent. Pride weighs heavy on Ragwell's tongue, but Uriel leans closer, telling him to look at what happened when they sent others alone, urging him to ensure they make no mistakes this time. It is quite a wise move. Ragwell sighs heavily, wings drooping, insisting he could easily take this human alone, prompting Uriel to offer a soft smile and suggest letting Ragwell fight first. Uriel promises to stand back and watch, instantly lighting up Ragwell's face as his wings flutter with excitement. "Really?" Ragwell asks. But Uriel warns that if things look dangerous, he will step in immediately with zero complaints tolerated. Ragwell puffs out his chest proudly, telling him not to worry. There is no way it comes to that since Uriel won't even have to lift a finger, leaving Uriel to nod and agree. They will do it that way. And as Ragwell offers his thanks for the opportunity, Uriel quickly waves it off. Uriel smiles warmly, but his mind is pretty twisted. Wait till you see how he plans to use Ragwell to gauge Black Scythe's power. Black Scythe is a massive anomaly, a human who refuses to stay a mere mortal. Ramil and Serial learned that lesson too late, prompting Uriel to review the records in his mind. This guy ranked first in every single round, slaughtered 2 archangels, and completely defied all heavenly logic. Reminding himself that levels alone do not define true strength, Uriel grips his staff tighter, ready to step in if Ragwell struggles. He accepted the humiliation of 2 archangels descending to hunt a single mortal. Another failure would bring too great a consequence. So with a cold glint in his eye, he warns they cannot let their guard down. If things go south, he will flee instantly because for archangels, survival always comes first. Ragwell flutters around excitedly, asking if they should go, while Uriel raises a hand to channel divine energy and track Black Scythe's location. It is time to capture him, and with matching wicked grins, they spread their wings wide. Light explodes behind them as the hunt begins, while an unaware Ryu Min continues moving forward as divine predators streak toward him. Ryu Min finally joins a local mercenary group and accepts a brand new quest, a monster subjugation mission. Due to his impressive status as a veteran mercenary, the guild definitely is not handing him a simple job. This mission is far tougher than dealing with most cults, the leader explains to the gathered mercenaries. With an authoritative but pretty cautious voice, he announces they are entering the Beast Forest at the edge of the Ludus mountain range. The Hormo Merchant Guild has been struggling lately because beasts keep occasionally launching vicious attacks on the main roads. Spreading a detailed map across the wooden table, he taps a specific spot marked in bright red ink. Their mission is to eliminate the blood orcs. The most common monsters here. They go totally berserk at the sight of blood, so they must avoid getting wounded at all costs. As they prepare to move out, the mercenaries answer in unison, their heavy armor clinking as they set off. Shouting their agreement, the group advances and look at that, Ryumin's eyes are already locked on his floating game screen. The goal is to defeat 100 blood orcs for 30,000 gold, some experience, and a tiny rank boost. With his kill count sitting at 0 out of 100, Ryumin calmly scans the details with an unreadable expression. These rewards mean absolutely nothing to him now. His only real goal here is raising his mercenary rank. Gold and experience do not excite him now, only power and progress do. By his estimation, completing this quest 20 times will finally push him to master rank. The crunch of heavy boots echoes through the forest as 40 mercenaries march, and a quick headcount confirms 40 members total. Most of them are highly seasoned veterans, but Ryu Min is the only actual player among them. The rest are just NPC mercenaries, loyal but pretty limited, he notes while scanning the dense forest ahead. He wants to quickly deal with these 100 blood orcs to unlock the next quest, especially since this forest features 10 chained quests in total. Finishing one immediately triggers the next, a highly efficient system that is absolutely perfect for someone like him. A faint system notification blinks in his vision, detecting a target blood orc currently 210 meters away. Activating his tracking skill, several red dots flicker across his mini-map, exactly where he predicted they would be. Suddenly, a guttural cry echoes from the trees ahead. The mercenaries tense up, raising their weapons as monstrous blood orcs step out of the shadows. But before anyone can even form a proper defensive line, Ryu makes his move. In a single breath, his massive scythe slices through the air. One monster gets decapitated in a complete blur, while lightning crackles violently through another. Fire engulfs a third beast, turning it into ash instantly. Then, with a quick flick of his wrist, dark shadow blades erupt, slicing another orc clean in half. System alert: you have defeated a blood orc, granting 1.5 times experience. Gain 0.24% experience, 800 gold, plus a 400 bonus. Kills are 10. The Massacre rune boosts all stats by 10%. 44 enemies remain nearby. With the 1 versus 100 rune active and boosting stats by 44%, Ryu charges forward, dropping 5 more targets. 10 rapid kills in seconds. The mercenaries stand frozen, staring in total shock what just happened. Another whispers in complete disbelief. It happened too fast. They are already dead. Did you, the warrior from another world, really just do this? Ryu glances back and simply nods, keeping nothing hidden. There is no reason to hide his power. He just wants to finish the quest fast and move on. Everything flows smoothly. Subquest complete. Gained 4.8% experience and 30,000 gold, slightly raising his mercenary rank. More subjugation quests remain in the forest. Do you want to accept the next? Yes or no? In under 20 minutes, all 100 blood orcs are dead. Another screen pops up. He smirks. Choosing yes lets him keep grinding immediately, while choosing no sends him back to the mercenary base. So he decides, obviously, yes. He taps the confirmation screen immediately, and the next challenge appears. This time, it is 100 trolls. He dives in and wipes them out instantly. Next come poison slimes, ancient trees, and corrupted vampires. Each monster is tougher, yet they all fall to his scythe. 2 hours slip by like nothing. Then, a message pops up: you have defeated a blood golem. Title grants 1.5 times experience. Gained 0.21% and 700 gold plus bonus. Your level has increased. Current kill count is 53 out of 100. The Massacre rune boosts stats by 100%. With 28 enemies within 100 meters, his active rune adds another 28% stat boost. Ryu glances at the logs, a faint smirk on his lips. Grinding out these quests is a pretty sweet way to level up. Now level 92, Ryu figures it is time to head back. And check this out, the other mercenaries are completely starstruck as they crowd around him. Holtz, their subjugation leader, praises him, saying his skills are incredible and that he is truly an exceptional warrior. They had literally watched him tear through the entire dangerous forest like it was nothing. He single-handedly wiped out the monsters in the beast forest, but their endless praise doesn't mean a thing to him. He tells himself he just needs to finish this blood golem quest and meet Russell. But as he prepares to leave, his tracking skill suddenly flares. 2 red dots appear on the map. Are more monsters respawning? He wonders. No, something is off. The 2 figures are moving toward him much faster than any monster could. And a message pops up. With 30 enemies within 100 meters, the 1 versus 100 rune boosts his stats by 30%. The range drops rapidly. Ryu quickly calculates that they are within 60 meters. Then, realization suddenly hits him. They are not on the ground. They are in the air. Ryu's eyes snap straight up. 2 winged figures glide down from the clouds. Angels, the mercenaries gasp, pointing upward. Look up there. They have wings. They stare in pure awe at the blinding holy light bathing the forest. Ryu, however, does not flinch. His face remains cold and completely detached. He knows exactly why they are here, noting that they sent 2 killers this time. The angels descend slowly, wings shining as they lock their eyes on him. Chilling, clear voices echo through the trees. We found you, Black Scythe. So here you are, you little worm. A huge thank you to everyone supporting the channel, liking, subscribing, and keeping me in your prayers. The doctor says the treatment is actually working, so surgery is delayed until the tumor shrinks even more. Radiant figures glide down through the clouds, glowing wings wide. Actual angels. The mercenaries gasp in unison, pointing straight up at the sky. Look up. Those are real angels. They stare in complete awe, blinded by the holy light bathing the forest. But Ryumin doesn't even flinch. Not once. He already knows exactly why they are here, thinking to himself, so they sent 2 to kill me this time. These divine beings descend slowly, bright light streaming from their wings as they lock their piercing gazes on him. Their voices echo cold and clear. We finally found you, Black Scythe, you miserable worm. Ryumin stands perfectly still, every muscle coiled incredibly tight. No fear. He knows these heavenly opponents are no ordinary enemies. He breathes in slowly, tasting the charged air, feeling the crushing weight of heaven itself pressing down on him. From 20 meters away, he can already read their minds. One is Uriel, the Archangel of Light and Fire, ranked 4th. The other is Ragul, the brutal Archangel of Justice, ranked 5th. He lets that fact sink in, his jaw tightening slightly. They are not the strongest of their kind, but fighting 2 at once is definitely enough to make him tense up. You see, all of his past regressions are flashing right behind his eyes like a strobe light. Ryumin wonders if this is because he killed another Archangel. He is facing way more heavenly beasts than before. Ryumin cannot help but wonder if the top-ranked Archangel will show up next. His expression flickers, part curiosity, part cold calculation as he quickly weighs the danger ahead. As he watches them, the archangels look incredibly relaxed, radiating pure arrogance. Uriel stands with an air of complete, detached authority. Ragal's wings shift arrogantly, completely sure of his victory as he speaks. Uriel, we agreed I get to handle this guy first. Do not interfere. Giving a dismissive head tilt, Uriel's clear voice rings out like a loud bell in a silent hall. Fine, fine. Just make sure you can actually finish it without my help. Ragal sneers. Do not worry. Who do you think I am? I make the strongest demons tremble in fear. The angel's grin widens at his own boast, sunlight catching the golden hilts at his waist. Ryumin watches him silently, lips pressed thin. Uriel sighs, then prove it by defeating him without a scratch. That'll actually save face for the higher-ups. Ragal, practically radiating supreme confidence, draws his weapons. 2 swords. These are beautiful, gleaming longswords with golden blades, and he holds one in each of his hands. The metal sings softly as they leave their sheaths, raising the hairs on Ryumin's arms. He narrows his eyes, wondering, a dual-wielding angel? Most angels use a sword and shield, but this guy clearly prefers a highly aggressive style. Ryumin tells himself, I need to gauge his actual skill level. He watches Ragal like an expert card player, searching for tells. As Ragal walks closer, Ryumin notices Uriel standing far in the back with his arms crossed, completely unbothered. Uriel's face shows only mild interest, his mouth barely twitching. Ryumin thinks looks like they plan to take turns fighting, and honestly, we can tell he is totally fine with that as he readies his body. His hand grips the shaft of his scythe like an old companion, preparing to unleash his lethal death form if necessary. As Ragal steps closer, the angel's voice booms over him like thunder, echoing with deep, self-righteous fury. Black Scythe. No, I do not need to speak your name. I am here to judge you, and you already know your crimes. Ryumin remains perfectly calm, but a dangerous spark of pure mischief flickers in his eyes as he asks what crime. I honestly have no idea what you mean. Ragal sneers. Do you not know, filthy human? Ryumin's mouth curls into a sharp smirk, his tone carrying a razor-thin edge. You will have to speak clearer, you devilish angel. That breaks Ragal's calm composure instantly, and he screams, you insolent worm. Ryumin did not even mean to mock him this much, yet the angel is furious. The muscles in Ragal's jaw lock tight. His eyes flare crimson with immense indignation. Ryumin's quiet amusement shows on his face, rippling across his features like a gentle breeze across the water. It is pretty easy to see why they call him the Angel of Justice. Lacking composure makes him a simple target, and Ryumin murmurs, so easily provoked. A predictable opponent. Ryumin just chuckles softly. The sound is surprisingly light on this grim battlefield. Ragal demands to know what is so funny, and Ryumin's smirk widens. Calm, almost lazy. He replies, oh, nothing. Just thought of something funny. Ragal screams, what is so funny, worm? Ryumin replies, I just remembered when Ramiel and Serial begged for their lives. Their desperate pleas were quite entertaining. Hearing that, Ragal's remaining sanity snaps like a dry twig. This is officially the final straw. With a furious roar, Ragwell lunges straight at him. The entire world seems to shrink as the angel charges, golden blades flashing in deadly arcs. He screams out in rage, I will kill you right here, you worthless insect. Metal clashes against metal in a frantic rhythm as Ragwell strikes with wild fury. He aims right for Ryumin's head, but the Grim Reaper easily blocks it with his scythe. That second blade lunges for his ribs, but Ryumin twists away, dodging it with the effortless grace of a true predator. Ragwell roars, I will crush you, you filthy human. Heavy metal clashes again and again as he swings those dual swords without stopping. Zero effect. Despite the crazy pressure, Ryumin is completely unfazed. His expression is a completely blank mask, his cool eyes measuring his opponent as he wonders, is this really the power of the 5th-ranked Archangel? Honestly, he expected a whole lot more from someone with Ragwell's rank. But these skills are pretty underwhelming. Ryumin quickly realizes it is not that the angel is weak. He has just become absurdly strong himself. It is not pride, just cold facts. He knows his power. That quiet confidence sits heavy in his chest. Gliding like a shadow, Ryumin parries and deflects with minimal effort. Ragwell keeps up his frantic assault, but his strikes completely lack precision. Wild swings. He is completely triggered by Ryumin's earlier taunting. Ryumin easily blocks every single blow, picking apart the glaring gaps in Ragwell's defense like an expert craftsman inspecting a cheap, poorly made sword. Sure, his raw strength is higher than Seriel's was, but his attacks lack real sharpness. Ryumin realizes he is just not a threat. As he keeps blocking, Ryu-min glances over at Uriel, who has finally uncrossed his arms to watch the clash with a slightly surprised look on his face. He frowns. A tight crease forms between Uriel's brows. It is just enough to show he is actually paying attention. If this is Ragwell's limit, then Uriel probably won't be much of a problem either. Blind to Ryu-min's thoughts, Ragwell smirks as if he actually has the upper hand. Pure, toxic arrogance flashes across his face as he sneers, "So you managed to block my attacks so far. I am actually pretty impressed. I never expected a mere human to keep pace with me." Ryu-min's eyes gleam with quiet, mocking amusement. "If you only knew how disappointed I am." He spits. "Let us see if you can handle this." His voice drops to a lethal whisper, promising total ruin. The angel leaps backward to create some space, crossing his glowing blades in front of him. Those golden blades hum as they vibrate, glowing with a blinding light that signals a massive, incoming wave of destruction. A smirk creeps across Ragwell's face as he prepares his ultimate strike. "Guys, watch this. He is literally about to level this entire place." Foresight triggers. Ryu-min sees a flash of the immediate future. It plays out like a movie in his head. Ragwell's incoming blast is going to obliterate everything, turning this entire forest into ash. "Dodging this is going to be incredibly easy for me," he notes. But then a flash of genuine worry crosses his face for everyone else. "Act fast." He rapidly scans the other mercenaries, calculating distances in a split second. The allies, especially Colts, are standing way too close to Ragwell's designated kill zone. "Move now. If they stay, they will be vaporized." Ryu-min instantly screams for everyone to get out of here. He moves. Ryu-min lunges forward with truly explosive speed, refusing to waste a single second. Grip of death. He drags the closest mercenaries out of the line of fire. Simultaneously, he dives straight toward Cults, shoving him out of the way just as Ragwell's blades unleash their terrifying power. A massive pillar of light erupts from the earth, blasting open a giant X-shaped crater. Trees disintegrate instantly, leaving nothing but charred, ruined wasteland. Total chaos. The air itself screams as that raw energy tears everything apart. Having escaped by a hair, the shell-shocked mercenaries stare in pure horror at the massive crater left in Ragwell's wake. Pale-faced and shaking, they tremble not just from the shockwave, but from the terrifying realization of how close they just came to dying. One of them stammers out that they would have been vaporized, while Colts gasps for air, completely overwhelmed. Immense gratitude fills his voice as he whispers a thank you to the otherworldly warrior who saved them. But Ryu-min is not even listening. His eyes are locked on the system screens floating directly in front of him. Cold math. His hero's rune is currently at 73, boosting all of his stats by 73. A quiet look of real satisfaction crosses his face as he notes he just gained 3 stacks for saving those guys. See, his rescue mission was not driven by pure kindness. He desperately needs to build up that hero's rune, and keeping people alive is the fastest way. Talk about a genius play hiding his real strategy under a mask of fake heroics. He mutters to himself, "If I keep saving these mercenaries, reaching 100 stacks will be a total breeze." Ryu-min glances over the remaining mercenaries, mapping out who else is still in danger. To pull this off, he needs Rael's help. If Ragwell can be lured into the perfect position, now watch this. The Archangel just stares back with a completely confused expression. He is shocked, far more by Ryu-min's rescue than his own failed attack. Rage and disbelief. They war across Ragwell's face as he snarls, "What are you doing, human? Why would a player like you bother saving these weak mercenaries when they mean nothing to you?" Ryu-min simply replies they did nothing wrong. Ryu-min's voice is remarkably calm, yet it carries serious weight. To anyone else, his words sound noble, but to Ragwell, they are just completely absurd. The simple defense rubs like salt directly on Ragwell's twisted sense of justice. Ragwell only sees Ryu-min as a criminal, a murderer of angels. To him, Ryu-min caring for these mercenaries is like a mass murderer suddenly pitying a stray dog. Laughing mockingly, he spits, "What irony. A filthy sinner like you saving others." Ragwell's shock quickly twists into a dark, sinister grin. His eyes glint with a cruel promise as he asks, "Well, then, how about we try this? Every single one. I will slaughter those mercenaries you care about. So let's see how you feel." Ryu-min spoke calmly. These people did nothing wrong. His voice was quiet but carried intense weight. To a normal person, Ryu-min's defense sounded noble, but to the Archangel, it was just ridiculous. That simple defense rubbed like salt on Ragwell's sense of justice, since he saw Ryu-min as a vicious angel killer. To Ragwell, Ryu-min worrying about mercenaries was like a mass murderer showing concern for a stray dog. Talk about irony. a filthy sinner trying to save lives. Ragwell's absolute disbelief instantly twisted into a dark, sinister grin. His eyes glittered with a dark promise. How about he just slaughter every single mercenary Ryu Min was protecting? Let's see how he liked that. Ryu Min just smirked inside, staying completely calm as his body radiated quiet, hidden power. He thought to himself, what a complete fool. Ryu Min had successfully baited the Archangel right into his trap. The battlefield holds its breath, and you can just feel everything hanging on the edge of that cold smile. Then the forest shudders as 4 massive explosions rip through the trees. Giant, ancient trees snap like dry bones as the earth itself collapses, forming a massive, endless crater. A blinding flash of light rips through the clearing, vaporizing everything while the air crackles with pure destruction. Yet strangely, not a single speck of burning ash touches Ryu Min or the mercenaries behind him. His clothes remain perfectly clean, their armor untouched. High above, Ragwell spreads his wings, his face twisting with rage. His voice thunders from the sky, mocking the way Ryu Min is desperately scurrying around like a rat. Ragwell grimaces in frustration as he watches the black scythe swoop in again, pulling more mercenaries right from the brink. 30 already. Ragwell is absolutely seething, wondering how this annoying bug keeps dodging every single one of his strikes. He had bragged earlier, loudly declaring he would slaughter every human here except the guy with the black scythe. But reality hits him hard. He has not killed a single human despite unleashing massive skills and swinging his holy blade, and yet, every single time the black scythe interferes, rescuing someone at the absolute last second, it feels like that weapon can somehow predict his every move. It is always one step ahead. He hates admitting it, but Ryu Min's speed is insane. Ragwell's pride takes a massive hit. He cannot let this humiliation continue. This slow approach is not working anymore. Allowing him to save these weaklings is a massive disgrace. He decides to wipe them all out with one ultimate attack. The wielder of the black scythe might vaporize too, but right now, Ragwell does not care. His orders were to capture the guy alive. But whether he dies here or later in heaven changes nothing. His lips curl with dark satisfaction. He will just claim the target was too powerful, leaving him no choice. Ragwell spreads his massive wings, drawing raw divine energy from across the battlefield. The sky trembles as holy lights spiral toward his twin swords while he raises them high. He is unleashing heaven's judgment, a devastating, wide-range ultimate move. He laughs, daring Ryu Min to save everyone at once. But what this arrogant angel does not realize is that our main character was literally waiting for this exact moment. A faint glow pulses over Ryu Min. His hero's rune stack is finally maxed out. Every stat surges by 100 from the rune. Now he can trigger hero's protection by burning those stacks. Ryu Min smirks, his eyes narrowing with pure satisfaction. Perfect. He thinks his stacks are fully charged, and there is no reason to play defense anymore. He looks ahead. Ragwell is wide open, entirely focused on charging his big move. Ryu Min's grin deepens. It is hilarious that the angel would prep an ultimate move while leaving himself totally defenseless. The guy is practically begging to get killed. Stifling a laugh, Ryu Min blitzes forward like a bolt of dark lightning. A quiet gasp escapes Ragwell's lips. Right before unleashing his ultimate technique, Ragwell freezes in utter shock as Ryu Min suddenly materializes right in front of his face. His expression screams disbelief. How is he already here? Ryu Min tilts his head, his voice dripping with mockery even though he was only playing defense until now. Is he not being a bit too careless? Ragwell screams out. Ragwell barely speaks before the black scythe cuts through the air toward his waist in a lethal arc. He would have been sliced clean in half if not for Uriel. A blinding burst of holy light erupts. Ryu Min's blade slashes empty air as Ragwell vanishes, suddenly reappearing right next to Uriel. Uriel looks calm but alert, asking if the timing was perfect as a trembling Ragwell clutches his chest. He thanks Uriel, admitting he was terrified. Ryu Min clicks his tongue softly. He looks annoyed on the outside, but inside he is grinning. He already knew Uriel would step in to save him because his rune of foresight showed him this exact outcome. Ryu Min intentionally slows his swing, making it quite easy for Uriel to step in. Ryu Min mutters that he gets absolutely nothing for ending him anyway. Ragwell was never the target. Not yet. He has not activated the demon blessing yet. To actually get rewards, he needs to slay angels. But right now, he only has a single stack on his demon rune. He needs 99 more. Ryu Min points out there is simply no profit in a pointless kill. He needs to target 99 angels, activate the blessing, and then execute them. Taking down an archangel now would waste thousands of potential stat points. That is exactly why he is saving humans right now instead of attacking. He wonders if he should threaten them like he did with Ramil. Force them to call for backup. But Ryumin quickly shakes his head. Raguel is far too righteous and stubborn. He would gladly choose death over any negotiation. As for Uriel, behind that calm face lies a sharp, calculating mind. He will not fall for simple threats. Besides, even if Ryumin promises to spare them, they will never trust him. He genuinely needs another strategy here, some kind of different angle. While he is busy planning, the angel finally speaks up. Uriel announces, "I am joining the fray. This human is too strong for you." Raguel sighs, admitting that he hoped to avoid relying on Uriel's power, but there is simply no other choice. The two angels turn to face Ryumin, completely clueless about the insane danger they are in. Seriously, they have no idea what is coming. At first, Ryumin thinks he might be dealing with a stealthy assassin. But reading Uriel's mind reveals a completely different story. Uriel is a powerful mage. Runes glow across the dagger's gemstone as immense magical energy starts to swell. Ryumin tenses up, ready to move. But before he can, a golden scroll shoots right at his spot, and a massive tree behind him violently explodes into splinters. Uriel remains cold and calm, casually admitting that Ryumin has decent speed. But as he begins chanting another spell, his voice remains chillingly flat. "You will not be able to block this one." The dagger glows with blinding light and shoots forward like a sniper bullet, grazing Ryumin's cheek. But it is not done. It spins back midair with tracking precision, locking onto him again. Ryumin mutters, "If I cannot dodge it, I will just block it." Ryumin swings his scythe. The weapon explodes, blasting him backward across the ground. Rolling through the dirt is a completely new feeling. None of these archangels had ever managed to knock him off his feet. Uriel's eyes widen as he wonders how this human took a direct hit from his explosive magic and walked away with barely a scratch. Naturally, Uriel is clueless about Ryumin's hidden title, which passively cuts all incoming holy damage by 80%. The dagger returns to Uriel's hand. Ryumin grits his teeth, muttering that this angel is a total pain. Uriel is clearly far more annoying than Raguel, completely focused on the primary threat. Ryumin charges him while he is chanting. Uriel finishes his spell and slashes downward. "Your sins shall be cleansed." Suddenly, an intense storm of white light and wild fire erupts. Ryumin twists, barely slipping past the lethal spell. Uriel narrows his eyes in shock. "You actually dodged that?" But here is the crazy part. Before Ryumin can even react, the glowing weapon in Uriel's hand flashes with bright magical light once more. Another spell activates. Shimmering holy light falls from above, trapping Ryumin inside a massive, inescapable cage of divine energy. Ryumin slashes his scythe with heavy force, but the solid bars do not even scratch. Uriel smiles with absolute confidence, whispering that it is over. Uriel lets out a relieved sigh, declaring that weak humans can never escape the holy cage of divine judgment. The angels smirk, and Raguel praises Uriel for trapping the humans so easily. Uriel retorts that while the human's physical speed was impressive, his mind is actually far dumber than he originally anticipated. A simple creature, or rather, exactly as predictable as every other mortal. The two angels start laughing out loud, as Ryumin stands trapped before them. Their light laughter rings out, carrying that deep, insufferable smugness only arrogant immortals can afford to show. They are calm, cruel, and sure of victory. Ryumin says nothing, simply staring back at his captors. But then, a single whisper slips from his lips: "Death transformation." And in that exact second, something deep within him shifts. His skin turns dark as the light slides off him, and the surrounding air instantly grows heavy. His dark aura coils around him like a deadly snake. Slowly, the sound of his scythe hitting the bars completely changes. It is no longer the frantic struggle of a trapped victim, but the heavy strikes of an apex predator. On the fifth blow, the metal breaks with a loud crack. The holy cage shatters. Ryumin walks out of the rubble like a ghost in the fog, scythe in hand, with a cold look the angels have never witnessed before. One of them stammers, his voice cracking, "This simply cannot be." The other angel's calm facade instantly crumbles, a deep frown creasing his flawless face. Raguel barks in pure panic, demanding to know where this lowly human is going. He crosses his dual swords, summoning the ultimate divine judgment. Uriel, always so cool and composed, starts chanting, weaving raw light into a spell. But Ryu is already closing the distance. He moves like a shadow with teeth, sudden, deadly, with crazy new mana. Some underdog tries raising the five evils to be good kids, but they secretly build a brutal cleansing and no organization. Ryu-min steps out of the burning wreckage like a phantom from the mist, scythe in hand, eyes gleaming with a terrifying light those angels have never witnessed before. One of the angels stammers. His voice cracks. This cannot be happening. Uriel loses his cool, a deep frown creasing his perfect face as Ragwell barks in pure, unmasked panic. Ragwell screams, asking where that lowly human thinks he is going as he crosses his swords to summon heaven's judgment. Uriel tries to weave a light spell with his hands, but Ryu-min is already moving like a flash. Ryu-min strikes like a shadow with teeth, sending the heavy pull of his scythe crashing directly into Ragwell's ribs. The mighty archangel's body bends like a reed before Ryu-min slams him face first into the dirt with a savage swing. Ragwell struggles to buy Uriel some time, allowing the other archangel to unleash a roaring, blinding inferno right at them. Uriel smirks with smug certainty, his sanctimonious voice booming that Ryu-min's sins will finally be cleansed by death. The fire hits Ryu-min head-on, filling the air with dust and sparks as a sharp, metallic smell of ozone takes over the battlefield. Uriel smirks, thinking he won. But look, here's where it all flips. A cold, calm voice cuts right through the roaring blast, asking who is turned to dust as Ryu-min blocks the explosion with a pitch-black barrier. As the dust settles and the blinding light fades, Ryu-min steps forward. He is completely unmarked, still holding his giant scythe with a grim, mocking smirk that makes Uriel's eyes widen in shock. Stuttering in utter disbelief, the archangel whispers a desperate plea. "How is this even possible?" he asks. Ryu-min steps forward with terrifying confidence, his gravelly voice asking if they are wondering how he survived. Simple. Because he is pretty strong. He dares them to take just one blow before moving faster than lightning itself. His hands clamp onto Uriel's beautiful wings like a brutal predator seizing its helpless prey. White feathers explode into the air like falling snow as Ryu-min rips the wings clean off, leaving Uriel twisted in pure agony. The sickening sound of tearing flesh echoes as Uriel screams, desperately summoning a shield of light in a panic. But the light shield immediately buckles under the scythe's massive momentum. Ryu-min's blade slashes down, forcing Uriel to barely teleport away, trembling with a primal fear he has never known. His holy fingers shake. For the first time in his existence, the archangel finally understands what it feels like to be completely vulnerable. Pressing his advantage, Ryu-min mockingly dares him to try blocking this next attack, showing zero signs of fear. He is like an unstoppable storm. In a desperate counter, Uriel fires a massive flurry of homing light daggers. The deadly projectiles streak through the air, heading straight for the target with terrifying precision. This time, Ryu-min does not even bother to dodge, standing calm as a cliff while his dark barrier easily absorbs every single blade. The weapons clang against the barrier and vanish, leaving Uriel's face twisted in a mix of fury and disbelief. Meanwhile, Ragwell is far from finished, waiting in the dirt like a coiled spring ready to strike. Thinking his enemy is down, Raguel suddenly leaps forward, clashing his sword against Ryu-min with a loud, metallic ring. Ryu-min merely narrows his eyes, effortlessly redirecting the archangel's momentum with a swift sweep of his scythe and sending Raguel crashing back down. Raguel roars. "Filthy human," he screams. But Ryu-min is already far too fast. With a brutal grip, he rips away their wings, shattering their pride. While Raguel screams in agony, Ryu-min casually plucks his feathers away like weeds. Ryu-min pauses, not because of hesitation, but because a glowing golden scroll just sliced through the air where he stood a mere second ago before vanishing. His sinister grin returns. Eyes gleaming, he mutters that it is predictable. He steps forward to finish them off, muttering that he is not foolish enough to fall for the same trick twice. But right then, his dark power suddenly begins to fade. The powerful transformation disappears, exposing his normal state. His shoulders slump as immense fatigue washes over him, prompting Ryu-min to curse under his breath as the angels notice. A desperate curse escapes him. He quickly spreads his wings and launches into the sky. He runs, fleeing without looking back. His silhouette quickly shrinks into the far, empty distance. The two battered angels stand in the wreckage, surrounded only by falling feathers and dead silence. Uriel asks in a shaky, weak voice what just happened, looking over at a highly irritated and equally confused Raguel. Clenching his jaw, Raguel mutters that they had him dead to rights, yet the bastard somehow managed to escape. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Uriel realizes the truth. Ryu-min only fled because his massive power source finally ran dry. Didn't he become unbelievably strong when he turned black? He fought us like a god, but once it faded, He fled in total panic. Ragwell's shoulders sagged slightly as the truth hit him. Standing nearby, Uriel narrowed his eyes, realizing the enemy's power isn't constant. Exactly. He can't sustain it. He needed that transformation just to stand against us. A dark expression clouded Regel's face as he demanded they track him down. Uriel stayed silent, his mouth twisting in thought. He stared at ruined wings, a buried scythe, and the empty sky where Ryumin vanished. Uriel finally spoke up, his voice turning highly practical. We can't do that. We are grounded. Ragwell. They stood there like frustrated dogs staring at a rooftop bird, completely powerless. Spitting in anger, Ragwell snarled, "Damn it." Shaking with rage, the angel clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. But Uriel just took a slow breath as a sinister idea formed. He muttered that there is a way. Ragwell stood straight, hope flaring as he asked what way. We summon reinforcements quietly. Tell nobody above the 4th rank, so no other archangels know. We'll kill him ourselves and claim all the glory. Ragwell's eyes gleamed with greed and secret. Uriel nodded, confirming that they would need numbers if the target regained that monstrous power. Gather as many soldiers as possible, but keep this completely hidden. They had lost this battle, but their dark purpose remained alive. But get this, every single thing that just went down was actually an act. Ryumin knew he had to trick these archangels into calling for backup. He needed them to believe they stood a fighting chance. If he destroyed them too quickly, they'd never summon any help. Worse, they might summon another archangel, turning this fight into a massive nightmare even for him. He only wanted their foot soldiers, the battle angels. And honestly, the more they sent, the better. A sly smirk played on his lips as he realized he would have to play weak to pull this off. After cracking his neck, Ryumin let his dark aura pulse beneath his skin before deliberately throwing himself against the glowing bars of his light prison. The heavy impact sent bright ripples through the cage, but he purposely held back, faking a desperate struggle. He bashed the bars again, gritting his teeth to make it look like he was giving everything he had. Watching from outside, the archangels mocked him, laughing that he was barely scratching the cage despite being the demon's chosen. Ryumin kept his face twisted in fake agony. He was secretly laughing, knowing one real blow would shatter this cage, thinking they should just keep believing he is trapped. He even touched a glowing dagger nearby. Fully knowing it would explode, he let the blinding smoke swallow him. When the smoke cleared, he was completely fine, but pretended to stumble. He whispered that they swallowed the bait, meaning it was time for step 2. He couldn't just play victim forever, or they would start getting suspicious. He had to flash enough devastating power to trigger their panic. Letting his voice drop into a low whisper, he activated his death transformation. His flesh turned pitch black as his dark aura exploded like a storm of shadows. The entire prison trembled, the bars cracking under his heavy pressure. The archangels stopped smirking, demanding to know what this transformation was. Sensing his demonic energy, they watched in terror as Ryumin shattered the cage, grinning wildly. His strikes came in a brutal blur, fast, heavy, and dark. He forced the archangels back, shedding burning feathers that turned to ash in the air. And guess what? This was still part of his act. He decided to let them land a few strikes, making it look like a highly competitive fight. He purposely slowed down his movements, allowing a blade to slice his shoulder. Red blood trickled down his dark, transformed skin. He stumbled back, gritting his teeth in fake pain while secretly celebrating how perfectly his plan was working. Once they thought victory was close, Ryumin canceled his transformation, dropping to one knee while panting heavily to fake total exhaustion. The dark light faded from his eyes, leaving behind only a weak flicker of dark energy. He prepared to retreat, knowing they would think they drove him off. Smirking, Ryumin urged them to go ahead and call for backup. They were too arrogant to summon another archangel, but they would definitely want standard soldiers to finish him. They would definitely call in their lower-ranking battle angels. That was exactly what he wanted. Ryumin only needed 99 more of those divine targets. He took flight immediately, his black wings slicing right through the heavy clouds. The air whistled past as he focused. Only 44 minutes remained before his cooldown ended. He needed to boost his stats, prepare powerful potions, and gather buffs. To do that, he had to locate those 3 players. First up was Minjuri, who was wiping sweat from her face after completing another quest with a bright smile. Minjuri had been working hard all day just as Ryumin instructed, donating to the temple, running errands for priests, gathering holy water from nearby monsters, and donating again. Simple but incredibly time-consuming. 6 hours of non-stop effort had finally raised her reputation to very friendly, but right as she caught her breath, a shadow passed overhead. She gasped, "Black Scythe?" Her heart nearly stopped. The towering figure landed before her, wings spread wide, the air trembling from his raw power. Ryu Min gave a curt nod, asking what she had been doing. Min Juri stammered, nervously clutching her staff and explaining she just finished a temple quest. He glanced around and praised her progress, saying she did well, but now he needed something from her, which made her eyes widen in surprise. Ryu Min nodded, explaining that her cheat-like blessed buff had finally run out. For a moment, Minjuri just stood there completely stunned, until a small delighted smile crept across her face as she realized he actually needed her help. Her heart raced. Just imagine having the strongest, most feared player in the entire world ask you personally for help. She eagerly agreed, sending warm golden light flowing from her fingertips to envelop him in a brilliant aura, triggering a system message. Your stats have increased by 80% due to the effect of the Bless skill. Both attack and movement speed have increased by 80% from the Swift skill, and Safety Barrier is now active. You are protected from 2 physical attacks, she declared proudly, her cheeks flushing red. I have given you the full 3-piece buff set. And Ryu Min gave a rare, approving smile, saying good work. And check this out, his massive dark wings unfurl with shadowy energy, leaving Minjuri completely speechless at the sight. Ryu Min turned away, his tone immediately shifting back to business as he told her to keep focusing on her quests. She called out, waving as he shot into the sky, thanking Black Scythe, although Ryu Min never looked back. His dark figure faded into the horizon, a black streak cutting across the sky, silent, deadly, and preparing for the upcoming war. Huge thanks to everyone supporting the channel financially, and remember to hit like and subscribe. She waves and calls out, thanking Black Scythe and telling him to stay safe, but Ryu Min never looks back. He fades into the horizon like a dark streak cutting across the sky, silent, lethal, and ready for war. His next stop takes him straight to the dwarven city of Iron Grey to meet up with Russell. Just as promised, 3 hours have passed, and Russell is already waiting right outside the forge. He stands there tapping his foot impatiently with crossed arms, but seeing Ryu Min instantly lights his face up like a roaring furnace. He waves enthusiastically, welcoming his brother in arms, Black Scythe, as Ryu Min lands gracefully and folds his massive wings. With calm eyes and a voice steady as steel, Ryu Min asks if he has been waiting long. Russell vigorously shakes his head, swaying his beard, insisting not at all. Before Ryu Min asks about the reward, puffing his chest with pride, Russell asks if he wants to check it out. Ryu Min nods, and the dwarf touches his armor with rough, calloused hands. A soft silver glow spreads across the metal, triggering a sudden system message. The equipment polishing skill has boosted the armor stats by 20%. This heavy buff lasts until this round ends. And get this, his buff actually just doubled to a massive 20%. A subtle, satisfied smile tugged at Ryu Min's lips. This trip was totally worth it. Russell eagerly offers to polish his other gear and his weapon, especially that weapon. Ryu Min thanks him as Russell carefully polishes each piece of gear until another system alert pops up. The weapon polish skill has boosted Ryu Min's weapon attack power by a massive 200%. With this buff lasting until the round ends, Ryu Min almost laughs in pure disbelief. Every single piece of gear is upgraded, and his ultimate weapon, his most vital tool, now holds terrifying power. All from completing a simple 3-hour quest. Russell beams with pride, explaining that the dwarves now completely adore Ryu Min, boosting his own reputation straight to highly friendly. He credits Black Scythe and the Prophet, while Ryu Min tells him to keep leveling up to become even more helpful. Russell nods intensely, swearing to become a companion who can actually be useful, promising to make Iron Grey proud. He watches as Ryu Min stretches his black wings, bids farewell, and rockets up high above the smoking chimneys of the dwarven city. Ryu Min still has one final ally to meet before facing off against the heavenly host. Hoping they have managed to summon more than 99 allies, he rushes away from the dwarven kingdom. Deep in the forest of beasts, the usual terrifying roars of monsters are replaced by a chilling, dead silence. The creatures have fled, replaced by a massive army of hundreds of 5th-rank angels, summoned by the mighty lords Uriel and Raguel. Raguel inquires about his comrades' wounds, and Uriel rolls his shoulders, answering that they are mostly healed. How about you? Raguel stretches, grimacing at his torn wing scars. Noting that while recovery in this dimension is slow, the sharp pain is finally gone. Uriel is pleased, while Raguel dismisses it, calling this nothing compared to the great heavenly war. He still cannot fly, but the sacred fountain will restore them once they return, since angels heal fully if they are breathing. Even severed limbs are trivial when faced with divine miracles. Ragwell's face darkens as he admits that Black Scythe was unexpectedly powerful, a fact even Uriel must acknowledge. Narrowing his eyes, Uriel agrees, but promises the mortal won't survive today against their massive army. Ragwell looks over their forces, nearly 200 pure warriors armed with celestial weapons that gleam like starlight. Uriel feels confident, but when Rigel asks if they can win if he transforms, Uriel freezes, his jaw tightening. You can literally feel his dread. The memory of Black Scythe's dark form still haunts him. If he undergoes that transformation, the two of us alone stand no chance, Uriel admits, looking at the 200 silent soldiers who will serve as perfect shields. A wicked smile crosses Uriel's face, saying they have nothing to fear. Riguel smirks, declaring that if he transforms, he will execute the bastard on the spot. Simply subduing him won't satisfy his anger, adding that those screams will be music to his ears as he begs for mercy. Uriel commands that since their army is gathered, they will now execute Black Scythe. Stepping forward, Uriel radiates immense authority, making the soldiers stand tall as he speaks, declaring they should already know his name. Introducing himself as Uriel, the name on their summons, he is met with silence. The soldiers stay quiet, crushed under the overwhelming gap in rank, feeling like raw recruits standing before a legendary 5-star general. Uriel keeps going, telling them their goal is simple: help him and Ragwell execute a human criminal who dared to cross the heavens. Confusion ripples through the angelic army. A human? Summoned all this way just for some mortal? But nobody dares to speak up. Uriel warns them not to underestimate the target, calling him the strongest human alive, which immediately gets their attention. Their eyes sharpen, and some even begin to tremble, not from fear, but pure excitement. Raising a hand with dramatic flair, Uriel promises to personally promote everyone to the 4th rank if they succeed. Instantly, the forest echoes with their thunderous roar. Yes, sir. Uriel grins. Everything seems perfect, until Ragwell steps forward, his face completely pale with worry, whispering Uriel's name. Uriel's smile instantly vanishes. What is it? He asks. Did the tracking artifact stop working? No. Ragwell gasps. It's Black Scythe. Uriel tenses up, demanding to know what about him. Ragwell looks almost sickened by how ridiculous his own words sound. He's coming straight toward us. Uriel just blinks, asking, what? Wait. Think about this. The guy they've been hunting is actually charging right at them. Uriel demands to know if he is positive. Yes. Ragwell nods same direction, closing fast, heading right here. Uriel's shock quickly melts into a twisted, wicked grin. Well, he sneers. That saves us the trouble of hunting him. Facing his forces with glittering eyes, he orders them to lay an ambush. Hide behind the trees and strike only on my command. Ragwell quickly salutes and relays the commands. Instantly, the angelic soldiers slip behind the trunks like elite assassins, masking their presence completely. Watching his troops blend in, Uriel wears a slow, sadistic smirk, whispering for the filthy human to come. There is no escaping this time. Meanwhile, Ryumin gets a system alert that he has successfully located Uriel. The target is currently 601 meters away. Spreading his pitch-black wings, Ryumin slices through the air. Freezing wind slashes against his face as he tracks the holographic distance counter, floating directly in his field of vision. Narrowing his eyes with predatory focus, he whispers that he is closing in. With his tracking skills, hunting these hidden angels is incredibly easy. Yet, one detail actually catches him off guard. They are still hanging around the forest of demonic beasts after almost an hour. Did they waste all this time calling for backup? The thought makes him smirk. How many of them actually came crawling out to face him this time around? How many wings and halos are waiting for me down there? Man, I seriously hope it is more than 99. His heart pounds with wild anticipation rather than fear. Humming softly, he triggers his detection skill to scan the area. Right away, the dark canopy below lights up with dozens, then hundreds of glowing red dots pulsing in his mind. His eyebrow twitches. This is way more than expected, he thinks, carefully counting the targets one by one. There are not just 100, but easily close to 200. As he descends further, a system alert pops up. There are 202 enemies within a 100-meter radius, granting a massive 100% stat boost. Ryumin lets out a low whistle. So, besides the 2 archangels, they brought 200 extra targets for me. Talk about a massive backfire by bringing a whole army to crush him. They literally just hand-delivered the ultimate power boost. Ryumin notes that with these massive numbers, he can easily trigger the demon's blessing and keep stacking it up. He almost bursts out laughing. but swallows his amusement and begins a slow descent. Below, the forest floor looks completely ruined. Scorched wood, ash falling like gray snow, and shattered tree trunks lying around like corpses. Standing right in the center of the devastation are Ragwell and Uriel, their sharp eyes locked directly on Ryumin. Obviously, they knew he was coming, meaning this whole dramatic display is just a setup for a cheap ambush. Behind the shattered trees, he can clearly feel the hiding soldiers. Their heavy bloodlust is so thick that it basically screams their exact locations. It is far too obvious, Ryumin thinks, without even needing to read their minds. He already knows their entire play. Keep him distracted, then jump him with the 200 hidden soldiers. Such a tragic pity for them. He saw straight through their little game the moment he arrived. Do they seriously think he cannot detect their presence? But it doesn't matter. If they want to turn this forest into a bloody stage for his slaughter, he will put on an unforgettable show. Since they planned a surprise party, Ryumin figures he might as well act a little shocked. Playing totally innocent, he strolls toward the two archangels, like he has no clue whatsoever. He casually asks, "You guys are still here?" Ragwell, his voice shaking with pure humiliation, snaps back instantly. "It is all thanks to a certain bastard who tore off our wings." Ryumin sneers, asking if they cannot even walk without wings. Pathetic. Ragwell's face contorts with uncontrollable rage, thick veins popping along his forehead. His fists clench so hard his knuckles turn dead white. Ryumin chuckles, mockingly asking if they are suppressing their rage just to stick to their cheap little ambush plan. Ragwell tries deflecting the subject with a forced smirk, asking why he ran away. Mocking him, he claims he saw him fleeing without looking back, asking if he was terrified. Ryumin just sneers, "Scared of you too?" As if, Ragwell hisses, asking if the real reason he fled was because he could no longer use his dark transformation. Ryumin does not hesitate. Activating his death transformation, he asks if they meant this exact power. Instantly, pure darkness surges over his body like a living shadow. His eyes glow. His form shifts. The entire forest air instantly turns suffocating. Both archangels freeze, eyes stretching wide in pure shock. They never expected him to trigger this deadly form again so quickly. Ryumin asks if they are surprised the cooldown is already over. Why return unless he was confident he could crush them? He steps forward, aura radiating deadly pressure. The clash is about to begin. Uriel snaps first, shouting for them to attack. Huge thanks to everyone supporting the channel financially. And do not forget to subscribe. Ryumin does not hesitate. He triggers his death transformation, asking if this is what they meant, as dark shadows coat his body. His eyes glow. His form shifts. Instantly, the air becomes completely suffocating. Both archangels freeze, their eyes wide with shock. They never expected him to use this form again so soon. Ryumin smirks, asking if they are surprised. The cooldown is over, and why would he return if he cannot win? He steps forward, his aura radiating pure, murderous pressure. Tension peaks, and then Uriel cracks first, screaming for everyone to attack. At his command, the 200 hidden troops burst from the forest like a thunderous wave. Fifth-rank battle angels charge with weapons glinting, all rushing toward the dark figure standing so calmly. Uriel retreats, his hands gathering a blinding light as he prepares magic to suppress Ryumin from behind. Ragwell looks ecstatic, malevolence shining in his eyes, shouting that he has been waiting for Ryumin to transform. "Now, I will kill you." He lunges forward, radiating intense, boiling bloodlust, yet, surrounded by hordes of roaring enemies, their murderous cries filling the night, Ryumin stays completely calm, wondering if he should show off. Then, in the blink of an eye, he completely vanishes. Not a single trace left behind. The angels freeze, whirling in confusion. Weapons swing at nothing but empty air. Uriel's half-cast light spell twists awkwardly before sputtering out into nothing, leaving him demanding to know where he went. Both Uriel and Ragwell frantically scan their surroundings, panic flickering across their pale faces. Even archangels with divine perception cannot find him. Ryumin notes that not even they can see through invisibility. Or perhaps his stealth rune is hiding his presence entirely. Valuable information, he moves forward in absolute silence. Then, bones snap like twigs. Dead bodies drop to the forest floor like puppets with their strings cut. One enemy falls, then another. Necks snap before they even realize he is behind them as one screams for help. Another angel falls, his voice cut short. A system message pops up: 21 out of 100 killed. Uriel, usually the very picture of holy composure, finally snaps. He roars, his voice cracking with panic. He demands they stop him and attack, But the forest responds with nothing but dead silence. Nobody obeys. Uriel's face twists as his pride crumbles. He curses under his breath, realizing his spells will be useless at this rate. Ryu-min moves like a phantom through the trees, traveling so fast the air itself seems to tear apart. No matter how many spells Uriel knows, none can restrain a monster moving at this speed. He clenches his jaw, his golden eyes harden with resolve. He decides he has no choice but to burn the entire forest down. He raises his dagger high. Holy light flares at the tip, condensing into a blinding sphere of pure energy. Raguel notices and his expression twists in horror, his trembling voice asking if Uriel is seriously going to use that spell. If you misfire even slightly, our soldiers will, but Uriel snaps back that they have no choice. He asks if there is any better way to stop that monster. Raguel falls silent, unable to argue because he knows Ryu-min is no ordinary opponent. His movements defy logic, faster, stronger, and infinitely more terrifying than an hour ago. Raguel desperately wonders how they can possibly stop someone like that. Raguel shakes his head in despair. It seems impossible when even Uriel, their strongest, is basically admitting defeat. What hope is there? Uriel growls that every second they delay costs lives. This spell is our only chance. Raguel tries to argue, but Uriel immediately commands him to shut up. He warns him to stop delaying. Raguel bows his head as Uriel resumes his chanting, his voice echoing like a holy chorus. Light swells brighter at the dagger's tip, radiating enough power to illuminate the entire dark forest. Uriel worries that Ryu-min will notice if this takes any longer, but get this, Ryu-min already knows everything. Even while slaughtering the battle angels, he never once takes his eyes off the two archangels. Ryu-min smiles, realizing their plan is a massive annihilation spell strong enough to wipe out everyone within 100 meters. He checks the floating system windows. 100 angels out of 100 have been slain. Demon's Blessing can now be activated. 102 enemies detected, triggering the rune of one against many. All stats increase by 100%. Power floods through him, and without hesitation, he activates the buff. Demon's Blessing activates. Holy light swirls in Uriel's hand, but absolute darkness surges around Ryu-min, bursting outward. Night of Death. The entire forest is swallowed by pitch-black darkness as the angels cry out in confusion. Uriel sneered, did Ryu-min actually believe darkness could halt the literal incarnation of light? The blazing radiance at his dagger tip flared even brighter. Smiling grimly as the only beacon in the dark void, Uriel told Raguel to brace himself. Ready. He raised the dagger. But then, a streak of silver ripped the darkness, revealing flashing red eyes. Moonlight shredded the battlefield, vaporizing those high-ranking angels instantly as Uriel's severed arm hit the dirt. Instant collapse. The light faded. That blinding halo died out. Staggering back with a pale face, Uriel realized this was pure devastation, not just a skill. He had fatally underestimated Ryu-min, and watch this. Ryu-min is not even done. That moonlight erupted again, sweeping them away like dust. Tearing reality swallowed their screams as a message window popped up. 100 out of 100 angels killed. Raguel spun in pure panic, screaming frantically for his soldiers. But those desperate cries were completely useless. The next slash of moonlight severed Raguel's leg. He collapsed to the ground, clawing at the dirt in absolute terror. Another strike grazed his face, burning away half his flesh and exposing raw bone. The stench of charred meat filled the air. Raguel wailed, begged. But Ryu-min just walked toward him with slow, almost bored steps. Calling the archangel worse than an insect, Ryu-min watched as Raguel lunged with his last breath of desperate strength, but he never got close. One slash. Ryu-min's scythe pierced Raguel's heart. The lifeless body slumped heavily into the dirt. Lifting his cold gaze, Ryu-min saw only Uriel left. Trembling violently, the lone archangel desperately chanted a spell with his one remaining arm. A brilliant, burning light cage slammed down. Trap. Uriel choked out that he got him, but before he could finish, Ryu-min sliced the cage apart with one lazy swing. Face pale, Uriel panicked. Scrolls of light, blades of holy fire, and radiant chains were all instantly obliterated by the Grim Reaper. Nothing could delay Ryu-min's advance. When he finally stood face to face with his prey, Uriel's wings drooped in defeat. Now Uriel finally understood, whispering that Ryu-min had been hiding his true power all along. The killer's expression remained entirely flat. Ryu-min calmly explained he just needed the soldiers. Stunned, Uriel realized he was lured into summoning them. Shrugging, Ryu-min admitted he did not expect so many. Uriel's lips trembled in sheer disbelief. With fury, fear, and disbelief waging war in his eyes. Uriel warned him that the entities above would never let him go, asking if they would leave him alone. Ryu Min met dead silence. This desperate request was entirely useless. Uriel muttered that Ryu Min would never spare him anyway. Smirking, Ryu Min agreed, plunging the scythe straight through his heart. The archangel collapsed, dead. Heavy, absolute silence quickly settled over the forest. It was far too quiet. Only drifting dust and the burnt scent of holy magic remained where two of heaven's greatest generals had stood just moments ago. Both legend-class archangels were dead, slain. Ryu Min exhaled slowly, lowering his weapon, as glowing system notifications began to flood his vision with glorious rewards. You have defeated Archangel Ragwell. Rewards include over 14,000 stat points, plus 145 million gold, condensed ether, and the Rune of Judgment. Engraved automatically, a second radiant system cascade popped up. He had defeated another archangel. Uriel yielded over 18,000 more stat points, another massive pile of gold, and a second condensed ether. Rune of Radiance engraved automatically. Then, one final notification pulsed brightly before his eyes. His reputation with the demon faction had ascended to eternal ally. Raising an eyebrow, he realized he had maxed it out. To demons, he was now a god-tier savior. They would worship him as their legendary champion. But Ryu Min kept his focus completely cool and collected. Clenching his fist, he felt the surging power. With two condensed ethers, he could finally craft a god-tier weapon. A spark lit his eyes. Ambition, over 40,000 stat points, 400 million gold, 2 divine runes, and demon worship. That was an insane harvest for one single fight, but the runes demanded immediate attention. Pulling up the Rune of Judgment, he opened a translucent skill description. It grants 1 judgment stack per kill, maxing out at 100 stacks to activate. Heavenly Judgment unleashes a massive blast dealing 2,400% intelligence damage. Ragwell's ultimate attack was now his. But the second rune? Even crazier. Rune of Radiance. Move through literal light. Dash at light speed across 1,000 meters instantly, or teleport straight to a light beam fired 100 meters away. This skill fires a beam up to 100 meters, pulling the target straight to him. Ryu's eyes gleam with real appreciation. His holy skill amplifier boosts that by 92%. That means a summon range of 192 meters and almost 2 kilometers of instant movement. Ryu whistled, muttering that Uriel was actually good for something. He decides to test the cooldown later. Right now, he has a far more pressing matter. A sudden rustle breaks the silence behind him. Ryu snaps come out. Ryu Min's eyes gleamed with genuine appreciation as he realized that with his holy skill amplifier, that distance increases by 92%. That meant a summon range of 192 meters and almost 2 kilometers of instant movement. He whistled, muttering that Uriel was actually good for something after all. He'll test the cooldown later since a much more urgent matter needs his attention right now. A sudden rustling behind him shatters the silence, making Ryu Min speak up. Come out. It's safe. A bush trembles, shaking with pure fear before John Delgado slowly steps out with trembling hands clutching his staff. My lord, did you really do all this? His terrified eyes dart wildly across the massive battlefield. Seeing scorched earth, shattered trees, craters from magic, and 2 dead archangels looking like broken gold statues, Ryu Min just shrugs and casually says yeah. Even though Ryu Min acts like it was nothing, John Delgado just stares at him like he's lost his mind. Swallowing hard, the terrified necromancer stammers, is this the true power of the Black Scythe? Noticing his shock, Ryu Min smirked, thinking that if the 4th and 5th archangels are this weak, he might actually stand a chance against the first. Then again, maybe not. The terrifying archangel he faced in his 68th regression possessed an aura that completely dwarfed these two. Just remembering that monster makes his skin crawl, but he'll worry about that nightmare later. Stepping closer, John Delgado asks what their next move is, but Ryu Min just taps the dead angel with his boot. Raise it. The necromancer asks if he wants a physical undead, and Ryu Min confirms yes. Their bodies are perfectly intact. He needs one for a quick test, and John Delgado nods, knowing how major this distinction is. Spiritual undead use souls, easily replaced but totally vulnerable to magic. On the other hand, physical undead are sturdier and immune to magical attacks, but can't be summoned again if destroyed. Plus, slaying them still grants rewards. Ryu Min's eyes gleam with curiosity. I want to test a quick theory. Will the system still reward him for killing a physical undead angel? He had cleanly snapped the necks of those first 100 soldiers just for this perfect setup. John Delgado raises his staff, Obeying the order as dark, swirling mist begins to ripple outward. The angel's corpse twists as bones realign, and the newly raised undead finally snaps its eyes open. Its eyes are pure white and obedient, and John Delgado reports it is under his command, though others will see it as an enemy, making Ryu Min smirk and whisper perfect. Ryu Min doesn't hesitate. His scythe flashes in a swift, silent, and brutal arc. As the angel's head rolls across the dirt, a familiar system chime echoes. You have defeated the 5th-ranked angel, Oliver, earning 36 stat points, 363,000 gold added, with kills at 103, and judgment stacks now at 2. Ryu Min's eyebrows lift in surprise as he murmurs that slaying a physical undead actually counts, his eyes narrowing with deep satisfaction. Slaying the undead pushed his count from 102 to 103, but the rewards are what really capture his attention. Tilting his head with a faint smirk, he whispers that his theory was entirely correct. Although the rewards are cut nearly in half, the system still acknowledges the kill, which is honestly a massive win for him. Since physical undead only have half their original strength, he mutters with a widening grin. Reviving a corpse even once is a massive advantage, and he turns his gaze back to John Delgado. The silent necromancer stands there with an eerie, expressionless calm, but to Ryu Min, this guy is a golden goose. Honestly, sparing John Delgado was a stroke of genius. The guy's value just skyrocketed through the roof. Pointing his scythe, he barks out a cold order. John, turn every single angel here into a physical undead, and the necromancer bows low in obedience. But right as the necromancer is about to begin his dark magic, Ryu Min suddenly raises his hand. Wait, stop. John Delgado freezes mid-spell, his eyes widening slightly as he cautiously mutters, my lord? A brilliant plan flashes through Ryu Min's mind like lightning. Wouldn't it be far better to slaughter these undead only after receiving the demon's blessing once more? In the last cycle, slaying the first 100 soldiers before using the blessing made his rewards multiply like crazy. Now, he has killed another 102 archangels, and his stats are overflowing all over again. This means he can activate the demon's blessing once more, and the final payout is going to be incredibly massive. With his current stats being so high, the rewards this time will be totally off the charts. And if he slaughters all those resurrected undead angels afterward, he can max out his judgment, rune stacks in a single run. His heart races with excitement as he mutters to himself, but first, let's distribute all those accumulated stat points. Opening up his status window, he calmly dumps 3,996 points evenly across strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. He looks completely focused, but a thrill of pure excitement flickers just behind his eyes. With the stat allocation complete, Ryu turned to John Delgado, ordering him to revive every single one of them. John Delgado immediately obeyed, his hands glowing as the fallen angels began to rise once more. They stood up soulless and completely empty, bound to his will. Ryu watched silently, knowing physical undead were a one-time resource. No second chances. Resurrected physical undead could never be stored or summoned again. Ryu knew he had to slaughter them all right here. 101 undead angels now stood before him. The moment they stood, the system flared, instantly triggering another powerful rune. With 101 enemies detected nearby, his specialized rune activated, doubling all of his stats instantly. Ryu nodded with a satisfied smile. Holding back the demon blessing paid off because this timing was pretty perfect. His Reaper transformation was already active, and now he raised his hand to trigger the demon blessing. A crimson aura of hellfire erupted around his body as a system message flashed. Under the demon blessing, his total stats skyrocketed to over 219,000. The system recalculated his multipliers. His eyes widened. The boost was over 5 times his usual rewards. He stepped toward the undead horde, tightening his grip on his heavy scythe, ready to start the bloodbath. Get ready, because what followed was a complete, chaotic blur. Ryu sliced through those angels like dry harvest wheat, deadly and fast. His scythe flashed in perfect arcs, making every strike fatal. Erasing their bodies and slaying them twice felt pretty cruel. But Ryu had zero hesitation because rewards were rewards. Angel after angel dropped. His gold skyrocketed as the defeat count hit 99, fully stacking his judgment rune. A quiet thrill rushed through him because this was incredibly easy. Only 2 targets remained, the resurrected archangels Riguel and Uriel. They stood there completely blank, waiting to be destroyed. Ryu approached them, his face totally expressionless. He whispered for them not to take it personally, swinging his weapon to slay the archangel Riguel. 40,000 stats. 43 million gold. Even at half power, The rewards were pretty incredible. Sadly, the unique boss runes did not drop a second time. Only the last resurrected archangel remained. Ryu swung his blade once more, and a final alert popped up. With the archangel Uriel finally defeated, he gained another 50,000 stat points and another 500 million gold. His angel defeat count hit 101, a massive payday. Ryu checked his status screen, staring at his new balance of 1.5 billion gold. With over 110,000 unspent stats, he laughed softly, realizing necromancy is just incredibly overpowered. He turned to look at John Delgado. The necromancer stood completely still, waiting for orders like a loyal puppy. Ryu felt a rare wave of deep appreciation while a voice in his head whispered that keeping John Delgado alive was the right call. Then he asked his companion how much progress he had made on his side quests. John Delgado bowed, saying he finished Aaron's quests. Ryu nodded, admitting he held him back and promising to take him to the Holy Empire. No time to waste. Ryu told John Delgado to finish up quickly, his face turning serious. Ryu knew John Delgado had to survive with him until the very final round. He quickly cleared the corpses. Gesturing for his companion, they left. Before long, the round timer ticked down to 0. With no time remaining on the clock, a blinding flash of white light swallowed every single player. Just like that, players everywhere were pulled right back into the familiar, creepy black and white void. They were right back in the empty starting zone, and the panic hit immediately as players realized 10 hours had already passed. Some screamed about being in the middle of a quest, while others cried they only needed one more kill. Despair and utter disbelief filled the void. Players collapsed to their knees, shouting in agony. Those who failed to reach very friendly reputation clutched their heads in terror. Meanwhile, the ones who succeeded prayed desperately, hoping to survive in the top half. Only the top half would advance, but their prayers were totally useless. A wave of cruel laughter echoed through the void. The angel appeared, teasing them with a wicked grin, saying raising their reputation was way harder than they thought. A ripple of mocking laughter echoed across the space. The angel sneered, teasing them. Hey, well done. Humans, harder than you thought to raise your reputation, wasn't it? The crowd fell silent. The angel asked, oh, no response. Maybe it wasn't that hard, huh? The mocking angel grinned and snapped her fingers. Let's take a look at the results. When the rankings first popped up in Unified Zone CA1, the crowd buzzed like a disturbed beehive. Right at the very top of the list, as always, shone the one name everyone had come to expect. First place, Black Scythe, level 92. Reaper, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds. Second place, Russell Daniel, level 62 Blacksmith, 4 hours. Third place, Democracy, level 62 Buffer, 06806. A player stared wide-eyed. Black Scythe came in first again, even this time. Well, of course he did. But the time caused massive confusion, and someone asked, wait, what does 0 seconds even mean? Before they could debate, the angel floating high above them waved a hand, grinning as if amused by their ignorance. She explained the time recorded shows how long they took to reach very friendly. 0 seconds means they already had it before the round even began. A quiet wave of understanding washed through the crowd, so he came in already maxed out. Another mumbled, figures. That is Black Scythe for you. But there was no time for admiration, not when the terrifying shadow of elimination hovered directly over their heads. The angel's cheerful voice contrasted cruelly with the tension strangling the players. Nearly 80% reached very friendly. How delightful. Now only speed matters. Every single survivor held their breath, waiting for the message that would decide their fate. The angel snapped her fingers. Now please, check your ranking messages. A cascade of holographic notifications followed. One screamed, yes, I survived. Another gasped, I am ranked 4,998. How close was that? But another cried, no, this can't be. Cries of joy collided with screams of despair. Some collapsed to their knees in pure relief. Others clawed the air in desperation, knowing what came next. The angel, speaking in a voice as bright as polished marble, announced, the final cutoff for survival is rank 4,997 at 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 5 seconds. Congrats to the survivors. Everyone below is eliminated. Desperate players begged for just one more chance, but their bodies dissolved into ash before the words even finished. A cold gust of wind scattered them, leaving the battlefield suddenly twice as empty. Silence settled like a heavy blanket. Then, as if nothing tragic had occurred, the angel clapped her hands. Now, It's time to distribute your rewards. Ryu Min did not look surprised when his results appeared. Congratulations. He had placed first in this zone. Opening his potion reward box first, his eyes scanned the list. 5 legendary grade potions appeared before him, each shimmering with power potion of life, elixir of super regeneration, unyielding resistance, memory eraser, and immunity elixir. Anyone else would have hesitated, totally dazzled by these. But watch him. Ryumin's gaze sharpened. He already had everything he needed for regeneration and resistance. He was already far stronger than before. Without hesitation, his finger tapped the memory eraser potion. He did not need the others. Then came the second box, a special reward selection that actually made him pause. A 50% stat buff for round 14, temporary skill invincibility for round 14, or info on round 14. Folding his arms, he thought deeply in round 14. A great angel will likely appear since he killed 4 already. They won't let that slide. Invincibility is crucial if he wants to obtain the rune of devouring. Without it, that rune is impossible. The choice weighed heavily because his entire survival and future depended on it. Finally, he exhaled and touched the second option. You have chosen temporary skill invincibility. A simple choice on the surface, but one that would decide the next round. Then a message appeared. Round 13 has ended. With 4,997 survivors left, their souls would now return to their original bodies. Round 14 will begin at midnight on February 1st, 2023. And with that chilling note, the world dissolved. Far away, inside a tense wooden cabin where the heavy air could choke a man, 3 figures sat in silence. These were the battered remnants of the 12 apostles. Yang Taiwan clenched his jaw so hard his teeth ground audibly. That bastard. Just let him show up, and I will crush his skull with my bare hands. The Spaniard beside him raised an eyebrow. Calm down. Maybe he has a reason. Yang Taiwan roared. A reason? His chair scraped back as he stood. He stood us up and lied straight to our faces. What is there to listen to? The third man, Dark Soul, shifted uncomfortably. Yang Chiwen points toward the door, telling Dark Soul to grab his sniper rifle. When that jerk opens the door, blow his head off. Dark Soul hesitates, asking if he is sure, but Yang Chiwen snaps to do it. Right at peak tension, the cabin door slowly swings open. The very guy they were just cursing steps inside, his long shadow stretching across the wooden floor. John Delgado. Yang Chiwen glares in fury, screaming at the bastard. The Spaniard raises his hands, begging for calm, but you can feel the entire room holding its breath. Yang Chiwen's jaw twitches violently as he breathes in furious, ragged bursts. Meanwhile, the Spaniard wears a forced smile to keep things from exploding, just as John Delgado walks right into the room. He strolls in leisurely, looking like he is attending a casual lunch rather than a high-stakes crisis meeting. He flops into his seat with a lazy sigh, crossing his legs, which only pours more fuel on Yang Chiwen's hot rage. Yang Chiwen snarls, fists clenching as he growls that the jerk's laid-back face is seriously pissing him off. John Delgado blinks, tilting his head as if hearing some distant noise, and asks why he is so angry. That question hits Yang Chiwen right in the face. His eyes widen, narrowing dangerously, as his face turns red, looking like he is ready to explode. Before the tension explodes, the Spaniard quickly cuts in, asking John Delgado firmly why he did that in round 13. John Delgado raises an eyebrow, asking what he means, but the Spaniard leans forward, asking if he forgot. You promised to meet us in the other world to hunt down Jeffy, especially since you are the only one who knows his face. John Delgado lets out a lazy sigh, remembering it, but the Spaniard demands to know why he did not show up. You promised to wait at the closest spot visible to the angel, but John Delgado simply says he forgot. Forgot? That's stupid. Casual excuse makes the Spaniard pinch the bridge of his nose with a long, exhausted sigh. Yang Chiwen completely erupts, yelling about how anyone could forget something so important on purpose just to mess with them. John Delgado clicks his tongue, making fun of his foul mouth, which only makes Yang Chiwen scream in anger. The Spaniard jumps right between them, yelling at them to stop before things get out of hand. Dark Soul stands off to the side with crossed arms, waiting for the violence to start any second. Despite the stop, the air is thick with tension as Yang Chiwen and John Delgado exchange bloodthirsty glares while the Spaniard tries to pacify them. Yang Chiwen snaps that forgetting is total garbage, insisting that the jerk is lying through his teeth. The Spaniard sighs, telling everyone to relax because it is not the end of the world just yet. They will meet again in round 14 to continue the hunt, and John Delgado casually nods when told not to forget. The Spaniard suggests moving the hunt to round 14, while Yang Chiwen keeps muttering curses under his breath. The Spaniard stands up, suggesting they wrap up the meeting since the mood in the room is completely ruined. He tells John Delgado they are heading down, prompting John Delgado to click his tongue and complain about making the trip for nothing. John Delgado heads for the door, but the Spaniard calls out, remembering something at the last second. He tells John Delgado to head down first while they finish up some business, and John Delgado leaves without a word. The moment John Delgado's presence fades completely beyond their perception range, the Spaniard's warm expression instantly turns ice cold. Dead serious now, the Spaniard whispers that he sent him away here is the real twist. They have something urgent to discuss, making Yang Chi-wen lean in with burning eyes to ask what is going on. Dropping his voice to a low whisper, the Spaniard reveals his suspicion that John Delgado is working with Black Scythe. Young Chi-wen's eyes widen and Dark Soul's brows shoot up as they gasp, asking if he is working with him. He tells them to think about it, because that stupid excuse makes zero sense unless John Delgado suddenly got amnesia. Dark Soul nods in agreement that the excuse was ridiculous, prompting the Spaniard to voice his deep suspicions. Jeffy, Black Scythe, and John Delgado might actually be working together as partners. Yang Chi-wen slams the table hard enough to shake the entire cabin, screaming that he knew that bastard was a dirty traitor. But the Spaniard calmly notes that it might not be a willing betrayal, asking if they have already forgotten. Black Scythe possesses the terrifying power of domination. Hearing this, Yang Chi-wen freezes while Dark Soul gasps. John Delgado likely confronted Black Scythe in round 12, got overpowered, and is now being actively controlled. This chilling realization sinks in as both men nod grimly, with Yang Chi-wen muttering that they are in serious danger. The Spaniard warns that Black Scythe likely knows all their plans now, leaving all three men in terrified silence. Dark Soul speaks first, his voice trembling. Should they split up? The Spaniard just scoffs at the idea. Split up? John knows all their faces. Run, and he will track us to Black Scythe like a GPS. Shivering, Dark Soul mutters that they are basically dead. But the Spaniard remains composed. Somehow, way too calm, speaking slowly. The Spaniard suggests there is one way to survive. Yang Chi-wen glares, warning him not to suggest bowing to Black Scythe. He would rather die. But get this, the Spaniard leans in, eyes burning with resolve, saying they must strike first. Both recoil as if slapped. Yang Chi-wen shouts, asking if he is insane. Just the three of them against him? Dark Soul yells that it is suicide, knowing how powerful Black Scythe is. The Spaniard smirks, asking Dark Soul what happened to his confidence, since he is always bragging about his sniping skills. Dark Soul's eye twitches. The taunt hits home, but he mutters that he is still pretty confident. If he steps into my crosshairs, I can blow his head off, but the Spaniard says the challenge is getting him there. Exactly. They will lure him into range while the Spaniard and Yang Chi-wen act as bait. Yang Chi-wen points at himself, shocked. He asks if he is supposed to be bait, but the Spaniard replies there is no other choice, or they will definitely die. Moving first gives them a real fighting chance. Dark Soul swallows hard while Yang Chi-wen tightly clenches his fists. Think about it. When cornered, even a helpless rat will bite a cat. The Spaniard's terrifying logic settles heavily over them. Strike first. That is their only option. Yang Chi-wen grits his teeth, asking if there is a concrete plan. The Spaniard lays it out. First, they contact John and tell him they want to meet Black Scythe. They will pretend to want peace and suggest a location. Once Black Scythe appears, Dark Soul finishes the sentence in a cold whisper. Blow his head off. That is the plan. The Spaniard agrees while he is focused on them. Dark Soul fires. But 2 baits are not enough. Yang Chi-wen mentions he has someone Jiang Su, second rank in the Black Society. The Spaniard is impressed. Perfect. 3 baits, 1 sniper. Can Dark Soul pull it off? Instantly, Dark Soul straightens his posture. His eyes sharpen like a hunter who finally found his prey. Confidently, he promises that as long as they keep him in sight, he can kill him. The Spaniard suggests contacting John Delgado first, claiming they want to meet with Black Scythe. They will fake a peace offering and suggest a meeting spot. And once Black Scythe shows up, Dark Soul finishes the thought with a bone-chilling whisper. They blow his head off. The Spaniard agrees while he is distracted. Dark Soul fires. But Dark Soul objects. 2 baits are not enough. They need more targets. Yang Chi-wen chimes in he has just the guy, Zhang So-woo, the second-ranked member of the Black Society. The Spaniard loves it. 3 baits, 1 sniper. He asks if Dark Soul can do it, and the sniper sits up straight. His eyes sharpen, narrowing like a hunter who finally spotted his prey. He confidently claims that with the target in sight, he will kill him. Still, Yang Chi-wan looks uneasy, warning him that if he fails, they are dead. Dark Soul smirks, claiming he never fails. They just need to get him in position, and he will handle the rest to become the next zone representative. Delusion or not, it does not matter because his confidence is very real. Yang Chi-wan asks about John Delgado, but the Spaniard coldly replies they will deal with him after Black Scythe falls. With Black Scythe gone, John Delgado is nothing. Yang Chi-wan nods slowly in agreement, making the Spaniard grin even wider. Time to get to work. The three apostles share a wicked smile, sealing a pact of desperation and murder. Their deadly trap is officially set. And just like that, as the blinding white light of the system fades, Ryumin's eyes snap open. He gasps for air, instinctively checking his reality the second every round ends. Staring up at his familiar ceiling, the quiet room reassures him he is finally back home. Yet, there is still one thing he has to confirm first. Sitting up quickly, he wonders where Ryuwan is. He throws open his bedroom door, catching a faint clattering sound from the kitchen. Standing right by the stove with a crooked apron and a frying pan in hand is Ryuwan, blinking back at his brother in utter shock. Ryumin steps in, asking if he is having breakfast. Ryuwan's eyes go wide as instant relief floods his face, exclaiming that his brother made it back safely once again. Thank goodness, he says, admitting he was worried since his brother was still asleep. Ryumin glances at the clock 10 a.m. His brother clearly waited for hours, prompting Ryumin to sigh with mild frustration and repeat that he told him not to wait up. Ryuwan protests, puffing out his cheeks like a defensive little squirrel, asking how he could possibly not worry about him. Whenever he wakes up and finds his brother asleep, he constantly refreshes the community forums to see if other players have woken up yet, checking over and over. Ryumin raises an eyebrow, asking if his brother is really gathering intel from those forums now, checking if it is time for him to wake up or not. Ryuwan mutters a quiet yes while plating the cooked food. Normal people like them have no idea when a round actually wraps up. Ryumin nods slowly, realizing the brutal toll this agonizing wait takes on his sibling. He remembers those terrifying feelings from his first life, but some secrets must remain buried, especially his identity as the prophet. He asks casually, though his gaze grows sharp, making sure his brother has not posted anything about him online. Ryuwan spins around, frantically waving his hands as he insists he has never left a comment, not even once. Seeing how incredibly sincere his defensive brother is, Ryumin cannot help but chuckle. Feeling the heavy knot in his chest loosen a bit, he tells him to relax, asking if it makes any sense for a prophet to fail. Ryuwan grumbles, pointing out that his brother is constantly fighting deadly monsters, so worrying is only natural. Ryumin smirks, reminding him of how he beat up that bully, Bang Tae-kyu, with his bare hands a year ago. His brother claims that was different. He was just some delinquent, but everyone online says these game monsters are insanely strong. Ryumin taps his chest, confidently firing back that he is insanely strong too, which finally softens his brother's tense face. Then he blinks in realization, asking if a whole year has really passed since that wild incident. Ryumin watches his brother drift into deep thought, brow scrunched up as he remembers the chaos of the abductions, the terrifying fear, and those agonizingly long nights spent waiting. All of that chaos has somehow settled into a strange routine, leaving Ryumin quietly amused. He is the one fighting to survive in those death matches. So why does his brother look so completely exhausted? Unable to resist, he reaches out, telling his brother to stay still and not panic, leaving the boy totally confused. A soft, glowing energy bursts from Ryumin's palm, flowing straight into Ryuwan's chest like a warm, comforting wave. Ryuwan flinches, touching his chest with wide, startled eyes as he asks what just happened. Ryumin calmly explains it is a protective spell. If anyone tries to hurt you, you get 10 seconds of total invincibility, and I am alerted immediately. Ryuwan's mouth hangs open in pure awe, wondering if such magic is actually possible. Ryumin just walks over to the table, saying he can do plenty of things. He demands some food so they can eat, bringing a bright, happy smile back to his brother's face. They eat together as warm sunlight spills across the table, enjoying a simple moment they both treasure way more than they let on. After breakfast, Ryumin returns to his room and lies down. The ceiling feels miles away as he mentally maps out the massive list of tasks ahead. He says he is already a master-rank mercenary now. He is fully prepared to go hunt the dragon. He wanted to get it done sooner, but time ran out. His next shot will not come until the 17th round. His gaze sharpens as he realizes there is still something huge he can craft right here, a god-tier weapon. Opening the crafting menu, His hands stay steady while arranging the materials. The main item glows with dark energy. The corrupted God's Claw Scythe. Irreplaceable submaterials are loaded too: condensed ethers, black iron powder, adamantium plate, and magic core. Smirking, he mentions how smart it was to buy these materials from Heimer early. Plus, those two archangels made farming ether a total breeze. He presses craft. A deep, heavy hum instantly vibrates through the entire room. Look at this glowing Scythe already. Crafting succeeds, giving him the Thanatos Black Scythe. Ryumen's heart beats once, filled with deep satisfaction. The weapon floats before him, darker than any shadow, with pure energy bleeding from the blade like the whisper of death itself. Details show 44-44 attack, expanding 5 times wider and 20 times longer. Magic matches intelligence. Durability is 20,000. Requirement? Master rank. 44. This thing is on another level. Honestly, his old scythe feels like a toy by comparison. Thanks to the massive extension limit, he can now slash enemies 50 meters away. A wild grin spreads on his face as he realizes he can wipe out entire armies in a single swing. The set effects are equally ridiculous. A 2-piece set gives 20% resistance, and 3 pieces add 10% skill damage. 4 pieces cut damage taken by 30%, while 5 pieces boost all set stats by 10%. Even better, Russell can polish it to jump the stats another 32%. Clenching his fist, he proudly says he is finally decked out in full god-tier gear. Only the accessories and the final 2 real-world runes remain. A sudden wave of intense focus washes over him. This is his final regression, no room for error, no hesitation. He has grown into a monster far beyond his wildest dreams. Soon, the entire world, angels, demons, dragons, and gods will learn exactly what that means. Honestly, only 5 runes exist in the real world, serving as the ultimate keys to humanity's fate. Ryumen already holds 3. Only 2 remain out there. He leans back slowly, letting out a quiet breath as a dark resolve sharpens in his eyes. He decides to handle that in the 16th round. Right now, gathering the remaining players is top priority, though the survivor count has plummeted. Even so, about 5,000 players remain scattered across the entire planet. Some of them have completely thrown away their humanity, acting like beasts in human skin who torment civilians and treat them like livestock. Ryumen's jaw tightens angrily. He knows for a fact that scumbags have taken control of the military in some countries, treating citizens like literal slaves. What if he just wipes those tyrants out? What if he frees those nations? Think about it, not only will his home country back him, but the name Black Scythe will echo globally like a living legend. Ryumen plans to sweep away this garbage to force even the rogue players into line. Once they are united, he can rescue thousands during the 15th round. Plus, there is a massive strategic play here. If he acts openly under the banner of the Death Church, he can rapidly spread its influence, transforming a shadowy cult into a massive, feared global powerhouse. This time, he will not hide in the shadows. He promises that this will not go down like the KF incident. He intends to operate out in the open, declaring help for failing countries and responding to every single crisis report. That is exactly why he laid the groundwork, became deputy commander of the CPF, and crushed KF to build his reputation as a righteous hero. Now is the time to step out of the dark. Ryumen knows he will need the president to cooperate. A slight smirk plays on his lips. Swiping his thumb across his lost yak phone, he scrolls through his contacts until the Blue House number pops up, the exact same contact whose official commendation he rejected not long ago. Tapping the screen, our story shifts far beyond Earth, leaving the mortal world behind. In a dimension of blinding radiance, the heavenly halls tremble with sudden unease. Hariel asks about Lord Michael, and Raphael answers that Michael went directly to the Akashic records to confirm the rumor. He ordered them to wait. Hearing this, Hariel nods stiffly at Raphael's tense update. The 2 archangels stand still like marble statues, wings drooping just a bit from the rising tension. Suddenly, a wave of holy light bursts open as Michael steps out, his face looking far more grim than expected. Hariel welcomes Lord Michael back, though his voice completely lacks its usual strength. "Did I keep you waiting?" he asks. "Not at all," Hariel replies, desperately asking if the rumors are true. Michael's slow, grim head shake hits them harder than any blade. Pure disbelief. Before he even speaks, Hariel and Raphael completely freeze. Failure was never even an option to them. But Michael drops a bomb. Even Raguel and Uriel failed. Hariel stammers, asking if that is really possible. Surely there is some mistake. But Michael is dead serious, there is no mistake. He saw the records of their deaths. He claims it was a close fight before they fell. But that is a lie. A bitter truth Michael keeps buried deep inside. They were totally annihilated, and honestly, nobody in heaven saw this monstrous power coming. The Black Scythe is now far more terrifying than the heavens ever imagined. Ariel and Raphael froze in shock. They had never once considered failing. Michael revealed Ragwell and Uriel had failed, leaving Hariel wondering if it was all a mistake. But Michael assured them there was no error since he saw their death records himself, claiming they lost a close fight. But wait, that close battle was a massive lie Michael hid away. They were completely wiped out, totally overwhelmed by a monstrous strength that even Michael had not seen coming from the Black Scythe. If Michael revealed the truth, the others would demand he jump in himself, which he wanted to avoid. He would not kill off his golden goose just yet, not the only human who could repel the demon god later on. So Michael kept quiet and simply added that others fell too. 200 rank 5 angels died too, shocking the others since Uriel had brought backup. Michael explained they tried to handle it on their own but got entirely wiped off the map. Raphael stared in pure shock while Hariel looked down, his mind already spinning with dark calculations. Hariel muttered that the Black Scythe was way stronger than expected, sending a sudden chill straight down Michael's spine. Hariel's tactical brain was far more dangerous to the Black Scythe than any physical weapon. The 6th Heavenly Demon War was won because of Hariel's brilliant strategy, meaning the Black Scythe could die in round 14. Raphael broke the silence. Lord Michael, this cannot continue. We must step in. Michael agreed, leading Raphael to suggest they descend to the human realm and take him out together. Michael raised an eyebrow. Are you seriously including me in this? Scoffing with utter disgust, Michael asked if they expected the highest archangel to personally swat a tiny insect. Raphael argued they only wanted to guarantee they crushed the target in a single blow. Michael snapped that his pride would not allow it, cutting Raphael off before he could protest further. Hariel looked up with cold, calculating eyes focused entirely on tactical moves. He announced there was no need for Michael to step in or for them to descend at all. Even he struggled to keep a straight face. It was a brutal, flawless strategy to crush the Black Scythe without ever visiting Earth, spelling doom for the 14th round. Hariel asked if they should proceed with the operation. Michael forced a slow nod and called it a decent plan, prompting Hariel to begin his lethal preparations immediately. Michael agreed to speak with Lord Nemesis, earning a quick word of thanks from his peer. Once the other archangels left, Michael finally let the terrifying dread show in his eyes. The Black Scythe was in real danger of dying. Yet none of his fellow angels noticed Michael's hidden panic. Over at the Blue House, things were incredibly tense as even the most seasoned bodyguards panicked. These men had faced ruthless assassins and hostile threats without flinching. Yet now they could not hide the heavy weight pressing down on their chests, because the Black Scythe was coming. We are talking about the monster who wiped out KF in Nigeria easily, leaving this young guard shaking. He whispered to his senior, asking if they should call the military. The senior frowned at the suggestion, but the rookie insisted they could never stop the Black Scythe alone. These players are just on a different level. The veteran sighed and shook his head. Kid, calm down. This is not some terrorist attack. Do you really think he is here to overthrow the entire government? The rookie stammered, but what if he's here to kill the president? We have to prepare for the worst. The veteran's glare hardened. You need to understand who actually poses a threat here. He leaned in, whispering that this man destroyed KF alone. He is the deputy commander of the CPF in Korea. So why would he ever need to sneak around like an assassin? The rookie still looked anxious, wondering why they were on high alert then. The senior guard replies flatly it is their job. They have secured the reception room, double-checked every security protocol, and stationed dozens of bodyguards around the president. He lets out a faint smirk, but honestly, none of it would matter in front of Black Scythe. The junior guard's eyes widen as he asks if he really thinks so. The senior guard chuckles quietly and tells him to be realistic. Do you really think guys like us could ever take him down? Even elite players bow their heads when he shows up. An entire army wouldn't be enough, let alone a handful of bodyguards. Why would the president meet someone that dangerous? Then, the senior guard replies calmly, because the president has already decided that Black Scythe is not a threat, his voice steady and confident. If that man craved power, this building would have been rubble long ago. Instead, he hunts criminals and erases KF from the world, not causing chaos. The junior guard thinks about it for a moment, then slowly nods to his partner. Put that way, he guesses his senior is right. The senior replies good. Now focus on the job. Then he adds quietly and honestly, this is terrifying if Black Scythe actually attacks. Be ready to take that hit. The junior forces a shaky laugh more like a scythe through the chest than a bullet, right? His senior starts to tell him off for joking, but suddenly stops. His posture straightens instantly as he whispers he is here. Every guard snaps to attention as footsteps echo through the hallway. Black Scythe appears right alongside the president, walking calmly as if this is just another routine meeting. Surrounding them is the chief secretary, ministers of defense and foreign affairs, the prime minister, and the national security advisor, and nearly 20 guards moving in perfect sync like a living wall. As the reception room doors open, the president smiles warmly. He invites Black Scythe in, saying this is a good place to talk. And Black Scythe replies simply, yes. He wears no armor, has no visible weapons, just casual clothes and that strange white mask. One of the bodyguards frowns beneath his helmet, wondering to himself if this guy is actually harmless. How can we trust someone whose face we cannot even see? But the second their eyes meet through the mask, his breath catches, his body freezing up. You can basically feel the dread here. It is like locking eyes with a massive predator or rabbit staring down a tiger. Unable to endure that heavy pressure, he instinctively looks away as Ryu-min steps inside. The president speaks kindly. He offers Ryu-min a seat and some tea. Ryu-min replies politely, his gaze steady and completely unwavering. Declining the offer, Ryu-min asks to get straight to the point. Looking at the leader, his thoughts move quickly. President Yoon Sang-ho is clean, uncorrupted, and possesses a strong sense of justice. He prioritizes his people over power. Reading the man's thoughts, Ryu-min feels even more assured that he is not hostile. In fact, the president respects him. Hadn't this very man personally called to thank him for taking down KF? If he had been uncooperative, Ryu-min might have used Yami. But that won't be necessary. A faint confidence settles in his chest. The president studies him carefully, noting that he asked to meet on such incredibly short notice. Do you have a favor to ask? Ryu-min replies that he is sharp yes. He has 2 requests. The president raises an eyebrow, telling him to go on. Ryu-min calmly mentions his record of eliminating KF as the deputy commander of the CPF. He has also assisted in capturing dangerous criminals. The president nods, saying every citizen in the country knows of his great accomplishments. But Ryu-min does not intend to stop there, explaining that he wants to help other countries as well. The room grows quiet as Ryu-min adds that nations are suffering right now far more than people realize. Repeating his words, the president mutters about suffering nations, as Ryu-min explains some are already under player control. Players intoxicated by power often seize the government first, isolating their people, silencing the media, and ruling like tyrannical kings. Our main character isn't just speculating. Ryu-min knows there are far more of these broken countries than we realize. The president's expression darkens as he admits it is a grave issue if true, and Ryu-min agrees. That is why his first request is for Korea to use its massive intelligence network to identify these targeted nations. The president nods slowly and asks about the second request, which Ryu-min states firmly he wants to broadcast a global message. He wants to tell those nations to ask Korea for help, promising that he will personally step in to liberate them. The request is not completely unreasonable, but it is dangerous. The president notes carefully that such an announcement could spark massive international conflict. Ryu-min replies without any hesitation he will take full responsibility. No nation will retaliate against Korea. He has his word. Still, the president frowns, turning to his advisors to ask what the others think. Doubts immediately fill the room because any wrong move could spark a massive diplomatic nightmare. Sure, promises are great, but wild cards always pop up. Still, saving innocent lives is simply the right call. Plus, if Black Scythe takes the fall, the risk is tiny. A win here would skyrocket Korea's global reputation. But check this out. While opinions clash, the president slowly turns his gaze back toward Ryu-min, just sitting there, completely relaxed, as if the fate of nations isn't being decided here. Behind that emotionless white mask, it is impossible to read him. The president realizes he cannot see his face. He has no way of knowing what the guy is planning. For a second, doubt creeps in, but then, total clarity follows. The president sits up straight. Suddenly, his hesitant thoughts snap into sharp focus. Identity hidden, actions in plain sight. He never hides his moves. If Black Scythe wanted to cause real harm, the president knows he would already be dead. No guards, no walls, and no army on Earth could have stopped him. Instead, here he sits completely calm and patient, rather than trying to rule through fear. Inside the silent, dimly lit chapel, Soft candlelight flickers against stained glass as Christine slowly lowers her phone. Her call just ended, but her heart is still racing. Only moments ago, she was kneeling with her hands tightly clasped. She whispers a quiet prayer. Not to God, but to the mysterious savior who rescued her, the legendary Black Scythe. Letting out a soft breath, her lips curve into a faint, almost embarrassed smile. She wonders if her prayer actually reached him. But before the warmth can fade, a familiar voice shatters the quiet temple air. Who are you talking to with such a bright voice? Christine instantly freezes. She turns around to find her father, Nathan, standing right at the chapel entrance. With hands folded behind his back, his sharp eyes study her with intense curiosity. She quickly asks if he heard everything. Nathan chuckles softly, teasing that she was not exactly whispering. He asks who it was, making Christine hesitate for a second. Finally, she admits it was Black Scythe. The reaction is instant. Nathan's stern expression vanishes, replaced by pure surprise and joy. His eyes widen as if hearing the name of a legendary hero. Black Scythe? That actual Black Scythe? He repeats, and Christine nods. Nathan asks with a mix of shock and excitement, "You were speaking with him so late?" She simply replies yes. Nathan crosses his arms, giving a mischievous smile that makes her uneasy. "I did not know you two were actually dating," he says. "What? Dating? Who said anything about dating?" Christine stammers, her face turning bright red in an instant. Nathan tilts his head, pretending to be totally innocent. "Well, I thought you were, and I hope you are," he says. "Dad, we literally just met. We are not dating." Nathan raises a skeptical eyebrow. "You had no issues dating that trash, Mok Youngrock." Her smile instantly vanishes. "That was only because you forced me into it," she snaps. "Fair point. I clearly suck at judging people," Nathan admits. His face darkens at the mention of Mok Youngrock. That monster tried to kill Christine just to cover up his crimes. He even murdered his own siblings for power. Nathan mutters, squeezing his fist tight. Marrying that psychopath would have been an utter disaster. Christine quietly agrees. "Exactly," he sighs. "You never really know a person until it is way too late." Nathan turns toward the altar, trying to hold back the intense rage boiling up inside him. But Black Scythe is different. He saved Christine's life without ever asking for a single thing in return. He fights corrupt players, openly waging war against evil. If there is a true hero left in this world, Nathan knows it is him. Nathan speaks slowly, reminding her that she went to Korea 2 months ago to find him, yet returned empty-handed. Yet now, you are casually talking to him. Christine nods. Nathan grins, telling her this is highly promising. He tells her to make a move. Honestly, seeing her dad play matchmaker like this is pretty hilarious. Opportunities do not come every day. When she protests, Nathan teases, asking if she does not like him. Well, if not him, there is always that prophet. Christine yells out, making Nathan laugh and say he is just kidding. When asked why Black Scythe called, Christine explains everything about the Death Church and his plans to get help in America. Expecting her priest father to reject the idea, she watches him closely. But surprisingly, Nathan just nods calmly. He admits that helping him promote the church is fine. Even if it is another religion? Christine asks. Only because it is Black Scythe, he replies. If it were anyone else, it is a hard no. You know slang? He explains he is trying to learn youth lingo. But Christine sighs, saying nobody uses that phrase. She does not notice it, but Nathan is trying. After nearly losing her, he refuses to keep any distance. He wants a connection. Since they might not have much time left, he will not waste it. Meanwhile, Captain Sayo Tayo announces they will soon be landing at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. After 14 long hours of travel, Ryu Min finally steps onto American soil with the Death Church delegation. An officer blocks his path, ordering him to remove his mask. Meanwhile, his companions pass through without any issues. Ryu Min lifts his mask slightly, asking if this is enough. The officer stares at his face for a second, then nods. After passing inspection, Ryu Min rejoins his group to head out. Right outside, a familiar face is waving at them excitedly. Calling out to Black Scythe, Christine's face completely lights up with relief. Standing beside her, Jeffrey, who is now Yamte's underling, nods quietly. "You are right on time," she smiles. "I promised," Ryu Min replies, but looking at the massive crowd traveling right behind him, she sighs. "I honestly thought you would be alone." Ryu Min admitted he didn't have the confidence to promote this on his own. Disappointment flickered in Christine Craig's eyes, but she quickly chimed in she knew the perfect place to gather players. He told her there was a slight change of plans. She immediately asked what happened. Ryu Min had urgent business to handle and asked her to lead the group. Her clear frustration showed as she gave a simple okay. CO Aaron asked where he was going. Ryu Min simply replied that he had something urgent to handle. Behind his mask, Ryu Min smiled he had to wipe out those Messiah bastards. Telling Yamti they would return soon, they prepared to move. Seeing this, Coin muttered under his breath. Coin asked why Yamti was coming, and Ryu Min replied she was needed. Christine Craig watched them leave alongside Seo Aaron and Min Juri. Yamti shivered, wondering why everyone was judging her, before rushing after Ryu Min. The heavy tension in the air was undeniable. Meanwhile, a quiet storm was brewing in America. Jiang Shu spoke up, his voice wavering quite a bit as the words left his mouth. He thanked them for letting him join the Messiah, but confessed he still had a major question. Standing at the designated rendezvous, the freezing wind brushed his neck while his eyes scanned the entirely empty surroundings. This isolated spot deep in American territory felt completely off, way too quiet, and far too exposed. A tense crease formed on his brow, and you have to wonder, is the Black Scythe really about to walk straight into this desolate middle-of-nowhere trap? Silence hung in the air for a moment. Yang Chuan stood just ahead with hands in his coat, looking relaxed, but his eyes remained deadly sharp. Turning around slowly, the corner of his lips pulled up into something that wasn't quite a warm smile. He calmly muttered that the monster would come. After a short pause, he added whether it's with good intentions or bad. Jiang Shu's heart skipped a beat, asking what bad intentions meant. Yang Chuiwen's gaze hardened as he muttered most likely bad. The heavy silence that followed felt far worse than open gunfire. Jiang Shu swallowed hard, his throat tightening visibly. Even though he already knew the grim answer, Jiang Shu wondered if it's bad. Are they coming just to slaughter us? Yang Chuan didn't hesitate for a second. He bluntly confirmed that was exactly why the killer was coming. Jiang Shu's eyes went wide. He added that the monster who slaughtered the 12 apostles isn't about to leave the survivors alone. Dread finally broke through on Jiang Shu's face as he stuttered, then shouldn't we pull back and run right now? This plan is suicide. Yang Chuan turned around. His cold eyes weren't filled with anger, but with something far worse, disappointment. He muttered, Jiang Shu, since when does our syndicate fear death? Hearing this, Jiang Shu froze up entirely. Stammering in a panic, he shook his head and claimed he wasn't afraid. He just worried that bleeding out here would be completely meaningless. Yang Chuiwen let out a cold, sharp chuckle. Meaningless? Stepping closer, he lowered his voice to ask whoever said this was meaningless. Jiang Shu froze. Yang Chuiwen asked if he had already forgotten the plan. The second the Black Scythe sets foot on this ground, their mission is half finished. Tapping his temple, he muttered that they weren't running, laying a deadly trap. Today was their golden opportunity to finally crush his skull. Jiang Shu hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding in agreement. Yang Chuan clapped him on the shoulder with a reassuring, heavy thud. He told him to stop overthinking. His only job was to stand strong alongside them and draw the target's attention. Turning his head slightly, he muttered that Dark Soul would handle the dirty work. Jiang Shu let out a shaky sigh and nodded. Yang Chuiwen reached his hand out toward the Spaniard standing right next to him, demanding the radio. The Spaniard immediately handed it over. Static hissed loudly through the speaker. Turning it on and tapping the plastic side, Yang Chuiwen called out for a quick sound check. He asked if he heard. A cocky voice instantly replied loud and clear. Yang Chuiwen scowled, asking if he had them in sight. The sniper laughed perfectly, joking about his backside before saying he wasn't interested. Clicking his tongue, Yang Chuiwen ordered him to cut the garbage and focus, because there wouldn't be a second shot. Dark Soul laughed it off lazily, telling him to relax since he never missed a stationary target. Yang Chuan's voice instantly dropped low. He promised they would keep him still, warning him to take the shot carefully. The sniper scoffed before the radio went dead quiet. Lowering the radio slowly, Yang Chuan's jaw clenched. He muttered in Chinese, why are their lives in the hands of a Japanese sniper? It completely pissed him off. The Spaniard asked what he just muttered, but he dismissed it. The clock is ticking, only 10 minutes left on the watch. Will the monster actually show up? Despite acting completely confident in front of his crew, cold doubt sliced through his mind. He knew that if he were the Black Scythe, he wouldn't walk blindly into an obvious setup. But the Black Scythe wasn't normal. He was arrogant and had always been completely untouchable. Yang Chuiwen's eyes narrowed to slits. A monster like that never leaves any loose ends. Turning back to his waiting comrades, Yang Chuan spoke with grim gravity. Listen up. When he finally shows himself, do not panic. The three men nod. Yang Chuan adds, do not look away for even a second, because the moment you do, his focus shifts. Clenching his fists, The Spaniard asks if their job is to keep him focused so Dark Soul can line up the shot. Yang Qiwen nods. Exactly. You go first, offer to surrender, and pretend you actually want to join him. Jiang Shu blinks and asks what if that is not enough. Yang Qiwen smiles coldly, then you kneel. Those words hit pretty hard. Yang Qiwen turns back to his comrades with a deadly serious look on his face. Listen carefully. When he shows up, do not panic. The three men nod. He warns them not to look away even for a second. If you avert your eyes, his focus will shift. The Spaniard clenches his fists. So you want us to keep him distracted so Dark Soul can line up his shot? Yang Qiwen nods. Exactly. You will be the first to speak, offer to surrender, and pretend you want to join him. Jiang Shu blinks. What if that is not enough? Yang Qiwen smiles coldly, then we kneel. Those words hit hard. Yang Qiwen adds that all three of them will do it if it makes the monster lower his guard. Heavy silence. They nod in agreement. Yang Qiwen quietly tells them to get ready. Looking each man in the eye, he warns them today might be their last. Jiang Shu swallows. His palms slick with sweat. The air grows heavy. Impossibly tense, ready to shatter. Then, footsteps echo right behind them. All three men whip their heads around. Out of the distance, a terrifying figure finally emerges. A tall silhouette, a pale white mask reflecting the dim light. And resting casually on his shoulder, the legendary Black Scythe is finally here. Look at this guy. High on a rooftop, Dark Soul grins, remembering how being a sniper was the ultimate rush for him. This is it. His calling. He loved gaming, loved the rush, and loved having complete control. One pull of the trigger meant another life erased. But reality was harsh at 26. He was completely jobless, living with his parents, gaming all day. That was Dark Soul. To the world, he was just trash, an embarrassment to his family, and a total failure to society. He bitterly wondered why everyone looked down on games. Aren't they better than drinking or smoking? Still, everyone had something to say about his life. Even if he was not hurting anyone, it is his life. So why do they get to decide? His philosophy was incredibly simple. You only live once, so enjoy it. They called him lazy, but he just asked what point there is in working to death. He would never catch up to the rich anyway. But then, the world collapsed, suddenly making everyone completely equal. Billions of people were suddenly fighting and struggling, only to realize they were all living on borrowed time. Dark Soul survived not because he was special, but because he was lucky, and luck never lasts forever. Gripping his rifle tight, he tells himself, if he misses today, he is done, before smirking and whispering, like I would miss. Japan's #1 ranked player. He had already cracked hundreds of skulls. Sniping in this new reality is easy. No wind, no distance math, no bullet drop. None of that matters. He simply pulls the rifle from his inventory. His sniper rune activates. Perfect aim. Lying prone triples his accuracy point and shoot. That is all it takes. No wind, no error. Combine that with massive penetration and a sure shot that guarantees a direct hit. A single bullet is enough to kill anyone. Even Black Scythe. Finger resting on the trigger, Dark Soul whispers with gleaming eyes, one shot is all it takes. He lies motionless behind the rifle, cheek pressed against the cold metal. His breathing is slow. Way too slow. It is the deep calm of a man who knows someone is about to die. Suddenly, the radio hisses. No words, no warning, just static. Dark Soul's lips curl into a thin, predatory smile that is the signal. A silent transmission means only one thing: Black Scythe has finally stepped right into the kill zone. So you finally showed up, he whispers, adjusting his scope to find a lone figure walking down the street, completely unbothered by danger. Wearing a white mask and carrying a scythe so massive it looks meant for harvesting souls instead of flesh. Dark Soul's finger tightens. That is definitely him, he notes. Zero doubt remains. He has never seen the guy in person, but fear has a shape, and this is it, every terrifying rumor incarnate. He stands right there, wrapped in white and shadow. Dark Soul swallows as a cold drop of sweat rolls down his temple. Tracking the figure carefully, his crosshairs stay glued to the masthead. They are in perfect range. High-tier buffs surge through him, sharpening his focus until the world feels like a game stripped of any mercy. Once he stops, he dies. Black Scythe takes another step, and then he freezes. Oh man. Here it comes, the trigger pulls, and the bullet screams forward. Black Scythe's head completely detonates into a bloody mess. The body folds lifelessly to the ground like a broken doll. For a second, Dark Soul forgets to breathe. I killed him, he whispers, feeling a surge of pure euphoria. He did it. He actually killed the legendary Black Scythe. A manic grin rips across his face as he zooms back in. The corpse lies completely still as dark, thick blood pools underneath. Right beside the body, the scythe sits discarded. Down below, the apostles watch and smile. Dark Soul feels drunk on triumph, like a god who just defeated a demon. But then the silence stretches on too long, and his smile twitches. Where is the system message? He should be district leader now, but nothing appears. No notifications, no system response. A cold chill creeps right up his spine as he wonders, have the rules changed, or is something wrong? Still, he laughs softly, saying that Korean bastard. All that power and all that fear, just gone. But his laughter dies instantly when a voice speaks from right behind him. I found you. Low, close, and terrifyingly certain. Watch his heart stop as he turns around and his entire world collapses. The black scythe stands right there, completely alive and holding his weapon. Dark Soul stumbles backward in pure horror. Impossible. I saw your head blow off. But the black scythe just answers calmly, you only saw what I allowed you to see. Right then, insane chaos erupts over the radio. Dark Soul. The body just vanished. It disappeared. We saw the blood. It just vanished. Answer us. Answer us. But Dark Soul cannot speak because that dead body is breathing right behind him. The black scythe tells him, if you want to live, drop the gun. Dark Soul's fingers tremble violently as he obeys. The black scythe continues softly, that little toy you rely on only kills things that can die. Dark Soul feels incredibly small, like helpless prey. He asks, what are you going to do to me? Ryumin replies, let me introduce you to reality. They walk, with Dark Soul leading as his legs barely move. He tells himself this guy is not human at all. He never was, but maybe they can still fight. They reach the alley, finding Yang Chiwen, Jiang Shu, the Spaniard, and a woman. She bows, saying, you have arrived, master. Then she adds, all hail the black scythe. Instantly, every single member of Messiah drops to their knees. Dark Soul's mind completely shatters. His hands shake as he screams, traitors. The black scythe says, they sold their souls, and you will too. Dark Soul spits back, never break my body, but you will never own my mind. The black scythe raises a hand and commands dominate. The word hits like a curse, and Dark Soul's thoughts collapse instantly. Memories unravel. Resistance dissolves. His eyes go empty as he mutters flatly, I exist to serve. But the black scythe corrects him. No, you exist because I allow it. Dark Soul bows down low, broken, and silent. Ryumin watches him for a moment. Then, he smiles. And right there, Messiah dies. Without a single scream. Long before that bullet tears through his clone and shatters it on the pavement, Ryumin is already watching, using his skill rather than his eyes. A quiet ripple of perception spreads outward from him, sweeping the entire area like some predator's senses, searching for any hidden prey. Out of all the apostles, only one presence is missing. Dark Soul, the sole guy who did not show up at their meeting spot. Ryumin's lips curve into a faint smile beneath his mask. As expected, a trap. His tracking skill locks onto the signal almost instantly. 1 kilometer away. High ground. Perfect sight lines. Up there, Dark Soul lies prone, completely convinced he is the hunter. Seriously, did he really think a basic sniper rifle could stop Ryumin? He truly has not learned a thing. Ryumin already reduced their numbers from 12 to 4, totally crushing their entire organization. He crushed their confidence again and again, yet somehow, they still think they stand a chance. Pure wishful thinking. Ryumin thinks coldly. These fools never truly understand until death is breathing right down their necks. If overwhelming strength is not enough, then other methods will work. Slavery, mind control, and complete, total obedience. His gaze drifts briefly toward Yami. He figures he would rather challenge them to a duel, but prideful idiots never accept, and it is just too much effort. Yami, on the other hand, is extremely convenient. All she really needs is a quick second of direct eye contact. Once their eyes meet, resistance becomes totally meaningless. That is why he brought her. Ryumin says calmly, Yami, go subdue them. She hesitates, muttering Master Black Scythe. Her nervous eyes shift uneasily toward Yang Chiwen. Then she looks at the Spaniard and the others kneeling nearby, whispering carefully, there is not enough space left to dominate all of them. Ryumin stops walking and asks, who are you controlling right now? Yami replies, the chief of police, the Player Haven chairman, and Jeffrey. 3. Her maximum is 5, meaning only 2 slots remain. Ryumin nods slowly, already calculating. He tells her release the chief of police, since the president is on our side now, making him obsolete. Yami's eyes widen, but she nods. Ryu-min continues, drop the player Haven chairman too. Since we have already absorbed all his people into our church, he serves no purpose now. Money is irrelevant and their influence is secured. If they need planes, they will just ask the president. Having power has a way of simplifying everything, Yami remarks. Understood. What about Jeffrey? Ryu-min replies after a brief pause, keep him. Setting him free is easy enough, but being careful costs nothing. Yami bows as the influence fades, shattering the invisible chains. 4 empty slots open again, even with the catch that he can never control the same target twice. It is his best move. Seconds later, Dark Soul drops to his knees. He says to kneel. Their eyes go dull, pride completely gone. 4 apostles bow low before Ryu-min. Once enemies, now mere tools, they speak up. We greet our new master. Ryu-min sighs softly and tells them to rise. He asks what people would think if they saw them like this. They obey instantly. Though technically bound to Yami, the authority flows through Ryu-min. To them, his word is law. Yami hesitates, quietly asking what he plans to do with them. Her eyes linger on the apostles, wondering why he does not just kill them. There is a nervous edge to her voice. Maybe it is fear, or perhaps jealousy. Ryu-min notices and smiles, saying that killing them is pointless, nothing to gain. He turns away, hands resting calmly behind his back. He says he will use them while they are useful, then discard them. Alive, they are assets. Dead, they are just empty numbers. He actually needs as many players alive as possible until round 15. Unless killing offers a real benefit, why rush it? Ryu-min says their work here is done. Disperse. He has no further orders, and do not call him master in public. They understand. The 4 apostles bow low, retreating into the city like shadows with no will left. Ryu-min turns to Yami and tells her to move out. Suddenly, his phone vibrates. Pausing, Ryu-min checks an email. His eyes narrow. So it begins. Ryu-min turned to Yamti and told her it was time to move. But as he stepped forward, his phone vibrated. An email. His gaze instantly sharpened. He muttered that it was finally finished. The sender was none other than Guak Minwoo, the Director of National Intelligence. The email was incredibly brief. It simply asked him to enter the secret code provided earlier to access the secure document. Wishing him luck, Ryu-min closed his eyes briefly as the 12-digit passcode instantly surfaced in his memory. The page unlocked, showing Mexico and Brazil nations entirely cut off from the world. Rogue players ruled like tyrants while civilians were silenced. Trade halted, flights vanished, and news completely died. Only whispers and frantic audio recordings remained. Ryu-min scanned the report. Once was enough, his path was clear. Yamti asked if he read the report, and Ryu-min nodded. When she asked where he was going, he replied Mexico. Yamti hesitated, offering to come along, but Ryu-min shut her down. Suddenly, his back rippled with a violent snap. Massive black wings erupted outward, slicing the air like blades as gasps echoed. Ryu-min calmly told her he was going alone. He ordered her to keep expanding the church and explain his absence to the others. Yamti softly agreed. Understood. Please be careful, she muttered. Ryu-min just chuckled. There was nothing in Mexico that could worry him. With a powerful beat of his wings, he launched skyward, soaring higher and higher until he was just a black dot against the clouds. Yamti watched him disappear before turning away. Somewhere far across the world, another nation was about to learn the true meaning of fear. But over in Mexico, a vicious player named Gustavo had been harboring a dark, murderous ambition for a very long time. He swore that one day, he would slaughter every single boss and take the entire cartel for himself. Even when his superiors beat him half to death, slamming their heavy boots directly into his ribs and cracking their fists against his face, Gustavo never made a sound. He endured the agony because ambition lasts forever. With blood dripping from his lips, he would just stare at the dirt and visualize his future. A future where he ruled from the top, drowned in luxury, and forced everyone to kneel before him. So, he obeyed every single order. Looting, arson, kidnapping, and murder, he did it all. Yet he stayed at the bottom until the world broke a year ago. Please spare me, a civilian begged before his voice cut off abruptly. Gustavo slid his blade cleanly into the man's heart, twisting it slowly, not out of anger, but out of pure entitlement. His reason for the execution was hilariously simple. How dare a mere civilian look him directly in the eyes? As Mexico's top player, he refused to let insects look at him. Watching the body collapse, Gustavo clicked his tongue. Annoyed at the blood on his clothes, he stepped back in disgust and lazily ordered a slave to clean up the mess. Ever since the catastrophic system began, Gustavo hid his deadly nature like a coiled snake, waiting, betraying, and surviving. When the perfect moment arrived, he struck. Leaping up the ranks, Gustavo eventually reached level 60. That level alone shattered the old hierarchy. He brutally slaughtered the superiors who used to beat him and burned them alive. He built a ruthless new cartel of players, only no weaklings allowed. But that was just the beginning. Next on his list was the entire government. The military tried to resist, but normal bullets meant nothing to high-level players. Armor and strategy? Completely useless. Think about it, how do you stop an army that walks through gunfire with a smile? Standing proudly atop a literal mountain of corpses, Gustavo declared to the world that Mexico finally belonged to them. His chilling voice echoed through the shattered ruins of the palace. He bragged about decapitating the president and wiping out his family. With a cruel smirk, he told the terrified civilians that hope was dead. A month passed, and the nation never recovered. Gustavo ordered his forces to seize all media outlets. They confiscated phones, cut the internet, and killed the broadcasts. Total silence spread like a plague because isolation meant power. Fear thrived in the dark. And then came the ultimate decree that sealed the nation's fate. Smirking, Gustavo announced that all civilians were now slaves. They would crawl on command, and defying a player meant instant death. To him, this was just the natural order. The weak existed to be crushed, and his dream kingdom required breaking the masses first. But then, Gustavo froze, his eyes locked on a television screen showing a masked figure with scrolling subtitles. The message warned any players drunk on power to stop oppressing the innocent immediately. If they refused, he would personally come to deliver justice. Gustavo erupted into mocking laughter. Justice? Give him a break. He spat on the floor, mocking him as a clown preaching morality. His cruel laughter echoed through the chamber. He sneered that even if the famous Black Scythe knew everything, it changed nothing. Getting into Mexico was impossible with the entire military under his heel. Any unknown vehicle gets shot down on sight. No flights, no boats, zero diplomacy. The country is sealed shut. Mexico is now a cage, its people helpless hostages. Gustavo mutters, calling him an arrogant bastard. Clenching his fist, he gets furious that someone is acting like a god and vows to mobilize his army against Korea. He wants to show him what happens when you challenge a king. After all, nobody is left to oppose him. The cartel, the military, the players, they all answer to him. Gustavo smiles, knowing this land is his alone. Not even the Black Scythe can step foot inside his kingdom. Then comes a soft, highly controlled knock at the door. A voice announces that Mr. Donga Donga has arrived. Gustavo rises slowly, dismissively waving his hand, asking if it is already that time. He orders a reception, 20 beautiful slaves. The assistant nods silently. The assistant turns away with silent hatred burning in his eyes. Another man enters. Donga Donga greets Mr. Gustavo smoothly. Gustavo welcomes him, hoping the trip was pleasant. Donga Donga replies that private jets make the world feel pretty small. Donga Donga glances at the screen, his tone darkening as he points out the Black Scythe speech, asking what Gustavo thinks. Garbage? Gustavo snaps. Not worth his time. Donga Donga wonders if the threatening message was actually meant for them. Gustavo shrugs off the threat, asking what difference it makes. Donga Donga asks if he has a concrete plan. He will get blown out of the sky before he gets close. Donga Donga nods, saying there is nothing to worry about. Exactly. Gustavo laughs, leaning back. We stay here, drink, and enjoy the slaves. Look at this, things get incredibly dark as a group of captive women enters. Just recently, they were free with happy families. Now, they are widows with no husbands or children. Gustavo proudly presents these carefully chosen women in their early 30s. They look so young they could pass for being in their 20s, making them perfect for Donga Donga's personal enjoyment. Donga Donga smiles. He always knew they were on the exact same page. Gustavo are on the same wavelength. Even without me saying a word, you know exactly what I want. With bloodshot eyes gleaming, Donga Donga gets up and walks over to one of the women who caught his eye. Obedient as well-trained dogs, Donga Donga notes. Gustavo sneers, asking who could possibly stand against their kind of power. When their families are slaughtered right in front of them, they fall in line. Donga Donga laughs, loving how good this feels. Controlling other humans is the ultimate rush. Gustavo asks how these ordinary citizens could ever be considered their equals. They are just unchosen, ordinary citizens. Only players are the truly chosen ones, a superior breed of humans. Gustavo suggests that Brazil should quickly adopt a similar slave system, questioning if normal citizens and players should ever be treated equally. Donga is highly impressed by this, agreeing that Gustavo makes a fantastic point. He took over his country but never thought of enslaving them, promising to round up everyone the moment he returns. Thrilled by the cruel idea, Donga pulls one of the women over and forces her to sit right beside him. Gustavo asks if they should finally get down to business, and they begin drinking together while plotting out their dark future plans. He notes that despite controlling the entire media, news of their coup will eventually leak. You cannot keep secrets forever. Donga slowly nods in agreement. They definitely need to prepare for the fallout. Gustavo suggests a strong alliance to counter any incoming foreign invasions. A powerful union of rogue states with no central government would be incredibly tough to take down. Donga calls Gustavo a genius, loving both the cruel slave system and the defensive alliance idea. There is nothing more reassuring than mutual support in dangerous times. Gustavo shares a secret rumor about movements in India and China to set up their own independent nations. In India and China, Donga asks. Gustavo confirms they plan to establish lawless states ruled purely by force. Gustavo claims to know some of the key players involved, leaving Donga thoroughly impressed by this high-level intel. They are likely hesitating because of the Black Scythe's warning, questioning if they should still build their rogue nations. Reaching out to them first with a helping hand would be a brilliant way to pull them into their alliance. Donga laughs heartily, calling the proposal a truly brilliant strategy. That warning from the Black Scythe is actually uniting them. Then, downing his drink, Donga gets a pretty wild idea. He asks if there is another way, prompting Gustavo to look at him and ask what he means. Do they truly need to fight the Black Scythe when recruiting him to their side would be much better? Gustavo sneered, pointing out that this guy openly mocked everyone online. Do you really think someone like that would ever cooperate? Donga casually suggested it wouldn't hurt to try. But Gustavo suddenly stood up, knocking over the terrified girl who was pouring their drinks. He screams out, "The bastard preaches justice after slaughtering KF. He even declared war on us, so he's definitely not the type to listen to reason." Once their little meeting ended, Donga pinned the helpless girl to the floor. The girl desperately begs for mercy, but he tells her to hush and stay still, warning that struggling will only cause more pain. Donga begins undressing. He wants to assault his helpless victim, but get this right then, the door suddenly shatters, forcing everyone to turn around. Donga is annoyed by the interruption, but his face quickly turns to pure shock. Gustavo froze. They both instantly recognize the figure standing in front of them, the Black Scythe. Huge thanks to everyone supporting the channel financially also. Remember to subscribe and drop a like. Before anyone could even react, the door exploded inward, sending splintered wood and a violent shockwave ripping through the room. Everyone froze. Donga spun around, completely furious. What the hell, but the words died right in his throat. Emerging from the dust, a single figure. Tall, silent, completely still. A pale white mask caught the dim light, with a massive black scythe resting on his shoulder. Instantly, the room turned ice cold. Gustavo's smug expression completely cracked. He whispered under his breath, "The Black Scythe." It was that exact same terrifying presence from the screens. "Impossible," Gustavo stammered, his voice straining. "How did you?" But before he could finish, Donga suddenly vanished from thin air. 1 second, he was standing right next to Gustavo. The next, his heavy body slammed hard into the wall with a deafening crash. He saw zero movement and felt not a single hint of warning. Talk about a terrifying entrance. It is like reality itself skipped a beat, taking down Brazil's second-ranked elite instantly. 10. His breath hitching slowly, Gustavo forced his head around. The Black Scythe was not even looking in his direction. Instead, he was kneeling down, gently helping the trembling woman stand up. Ryuman asked softly, "Are you hurt?" She shook her head in silence. "I am okay," she whispered. The contrast was mind-blowing. Monstrous power, used merely to comfort a terrified civilian. Gustavo ground his teeth as pure rage surged inside him. "Turning your back on me, you arrogant bastard," he snarled out. He reached for his weapon but suddenly froze. Nothing responded. His arms felt bizarrely light, way too light. Terrifying dread crawled up his spine as he looked down, his breath escaping in a broken gasp. "Oh no!" He screamed. His hands were gone. No pain registered yet, only total disbelief. When and how did this happen? He desperately wondered, his mind spinning completely out of control. A calm voice answered his panic. "You do not need to face someone to strike them." Gustavo flinched. The Black Scythe's dark shadow stretched unnaturally across the room. From the darkness, black blades rose soundlessly into the air. No warning, just impact. A crushing force shattered his legs. Gustavo crashed hard to his knees as his pride shattered completely. And finally, the black scythe slowly turned around to face him. Looking at the terrified women, he spoke calmly, "Everyone please leave. I need a private chat with him." They did not hesitate. Survival instinct took over, and they dashed for the exit. Humiliation burned hotter than physical pain as Gustavo snarled in rage. "Stop. If you run, I will hunt you down and remember every face," he threatened. The women faltered, frozen in place. Then the black scythe stepped right between them and Gustavo. "You do not need to look back. Go home," he said evenly. "He will not survive today." Gustavo laughed bitterly. "You really think you are safe? My men are everywhere. The second you step outside, they will end you." But Ryumin replied calmly, "They won't." "What?" Gustavo stammered out. "They are all dead." Heavy silence crashed down. Gustavo's eyes widened in disbelief. "How? That is impossible." The black scythe mused. "There were 129 of them. Is that count correct?" That silence was answer enough. "How?" he stammered. "Without anyone noticing?" The black scythe just stared. "Go," he repeated. The women did not need another word and fled. Only 3 remained with Donga Donga slumped unconscious against the wall. Gustavo knelt ruined on the ground while the black scythe stood tall. Forcing a twisted, bloody smile, Gustavo spat. "You will get nothing from me. I won't talk, and neither will Donga Donga." He suddenly choked. The black scythe moved in one clean motion. Donga Donga went limp. Gustavo stared. "You just killed him? No questions?" The black scythe tilted his masked head slightly. "Nope." Gustavo's voice began to tremble. "Are you reading my mind?" Ryu Min replied simply yes. That blunt confirmation completely shattered whatever remained of his fading composure. "How is that even possible?" The black scythe cut him off. "It doesn't matter. Why would someone about to die need an explanation?" Gustavo choked. "Then why let the women escape?" Gustavo gasped. Suddenly, the scythe pierced his chest, leaving him clutching for air in silent shock. The black scythe leaned in, whispering quietly, "Because it would be highly inconvenient if they watched me end your life." Gustavo's body collapsed limp. Within moments, literally nothing remained. No blood, no corpse, and the black scythe removed his mask. His features shifted unnaturally. Gustavo stood there once more, completely unharmed. He smiled coldly at his reflection in the dark monitor, murmuring, "Now let us begin." Instantly, his voice echoed on televisions worldwide. "Effective immediately, I, Gustavo, formally declare the end of my dictatorship, surrendering unconditionally to the legendary black scythe." Days of darkness. Suddenly, every screen flickered to life. People froze inside cramped apartments, crowded shelters, and ruined homes, staring at their screens as if the broadcast might vanish if they blinked. The man on the screen bows his head and declares that the slave system is officially over. "Every single ban on communication, trade, and movement is gone right now, and I am vanishing from the public eye forever. Call it penance for my unforgivable sins." Then, silence. A heavy, suffocating quiet falls over everyone. Someone mutters in shock, "Is this for real?" That is definitely Gustavo, but it has to be a trick. Monsters like him do not just change. Fear runs way deeper than hope here. For months, Mexico lived under his reign of fire. Believing a tyrant would just walk away feels completely crazy. It is just too good to be true. But then, the impossible happens. TV broadcasts stay on. Phones buzz. The internet is finally working. Broken families, torn apart in the dark of night, are suddenly coming back together. Kids hug parents they thought were gone. Wives sob as their husbands step through the front door. And the biggest clue of all, the players are completely gone. Those brutal enforcers? Gone. The symbols of fear vanish from the streets, like they were wiped out overnight. People keep asking, did it really end? Where did they go? Nobody knows, but they all know who did this. One name echoes worldwide. The Black Scythe. Headlines explode as he frees 6 different nations in less than a single week. Mexico, Brazil, India, China, all free. Restored by a silent hero who asks for nothing in return. President Yun, we are not standing by while tyrants rule by force. Suddenly, screens are flooded with massive headlines. Social media explodes. He actually pulled it off. A real hero lives in our world. Do not just give him a medal. Make him a symbol. As a Korean living abroad, people look at us completely differently now. Thank you. Weren't people mocking him just days ago? It is funny how the trolls vanished overnight. I am truly proud. Praise totally drowns out the doubt. Everyone is asking the same thing. How did he force their surrender? Did he threaten them? Players do not fear guns, so what could scare them? Honestly, they deserved worse. Recording their surrender was pure genius. Proof matters. He saved lives and history itself. Hero, that is the word the world chooses. Ryu stands alone, scrolling through an endless wave of reactions. Alerts, praise, and intense debates keep buzzing in his hand. He chuckles quietly. Then, slips the screen back into his pocket. A hero, huh? There is no real pride in his smirk, but he doesn't deny it either. He softly admits it isn't a bad feeling. Only a week ago, they called him an arrogant, self-righteous lunatic trying to play judge. Now he is their salvation, he murmurs, looking at the dark horizon. Everyone thinks it was hard, but honestly, it was pretty simple. When someone steals power by force, you only reclaim it one way. Take it back with even greater force. No negotiating. No pleading. He just eliminated the ringleaders, then their partners, and finally the stubborn ones. But he didn't leave warning bodies behind. He left confessions. To Ryu, taking their lives was the easy part. Making the world accept the truth was the real challenge. Wearing the assassin's mask, he literally became them. He steals their faces, voices, and authority to record the surrender. Talk about tearing an empire down from the inside. He scoffs softly. Getting information was actually the easiest part. Thoughts speak way louder than screams ever could. Gustavo alone gave up entire networks, names, and future rebellions brewing across continents. China, India, Brazil, he saw them all. One by one, those tyrants fall. One by one, their confession videos drop. One by one, entire nations breathe again. In 1 week, nearly 400 player criminals and tyrants became necessary sacrifices. The countries needing immediate saving are rescued. But Ryu's eyes narrow. He is far from done, and he already warned the president. If a single bad report surfaces, if even one nation cries out for help, he will move immediately. He doesn't do it for fame, praise, or conventional justice, but simply to keep the future from rotting away. He knows if he doesn't act, the world becomes a playground for monsters. If another nation falls to darkness, the Black Scythe rises. Ryu hasn't just declared his war on player crime. He proved it with real action, completely bloodless yet totally crushing. As his name spreads and the title Black Scythe echoes across global borders, criminals start hiding on their own. Like turtles sensing danger, they pull back, hoping staying invisible saves them. Ryu finds this totally predictable. Fear works much faster than mercy, but fear alone is never enough for those who refuse to listen. Sometimes, the stick is necessary. Normal laws do not apply to players who have crossed far beyond human limits. Courts, prisons, and safety rules are just dusty relics from a world that no longer exists. Among players, there is only one real rule: power, and the strongest decides everything. That is the heavy role Ryu chose for himself. Ryumin planned calmly. Crime was handled. Now, it was a test of raw endurance. Every single round ruthlessly culled half the players. No exceptions. No matter how righteous you tried to be, sacrifice was inevitable. That meant he needed people he could trust. Completely. Slowly, his gaze shifted forward. A massive, orderly line of players stretched out before him, filled with people from every corner of the globe. Americans stood next to Canadians, Argentinians alongside Spaniards, while British accents blended with French whispers. They all gathered for one reason: the Death Church. Word of their rescue missions over the past week had spread faster than any news broadcast. Survivors shared stories, and witnesses whispered legends, and players who still valued teamwork over brutal dominance followed those rumors straight here. Ryumin noted that he couldn't just accept anyone. Skill was important, but trust mattered more for the final rounds party. A party of 5 standing shoulder to shoulder, facing a boss that wouldn't forgive any hesitation. One traitor meant total annihilation. Instant death. That was the heavy burden on Ryumin. Hey everyone. Thank you so much for the financial support. And please hit that like and subscribe button. Ryumin made it clear not everyone gets in. Skill is important, but trust is what really matters for this final party. They need 5 reliable players standing together against a boss that won't hesitate to wipe them out. A single traitor means instant death. Hearing his name called, Ryumin rose just as Christine approached with a respectful smile. Right next to her stood a middle-aged man carrying a very calm, gentle expression. Christine introduces him as her father, Nathan Craig, the clergyman in charge, prompting Ryumin to give a polite, respectful bow. He introduces himself as Black Scythe and thanks him for letting them use the Grand Hall. Nathan smiles warmly, admitting it's an honor to finally meet him since his daughter talks about him so much. before they share a firm handshake. Anyone watching would think this was their first meeting, but Ryu-min remembers him perfectly. He quietly reminds himself they met back when he wore his prophet persona, though his tone softens behind his current mask. He expresses gratitude for hosting the recruitment in a sacred space, noting that some folks might find it a bit controversial. Nathan chuckles, replying that faith is about guidance over labels, and scriptures urge them to follow whoever leads people to safety. After all, you've saved countless lives, Black Scythe. Pausing to study the young man, the priest adds that Ryu-min looks like a divine instrument sent to restore balance, but Ryu-min answers calmly. Calling him divine is too generous, but Nathan insists he has real strength, control, and humility. The older man laughs, joking that if things were different, he would gladly recruit Ryu-min into his own congregation. Standing nearby, Christine quietly lets out a breath of relief, having worried these two strong personalities would clash. Her father is notoriously strict and principled, while Black Scythe commands the room, yet they are getting along incredibly well. Ryu-min seems much gentler today, and her father is surprisingly flexible. Then Nathan casually asks if Ryu-min is married, making Christine freeze before Ryu-min says no, lighting up the father's eyes. He even tries to set them up since Christine is single too, and seeing her turn this red is completely priceless. She snaps at her dad, who awkwardly clears his throat and promises to leave them to their important work. He beats a hasty retreat, leaving his completely mortified daughter behind to quickly apologize for the embarrassment. She blames it on his weird sense of American humor, but when Ryu-min says he doesn't mind, she feels strangely disappointed. Trying to brush it off, she quickly adds that of course a busy leader like him wouldn't care. She mutters about him probably already having a partner, but Ryu-min immediately addresses the misunderstanding, asking if she thinks he and Yami are together. She sheepishly asks if they aren't, but he explains Yami is only with him because her skills are useful. Confirming there is no romance makes her chest feel lighter, as Ryu-min tells her not to assume anything. She happily nods, a bright smile returning as Ryu-min finally turns back toward the Grand Chapel Hall. With that settled, the recruitment interviews begin as eager applicants step forward one by one. Ryu-min kicks things off by asking why they want to join, and the first candidate says they strongly believe in his mission. When asked about any past criminal history, the candidate insists he has always survived honestly. Ryu-min demands an oath never to leak church secrets, and as the man ready to swear, the leader listens to much more than just words. He is reading thoughts, detecting zero deception, only a bit of fear and genuine respect. Welcoming them in, emotional thank yous fill the room, and by sunset, the roster of accepted players has grown massively. Seeing 20, then 300, then 400 recruits, Ryu-min knows sharing key knowledge will save their lives. With the recruitment over, Ryu-min heads back to Korea, ending his trip before enjoying 3 brief weeks of uneasy peace. And just like that, the 14th round begins. Peace is officially over, guys. Right at midnight on February 1st, a massive, grassy field stretches out before him, a sight he hasn't seen in a very long time. Lately, he has been spawning in depressing, grayscale areas, making this vibrant greenery feel incredibly fresh. First, he decides to inspect the unique reward he chose during the previous round, pulling up his skill window to check this exclusive perk. It is a temporary invincibility buff, making him immune to all incoming attacks. The effect lasts for a full 60 seconds, but the catch is it can only be activated once. A full minute of total protection is massive, though the real danger is finding the perfect moment to trigger it. Because of that strict single-use limit, he has to be incredibly careful, but our main character already knows exactly when and against whom he is unleashing it. Ryu-min figured he could lock in the sub-quest and grab the Rune of Devouring, barring any crazy surprises. And by surprises, he meant the angels. Ryu-min had already put down 4 of the 7 legendary archangels by now. Even without any proof, those heavenly angels were definitely gnashing their teeth, desperate for cold payback. They're definitely sending another elite archangel to take him down. Any guesses on who it is? Only the top 3 remained. Would they deploy the second, the third, or maybe all of them at once? This stage was bound to get incredibly dangerous. No matter how overpowered Ryu-min was, taking on 3 elite archangels at once was no guarantee. If push came to shove, he would gladly abandon the sub-quest and activate his invincibility skill instead. Naturally, that was a final failsafe for when things got truly life-threatening. Having fought them multiple times before, he was extremely confident. Crossing his arms, he waited as more players began materializing all over the platform. Around 4,000 players gathered. It looked like a massive crowd, But in reality, this was everyone left alive on the entire planet. After this upcoming round, barely half of them would still be breathing. By the next stage, that surviving group would be cut down yet again. It was a brutal reality, but Ryu Min couldn't stop the bleeding unless he somehow became the game's creator. Suddenly, a cheerful angel fluttered into view. She welcomed the human players to the 14th round. Once everyone settled in, she noted that 4,997 survivors cleared the previous trial. Only 4,608 remain. The angel acted shocked at losing 389 lives, but the veteran players barely flinched. The real-world news had already spoiled the secret. Ryu Min knew they all realized he was the one who had cleared the board. Everyone knew the legendary Black Scythe had executed the criminal players. Well, everyone except this clueless angel. She mocked them, asking if they foolishly slaughtered one another just to steal loot, calling them incredibly stupid. Fewer survivors meant the game would automatically shrink the final winning slots. The angel kept laughing at them, but Ryu Min felt absolutely zero regret. Leaving those killers alive would have caused far worse destruction. Without his intervention to save collapsing nations, the entire world would have quickly plunged into a total nightmare of despair. Those violent criminal players would have grown bolder, terrorizing innocent people everywhere. It was a massive relief to flush those scumbags out early. Leaving them to rot would have ruined the entire system. Sure, he could have tracked down their usernames and executed them in the staging area instead. By doing that, the global survival rate wouldn't have taken such a hit, but he wouldn't be getting this ultimate hero treatment either. Still, his public warnings weren't just some desperate cry for attention. He needed to elevate the terrifying reputation of the Black Scythe, making an absolute example out of anyone who crossed the line. That way, in the 15th round, everyone would fall right into line. Look at how the other players are staring at him right now. A mix of complete awe and pure terror. Can you even blame them? When regular civilians treated the Black Scythe like a literal savior, the active players were naturally twice as terrified of him. They should be terrified. One cold stare from Ryu Min was enough to freeze them in their tracks or force them to look away. A few guilty players even tried to back away slowly. The angel just dismissed it all with a wave of her hand. Your high body count is your own funeral, not mine. Let's get right into the rules for the 14th round. Flapping her wings, a system notification flashed on screen. Round 14 required surviving 10 intense waves of vicious monsters. Area C, A001. Someone whispered, "Did she say monster waves?" Most veterans stayed pretty calm since they had already dealt with similar situations. Some asked if this was just another survival test like the third round, figuring they only had to hold out. Back in round 3, they had to guard a fragile relic through 5 waves. This test actually seemed way easier. Surviving 10 waves sounded simple, but Ryu Min knew better than to lower his guard. There was always a catch. These creatures loved hiding the real dangers just to laugh at human despair. Smiling warmly, she called the round incredibly basic. Just get through 10 waves of beasts, and you're good. Easy, right? Yet, absolutely nobody fell for her fake smile. Every single player knew exactly how often these angels loved backstabbing humans. Monsters would spawn every 30 minutes, scaling with the player count. They would start off weak, but the difficulty would ramp up fast over time. A player yelled out, asking what would happen if they couldn't clear a wave within 30 minutes. The angel grins with a wicked smirk. It is simple. Once 30 minutes pass, the next wave spawns. Living or dead, it does not matter. The players react with instant dread. One player realizes they must clear each wave within 30 minutes, or the monsters will just keep piling up. The angel nods that is correct. Fail to clear them quickly, and the next wave will easily overwhelm you. Who knows? This entire area might end up overflowing with monsters. Speed is the main key. She smirks, noting some foolish humans might think they can survive just by running away. For those cowards, she prepared a special surprise. Looking around, everyone notices a massive translucent dome sealing the entire area. The angel mockingly laughs, explaining they blocked every single escape route with this barrier. Just think of this as a brutal gladiatorial arena. Running away is definitely not an option here. One player mutters that they must survive 10 waves together, making them one big party. The angel snaps her fingers in agreement. She agrees for this entire round. Everyone belongs to the exact same party. Experience points and gold will be distributed based on the number of players. Then she adds that the final rewards will be calculated after all waves end, based entirely on individual contribution. A player asks how the rankings will be decided. The angel answers that rankings also depend heavily on contribution. Your contribution points get tallied, and only the highest scores survive. Which means things are about to get incredibly brutal. Players must kill as many beasts as they can to rack up points. Ryumin realizes this setup heavily favors overpowered players like him. For Ryumin, who can slaughter dozens of beasts with a few swings of his scythe, stacking up contribution points is incredibly easy. In fact, securing the #1 spot in this round is basically guaranteed for him. But Ryumin knows he cannot just hog all the points. He has to leave some for the other players. If he wanted to, he could easily wipe out thousands of monsters all by himself. Doing that would steal all the available points, leaving his companions to die. And he is determined not to let that happen. At the very least, he needs to make sure his Death Church members get their fair share. Fortunately, Ryu Min already explained the exact nature of this round and the wave strategies to his followers. He even handed out his spare gear so they would not struggle. Suddenly, the angel announces the quest is about to start. Telling them to get ready, Ryu Min just shrugs lazily. What is there to prepare? They can start right now. He tilts his head, completely unbothered. But little does he know, the angel has some very different plans. The angel suddenly announces, "Hey guys, thanks for supporting the channel, and do not forget to like and subscribe." Ryumin lazily thinks about the quest beginning shortly. What is there to prepare anyway? They could start right now. He tilts his head, brushing it off. He has no idea the angel has completely different plans in mind. But wait, look at this. He also completely misses the hostile glare of another player staring at Ryu Min with pure envy. When do people feel life is truly unfair? Is it watching the rich blow through cash like water? Or seeing some guy get promoted fast just because he knows the boss? Or is it when they are forced to bow down to violence? A lot of situations fit, but it all boils down to one simple truth: when you are totally powerless. So Food Show thinks bitterly, it is because I do not have power that I get trampled, whether by money, authority, or violence. So Food Show had already experienced getting crushed by the president of Player Haven. He angrily thinks that bastard deserves to be ripped apart, kicked out over one simple mistake. He used to run major events as a key executive there, but that is ancient history now. Now, So Food Show is completely blacklisted and blocked from the site, all over a single comment from 9 months ago. Back then, someone had asked why the Black Scythe went quiet after replying. Another replied that maybe it was never the real Black Scythe, while someone else scoffed, calling him an imposter and saying it made sense. Another voice chimed in, asking why someone as famous as the Black Scythe would ever want to join a cheap site like this. Someone immediately challenged him, asking if So Food Show had just insulted the site, demanding to know what he meant by that. What is wrong with our platform? The president had asked before coldly declaring So Food Show fired and blacklisted on the spot. He is kicked out of his executive role and told to adapt to the new era. After getting ruthlessly thrown out, So Food Show survived all alone, grinding his teeth as he plotted revenge against that president. He thinks bitterly, I want to kill that bastard for abandoning me, but he does not even know his real name or face. There is no way to track down a president who is not even a player. He is just a normal civilian, which So Food Show does not know, leaving him to seethe bitterly. If he only knew his name, he could hire a private investigator, and he had already reached out to several detective agencies. Every lead just wasted his hard-earned money, and he has almost given up the search, but the burning anger inside him remains. He blames the Black Scythe, thinking it is all because of that bastard that he got kicked out. Deep down, he knows it was his own fault, but So Food Show desperately needs someone to blame. He needs a target for his explosive rage, and the Black Scythe fits perfectly. He silently curses, wishing the bastard would just die. Calling him a trash hero, he keeps cursing him behind his back, always keeping it quiet because deep down, he knows the terrifying truth. He bitterly admits that the Black Scythe is a terrifying existence way beyond his league. Unfair. Unjust. He clenches his fists, cursing this trash world with everything he has. He wishes the entire world would burn to ash, directing his hate outward while never once holding himself accountable for his own actions. But even through all this hatred, he still wants to survive, because plotting revenge demands that he stays alive. He vows to survive and reach the 20th round, wishing for an absolute power nobody can ever defy. His eyes turn pitch black as he envisions making the president, the Black Scythe, and all of them bow. He imagines them begging for mercy while he wears a sly grin. Suddenly, as So Food Show stares, the Black Scythe moves, making him quickly look away. Panicking, he wonders how on earth that guy can move so fast. He almost has a mini heart attack. Regaining his composure, he notes that based on the details, the Black Scythe will probably rank first again. Such a garbage system. But since rankings depend on monster kills, the final outcome is already painfully obvious. He quietly resolves to just focus on doing his absolute best to secure a spot above the cutoff. Just as he gears up to hunt, watch this, a sudden twist catches him completely off guard. A soft voice suddenly echoes directly inside his head, calling his name. He freezes, wondering who the hell this familiar voice belongs to. The voice speaks again, telling him to look up at the sky instead of searching around him. Looking up, he catches one of the guiding angels staring right at him, pointing and confirming it is indeed him. Startled, he asks if she is speaking to him. The angel snaps back, warning him not to make it so obvious and to just shut up and listen. Shaken by her intense tone, So Food Show instantly shuts his mouth, his mind spinning with pure confusion. He had no clue why the angel was acting so strange. She whispered that they needed to talk, warning him to follow quietly without letting anyone notice. She nodded to him, then slowly floated off, leaving him quite uneasy. Suso had no choice but to follow her, still trying to make sense of everything. A faint ripple of confusion trembled through Suso's mind as he reached out mentally. He kept calling out to the angel, but his thoughts only echoed back in empty silence. Still, no response came from the angel, and a flicker of unease crept into his chest. Can she not hear me? He wondered. A cold realization settled and it seemed she could only send thoughts, not receive them. A thread of suspicion coiled deeper in his mind. What business could she actually have with him? With hesitant, uncertain steps, Suso stopped walking and turned around, only then realizing just how far they had actually traveled. The people down on the vast grasslands now looked no bigger than tiny, crawling ants. A strange excitement mixed with nervous anticipation bloomed across his face, wondering what she planned to do with him, bringing him this far, hidden from everyone. Oh, you already know what he's thinking. A greedy smile slowly creeps across Suso's lips. Could she be trying to give him a hidden reward? Hope surged wildly inside him. Maybe, just maybe, his relentless hard work was finally recognized. Perhaps the angels had secretly summoned him here to reward him personally. These wild fantasies kept growing inside him like wildfire, right until the angel slowly descended from the sky. With a cold indifference hidden behind her divine composure, the angel asked what he was grinning about. Forcing a casual tone to mask his excitement, Suso replied that it was nothing, asking what she wanted with him. With detached authority, the angel answered that it wasn't her who had business with him, but the archangel. A jolt of shock ran through Suso's body, the word archangel ringing with an overwhelming superiority. The angel declared that the archangel wished to meet him, telling him to consider it an honor. Uncontrollable joy exploded inside. Suso knew it, he just knew it was a hidden reward. His body trembling with excitement. He wanted to jump and scream in celebration, but he desperately suppressed his joy in front of the angel. Still, the corners of his lips betrayed him by rising. Watching closely, the angel spoke again with a hint of mockery. Asking why he kept smiling, Suso tried to stay composed while barely containing his excitement, replying it was nothing. He admitted he was just happy to meet the archangel, to which she responded with faint amusement in her voice. Calling him more perceptive than she thought, she asked if they should go, and Suso eagerly agreed. Extending her hand with quiet authority, she told him to hold it for 10 seconds to transport them to the celestial realm. Slightly off guard but thrilled, Suso reached out and grabbed the angel's soft hand for the very first time. It felt incredibly soft, warm like spring sunlight, making his heart flutter uncontrollably. Thinking he was falling for her, his thoughts suddenly shattered. And boom, here's the twist. It's not some celestial realm that stuns him, but a horrifying crimson warning burning across his eyes. The warning states he left the round in progress and must return to the area within 1 hour or be disqualified. With under an hour left, panic surged as he screamed out in utter shock. He demanded to know what this disqualification was, mentioning the strange message. His voice froze as his eyes locked onto her face. The angel, once so warm and spring-like, now wore a twisted, malicious grin. With cruel amusement dripping from her voice, she sneered at how easily he followed her command. A tremor of disbelief shook Suso's voice as he stammered. Spitting with raw contempt, she snapped at the disgusting vermin not to look at her, her entire demeanor completely flipping. Everything had changed. Now that they were here, she had no reason to pretend anymore. The angel muttered to the empty air that she had brought him. Reality crashed down on Suso like a collapsing mountain. His face twisted with fury and betrayal as he accused her of tricking him. Realizing this was never about a reward, the angel mocked him, asking if he was insane. She sneered that she never actually promised a reward, so she hadn't technically lied since the archangel really did want him. Deep confusion and dread gripped Suso's voice. As he stammered, a blinding divine light suddenly exploded before his eyes. Once his vision cleared, another angel stood there, sporting wings that radiated sovereign authority. His presence was overwhelmingly divine, his beauty almost suffocating as the other angel bowed in deep reverence. The lowly angel bows before the mighty being. With calm dominance, the archangel speaks, "Rise, Milan." Stunned and utterly starstruck, Milan gasps out, "You actually know my name? I am truly honored." Watching the once arrogant angel act like a trembling maiden, Suso feels a painful stab of self-awareness. It was a perfect mirror of how he behaved just moments ago. The archangel orders, "You may return to the round now. Linger too long, and you might arouse suspicion." Milan obeys instantly, replying with a quick "Understood. An honor to meet you. I will be off." Then, Milan vanishes. Now, only Suso and the archangel stand upon the endless clouds. Watch this. Heavy majesty crushes the air as the archangel introduces himself. "I am one of the 7 archangels. Or perhaps, now, one of the 3. As the second-ranking member of the 3, my name is Hariel. And your nickname must be Suso Food Show, correct?" Now, only Soso and the archangel stood alone above the endless sea of clouds. With overwhelming majesty crushing the heavy air, the archangel introduced himself, explaining that he was one of the 7, or perhaps now just 3. He introduced himself as Hariel, the second-ranking archangel, and asked if his guest was the player's Soso Food Show. Suffocated by the intense pressure, Soso could only stammer out a weak yes. Hariel radiated a terrifying divine aura, unlike anything Soso had ever faced. The angel continued with quite cold certainty. He reminded Soso that in just 1 hour, his player qualifications would be revoked for entering the celestial realm. Soso froze in speechless horror. With calculated calmness, Hariel added that there was no escape. Only angels had the power to travel between these realms. Desperate, Soso begged the angel, asking why he was doing this, and pleading to be sent back home. Masking his manipulation with eerie gentleness, Hariel asked if losing his player qualifications might actually be a good thing. No more survival games to worry about. Soso froze in pure shock. Was this really his way out? Hariel continued his pitch. Sure, Soso would lose his power, but wouldn't being an ordinary human be much safer? Better than risking death every single second? Trembling uncertainty crept into Soso's eyes. Yes, that was true. His confidence and ambition completely crumbled. Soso secretly wished he could just go back to normal. Revenge, power, dreams, none of it mattered now. He just wanted to survive. Clinging to a fragile hope, Soso asked if waiting there for 1 hour would make him normal again. With controlled authority, Hariel confirmed it, but added that he wouldn't let him wait. He would return him to Earth right now, unless Soso rejected his proposal. Confusion tightened Soso's face. A proposal? Hariel nodded. He asked if Soso knew Black Scythe. That name struck like lightning, flooding Soso's gaze with pure ice. Of course he knew. With quiet dominance, Hariel pressed further, pointing out Soso's grudge against the man. Silence screamed louder than words, but Hariel already knew the truth from his own investigation. Soso wanted revenge, and that was exactly why he had been summoned. Clashing with fear and resolve, he asked what he needed to do. Surprised by his quick understanding, Hariel smirked, noting Soso wasn't as foolish as he looked. Before explaining, with a subtle wave of divine power, Hariel summoned a strange object into the air. A worn, ancient book appeared with a glowing purple gem. This is where it gets crazy. Extending it with commanding intent, Hariel ordered Soso to take it. The young man hesitated before accepting. The second his fingers brushed the cover, a freezing sensation crawled up his arm. Leaning closer to the gem, Soso muttered, "Did something just move inside?" For a split second, he swore a shadow writhed deep inside the crystal. He blinked. It was gone. Frowning, Soso asked what this strange book was. Hariel tilted his head slightly, calling it a warp device. His golden eyes dimmed as he explained that if Soso placed it on a player and spoke the magic words, it would forcibly drag them straight to the celestial realm. Soso stiffened in shock. To the celestial realm? Hariel nodded slowly. Stepping closer, his shadow stretching unnaturally along the floor. Hariel gave the order, "Attach it to Black Scythe. Speak the words, and bring him to us." The angel's voice turned freezing cold as he finished the command. "That will disqualify him as a player." Soso swallowed hard, whispering a quiet "Oh." Hariel's lips curved into a faint smile. Soso didn't want Black Scythe reaching the 20th round and getting his wish, did he? Soso clenched his jaw, saying no. Silence hung heavy before Soso narrowed his eyes. Why did they want him in the celestial realm? For a second, Hariel's face darkened. Folding his hands, the angel slowly spoke. Black Scythe committed a grave crime that completely disrupted their divine order. Gaze sharpening, Hariel declared he must be punished. So hesitated before asking what kind of punishment. Hariel's eyes gleamed faintly, answering that So didn't need to know. With a thin smile, he promised a punishment so painful he would beg for death, and man, that sent a real chill down Soso's spine. Hariel raised his chin slightly, reassuring So that his revenge was taken care of. He concluded calmly that So only had to send the target up. Staring down at the book, So carefully asked if doing this would truly free him from the survival game too. Hariel answered immediately, of course. Extending his hand slightly, the angel promised that once Black Scythe was dealt with, So's player status would be revoked. His tone softened deceptively, promising So a normal life. So closed his eyes for a quiet moment, imagining that sweet, peaceful future. Then So opened his eyes, declaring he will do it. Hariel's expression turned stone cold as he instructed. The activation phrase is Legrassi Bedum. Memorize it. So nodded and confirmed he had, before shifting uneasily to add that there was one problem. Hariel narrowed his eyes and asked him what was concerning him. So scratched his neck, explaining that Black Scythe will sense him before he even gets close. Exhaling slowly, he added that if he gets detected, everything fails. Hariel's eyebrow twitched, but controlling his irritation, he muttered that the target will be far too occupied during the round itself. He paused, suggesting to act during the 10th wave. So lifted his head. Repeating the 10th wave? Hariel nodded, explaining that chaos will peak then, and nobody at all will notice him. So's lips slowly curved as he admitted that might work. Moments later, the world shifted, sending him right back onto the grasslands. He looked around, whispering that he was back. His hands trembled slightly as he quickly pulled open his inventory screen. The book was there, real proof. Scanning the corrupted description, he whispered in shock, "Is this God level?" A slow grin spread across So's face as realization struck him, chuckling that they are in the same party. His eyes gleamed darkly. He cannot kill me, So thought, his smile widening into something sinister. All he needs is to get close. He quietly blended into the crowd, keeping a totally calm expression on the outside. But inside him, everything had shifted. High above, unseen, Hariel watched with folded arms, whispering, "Bring him to me." And for the very first time, his voice carried dark hunger instead of cold holiness. Elsewhere, the angel's laughter echoed faintly above the plains before yelling down, "Have you been waiting long? If you are ready, let's begin the game." System alert. Wave 1. 4,608 players versus 9,216 skeletons. The next wave starts in 30 minutes, causing an instant murmur to ripple through the players. One guy snorts, "Skeletons?" Another crosses his arms, scoffing that this must be easy since it is only the first wave. Even with 10,000 enemies appearing across the plains, nobody out here looks afraid. A tall warrior laughs, declaring that tripling the numbers won't matter, while another smirks that 5 times the amount still wouldn't be an issue. To these players, the skeletons are just mice, and they are the hungry cats. Nobody here is below master rank. But Ryu Min isn't smiling. Standing still in his windswept black cloak, he silently notes that this is far from the end. Right on cue, another system notification flashes. Watch this. The system throws a 30-minute balance rule at them. The second the text settles, smiles instantly vanish. A player yells in utter disbelief, while another grips his weapon, screaming damage reduced by 70%. One mage throws his hands up, asking if they are insane, while others complain that nobody warned them. The math is simple. An enemy that should die in one hit now takes 3. Skeletons once brittle as twigs now feel like carved diamond. Panic ripples through the crowd, but Ryu Min remains totally calm. Behind him, the Death Church members stand completely silent. Ryu Min narrows his eyes, realizing this is exactly what those angels wanted. Those angels are probably up there laughing, loving the panic. But watch Ryu Min, he just smiles. Even if physical damage got cut by 99%, they are still one-shots for me. Suddenly, the ground shakes as thousands of skeletons crawl up, glowing eye sockets scanning the field. The players hesitate, but only for a brief second. A warrior raises his blade, screaming not to freeze, before a massive battle cry echoes across the plains. They rush forward in a flood of steel and magic, skills instantly exploding all across the chaotic battlefield. A swordsman yells not to hold back since friendly fire is off, but reality sets in incredibly fast. One fighter smashes a skeleton twice, cursing that it should be dead, while another growls that this is ridiculous. Melee fighters struggle, forced to swing repeatedly, but in the back, A mage grins and prepares a fireball, telling everyone to watch the heat though they do not even need to. Explosions erupt. Magic explosions swallow whole hordes of monsters, since the damage reduction only applies to physical attacks. Magic still tears them to shreds. Ryu-Min steps forward, lifting his weapon as the legendary Thanatos Scythe hums with dark power. With one massive swing, a black arc of energy tears across the battlefield like the hand of death itself. 20 skeletons instantly turn to dust, leaving a nearby player gasping in utter shock. Another stares wide-eyed as they all disappear. Ryu-Min doesn't stop, erasing dozens with every single swing. 10 swings kill hundreds. 100 swings kill thousands. Behind him, someone mutters, "Is that damage reduction even working?" Another player pants that his damage is absurd, as the whole battlefield shifts, not from fear, but his pure, crushing dominance. The system updates, showing 0 hours, 24 minutes, and 20 seconds until the next wave. With 97 monsters left, a player blinks, whispering that it has only been 5 minutes. Crack. The final skeleton shatters. No monsters left on the field, and 0 players dead. Unbelievable, right? While they wait for the next wave, the planes fall silent. A warrior scratches his head, asking how many they killed. Someone just sighs and answers 5. Another groans that they only got 3, while a third glances at Ryu-Min, saying Black Scythe took down half of them alone. Someone mutters bitterly, wishing he had left some for the rest of them. My bad for the late upload. Guys, I was under the weather. Truly appreciate your support, especially everyone keeping the channel going financially. The planes fell dead silent. One warrior scratched his head, asking, "So how many did you manage to kill?" One guy sighed and muttered 5. Another groaned that he only got 3. Then a third glanced at Ryu-Min, saying half of them were taken down by Black Scythe alone. Someone grumbled bitterly he could have left at least a few for the rest of us. But Ryu-Min completely ignored the chatter. He kept walking calmly until he spotted Min-Juri and Seo-Rin, stopping right in front of them with a simple "There you are." Seo-Rin bowed slightly, looking at him with pure admiration. Black Scythe Nim, you were completely incredible. Min-Juri offered a nervous smile, adding that he wiped them out so easily. Ryu-Min just shrugged it off, replying that it was really nothing. Then he held his arm out slightly, asking for buffs. Min-Juri straightened up instantly, saying she should have come over to help him much sooner. She quickly cast them, and glowing light enveloped him as she applied 3 major enhancement spells. Ryu-Min closed his eyes for a moment, silently thinking just in case. His mind flashed back to the previous timeline, when an archangel descended. He refused to be caught off guard again. 25 minutes later, Wave 2 begins with over 4,000 players fighting 9,000 gargoyles. To balance the match, they're throwing in a special rule for 30 minutes, and you know this is bad news. As the special rule for Wave 2 pops up, gargoyles appear. One warrior smirks, claiming these things are even weaker than skeletons. But Ryu-Min remains completely silent as he reads the new rule: double movement speed. His gaze sharpens, realizing speed changes everything. A rogue nearby laughs confidently, bragging that faster targets will just end up dying faster. Ryu-Min's eyes turn ice cold as he murmurs under his breath. People always say the best defense is a devastating offense, but in reality, the ultimate defense is far simpler: pure evasion. If an attack never connects, then no matter how deadly it is, it means nothing at all. Speed isn't just about running, speed means striking first. Speed gives you the power to decide who lives and who dies. Underestimating a double-speed opponent isn't just a mistake, it is a death sentence. Staring out at the battlefield under the pitch-black sky, Ryu-Min coldly analyzes the situation. Even the mages will struggle here, since those buffed gargoyles can easily dodge their spells. If long-range spells can't connect, then close combat fighters have 0 chance. Honestly, trying to fight flying beasts was never a fair game anyway. Of course, none of this applies to Ryu-Min. With cold indifference in his eyes, Ryu-Min raises his heavy scythe and swings, his black steel slicing right through the air. Dozens of gargoyles are shredded in an instant. Their screams are brief, and their deaths are even faster. Panicking, the surviving gargoyles instinctively fly higher, trying desperately to escape his range. But it doesn't matter. Staring up at them with chilling finality, Ryu-Min triggers his skill-wide area release. Watch this: lightning erupts across the sky like divine wrath, instantly erasing every gargoyle within 30 meters. Completely deleted. No bodies left behind, no ashes, just nothingness. Staring at the empty sky, Ryu-Min smiles to himself, thinking the lightning rune makes things so simple. But deadly lightning isn't his only toy. Pure darkness begins pooling around his feet like a living, breathing shadow. Blades formed from pure darkness shoot forward, flying through the air like silent executioners. Every dark dagger stabs straight through a gargoyle's head. There is no hesitation, no mercy, and zero escape. Just 5 minutes later, the sky is clear. The entire flying swarm has been wiped out, leaving only dead silence on the battlefield. The other players stare blankly at the empty sky, totally dumbfounded. One guy finally breaks the silence, rubbing his neck as he asks, "Hey, how many did you manage to get?" Another player lets out a strained laugh before admitting the truth, 0. A third player sighs heavily and murmurs, "Good to know it wasn't just me." Someone else stares at Ryu Min in utter disbelief, asking honestly, "Do we even need to be standing here?" Another fighter leans against his blade and groans at this rate. "We're just going to stand around with our thumbs up for 25 minutes. Once again, Ryu Min hogged almost every single kill. Sure, having the black scythe around made clearing these waves ridiculously easy, but that creates a major problem: contribution points. Without them, they face total erasure. Looking at the game's system window popping up, Ryu Min thinks to himself, "I practically soloed both waves by myself." By this point, his massive contribution score has already locked down first place. Loosening his grip on his scythe, Ryu Min plans his next move. He decides to ease up for now, saving the grand finale for the 10th wave. While scanning the area, a few familiar faces catch his eye. We have Minjuri, Seorin, Christine, Jeffrey, Yamti, and Ju Seong Tak. There is also Aged Man No Gay, Aom Jun Sok, Jo Yong Ho, and others. Even the fresh recruits of the Death Church are here. Everyone gathered right before the second wave died down, answering Ryu Min's call. With a calm, commanding vibe that drew every eye, Ryu Min addressed the crowd. Just as promised, everyone made it. Since we are in a party, fighting together will boost our survival odds. All eyes locked onto him. Ryu Min continued with freezing honesty. "I cleared out most beasts in the first 2 rounds like I warned you." Then his tone grew slightly cold as he told them that from wave 3, he would not interfere. He paused for a quick second before adding that he is not cruel enough to steal all their achievements. The Death Church members nodded, already knowing the plan. With quiet finality, Ryu Min wrapped up, "I will only step in if a real threat appears." Then he delivered the brutal truth without any emotion. "From this point on, survival is entirely in your hands." With raw determination burning in their voices, the members answered back together, "Yes." Leaving their voices behind, Ryu Min stepped away. Plenty of rounds remained, but he was not worried. They were strong and highly experienced. Right then, a familiar voice called out to Black Scythe. Turning his head slightly, Ryu Min spotted 3 figures walking up. Recognizing them instantly, he spoke: "Victor, Russell, and Sophia." Victor the alchemist, Russell the blacksmith, and Victor's younger sister Sophia. Curious, Ryu Min asked what brought them over. Smiling before answering, Victor said he brought some new potions, making Ryu Min raise an eyebrow. Potions? Victor opened his inventory and pulled out several glass bottles. "These are master-grade potions, way stronger than before. Each one boosts stats by 16 points. Ryu Min nodded and called it good. "They will be pretty useful." Victor laughed modestly, saying it was nothing compared to the favor. Meanwhile, Sophia quietly stared at Ryu Min. Pure admiration filled her eyes, since he had saved her brother. Studying Ryu Min carefully, Russell suddenly spoke. Did he change weapons? Then he asked respectfully if he could apply a quick buff. Ryu Min simply told him to go ahead, and Russell enhanced his weapon with ease, just to help them out. That was all. Watching them, Ryu Min reflected silently on how many people gathered around him now. His mind drifted to the past, to the endless regressions where he fought alone. No allies, no companions, just endless battles. Comparing then and now, Ryu Min quietly realized how much things had changed. A small, faint smile. Then, Victor spoke up again. "Well, we have given you everything, so we will head out." Before they could leave, Ryu Min stopped them. "Wait." They turned. Then Ryu Min asked calmly why they did not join the Death Church. Victor blinked in surprise, repeating the name, as Ryu Min called for "Hey, okay Kyungrok." Immediately, the man ran over to say "Yes, sir." Ryu Min gestured toward the 3, explaining they had helped him before. Explain the Death Church to them. If they are interested, guide them through joining. "Hey, okay," Kyungrok nodded with complete confidence. "Understood. Follow me." After hearing the explanation, the 3 of them quickly agreed. Considering their deep trust in Ryu Min, the result was obvious. Watching them leave, Ryu Min realized all his acquaintances were now in the Death Church, which meant one thing. He could protect them. Through every single wave, monsters kept pouring in: trolls, blood orcs, golems, minotaurs, and finally, powerful high orcs. Each wave grew far stronger than the last. Yet no one got hurt because you know who was standing right behind them. The Black Scythe. The high orc boss from the fifth wave collapsed helplessly under the coordinated assault of these experienced players. Even such a massive beast fell easily. As the system announced the next stage, excitement began to spread. One player shouted in excitement that they finally reached the 10th wave, while another nervously asked what monster would appear now. Someone looked toward Ryu Min and asked if Black Scythe knew what was coming. Ryu Min answered calmly, telling them the only advice he could give was not to interfere. Having delivered the warning, Ryu Min prepared himself. It was time to finish the side quest. But get ready, because this 10th round was going to be completely different, even for him. That is why he chose the invincibility skill, not because the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, but because he knew things could quickly get dangerous, and when they did, he would handle everything by himself. Scanning the battlefield, another dark thought crossed his mind. Where was the Archangel? They had not appeared once. Even while fighting, Ryu Min remained highly vigilant, observing and waiting, but there was completely no sign of them. A freezing suspicion formed deep in his mind. They were not the type to retreat quietly. What were they planning? Maybe they were just waiting, preparing, and watching. Either way, he could not lower his guard, especially not before this final wave. As Ryu Min continued observing the battlefield, his eyes suddenly locked onto someone. A man quickly turned his gaze away, sharpening Ryu Min's suspicion. What is that guy doing? Then recognition hits. Wait, his eyes narrow, remembering that specific nickname, the Sosa Mukbang food show. As Ryu Min scanned the chaotic battlefield, his eyes locked onto a specific target who instantly looked away. Suspicion flared across Ryu Min's face. What is that guy up to? Then realization hit. Wait. His gaze sharpened. A nickname suddenly flashed in his mind. Sosa Mukbang, the food show guy. In his past lives, Ryu Min had to gather every detail on the Player Haven executives to take them down. Not a single piece of info was too minor. Nicknames, habits, speech patterns, behavior, appearance, career, and personality, runes, and literally anything that could be weaponized. Ryu Min compiled everything and weaponized it ruthlessly. Even his dominant spot inside Lost Yark right now was built entirely on that pile of past intel. For a master regressor, recalling a Player Haven executive's handle was a breeze. His eyes narrowed slightly as that old name resurfaced. So, Mukbang. The name echoed coldly in his head. Ryu Min muttered that he was definitely one of the 8-Blade Saver executives. In those future rounds, this guy had completely vanished after being kicked out of the group. But back in the early stages, he was a key leader of Player Haven. A trace of surprise briefly crossed Ryu Min's face. To think this guy actually survived up to this round. Whether he had real skills or just got lucky didn't matter. Something else mattered a whole lot more. Something highly suspicious. This guy was actively avoiding eye contact. Ryu Min's face darkened. If you know him, you know that means trouble is brewing. Time to investigate. Slipping silently across the battlefield, Ryu Min closed the distance. Then, without touching him, Ryu Min began reading his mind. The target's back was turned, but it made no difference. Just by looking at the rear of his head, Ryu Min tapped into his thoughts. Moments later, Ryu Min's eyes went wide. This guy, he whispered, real surprise splashing across his face for once. He's moving under direct orders from an archangel? Ryu Min never expected a powerful archangel to pull the strings of a low-rank player instead of showing up in person. But that wasn't even the biggest shocker. The actual execution method sent a sudden, icy shiver straight down his spine. So, if a player gets warped to the celestial realm, their system qualifications can actually be stripped away. This was brand new information to Ryu Min. He had never been pulled into that divine territory across his many regressions. Plus, until this current timeline, those archangels had never actively tried to assassinate him. A cold realization began to solidify. If I get teleported there, even I can't escape, he realized. He'd be stuck, forced to wait while his player status is slowly erased. Ryu Min's eyes darkened, murmuring, losing qualifications. The words echoed heavily in his head. What did that mean? Did it mean losing all of his system skills, or just being booted from this death game? After analyzing, he knew the answer. It's definitely the first option, he reasoned. Stripping a player back to a normal human meant losing every single power gain so far. A subtle grin played on his lips. That's a clever trick. No wonder those high and mighty beings avoided getting their hands dirty. Slowly, Ryu Min locked his eyes back onto So Mukbang, his look filled with sharp, quiet vigilance. Just think about how insane this is. One tiny touch from that divine book, and he gets forcibly warped away. That explained his bizarre behavior and why his eyes kept darting back to Ryu Min. He was waiting for the perfect moment. Connecting the dots, Ryu Min realized he was setting up to strike during the chaos of the 10th wave. Whether this former executive harbored some petty grudge against him made no difference at all. None of that mattered. Ryu Min's thoughts grew cold. The bottom line was, he was a target. But now that the trick was out, the threat was manageable. Ryu Min briefly weighed the option of executing him right here. Erasing him would be incredibly simple, he thought. But there was a major catch. They were in the same party, making friendly fire impossible. His only choice was waiting for the round to end, but that was risky. The guy might pull the trigger first. Ryu Min shut down that worry instantly, muttering that it wouldn't happen. A counter-strategy rapidly formed in his mind. Checking the system interface, the clock showed 0 hours, 17 minutes, and 41 seconds left. Plenty of time to make a move. Turning his head slightly, Ryu Min called out in a low voice, "Yamti." Flinching, she spun around with deep respect. "Black Scythe, Nim, do you need something?" she asked. With cool authority, Ryu Min issued his command. "Dominate someone for me," he commanded. Yamti blinked in pure confusion, asking who he meant. Without saying a word, Ryu Min shifted his gaze toward a corner of the field. "Do you see him? His handle is so mukbang." Hearing that specific name, Yamti's eyes went wide like a spooked rabbit. So mukbang. She breathed in complete disbelief. Ryu glances at her, asking if that insignificant guy is still alive and if she knows him. Yamti nods. She explains he used to be an executive with her in Player Haven. Without hesitating, Ryu gives his next order. "Dominate him," he says, "and since there is no room left, release Jeffrey." Yamti hesitates, looking pretty awkward. She says it is not possible. Ryu frowns a bit, asking why. Yamti looks embarrassed. She sighs, explaining she already dominated him once before to get information. And once a target is released from domination, you can never dominate them again. That one chance is officially gone. Realizing her mistake, Yamti hangs her head. She apologizes with clear guilt in her voice. But Ryu calmly shakes his head, saying it is fine. He points out that happened before she met him anyway. Since dominating him is out, they need a different plan. Ryu thinks for a second before an idea hits him. He asks if she remembers the 4 slaves dominated earlier. Yamti nods, confirming he means the Messiah members. "Right," Ryu says, before giving her a brand new order to command them immediately. "Tell them to do this." After listening to his exact instructions, Yamti nods, asking if she should suppress him quietly. Ryu answers instantly, "Yes, but do it carefully. If he notices anything, he might try to run." Yamti does not quite get why. So mukbang needs to be locked down. But as his slave, she obeys without question. She nods with firm resolve, promising to carry it out immediately. Meanwhile, cold sweat drips down, so mukbang's spine as panic takes over. He is literally having a near heart attack. Locking eyes with Black Scythe earlier had sent chills right through him. Just a split second was enough to make him shake. Maybe it is the pressure of his heavy mission, or maybe it is just pure survival instinct. He swallows hard, hoping there is no way Ryu figured it out, before sneaking a careful glance in his direction. Luckily, Black Scythe is looking elsewhere. Massive relief floods his chest as he sighs, muttering that it was way too close. He almost ruined everything before it even began. Meanwhile, the system timer keeps ticking down. But here is the catch: we are just 10 minutes away from the 10th wave. Right when the chaos peaks, he plans to strike. His mind races as he tries to keep calm. Just blend in, get close, and touch him with the book. Say the trigger word, and it is over. If this works, Black Scythe gets banished straight to heaven, a place no player can escape. A dark smirk spreads across his face as he prepares to move. He decides to make his move when there are 3 minutes left. But suddenly, several hands grab him. 4 men suddenly latch onto him like parasites. Panicking instantly, So screams for them to let him go. Every limb is completely locked. He cannot even twitch a finger. Heart pounding, he tries to check their names. Yangqi 1, Jiang Sowei, Dark Soul, Spaniard. His mind goes blank. Who on earth are these guys? Pure rage takes over as he struggles, veins popping. "Let me go, you bastards," he roars. But there is zero response. Their empty, blank faces look just like puppets acting under a silent command. He panics, wondering why this is happening now, right when he is about to pull off something huge. Since they are all in the same party, he cannot even attack them. He is totally defenseless. Swallowing hard, he tries to reason with them, desperately asking why they are doing this when they do not even know him. But nothing. The grip only gets tighter, leaving his heavy body feeling completely useless. Look at this. Other players are starting to notice, completely baffled as to why four dudes are grabbing him like that. Another one chuckles, joking if this is supposed to be some weird, dramatic performance. A third guy smirks, whispering that they look pretty close. Laughs echo through the crowd. So's heart drops into his stomach. Desperately, he screams out that it is not like that. He does not even know them. One player rolls his eyes, sarcastically muttering that it looks super convincing, while So screams in pure panic. He screams desperately for the freaks to let him go, but they do not budge even an inch. Cold despair creeps in, forcing him to yell for help, begging anyone to get these strangers off him. A few nearby players hesitate, almost stepping in to help, until one of the Messiah members finally speaks up. His voice is soft and eerily sincere, gently promising to do better. As another member speaks up with a trembling voice, he murmurs emotionally about how close they used to be, while a third begs Mukbang not to leave them. Delivering the final blow, Dark Soul smiles faintly, saying he loves him with some seriously twisted affection, followed by dead silence. Then comes the misunderstanding. The crowd backs away. One just waves him off. He shrugs, saying he gets it and thinks they are a couple. Another turns away, muttering it is not their business. So's eyes shake violently. No. Wait. He leans forward, screaming in desperation that he does not even know them. Begging gets him nowhere. A lazy reply cuts him off, not getting involved in couple drama. Another chuckles. Good luck with that, he jokes. Then they all vanish. Left behind, only So remains. Pinned, trapped. From afar, Ryu watches with freezing cold eyes. A faint smirk curves his lips. Even if Ryu cannot kill So directly, he can ensure the guy never moves again, crushing his mobility. And if anyone tries to help, Ryu will make the scene too terrifying to approach. So slowly lifts his head, glaring. His eyes burn with intense hatred, but his broken body is completely helpless. Ryu's thoughts are freezing cold. That takes care of the rat trying to strike from the shadows. That was his last mistake. His jaw tightens as he resolves to finish So himself once this round ends. He looks up as the countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system flashes. Wave 10. Thousands versus one predator bug. There is no time limit. To clear this, they must kill the predator bug. The players freeze, one blinking in pure disbelief. One shocked player stammers, "Just one enemy?" While another mutters nervously, "Is it a boss?" Still, they try to stay confident. "We have 5,000 players," one yells. "We will crush it." Another quickly agrees. He reassures them that they have the black scythe, but a sudden system alert reveals a hidden special rule. Heavy, unsettling silence fills the arena. Then, a monstrous roar rips through the air as the grotesque giant emerges. Its body is as massive as a house, with a hideous toad-like face and insect armor. Each step shakes the earth, smelling of death. Ryu stares. Calm. Freezing cold. This is no joke. It is a nightmare. Memories flash. I died here once before. Get ready for this. 90% of all damage is reflected. Attack it, and you die. Thousands died like that. Foolishly. But things are different now. Reckless players charge forward. Charge it. One yells confidently. Then, a freezing voice suddenly cuts through the noise. Ryu steps forward, speaking firmly. Everyone stay back. With eyes darker than before, he declares, "I will handle it." Even against that reflection rule, even against death, he has one final advantage. A trump card, something untouchable. Thanks for the support, guys. Do not forget to like and subscribe. Then a freezing voice cuts through the chaos as Ryu steps forward and delivers a firm warning. Everyone, stay back. They freeze instantly. With eyes darker than before, he announces coldly, "I will handle this." Even against a rule of certain death, he holds a secret trump card. The condition for the 14th round subquest is pretty simple. Destroy the devouring parasite within 5 minutes of its appearance, and the reward goes to whoever has the highest contribution. It sounds simple, at least on the surface. Ryu stands still under the dark battlefield sky, looking completely indifferent. But behind those quiet eyes, his mind is razor sharp. He thinks to himself it is not as easy as it sounds. Seeing this condition earlier had surprised even him. How do you kill something that reflects 90% of all damage in under 5 minutes? That is not a challenge. It is a straight death sentence. He looks down, remembering endless mental calculations. Even with 100 high-level players attacking constantly, it might die in 2 minutes. But the damage reflection is the real nightmare. Every single strike means instant death. Ryu's fingers twitch as he thinks the moment anyone attacks, the reflected damage kills them. And hesitating means the 5-minute limit wipes them out anyway. See how impossible this situation is? His eyes grow incredibly sharp as he exhales a soft breath. He finally understands the truth. This subquest was never designed to be cleared. Every strategy, formation, and sacrifice he tried in the past failed miserably. That reflected damage is unavoidable, unblockable, and always lethal. But there is still one loophole. A dark, controlled smile plays on his lips as a quiet thought echoes in his mind. There is only one way: invincibility. With this power, you do not fight the rules, you just ignore them. Ryu steps forward, walking straight toward the monster. In the distance, the devouring parasite stirs, its massive and grotesque body pulsing unnaturally. Its rotting flesh shifts and writhes as it suddenly whips around to face him. Letting out a disturbing growl, the beast flicks its long tongue, thrilled that its prey is walking straight into its trap. Yet Ryu does not stop, hesitate, or even blink. The parasite attacks at a speed requiring over 1,000 agility to evade, but Ryu simply vanishes. He thinks calmly, my agility is close to 300,000. With a single step, he dodges, instantly reappearing right on top of the beast's head. Looking down with cold detachment, he says there is no need to hold back when I am untouchable. Amusement flickers in his mind as he thinks using my full power on this thing would actually be embarrassing. Raising his scythe slowly, he declares deliberately one strike is more than enough. Before striking, he closes his eyes and triggers it. Temporary skill activated. Invincibility. You are immune to all damage for 60 seconds. As his eyes snap open, all risk instantly vanishes. He moves. Ryu calmly whispers moonlight slash. A brilliant arc of light splits the sky, and the parasite explodes. The ground trembles violently as the entire area shakes like a massive earthquake. Players stumble, fighting to stay on their feet. Then comes silence. As dust settles, a single figure stands completely unharmed. The black scythe gleams as system alerts flood the air. He actually pulled it off. Hidden subquest completed. Immediately, a strange, powerful energy surges directly into Ryu's body. A new power etches itself into his soul, the rune of Devour. He closes his eyes and smiles, muttering, finally, I have it. A memory surfaces of another rune and its master, the Black Flame Dragon. But this new power is different. This rune does not consume its stacks, meaning they accumulate endlessly. A power that only grows. Ryu opens his eyes. Around him, players stare in speechless shock. One player mutters, in total disbelief he killed it instantly. Another forces a nervous laugh, wondering if the beast was weak, but a third violently insists it was terrifying. Then, the special rule of 90% damage reflection is revealed. Silence falls as someone gasps in total shock. Another stammers, did he kill it with only 10% of his strength? A third whispers it is impossible, but one question remains. Why is he completely unharmed? Ryu does not answer, nor does he need to. He thinks they would all be dead if I had not stepped in. The 60-second invincibility effect finally ends. Honestly, he only needed a single second. Lowering his gaze, he lets out a cold, merciless smile. His eyes shift toward a helpless, restrained man in the corner named So-So. Ryu's dark gaze locks onto him. He thinks time to return to reality, and time to break him. As he walks over, So-So begins to tremble. He swallowed hard and whispered, what is this? What is happening? Just moments ago, he was furious and humiliated, but he still had hope for total chaos. Waiting for this exact moment, he clenched his teeth and planned to escape as soon as the 10th wave began. But the chaos never came. That parasite was supposed to be his ticket out. He stared blankly as his mind shattered. That monster was supposed to slaughter everyone, but it died in an instant. Muttering in pure despair, he realized everything is over while still pinned down. 4 men held him down firmly, preventing even an inch of movement. His breathing grew shallow, his eyes twitched, and cold panic began to seep in. His mind raced frantically. He had to warp Black Scythe away, because that was his only escape from this survival game. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath. Everything had been absolutely perfect, every single move calculated, yet it all collapsed because of these guys. His frustration burned hot, but the anger died the moment he spotted him. Black Scythe was just standing right there, smiling. But it was a cold, knowing smirk that sent shivers down his spine. So froze. Pupils trembling, a cold chill raced down his spine. Does he know? No, this was definitely not his imagination. That mocking smile proved his plan had already been completely seen through. His thoughts raced wildly. He looked at the men holding him down, realizing they might be acting directly on his orders. Everything connected perfectly: the distance, the timing, the restraint. Black Scythe knew about the plan to force the warp. A hollow, weak laugh escaped. So. He muttered that he was completely screwed as his head dropped. And you know exactly what is next. Black Scythe is coming to finish him and settle the debt. But then, something shifted inside him. Pure anger began to boil, right beneath his paralyzing fear. So growled through clenched teeth, asking if they thought he would just take this. As his hand reached into his inventory, a magical warp tome appeared in his grip, his eyes sharpening as a twisted thought formed: if he could not send Black Scythe, he would send someone else. His pinned left hand trembled violently as he forced the book forward. He shoved it against Yang Chiwen and screamed Lacracy Betanium. But only silence followed, and his confident face cracked. Confusion flooded his face as he screamed the incantation again. Still, nothing happened, and nearby players began to stare. Whispers broke out as one player frowned and wondered what he was saying. Another player tilted his head, remembering how weirdly he was acting earlier, while a third scoffed, asking if he lost his mind mid-fight. Sweat dripped down Soso's face as his breathing grew erratic. He panicked, desperately trying to recall the spell as his mind blurred. He scrambled for the words, terrified as time ran out. His eyes darted toward Black Scythe, who was just watching and waiting. Soso knew his enemy would stop him. But then, a sudden spark of memory clicked, and his eyes widened. Slamming the book hard against Yang Chiwen, he screamed the correct chant with everything he had left. And this time, something answered. A deep violet glow erupted from the book as hungry energy pulsed through the air. A trembling smile crept onto his face, because at least he could send one person away. But then, he froze. Wait, this is bad. A dark, twisted, demonic hand crawls right out of the gym, grabbing Yang Chiwen as he screams. Bones shattered with a sickening crack. His entire body twisted unnaturally as he was dragged inside, making a horrific, non-human sound. Then, dead silence. He was completely gone. So's mind went blank, his body paralyzed with shock as he wondered what that was. That was definitely not a warp. Before he could think, more hands burst out to grab and devour. Dark Soul screamed for them to wait. Jang So-wee cried out to let go, while the Spaniard yelled in horror. One by one, they were dragged down as bones snapped and bodies folded. Finally, it reached him. A rotting hand wrapped around his leg and pulled hard. Soso screamed for help as agonizing pain exploded through him. His bones cracked, his spine bent, and then came total darkness. Gone. Only silence remained as the players stood frozen. One whispered, asking if that really just happened. Another stammered that they were all absorbed, while a third muttered in horror. Suddenly, the book rose, floating and humming in the air. A blood-red magic circle formed beneath it as the gem detached. Slowly and unnaturally, it began to expand like a living, breathing thing. Pointing in terror, a player asked if it was getting bigger. Another stepped back in denial. The gem expanded until it was human-sized, revealing a living shadow moving inside before the surface shattered. As pieces fell away, something stepped out from within while a cold, ancient voice echoed. The entity spoke, remarking that it had been a while and the air here felt pleasant. Giant bat-like wings unfolded as a long tail swayed. A demon was born. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, Michael moved with urgent unease until he found Hariel. Michael asks if it actually worked and if he contacted the player Nemesis chose. Hariel just smiles calmly. Hariel replies that of course everything went exactly to plan, making Michael frown. Did the kid really believe you? He chuckles softly. Completely, he didn't suspect a thing. Michael's face darkens. Michael mutters that if that player used the tome on the Black Scythe, it would be over. Even he wouldn't survive. But Hariel speaks quite calmly. Everything is under control. Michael asks, cautiously, no chance of failure? Hariel just smiles, asking who Michael thinks he is. He explained that the tome requires physical contact, making Michael narrow his eyes. So he would get as close as possible, Michael realizes. Hariel nods, adding that in reality, it works within 10 meters. Silence. Then the grim truth hits us. Anyone in that radius gets sacrificed, even the Black Scythe. Hariel calmly concludes that if everything went right, his soul now belongs to a demon lord. Michael nods slowly, but his face doesn't relax. Hariel nodded, adding that in reality, it only works within 10 meters. Silence fell. Realization hit. Anyone inside that radius is sacrificed, even the Black Scythe, Ryumin. Hiriel calmly concluded his soul now belonged to a demon lord. The air felt wrong, heavy, suffocating, as if something forbidden had just been forced into existence. Even though Michael agreed, his face remained totally tense. Those sharp eyes were filled with real unease. He was not worried about the demon lord. No, Michael only worried about the black scythe, Ryumin. Hiriel tilted his head, studying him with a piercing gaze. Hiriel asked if he was still actually worried. Michael narrowed his eyes, his voice low and controlled. He asked if Hiriel had masked the item's true details. Were the description and activation word passed on correctly? Hiriel simply crossed his arms, looking quite calm and confident. Hiriel smiled, saying of course. Before giving him the tome, he saved a copy of the details window. Hiriel looked at him calmly, asking if he wanted to check it. Michael gave a single, highly decisive nod. Michael told him to do it. With a subtle swipe of Hiriel's hand, a glowing screen materialized midair. Demon's Resurrection Tome. Type, consumable. Grade, godly. Effect, summons the literal incarnation of a demon lord. Restrictions required a master rank or higher. Description, consumes all sacrifices within 10 meters to summon that demon lord. However, the avatar only possesses 1/100th of its real power. Michael stared at the screen silently. Michael's eyes hardened. Something still felt off. Elsewhere, Ryumin's thoughts instantly ground to a complete halt. What on earth is happening? Ryumin thought. Just moments ago, he was grinning, watching So-So struggle. Just look at this. His smile completely vanished before this unnatural monster. We see crimson skin, huge bat wings, slit pupils glowing with savage intent, and a tail swaying slowly behind. One player stumbled back, raw terror on his face, screaming out who that was, as another pointed at the shattered orb, shaking violently. He stammered that the orb suddenly ballooned in size, and then someone literally crawled right out. A third swallowed hard, barely able to whisper that the creature looked exactly like a real demon. Ryumin let out a dark chuckle, thinking it is a demon. His eyes grew incredibly grim as old memories resurfaced. Ryumin remembered demons only appear after the 18th round. Blood, agonized screams, and endless, brutal battles. Ryumin clenched his jaw. He had slaughtered plenty of them to spot one in a heartbeat. Looking at the tome, everything finally clicked. Ryumin muttered that this was because of that book, exhaling slowly. It was like it hatched using them as fuel. His expression darkened. Ryumin knew this was seriously dangerous. Demons despised angels, but humans were nothing but prey to them. A small smirk appeared as he realized the beast would not attack him. Since he eliminated Uriel and Raguel, his standing was locked at eternal ally. But then, his eyes drifted to the other players. His face fell. Ryumin thought, I definitely cannot say the same for them. He concentrated, activated his rune, trying to read the demon's mind. Nothing. Ryumin frowned in confusion, attempting to scan it again. Still nothing. His eyes sharpened. It was as if this beast had no actual mind at all. Meanwhile, the demon took a long breath, tasting the world, noting that while this air and environment were the human world, things felt off. Turning his eyes toward the terrified players, the demon muttered, humans, before pausing and flashing a wicked, cruel smile. No, he said. Your bodies and souls are out of sync. His eyes gleamed as he recognized them as players. He chuckled, realizing this was just a fake, fabricated world, looking quite disappointed for a brief moment. But that mild disappointment quickly twisted into pure cruelty. Grinning wickedly, the demon chuckled that it honestly did not matter. Eyes gleaming with malice, he sneered that trash is still trash, releasing a wave of terrifying bloodlust that made players collapse instantly. Some screamed while others froze, unable to even breathe, as the grinning demon called them filthy parasites. He declared he would slaughter everyone just to spite that annoying angel, when a sudden voice echoed from the sky. Mylan screamed in panic, questioning how a demon was here, as the monster slowly looked up with a cruel smirk. Calling her an annoying angel, she trembled midair, wings shaking violently as she stammered, asking how this was even possible. Pointing out it was only the 14th round, she panicked. The demon chuckled, mocking her as a lowly 9th-rank guide. He mocked how disappointing she was, calling her weaker than a human. Millen clenched her fists, completely paralyzed by fear. Stepping forward slightly, the demon chuckled that she could at least sense raw power, wearing a highly mocking smile. He found it highly amusing to watch her tremble like that. Mylan swallowed hard, desperately asking who he actually was. The demon's smirk widens as he sneers, does it really matter? He looks down at her like she is just garbage. He asks if a weak creature like her could understand then speaks with immense pride. Ever heard of a demon Grand Duke? Mylan's eyes widen, and she gasps out his legendary name. The demon chuckles darkly, mocking that even tiny insects know his name. Malin's entire body trembles as she slowly backs away. His face instantly darkens as he demands to know why she is backing away, making Millen hesitate nervously. She stammers that if she comes down, he will kill her. He smirks, claiming he only wants to talk, but Mylan stays put. Her gut screams danger. She slowly floats higher, preferring to talk from a distance. His smile vanishes. Freezing wrath replaces it. He growls that she is testing his patience. Pressure explodes. His voice drops to a lethal whisper. Do you seriously think I cannot kill you? Silence. The demon's eyes burn with bloodlust, promising to drag her down, rip her wings off, and shred her like a bug. Just as things look hopeless, a cold voice cuts and stops. His eyes widen in shock as he mutters a human. Then, recognition hits, and a wicked grin spreads. He recognizes Ryu, noting his black scythe. Ryu steps forward, completely fearless, as the demon leans closer to whisper. Apparently, he has heard of the human who crushed the legendary archangels. Ryu stays blank, asking if it was from rumors or the system. The demon's face twitches. He smiles again, claiming he hates interruptions but will allow it. Ryu glares back and tells him to stop talking. Ryu demands to know his purpose. The demon sighs, claiming he did not come by choice, making Ryu ask why. Smiling faintly, he reveals he was summoned with 5 sacrifices. Ryu's gaze sharpens, demanding to know what he actually is. The demon stands tall with pride. He proudly announces that he is the demon Grand Duke Planichthus. Total silence. Ryu does not react. Never heard of you, he replies flatly, making the demon's eyebrows twitch violently. Repeating the words in disbelief, the demon wonders if Ryu truly never heard of him. Exhaling sharply, the demon forces a tight smile and says a mere player would not know his name. Narrowing his eyes, he adds that he will let it slide. Ryu remains entirely indifferent, his gaze staying freezing cold. Ryu flatly demands his purpose, telling him to stop wasting valuable time. Faint irritation creeps onto his face. Tilting his head, his voice grows colder, calling Ryu quite arrogant. Squinting his eyes, he points out that even as allies, Ryu has been incredibly rude. His lips curl slightly. He adds that Ryu shows no more respect than that trembling angel. Ryu does not even glance at Mylan, coldly replying that he has no reason to respect a demon hiding his goal. Quiet. The demon's fake grin vanishes entirely, replaced by a dangerous, lethal glint in his eyes. He asks quietly if that is so. Slowly raising his hand, dark energy begins to gather. A dark sword materializes, crackling with power. Gripping it tight, the demon sneers that it is time to teach him manners. And here's the crazy part: before he can swing, someone else strikes first. Ryu's hand is a complete blur. Thud. Something heavy hits the dirt. The demon freezes. Slowly, his eyes drift down. His entire arm is gone, his severed hand still holding his weapon. For the very first time, pure shock hits his face. He mutters in complete disbelief. Ryu steps forward, completely unbothered, repeating his demand. The demon's eyes burn with furious humiliation at his words. Straightening up, the demon coldly asks what happens if he refuses. He never gets to finish. A sudden flash. Silence. Then, something rolls across the cold stone floor. The demon's head. His headless body stands upright for a moment before collapsing. Dead silence. The surrounding players stare, totally frozen in complete shock. One player whispers, his voice shaking with terror as he asks what just happened. Nobody answers because nobody can understand. Darkness, heat, and flames. Deep inside the demon world, Grand Duke Planichthus sits on his throne of roaring fire. His face completely contorts, totally lost in confusion. Planichthus mutters in shock, wondering how someone used that ancient resurrection spell from the Great War. He pauses, clenching his jaw tight. His voice drops. Dangerous. The kid killed him before he could even speak. He taps his fingers slowly against the armrest of his throne. Ryu Min, the Black Scythe, supposedly an ally according to the system. Planichthus scoffs, his eyes darkening. It was just a weak avatar, holding only 1% of his power, but his expression hardens, his eyes narrowing. The human somehow still destroyed it instantly. Does he not get who he is dealing with? Demonic pressure suddenly floods the chamber as the dark flames surge. Clicking his tongue, Planichthus growls that humans are quite insufferable pests, his voice turning freezing cold with every word, interrupting him and killing his clone. Even if the guy killed some archangels, there are limits. Leaning forward, He grumbles that he was about to slaughter that pathetic archangel and all those worm-like players. But the kid did not even give him a chance. Did Ryu-min somehow sense his intentions? He shakes his head, realizing that was just too fast. Then, a slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face. Perhaps it is time to make a move. He leans back, acting relaxed. But his eyes burn with pure rage. A cruel grin spreads. Planictos mutters that this gives him a perfect excuse. He will use this mess to drag Archangel Michael directly into total chaos. Beside him, 5 chained souls tremble in terror. Planictos calls out for bail, and a massive, silent figure steps from the shadows. Baal bows his head, answering his lord. Planictos just waves his hand lazily. He orders Baal to take these worthless human souls and toss them into the infernal flames, telling him to use them as raw ingredients. Baal nods instantly. Chains rattle as the broken souls scream out in total desperation. One captive begs for their lives, crying to be let go, while another screams that they will do literally anything. Begging for mercy, they are cut off as Baal waves his hand. Their voices vanish, leaving them screaming in total silence. Baal growls for them to move, dragging them away like literal garbage. Planictos watches them go, his brow furrowing. Resting his chin on his hand, he wonders why his avatar did not even react to the attack. His eyes narrow, knowing that even at 1%, that clone should have easily rivaled a high-ranking archangel. Silence fills the room. Could this black Scythe really be that strong? Now, look at that creepy grin. This is getting pretty interesting. I will bring him here, he vows, his body dissolving into dark smoke. Planictos mutters how interesting this is, promising to drag him back, before dissolving into dark smoke. In the arena, Ryu-min stands perfectly still, eyes icy. Ryu-min repeats the name Planictos in his mind. Exhaling slowly, he knows he can no longer pretend to be clueless. Old rumors and whispers from townspeople flash through his head. Planictos, the true ruler of the demon realm. His gaze grows cold. Definitely not a demon Ryu-min can ever trust. Clenching his fist, Ryu-min knows that ally or not, the monster would have slaughtered everyone here. Suddenly, a notification pops up. His standing with the demons just plummets from eternal ally down to friendly. Ryu-min's brow furrows as he mutters, "Drop that much?" Sighing, he mutters that it doesn't matter anyway. If he hadn't finished the beast, everyone here would be dead. Then, another alert flashes. You have successfully slain the projection of Grand Duke Planictos, making you the first player to defeat a high-tier demon. You have earned the title, one who faces evil. Ryu-min's eyes widen. A title? A subtle smirk appears. He whispers that it's new, pulling up his status screen. A soft, blue glow shimmers before his eyes. Title: One Who Faces Evil. Earned by slaying a grand demon or its vessel. Special effect: all stats are doubled when fighting demonic creatures. A cold, intrigued smile plays across his lips. In a quiet, thoughtful voice, he whispers to himself that this is actually pretty interesting, his dark eyes shining. Before this, his true strength only spiked against divine angels. Now, he can crush demons just as easily. He tilts his head, satisfied. He whispers with a slow, smug grin. So, grinding normal monsters didn't trigger this, but taking out a High Lord completely changes the game. His expression darkens. He chuckles softly, realizing if he hadn't executed that clone, he would have remained in the dark. He lets out a breath. Shrugging with complete indifference, he mutters that it doesn't actually matter all that much. He won't be running into high-ranking demons on a daily basis anyway. Still, his eyes betray his excitement. He's thrilled. Behind his back, the other players erupt into panicked whispers, completely shocked by what just happened. Shaking with fear, one survivor points and gasps. Did you see that? The legendary Black Scythe just obliterated a demon. Another scratches his head in utter confusion, wondering if the monster only died because it chose to strike first. A player leans in closer, asking in a panicked whisper what they were discussing and if anyone heard a single word. They were talking? No one heard a single peep. The Duke had kept his voice far too low. And honestly, we can't even blame them, because what actually died right there was way bigger than some random monster. Ryu-min glances back, his expression totally cold and dismissive. He mutters quietly that the creature wrongly assumed they were on the same side. That is why it whispered. But the beast was dead wrong. A dark shadow crosses Ryu-min's face. If that Grand Duke felt anything before turning to ash, it was probably the sting of betrayal, backstabbed by the one being it relied on. Yet, Ryu-min has zero regrets. Not when the only other option was letting every human perish. Still, he realized he didn't just save the players. His eyes slowly drift upward toward the cloudy sky. Up there, a silent angel hovers, watching his every move. Its bright wings shudder as it slowly glides down. Without Ryu Min's interference, this heavenly creature would have been utterly torn apart. Touching down gently, the angel looks incredibly pale, its breathing completely ragged. Standing nearby, its frantic thoughts leak out. I actually made it. That high demon would have slaughtered me. A heavy shiver runs down its spine. It was only saved because of Black Scythe. It slowly approaches to offer its deepest thanks. But the second their gazes lock, it freezes in its tracks. Ryu Min is staring back with an icy, dangerous glare that radiates raw malice. The celestial guide instantly stiffens. Without a single word, it spins around and flees back into the sky. Ryu Min's eyes narrow as a quiet, mocking scoff slips from his lips. He mutters, running away already, his eyes growing sharper. His expression grows darker. That is the exact same angel responsible for sending Soso up to the heavens. Everything finally clicks. He whispers that it finally makes sense why the creature vanished before the match started. For a split second, his murderous aura spikes. He easily could have done it. He could have jumped, grabbed its neck, and dragged it back to Earth like helpless prey. But he holds back, not out of weakness, but as a deliberate choice. Instantly, his expression shifts back to calm indifference. Clicking his tongue, he realizes too many eyes are watching. No need to ruin his carefully crafted reputation. They see a savior. And let's be real, that fake hero facade is way too useful. High above, completely clueless about how close it just came to getting slaughtered, the angel awkwardly clears its throat to regain composure before speaking to the terrified crowd below. The angel begins, its voice a bit stiff, explaining that a minor disturbance happened but everything is already resolved. Instantly, players bombard the creature with questions, with one yelling out in panic, "Angel, what was that thing? It looked just like a demon." Another player steps forward, suspicion dripping from his voice, asking if it was some subquest. Shaking its head quickly, the angel tries to dismiss the tension, calling it nothing more than an unexpected intruder. There is nothing for anyone to worry about. Its voice forces a confident tone, but the heavy unease remains. Clapping its hands, the angel quickly shifts the topic. Attempting to look totally composed, it asks if they should check the results, just as a glowing system screen pops up. Round 14 results, Zone C. First, Black Scythe, Level 92 Reaper, with 392,291 points. Second, Democracy, Level 62. Third, Chrissy, Level 62. Both scoring over 135,000. No surprise there, right? The name Black Scythe sits completely untouchable, way above the rest. Sighing softly, the angel continues in a far more serious tone. Plenty of you survived this round, but rules are rules. Only those ranked within 2,304 will live. The rest? Well, you already know. Moments later, through that brutal and familiar process of elimination, half of the active players are completely erased. Ryu scans the area in silence, his sharp eyes quickly counting the survivors before murmuring, "Good. Everyone from the Death Church made it. It is a minor victory, but still a win." Right after that, the sweet reward notifications start rolling in. Over 300% experience, nearly 2 million gold, and 3 level ups. Ryu raises an eyebrow. Smiling faintly, he mutters that jumping 3 levels brings him to 95. Getting closer to the peak, but not there yet, as more alerts pop up. Since he holds first place in this zone, the system crowns him top scorer and awards him a potion bundle selection box. And as the ultimate top scorer of this zone, he also gets a special reward selection box. Ryu's gaze sharpens. Without wasting any time, he reaches out and pops open the first box. A glowing translucent window unfolds before him, reflecting in his eyes as it asks him to choose. Option 1, 5 Supreme Healing Potions. Option 2, 5 Supreme Defense. Option 3, 5 Supreme Speed. And Option 4, 5 Supreme Invisibility Potions. His eyes scan the list slowly, calculating, dissecting, and predicting the future. Narrowing his eyes, he mutters in a low, analytical voice that this must be what they are preparing for. Round 15. After a brief pause, he coldly notes that everything is defensive, with 0 offensive options. That means there is actually nothing to fight. There are no enemies, and definitely no damage to deal. His insane power is about to become completely useless, and his eyes darken as he realizes this. He notes quietly, almost disappointed, that enhanced regeneration is not even listed, making these non-essential. Silence falls. Then, with a calm and deliberate motion, he reaches out and selects the final option. Tapping the screen, he murmurs that this particular choice might still be useful. The supreme invisibility potions. Not for his own use, but for someone else who is about to face a nightmare. Opening up the second box, another screen immediately pops up. This one feels way more significant, instructing him to select one special reward by tapping his desired choice. Option 1. A 50% stat boost for round 15. Option 2. A temporary healing skill. For option 3, he gets crucial information about round 15. This time, he pauses, his eyes locking onto one choice. Wait, a healing option? Now things are getting real, and Ryu knows this next round is lethal. A stage where survival will not depend on raw power, but pure endurance. First defensive potions, and now healing. They are warning us. After a brief pause, he concludes with quiet finality that this round will be brutal. Making his choice without hesitation, he calmly taps the screen, selecting the safer second option, healing. Even though he already has an emergency treatment skill, he opts for the stronger, more reliable choice, because upcoming mistakes will not be forgiven. His eyes lift, scanning the unseen horizon. He mutters with indifference, wondering if the Archangel will finally show itself. But if it does not, his gaze turns ice cold, realizing there is no point in taking unnecessary risks. And just like that, round 14 concludes. Unified Zone C, AEA 001. Survivors, 2,300. Souls will return shortly. Round 15 begins at midnight on March 1st, 2023. Congratulations on surviving, and see you in the next round. Everything goes pitch black. Far off in the real world, dead silence takes over. Deep inside a forgotten Florida warehouse in the United States, the air feels heavy, stale, completely abandoned. Usually, this spot is just a hollow shell of rusting steel and layers of neglected dust. But when the final day of a round hits, it transforms into a dark gathering spot, a hidden den, a breeding ground for those feeding on hopelessness, the despair cult. Except today, things feel completely off. Right in the middle of the room, a man stands alone, scanning the empty darkness with sharp eyes. His face grows darker with every passing second. "Is this all?" he asks slowly, his voice echoing off the walls. It isn't a yell, but it carries a heavy, dangerous threat. Nobody answers because nobody can. The vast emptiness says it all. Gritting his teeth, his voice turns much colder, ringing out with undeniable authority. "Take a head count," he demands, leaving zero room for hesitation. A subordinate flinches pretty hard before stepping out and answering, "Yes, Lord Berber." Quiet footsteps echo through the silence as the count begins. One by one, slowly and carefully. Time ticks by and then, he freezes, turning around with a pale face and a shaking voice. He reports that they have 20 members, not counting the cardinal. A suffocating, heavy silence drops over the room. Nobody dares to move until a low, furious curse rips through the quiet air. Berber growls, raw anger dripping from his voice as his fists squeeze tight. Damn it. His eyes burn with a dangerous, dark look, because he knows this isn't survival anymore. It is total extinction. Berber presses his lips together, his jaw twitching as he struggles to contain the storm brewing inside. Think about that drop. They had 200. Now only 20 are left. The heavy silence is crushing. Frustrated and bitter, he mutters under his breath, "Back in round 11, when we went after the Saintess, we actually had numbers." And now his voice trails off, his teeth grinding audibly. He is absolutely furious, but anger is useless. It won't bring his dead men back or rebuild their lost empire. Taking a slow, deep breath to regain control, Berber pulls himself together. His voice hardens into ice as he snaps, "We have zero time to waste. Gather our high-ranking members immediately." Soon, the few remaining leaders stand before him, weaker than they have ever been. Berber looks them over with calculating, restless eyes. With sudden urgency, he announces that they need to start recruiting right now. "How many players are left in America?" he asks, as a hesitant follower steps forward to answer. Choosing his words carefully, he says that estimates show around 200 players remained after the last round, swallowing nervously. He adds in a quiet voice that after this elimination, that number is likely cut in half. Berber's eyes flicker. "So around 100, Berber presses. The follower nods, and a dangerous smile edges onto his face as he mutters, "Good. Then they will take them all. Every single one." But the room shifts uncomfortably. A high-ranking follower hesitates, then speaks up. In a cautious, highly reluctant tone, He warns that it might not be quite as easy as it sounds. Berber's eyebrow twitches as the air turns freezing cold. He turns his head slowly, piercing the man with his gaze. Why not? The follower stiffens under that heavy pressure, but keeps talking. He carefully explains that most of the surviving players have already joined another group called the Death Church. Berber blinks, then frowns. The Death Church? What is that? Berber demands, and the follower sighs, calling it a new religious group. Apparently, they worship the Black Scythe, his tone turning dead serious. They are recruiting aggressively down in Texas and have gathered a massive following already. Berber lets out a dismissive, irritated scoff. Just another useless cult, he mutters. But his eyes show his real surprise. This is totally unexpected. He never expected real competition. So they moved into our territory and stole what should be ours. His voice turns pitch black. The follower nods grimly. That is correct. And the recruitment is led by the Scythe, with direct backing from the Black Scythe himself. Berber freezes for a brief second before his face twists with recognition and pure hatred. He exhales sharply. Ah, that Scythe. The one we failed to eliminate. Memories of Round 11 rush back, blood, ambush, and total chaos. Bitterly, he recalls how they wiped her followers out for easy points, but she somehow escaped. Another follower chimes in, remembering that day. Thanks to the Black Scythe showing up, our leader had to retreat with life-threatening injuries. An uncomfortable silence settles. Then, Berber's eyes gleam as a dangerous plan starts forming. Leaning forward, his voice drops to a chilling, calculating whisper. Why don't we just finish what we started? We get rid of the Scythe and crush the Death Church. Instantly, the room fills with heavy, uneasy tension. One worried follower speaks up, asking slowly how that is even possible when the Black Scythe is protecting her. Another shakes his head, adding that he is not an opponent they can handle just with numbers. Throwing 20 of them at him is basically throwing eggs at a stone wall. And dead silence returns because everyone knows it is true. But Berber does not flinch. Instead, he wears a pretty confident smile, telling them not to worry about that. He claims their leader is tied to a massive international organization called Messiah, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Another follower gasps. Wide-eyed, an international organization? They stare back at Berber in complete disbelief, demanding how he knows this. While Berber sits up with a very calm, commanding presence. He calmly boasts that as a cardinal, very few secrets are actually out of his reach. It is a pretty slick lie, but convincing enough to assure them there is really no need to worry at all. Right then, the heavy doors slowly creak open. Check this out, and John Delgado finally steps into the room. The room instantly turns freezing cold as the followers bow low, greeting him with immense respect. Only Berber stays perfectly still, a quick flash of guilt crossing his eyes before he instantly hides it away. John Delgado casts a cold, sharp gaze across the crowd, asking calmly what is going on here. A follower quickly explains they are holding a meeting, making John Delgado narrow his eyes and ask what it is about. The follower replies they are just discussing new recruitment strategies. Then, tense silence. John Delgado's voice drops to a freezing cold whisper, asking if he ever approved this gathering, leaving the room paralyzed. He mentions Lord Berber suggested it, and John Delgado's eyes instantly snap toward him. Stepping closer with an incredibly dangerous tone, John Delgado asks Berber if he is planning meetings behind his back now. Berber does not show any fear, calmly replying that he was only waiting for his leader's return. With a long, cold stare, John Delgado just watches him in silence. John Delgado asks if he was planning to act alone, but Berber smoothly shakes his head, saying the final call belongs to him. He adds that it was just an urgent matter, and after a tense pause, John Delgado relaxes and tells him to speak. Berber gets right to it, asking if he knows about the Death Church, and John Delgado gives a quiet nod. He warns that they are stealing players, and if this goes on, their own recruitment will completely dry up. John Delgado crosses his arms, asking for his solution as Berber's eyes light up. Berber mentions the Scythe is now teamed up with the Black Scythe, but John Delgado's face remains totally blank. He acts surprised, playing along as Berber leans in pretty close to pitch his next move. Capturing her, Berber argues, will easily force the legendary Black Scythe to obey their every single command. The room goes dead quiet as Berber adds that taking her means they take everything. John Delgado stays silent, thinking to himself that this major decision is not actually up to him. His mysterious master will decide, so he tells Berber he needs some time, making the cardinal frown. Berber insists this is their only option, but John Delgado just nods, promising to think about it. With that, John Delgado turns to leave, urgently thinking that he has to report this to his boss right away. And get this, none of his followers suspect their leader is already double-crossing them with the exact man they fear. Meanwhile, in the heavens far beyond the human world, a heavy, tense silence hangs over the archangels. Feeling the weight of defeat, one of them notes in a grim voice that even with a Duke demon appearing, they failed. Everyone stares at one figure standing with his head hanging low. In a painfully shaken voice, Hariel admits the failed plan was his own, his usual confidence completely gone as another angel coldly demands what went wrong. He promised it would work, forcing Hariel to clench his fists. Hariel stammers that he never expected the black scythe to see through his trick, but a sharp, unforgiving voice cuts him off. Michael demands to know how many times he asked if he was truly sure, leaving a quiet Hariel to admit he has no excuse. Though he scowls outwardly, deep down, he actually feels a secret wave of relief. It is good that he survived because they still need him, but he has to grow much stronger before the real battle begins. As he wonders what kind of excuse he should give, a violent, jagged distortion suddenly rips right through the space in front of them. The archangels flinch. Their eyes widen in shock as something completely foreign breaks through. A blinding golden light floods the divine hall, and a figure slowly steps out of the tear in space. It's Lady Nemesis, the goddess of vengeance herself. The very moment she appears, every single angel goes completely rigid. Even Michael drops his head immediately. The archangels bow low. They greet her with trembling voices. Welcome, Lady Nemesis. Suddenly, the air in the room turns heavy, not just from her power, but because she looks furious. Her freezing gaze sweeps over the only survivors left: Michael, Hariel, and Raphael. Only 3 left. She crosses her arms. You can tell she is pretty disappointed. Nemesis speaks coldly. Out of 7 mighty archangels, only 3 remain? Her gaze sharpens, and all because of one single human. Complete silence fills the divine hall. Nobody dares to even breathe as she narrows her eyes. She demands, how disgraceful. Do you who call yourselves rulers of heaven feel no shame? Nemesis slowly crosses her arms, disappointment written all over her face. She coldly says, out of 7 archangels, only 3 are left. Her gaze sharpens as she adds, and all because of a single human. Total silence fills the divine hall. Nobody dares to utter a single word. Nemesis narrows her eyes, muttering, how disgraceful. Do you rulers of heaven feel absolutely no shame? The room completely freezes, Raphael's eyes widening while Hariel stiffens up. Even Michael's calm face cracks a little bit. He slowly repeats, the black scythe? Nemesis gives a single nod. She explains that the black scythe killed Planicto's avatar, and now he is threatening war unless we deliver him before round 18. Shock ripples through the hall. Raphael quietly whispers, war? While Hariel clenches his fists incredibly tight. Tension gets pretty thick here. Their little plan to stop the black scythe is spinning completely out of control. Nemesis slowly closes her eyes with a quiet sigh, noting that officially, Planictos blames them for recklessly using the resurrection scroll. She opens her cold, calculating eyes again, adding that it is actually just a cheap excuse. In truth, he has been waiting for an opportunity to start a war. Silence. Nobody argues because they all know she is absolutely right. Hariel hangs his head as the heavy guilt completely crushes him. Nemesis slowly turns her gaze toward him, warning that this could trigger the 7th celestial demonic war. Her brow furrowing deeply. She says war was inevitable eventually, but the timeline has now been heavily accelerated. They basically handed the demons the perfect excuse on a silver platter. Nobody speaks, not even Raphael, as Nemesis scans the hall. She coldly asks how they can fight a war now, with the archangels utterly broken by the black scythe. Her voice sharpens. She flatly declares they will lose if war starts now. Talk about a brutal reality check. Michael's face darkens because he knows she is completely right. Nemesis slowly crosses her arms again, adding that Planictos knows this too. That is why he is moving. Raphael finally speaks up, asking if they can refuse his demands. Nemesis snaps back, refuse? She scoffs, asking how they can refuse when the enemy is actively calling for war. She explains that if they had successfully sacrificed the black scythe with that resurrection scroll, Planictos would have been satisfied. Her eyes darken. She adds that now, he lost his valuable avatar for absolutely nothing, so naturally, he intends to get something else in return. Michael clenches his fists slightly. He quietly asks if handing over the black scythe will avoid war. Nemesis nods slowly, confirming with a cold, simple correct. She adds that with all the gods watching, he cannot possibly break his promise afterward. Raphael lets out a soft sigh. He notes that there is still a way to handle this crisis, But unlike Raphael, Michael cannot relax at all. Deep down, he knows exactly what this means. His ambition, his ascension, his entire path to godhood is starting to completely crumble. Nemesis steps forward once again, ordering them that they have until before round 18 and must do whatever it takes. Her eyes sharpen dangerously as she demands they capture the Black Scythe and deliver him straight to Plunictos. She admits she hates handing over the very person who killed her archangels. Before looking directly at them, Nemesis finishes. But if they want to delay this war, they have no other choice. Hariel hangs his head deeply in pure shame, turning her cold gaze on him. Nemesis asks if this failed plan was his. Clenching his fists, he quietly admits it was. Nemesis silently stares at him for several seconds before speaking again. Hariel, you were once the hero who led heaven to victory. You earned the favor of the gods themselves. Her eyes narrow. She demands to know how he fell this incredibly far. Hariel lowers his head even further, offering a quiet apology. He says this massive failure is entirely his responsibility. Nemesis faintly nods, saying she knows, as her gaze sharpens, coldly declaring that is exactly why he will take responsibility. The gods still hold incredibly high expectations for him. Nemesis orders him to prove his worth. Hariel immediately straightens up in response. Fierce determination burns in his eyes once more as he vows to deliver results worthy of her high expectations. Staring at him for a moment, she gives one final, chilling warning to not disappoint her again if he wants her support. With those final words, space tears open behind her. Before stepping through, she casts a warning glance toward Michael and Raphael. That threat was not just for Hariel. It was for all of them. Then she vanishes. An oppressive silence consumes the divine hall. Michael slowly exhales, realizing things are looking incredibly bad. Who could have guessed Plunictos would use that resurrection scroll just to accelerate this war? Nemesis was completely right. If war starts now, heaven will lose. Michael slightly clenches his fists, thinking they absolutely must buy time until after round 20. His expression hardens as a grim thought strikes if they fail to hand over the Black Scythe before the 18th round. War is inevitable. There is only one solution: hand over the Black Scythe. But that decision carries a massive price. Michael slowly closes his eyes, thinking bitterly, must he postpone his ascension to godhood yet again? Meanwhile, Hariel's eyes burn with intense fury, determination, and obsession as he suddenly steps forward. His voice echoes firmly as he begs Michael, "Let me descend during the 15th round." Michael just stares back in silence. Hariel clenches his fist tightly, declaring he will subdue the Black Scythe and drag him to heaven himself. Raphael steps forward immediately, warning Hariel, "If you go down there alone, you already know what will happen." Hariel's expression stiffens as he snaps, "This is my responsibility." But Raphael shakes his head, saying he is wrong. "Didn't you hear Lady Nemesis?" Raphael's voice grows even firmer. "This mess concerns every single one of us." Michael finally speaks, calmly reminding them there is still time until the 18th round. "So let's not rush." Hariel instantly frowns. He tries to protest, but Michael cuts him off. "Instantly listen to me." Suddenly, the entire atmosphere shifts. Michael's voice turns icy as he warns he refuses to make another mistake. Hariel just clenches his jaw in silence. Since his own authority has weakened, he can no longer oppose Michael directly. Michael slowly steps forward, saying they must proceed carefully. They all saw what happened to the archangels who underestimated the Black Scythe, including him. Raphael crosses his arms, arguing if the three of them move together, they can easily subdue him. Michael nods slightly, admitting it is possible. But then his eyes sharpen as he warns overconfidence kills. Direct assaults failed. His eyes narrow. Michael suggests a different strategy might be needed this time. Hariel stares closely, asking if he already has a plan. Michael pauses briefly, a faint smile creeping onto his face as he replies he is working on one. The archangels fall completely silent. None of them realize Michael is actually just buying time, because even now, he still hasn't decided whether to sacrifice the Black Scythe or use him. But check this out: back on Earth, Ryu-Min is actually enjoying a rare moment of peace. The total chaos of the 14th round has finally come to an end. The battle against Plunictos' avatar is over. With the Messiah cult wiped out, the immediate threat to humanity has temporarily subsided. Sitting quietly in his living room, he finally allows himself a brief moment to rest. But that peace does not last. His phone suddenly rings, and one glance at the screen reveals a familiar name. It is John. Ryu-Min answers calmly, "What is it?" John's voice comes through without any delay. He reports that the Despair cult is preparing to attack the Death Church. Ryu-Min's eyes narrow. "Why?" John sighs heavily before responding. John explains they need more followers, and they believe the Death Church has been stealing all their potential recruits. A faint smirk appears on Ryumin's face, as he muses they are not entirely wrong. Ever since the Death Church got linked to the Black Scythe, countless players have been gathering under its banner. Compared to that explosive growth, the Despair cult is steadily losing influence. Still, something here just does not add up. Ryumin asks what kind of confidence they have to target him. John hesitates briefly before answering. He says they are not targeting him directly. Their plan is to kidnap Lady Christine and use her as leverage. They think she is the Black Side's weakness. And honestly, they are not entirely wrong. Ryumin secretly knows exactly why they reached that conclusion. In a way, she really is. Not because of romance or silly emotions, but because of pure necessity. Christine is easily one of the most critical players for the upcoming 15th round. Her healing abilities are irreplaceable. Closing his eyes, Ryumin recalls a brutal previous timeline. Thousands of challengers entered that round. More than 2,000 players participated, yet fewer than 50 survived. Christine died early back then, and the consequences were absolutely catastrophic. He knows that without her, survival becomes infinitely harder. Sure, clearing the round without her is possible, but the cost would be absolutely devastating. He cannot allow history to repeat itself. He needs her alive if he wants to save as many people as possible. John's voice pulls him back as he asks what to do, explaining he only told them they would consider it to buy time. Ryumin nods, ordering him to keep delaying them and hold off. John immediately replies that he understands. After thinking for a moment, Ryumin stands up, noting that there might be some unexpected complications. "I will go there myself," he says. John sounds surprised, asking if he means America, to which Ryumin replies he must see Christine. John responds with deep respect, promising to meet him at the airport. But Ryumin shakes his head. First, he has to see Christine. "Keep acting normal," he warns. "If anything comes up, I'll reach out." John agrees instantly. "Understood, Master." The call ends, and a moment later, Ryumin grabs a different phone. This is where he pulls a fast one, calling her not as himself, but as the mysterious prophet. He dials Christine's number and waits. Soon, her bright, happy voice rings out calling him the prophet and saying it has been far too long. A warm smile spreads across her face. Ryumin just offers a faint grin and greets her, making her laugh softly. She admits she was planning to call. This makes Ryumin raise an eyebrow. "Really?" he asks. Christine excitedly agrees, pointing out how much he has already helped her, explaining the future rounds, telling her about the Black Scythe. She takes a quick breath. She admits she was even thinking about flying to Korea just to thank him. Ryumin chuckles quietly. "No need. I'll come to you." And you can bet she is incredibly thrilled when he mentions heading straight to Dallas. He tells her he has crucial details on the 15th round and asks if she has time. She instantly confirms, totally free. Ryumin smiles and promises to see her in 2 days, making her sound even more excited. She insists they grab a meal on her treat. For once, Ryumin lets out a genuine laugh. All right. After hanging up, he immediately books the earliest flight out. Then, another thought hits him. He realizes he should probably tell one. Ryumin smiles and promises to see her in 2 days, making Christine Craig's voice instantly brighten up as she insists they have a meal together. She offers to pay, which actually coaxes a real laugh out of Ryumin as he agrees and immediately books the very first flight out. Then another thought crosses his mind he really should tell Ryu-1. Stepping into the living room, he finds his younger brother chilling on the couch with his eyes glued to the TV. Sure enough, the news is talking about nothing but the Black Scythe, and Ryu-1 excitedly points at the screen. He asks if the Black Scythe isn't totally incredible, making Ryumin sit down next to him and ask why he thinks so. Ryu-1 looks at him like the answer is totally obvious, calling the guy a straight-up hero. He has defeated massive villains, saved countless lives, and they're even saying he crushed the 14th round final boss with one single blow, his voice growing insanely excited. Ryu-1 asks if that's true, so Ryu-Min raises an eyebrow, asking where he heard that as his brother grins. He says it's all over the internet, with players and normal folks talking about him constantly, shaking his head and calling it completely insane. A pretty faint smile creeps onto Ryu-Min's face, because despite all the global hype, the crazy rumors, and the massive wave of admiration, absolutely nobody knows the actual truth. But check this out, Ryu-1 suddenly turns, asking suspiciously why he's just standing there. Asking if he has news, Ryu-Min nods, and Ryu-1 immediately points. Ryu-1 confidently declares he's traveling again, leaving Ryu-min totally stunned as Ryu-won laughs. Noting all his recent trips, Ryu-won sports a mischievous grin, teasing that he must have a secret girlfriend in Japan. Ryu-min nearly bursts out laughing since there is obviously no girlfriend at all, but explaining all that would take way too long, so he just shrugs and grabs his bag, letting his brother believe what he wants. Ryu-min says he'll be gone a week, and Ryu-won nods casually, wishing him a safe trip. Turning back to the TV, Ryu-won tells him not to worry since the Black Scythe is out there protecting everyone now. Ryu-min freezes for a second, wishing his younger brother actually knew that the very hero he adores is standing right in front of him, bringing a soft smile to Ryu-min's face as he quietly agrees. Turning toward the door, he promises to be back soon, but halts for a brief moment to look back over his shoulder. Ryu-min warns him against daily takeout, making Ryu-won groan dramatically about being a high schooler now. Ryu-min points out he can't even attend, so Ryu-won throws his hands up, shouting exactly. He yells about missing school, making Ryu-min simply shake his head and walk away. Stepping outside, a warm smile spreads across his face as he thinks that no matter what, his brother is still just a kid. With those thoughts lingering, Ryu-min quietly makes his way toward the airport. You feel the storm brewing while he prepares for America. The heavens and the demon realm are already reacting. Countless hidden enemies are starting to make their move as a convenience store bell rings cheerfully in the background. Once the customer pays for some cigarettes, Min Do-hoon, the father of Min-juri, flashes a bright smile and warmly thanks him. Thanking him and asking him to return, Min Do-hoon chuckles to himself as the customer heads out. The reason for his unusually good mood is pretty simple. He has recently learned to appreciate life so much more. Every ordinary day feels precious, and every peaceful moment feels like a gift. Right then, the actual source of his joy walks in, as Min-juri steps inside with a pretty annoyed face. Seeing her, Min Do-hoon's face lights up completely as he excitedly raises a hand to greet his daughter. He asks if she's here to help out, prompting Min-juri to frown and beg him to stop working here. Complaining that it's dangerous lately, Min Do-hoon simply waves his hand dismissively and laughs it off, teasing that she's nagging just like her mom. Min-juri crosses her arms and protests his dismissive attitude. Finding her worry amusing, Min Do-hoon grins, asking if having his daughter to protect him isn't already quite enough. Besides, if push ever comes to shove, there's always the legendary Black Scythe. Unconvinced, Min-juri shakes her head, arguing that the busy Black Scythe could never protect him anyway. Shrugging casually, Min Do-hoon notes that a massive celebrity like him would never even visit their store anyway. For a brief second, Min-juri almost blurts out that she actually knows the Black Scythe personally, but stops herself. They aren't particularly close, and she definitely doesn't want to sound like she is trying to ride his coattails. Shifting her focus, Min-juri pushed her argument forward instead. Staring right at her father, Min-juri insisted that he listen to her, asking how long he planned to run the place when every other shop had already gone fully unmanned. They needed to put safety first and upgrade, or at the very least, just sell the store and stay home to rest. With the fortune she made, he could easily retire, and she was not exaggerating at all. Their days of financial stress were ancient history because as a player, Min-juri had pocketed nearly 200 million won just from selling items. She cleared every single one of their debts, meaning everyday expenses were no longer a worry. Plus, she still held onto that massive 300 million won diamond Ryu-min had gifted her. She had not even cashed it in yet, meaning they had more than enough wealth to live comfortably without keeping this convenience store open. But Min Do-hoon was as stubborn as ever, pointing dramatically at himself as he scoffed at retirement. He asked if she was treating her own dad like some old geezer when he was only in his early 50s and still able to work. Hearing his response, Min-juri pinched her brow and let out a deep sigh, shaking her head helplessly at how stubborn he was. Knowing his stubborn nature all too well, she realized there was absolutely no point in dragging this debate out any further. Giving up, she just let out another long sigh. But hey, at least one thing brought her peace of mind. The world had actually gotten a lot safer lately, with most local players joining up with the benevolent Death Church. Thanks to the efforts of the CPF and Black Scythe, crime rates plummeted, making things way better than before. Slipping into her convenience store uniform, Min-juri lightly nudged her father and urged him to head home and rest. She promised to handle the shop, but Min Do-hoon shook his head firmly, saying he had only been there a few hours. He insisted on staying longer, prompting Min-juri to roll her eyes and tell him to go relax because he was getting older. Feigning deep offense at her words, Min Do-hoon widened his eyes and shot back. He complained that she was outright calling him old when he was still full of energy, then grinned and asked for that blessing skill. He claimed it supercharged him, but Min Juri shook her head, correcting him. She explained that blessings were not a magical cure-all. But Min Do-hoon refused to listen and insisted he was perfectly fine. He argued she should rest instead, since she had only recently woken up from her narcolepsy. Her tone softened as she told him to worry about himself, causing Min Do-hoon to slowly turn serious. Staring at his daughter with deep concern, he asked how he could possibly avoid worrying about her in a world like this. The mere thought of his own child risking her life in those horrific, deadly games made his chest tighten with grief. His face grew incredibly solemn, and after a quiet moment, Min Do-hoon asked if things had been really tough for her lately. Caught off guard, Min Juri blinked and casually brushed it off, asking what could possibly be tough. She noted she had survived for 14 months, but this only deepened Min Do-hoon's intense worry. He frowned, pointing out that she still had 6 dangerous rounds ahead of her, which dragged a heavy silence over the room. If the father was this terrified, how must the daughter feel? Unable to mask his grief, Min Do-hoon let out another heavy sigh. Bowing his head in regret, he apologized, saying a father should never bring up such depressing topics with his own child. Gently trying to comfort him, Min Juri smiled and reassured her father that everything was completely fine. She explained she had dependable allies and plenty of experience to keep her safe, leaving Min Do-hoon quiet before a sudden thought struck him. He looked at her, suddenly asking if she had any idea what he did on the first day of every month. You can feel the pure heartbreak here as Min Do-hoon reveals he stays up all night praying to the gods. He begged them to return his daughter safely, causing Min Juri's forced smile to instantly falter at the confession. Shaking her head, she quietly pointed out that those gods were the exact ones who forced them into this nightmare to begin with. Min Do-hoon just smiled bitterly, saying you never really know. He hoped they might pity his desperate pleas and spare her life, leaving Min Juri completely speechless in response. She understood his heavy heart completely as Min Do-hoon looked at her with pure affection and said every moment was precious now. He was simply grateful to be alive and wanted to cherish every single second spent by her side. Hearing that confession sent hot tears welling up in her eyes, but she quickly brushed them away and playfully asked what he was talking about. She joked about being on a death clock, asking if she honestly sounded like she was going to die. Refusing to break down, Min Juri tightly clenched her fists and swore with absolute determination to survive all the way to the 20th round. Min Juri promises to survive and make her wish come true, prompting her father, Min Do-hoon, to raise an eyebrow and ask what that wish is. She instantly hides her answer behind a mysterious smile. Min Juri just tells him it is a secret before smiling, slipping on her gloves, and heading out. Pointing outside, Min Juri says the delivery is arriving and she will take care of it. But Min Do-hoon quickly objects to his daughter doing such heavy lifting for. But before he can insist on helping, Min Juri spins around with a confident grin. She proudly taps her chest and asks if he already forgot something. His daughter is a player who can literally shatter concrete walls, leaving him with zero room to argue. Keeping that bright grin on her face, Min Juri steps outside. But the moment she leaves the shop, her cheerful look completely fades. A heavy sadness takes over as she stares up at the sky, quietly wondering if she can actually survive until the 20th round. Somehow, she made it all the way to round 14, which still feels like a total miracle to her. She is no elite damage dealer, just a simple buffer. Looking at her situation honestly, Min Juri knows deep down that she only survived because of her incredible teammates. She made it this far solely because of those reliable allies, especially the two who carried her the most, Ryu-min and Black Scythe. Thinking of their constant support, Min Juri lets out a faint, grateful smile. Without them, she probably would have ended up as a pile of ashes by now. Naturally, she wants to return the favor, and suddenly a very interesting detail pops back into her head. She remembers Black Scythe mentioning that he always uses his special reward selection box to get information about the upcoming round. And here's the kicker, why on earth would he waste valuable rewards like that, especially when they have Ryu-min around, the literal prophet who already knows exactly what happens next? Her eyes widen as a plan hits her. If she tells Ryu-min the future details, then Black Scythe won't have to waste his rewards. The more she thinks it over, the more it makes sense, since sharing info helps everyone. Why isn't that happening? Are they fighting? Or do they just secretly hate each other? Weighing all the options, Min Juri slowly reaches a realization that maybe they really aren't on good terms. Reviewing everything she has seen so far, this theory seems highly likely. Ryu-min always avoids joining the Death Church, casually brushing the topic away whenever it comes up. Because of that, he stays totally independent, while Black Scythe keeps burning his rewards to purchase future round information. Seriously, the more you look at this, the weirder it gets. Squinting in deep thought, Minjuri realizes that if they actually got along, cooperating would make both of them incredibly powerful. Did something bad happen between them? The massive mystery keeps nagging at her. Then, she realizes she might actually be able to help, and the idea instantly excites her. If she can act as a mediator and help patch up their rocky relationship, everything will change. Feeling highly motivated, Minjuri grabs her phone. Without wasting a single second, she opens her messages and fires off a text to Ryu Min. She asks if Ryu Min has some free time to meet up today because they need to talk.